After years of the city grind, Jiangnan had had enough of the 9-to-5 life. So, he quit his job, moved to a remote island, and started live streaming his peaceful days by the sea, fishing, walking the dog, raising a little creature he jokingly called Godzilla. Life was simple. Life was perfect. Then, one day during a live stream, Jiangnan found a massive sea turtle stranded near the shore, its shell covered in barnacles. Kind-hearted as ever, he helped clean it off and sent it safely back to the ocean. Chat cheered, donations rolled in, and Jiangnan thought that was the end of it. He couldn't have been more wrong. The next morning, dozens of sea turtles surrounded his island. Then came orcas, playfully splashing near the beach, dolphins leaping in formation, and even sharks circling protectively around his dock. His peaceful island had turned into a marine paradise, or maybe a monster gathering spot. Jiangnan stared at the camera and shouted, "Who spread the rumor that I remove barnacles for sea creatures?" Now, every day, new ocean beasts show up, each bigger, stronger, and stranger than the last. From playful dolphins to ancient leviathans of the deep, the ocean itself seems to have crowned Jiangnan its new caretaker. What started as a simple island live stream has become a legend whispered beneath the waves. I started live streaming my island life, then sea monsters showed up, only on Manhwa Recap Haven, where peace and chaos share the same sea. Boom, boom. Waves slapped rhythmically against the hull as Jiangnan stood on the deck, wind whipping through his hair. The endless sea stretched before him, blue and brilliant under the sun. Far off in the distance, an island shimmered like a jewel. He exhaled softly, eyes narrowing. That's at the Great Barrier Reef. My new home. The words carried a mix of awe and disbelief. The Great Barrier Reef, world's largest coral reef system, 2,000 kilometers long, 160 wide, and dazzling enough to make any poet weep. A UNESCO World Heritage Site. A place so vast and full of life that it could almost breathe. And now, it was his. Well, sort of. He wasn't moving there as some rich tycoon with a glass villa, he was the island keeper. A strange job, really. Half caretaker, half hermit, half unpaid marine biologist. Yes, that's 3 halves. His tasks? Feed the fish, record daily logs, repair broken stuff, explore the wild areas, make sure tourists don't trip over coconuts, and take lots of pretty pictures for the media. Basically, vacationing with responsibility. And the perks were insane: free use of a private villa, a swimming pool, spa, barbecue pit, golf cart, even a yacht and seaplane. Everything was covered: airfare, insurance, meals. A dream job with one small catch: he'd be completely alone most of the year. For most people, that was a deal breaker. For Jiangnan, perfect. He wasn't exactly antisocial. He was just done. Done with fake smiles, endless overtime, and a boss who cheated his employees and his wife. He gets the car and the mistress, and I get the burnout. 3 days ago, he'd quit in spectacular fashion, submitted an application on a whim, and somehow, here he was, bound for paradise. As the ship approached, the reefs under the turquoise surface came into view, glowing in streaks of blue, green, and white. But among the beauty, sharp rocks jutted out like teeth. Guess they named it the Great Barrier Reef for a reason. And then, ding! The island nurturing system has been successfully bound to the host. Newbie gift pack sent. Please check. Jiangnan nearly jumped. Then his eyes widened in delight. System? System. Oh, you beautiful, timing perfect cliché, I knew you'd come. He dove into the system menu eagerly. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Encyclopedia of Plants and Animals. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Beginner Beast Tamer. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Beginner Spiritual Water. He scanned the descriptions, eyes darting across the floating text. Encyclopedia of Plants and Animals, instantly know every known species on Earth. Beginner Beast Tamer, gain animal affinity, even sharks might wag their tails at you, note might. Beginner Spiritual Water, restores energy, strengthens the body, cures fatigue. Everything seemed normal until he reached the last line. Drink to gain endless stamina. Fight all night without your legs going weak. Excuse me, what exactly am I fighting? He stared blankly at the sea, expression unreadable. There's not even a pretty girl around. System. You want me to fight the waves? Still, benefits were benefits. He grabbed the bottle of spiritual water. It looked plain, almost disappointingly so, no label, no shimmer. But when he popped the cap, a refreshing, almost addictive scent filled the air. He took a long gulp. Sweet. Warmth surged through his body like sunlight. His fever from the boat ride vanished in an instant. His muscles tightened, his chest and arms firmed. When he lifted his shirt, 8 perfect abs gleamed in the sunlight. Ha! Eddie Peng, eat your heart out. Grinning, he flexed experimentally. Even the air felt lighter around him. Then, he tapped the system icons for his other rewards. Instantly, his mind flooded with knowledge: Latin names of corals, the migration routes of sea turtles, the diet of clownfish. He could look at a random crab and practically read its biography. With everything set, he launched his drone. If he was going to live here alone, he might as well stream it. He titled his broadcast, "My Leisurely Life on an Island." He went live on Huya, the streaming platform famous for its outdoor adventures. And nothing happened. No viewers. Not one. By the time he unpacked and sat by the ocean, only a handful of curious users had joined. An island? Does the streamer really own it? How big is it? Finally, the chat began to flow. Jiangnan smiled faintly. Yes, I own it, or at least, I'm its caretaker. The Great Barrier Reef. The real one. He pointed his drone toward the glittering ocean. There's everything here: pools, kitchens, even an arcade. But my job's not all play. I fix what's broken, clean the beaches, and protect the wildlife. Basically, I'm the island's one-man army. The chat exploded. LOL, this guy made a caretaker sound like a hero. Same energy as me saying I own a hotel, also known as the one I clean every day. Isn't this the job that pays like $700K a year? Damn, how'd you even get picked? Jiangnan chuckled. They had over 40,000 applicants. You just need to speak multiple languages, swim well, and know how to handle boats and aircraft. 40,000. That's harder than getting into Tsinghua. No wonder he's so smug. Forget the job, I'm just here for his face. Then the chat started really derailing. Island Lord, your skin is too fair, it's criminal. Is that a six-pack? Hello, lifeguard of my dreams. Can I come live there with you? I'm small, soft, and easily bullied. Me too. I'll bring snacks. Jiangnan pinched the bridge of his nose, amused and exasperated all at once. You people are hopeless. Still, the attention wasn't bad. The sea breeze was too nice to waste, so he stripped off his t-shirt and dove straight into the clear water. The camera caught his silhouette slicing through the surf, muscles flexing under sunlight. That's it, I'm dead. Why does this man built like an ad for sunscreen? Island Master, if you take off your shorts, we'll donate. What if he's still wearing another pair under them? He's Zhou Shuying us, isn't he? Laughter flooded the stream. Meanwhile, in Shanghai, far from the sun and sea, Shen Kinga sat behind her sleek office desk, eyes bleary from spreadsheets. She was the CEO of a major company, but her favorite escape? Scrolling through Douyin, watching peaceful rural and outdoor streams. Her go-to streamer had recently gone offline, so she was searching for something new when Jiangnan's title popped up. My Leisurely Life on an Island. She clicked out of idle curiosity and immediately froze. That face. That voice. Those ABS. Her stress evaporated like mist. This man is dangerous. She chuckled softly and kept watching, but then something flickered in the corner of the screen, a small, dark shape bobbing in the water behind Jiangnan. Shen Kinga leaned closer. Wait, what's that black dot out there? The camera zoomed slightly as Jiangnan turned. The dot twitched, and even through the low-res stream, she could tell. It was moving, and it looked like it was in pain. Oh no, something's out there. A small black dot churned in the waves, thrashing about as it struggled toward Jiangnan. The chat exploded instantly. Holy crap, something's moving out there. What is that? Too far, can't see clearly. Wait, it's swimming toward the streamer. Oh no, it's a shark. Definitely a shark. Island Lord, I'll gift you 8 words of wisdom of the 36 stratagems. Running away is the best. Yeah, good luck running in water, genius. Welp, day 1 on the job and the new island keeper's already gonna be fish food. R.I.P. Island Lord gone but never forgotten. Jiangnan glanced at the live chat, then calmly turned and began swimming straight toward the shark. Everyone watching went silent for 2 seconds, then the comments flooded in again like a tsunami. What is he doing? Does this guy have a death wish? This isn't courage, it's suicidal curiosity. But as the camera zoomed in, the mysterious black dot came into focus and chat collectively gasped. It wasn't a shark. It was a sea turtle, a massive one, nearly 1.5 meters long, its flippers beating weakly against the current. No wonder Jiangnan didn't panic, he'd already recognized it from afar. Up close, he could see it clearly, a green sea turtle, about 100 kilos, mature but not yet old. And judging from the thick cluster of rough shells covering its back, it was carrying a heavy burden: barnacles. Jiangnan frowned. Barnacles? Huh. No wonder you're struggling. He swam closer, gently guiding the exhausted turtle toward the shallows. The viewers were entranced, watching as man and turtle moved together through the turquoise waves. Come on, buddy, Jiangnan said softly, let's get you to shore. I'll help you out. The sea turtle, as if understanding him, showed no fear at all, just followed behind obediently, its dark eyes full of quiet trust. When they finally reached the beach, Jiangnan knelt beside it, examining the thick crust of barnacles covering its shell. These weren't just passengers, they were parasites, sapping the turtle's strength. He grabbed one that was barely hanging on and twisted. It popped off with a crack. The audience collectively winced. Ugh, that sound, my spine tingled. That's disgusting but kinda satisfying? Wait, aren't barnacles, like, edible? Yeah, Jiangnan said, smiling as if answering the chat directly. They look gross, but barnacles are actually edible. In some places, they're a delicacy, and they've got medicinal properties too good for the stomach. The camera zoomed in on his hands, strong, clean, methodical. He worked with the calm precision of someone who'd done this 1,000 times. Each barnacle that came off earned a low, metallic ding. In his mind. Ding. Green sea turtle feels comfortable. Intimacy +10. Ding. Green sea turtle requests the host to continue. Jiangnan blinked. Wait, this gives beast taming experience? He grinned. Well then, buddy, let's make you feel brand new. The chat lost it. Bros grinding EXP off a turtle. The first man in history to speedrun friendship with wildlife. This is like Pokemon but with barnacles. Before long, a small pile of barnacles sat beside him, glistening like wet stones in the sand. The turtle, now free of its burden, swayed happily from side to side, its flippers twitching as if in thanks. Intimacy +150. Not bad, Jiangnan said, brushing the sand from his knees. Dinner's ready too. You're kidding. You're not actually gonna eat those, right? Wait, they're seriously edible? Island Lord out here running a survival show and a cooking stream. Jiangnan laughed. Don't judge by appearances. Cicadas look gross too, but they're full of protein. Same idea. He turned back to the turtle, now looking much livelier. Feeling better? The turtle blinked, then crawled closer and rubbed its head gently against his leg. Jiangnan chuckled. You're welcome, big guy. Go on back to the sea. He pointed toward the waves. The ocean sparkled invitingly under the afternoon sun, but the turtle didn't move. It looked from the water back to Jiangnan, and stayed put, as if saying, I'm not leaving you just yet. The viewers went quiet for a moment. Then the chat flooded again. Bro, you've just unlocked your first pet. This is how anime protagonists start saving a turtle and ending up ruling the ocean. Don't send him away, Island Lord. He's your sidekick now. Jiangnan smiled softly, watching the creature's unblinking eyes. Guess I've made my first friend here, huh? The waves rolled in gently, and beside him, the great green turtle let out a low, contented grunt as if in agreement. Ha ha ha. It's over, the green sea turtle has officially fallen for the island owner. Green sea turtle, you saved my life, young master. I must repay you with the greatest gratitude, by marrying you. The chemistry between them is undeniable. Ladies, I'm shipping this. I've shipped straight couples, Yuri couples, YAOI couples, but this is my first time shipping a cross-species pair. Drools. I get it now. The green sea turtle probably wants to sing Listen to Me, Thank You. Because of you, the 4 seasons are warm. Since the green sea turtle's not leaving, why don't we give it a name? Jiangnan reached out and stroked the turtle's shell, smiling. You're right. Meeting you on my first day here feels like fate. How about a name? He studied the turtle for a moment. The head had a soft green hue, almost comically round. You've got a bit of green on your head, let's call you Little Green. The live chat exploded. Little Green? What's next, Little Blue? Green sea turtle, are you naming me or your dog? It's so big, just call it Big Turtle. Since it's so green, let's call it Wudalin. I, Song Jiang, refuse. I, Yang Xiong, will not accept this. Hua Zigzu, I object. Get lost. We're reading water margin, not plum in the golden vase. If that's the case, then Yang Jian, Yang Guang, Li Yuan, Fang Yiai, Li Ji, and Li Xian are all going to war. Li Ji? Wait, did someone just say lychee? Upstairs, are you one of Xiao He's? Grandma Li, then call it green grassland. The stream chat turned into chaos. Everyone was shouting suggestions like a bunch of overexcited zoo visitors. Jiangnan rubbed his temples, both amused and exasperated. Alright, let's go with Dallin. He looked down at the turtle. To everyone's shock, the green sea turtle actually nodded. The entire chat froze. Holy crap, it's sentient. Nonsense. Turtles are sentient beings. Green sea turtle, sorry. I was born before the founding of the People's Republic of China. Turtle people will never be slaves. Unless you offer food and shelter. Jiangnan blinked, then suddenly laughed. Wait, wasn't this turtle refusing to leave because, oh, I see what's going on. When the turtle rolled over, Jiangnan noticed a small barnacle still stuck under its left forelimb. No wonder it was lingering. He grabbed his knife and carefully wedged it under the barnacle's shell, prying gently. The thing twitched slightly. Jiangnan, worried about hurting it, used his hands instead. With a bit of force pop, the barnacle came off, oozing a thick, stringy liquid that looked, well, better not to think about it. A chime suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! The green sea turtle is very satisfied with its host and has gifted you weight-reducing gloves. Weight-reducing gloves. Seemingly ordinary gloves that continuously massage your hands, reducing fatigue. Secondary function: prevents injury from cold weapons such as knives or daggers. Jiangnin's eyes widened. Gloves that keep your hands from getting tired? Girls everywhere are going to want a pair for their boyfriends. By the time he looked up again, Dallin had already vanished into the sea. Jiangnin sighed dramatically. Some people pull up their pants and pretend nothing happened. You lose a barnacle and ghost me. He waved toward the calm ocean. Take care, old friend. Then, picking up the pile of barnacles, he headed back to the villa. Don't be fooled by how barnacles look, they're actually delicious and easy to cook, Jiangnan explained as he worked in the kitchen. First, you've got to clean them thoroughly. There are tons of little shell fragments inside, and if you skip this step, say goodbye to your teeth. Second, you don't need fancy seasonings, just scallions, ginger, cooking wine, and salt. And finally, don't overcook them. Once the water boils, 1 or 2 minutes tops. The chat was skeptical. Just 2 steps? That's too simple. This guy's cooking faster than fried rice. I'm not convinced. I'll try it after work and see if I break a tooth. But the moment Jiangnan lifted the lid, the comments stopped cold. Steam burst out, carrying a mouth-watering aroma that hit through the screen. The barnacle meat glistened, tender and juicy. Sorry to all the hungry viewers out there, Jiangnan chuckled, scooping a bowl. I'll eat for you. He picked up a toothpick, ready to dig in. Thump! A dull noise echoed through the villa. The chat exploded. What was that? Someone knocking? Don't scare me, didn't he say he's the only one on the island? Quick, call Uncle Ying. Wang Xiaoer, it's time to reveal my 7 killings token. Build a shelter immediately. Great immortals, protect our island lord. We haven't even had our wedding night yet. The sudden sound sent the live room's popularity skyrocketing. Jiangnan frowned, stood up, and walked toward the door. Click. He opened it a crack and peeked outside. Nothing. Total silence. The night air was still too still. Nothing out there? Bro, it's haunted. I once watched a movie like this. The guy opened the door and found a mermaid. Police statement: when we arrived, all that was left was the recording. Someone prepare the suwana. The pallbearers are ready. Ignoring the chaos in chat, Jiangnan calmly closed the door and sat back down. Then, thump! It came again. Louder. Right at the main gate this time. Without hesitation, Jiangnan darted to the door and threw it open. Still nothing. He grabbed a flashlight, sweeping the beam across the yard. Thump! 3rd time. Damn, no wonder the salary's so high. This place isn't clean. If he survives tonight, he better quit tomorrow. All fear comes from lack of firepower. Quick, search for an AK-47. Hang in there, Island Lord. My tank's already shipping from Amazon. The noise came again. This time, Jiangnan ignored it completely. He sat down and resumed eating. Whatever it was, ghosts or sea monsters, he wasn't facing them on an empty stomach. Ugh, I'm so full. He burped, wiped his mouth, and walked to the door again. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking grew faster, sharper, almost anxious. Jiangnan opened the door once more, still nothing. Then his foot hit something. Looking down, it was Dallin. When Jiangnan turned on the porch light, his jaw dropped. All around the villa were green-headed turtles of every size, dozens of them, each one covered in barnacles. Jiangnan stared for a long moment, then laughed helplessly. So, word got out, huh? Guess everyone wants a barnacle spa treatment tonight. Big brother, I know a guy on a nearby island who can catch barnacles. Brothers, let's go find him. No wonder I only heard a noise earlier but didn't see anyone. Turns out it was Dallin knocking. Scared me half to death. When the island owner opened the door, he accidentally pushed Dallin down the front steps. That's new, never saw that before. I just remembered that old crazy person test from my own swordsman. A man lived alone on a mountain. One night, he kept hearing knocks on his door, but when he opened it, no one was there. The next day, a body was found at the foot of the mountain and the man was arrested. Why? Because he was the one doing the knocking. The Livestream chat collectively exhaled in relief, the jokes flowing again after the tension broke. Looking at the dozens of green sea turtles sprawled across the yard, Jiangnan had the urge to slam the door shut right then and there. He didn't want to ruin Dallin's reputation among his kind, but when he remembered the system's juicy rewards, greed quickly won out over pride. He rubbed his hands together like a fly, grinning. All right, everyone line up. Old ones first, young ones later. I'm not a time management master, so don't expect me to handle several at once. He pulled up a small stool, slipped on his new weight-reducing gloves, and got to work removing barnacles. Dallin stood right beside him, acting like a proud foreman supervising the whole process. Every time a bigger sea turtle tried to cut the line, Dallin would shoot it a glare that instantly made the poor thing back away. Wow, that's so intelligent. Of course, sea turtles were considered auspicious in ancient China. Dallin's definitely the alpha of the group. Much higher status than the Dallin who sells medicine. I saw a video once an old man in Japan had a 150-year-old sea turtle that went grocery shopping with him every day. Tomorrow, the island owner should take these turtles for a morning walk. That'd break the internet. The chat was buzzing with excitement. Even Jiangnan had to laugh. Dallin really did have presence. He pried off another barnacle. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have removed one barnacle. Intimacy plus 10. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have removed one barnacle. Intimacy plus 10. Ding! Congratulations. The cheerful system chimes echoed one after another, like background music. Jiangnan felt energized, completely in the zone. The notifications were like a rhythm for him to work to, each one hitting like a hammer strike in perfect tempo. The gloves effect was incredible. His hands didn't ache at all, even after prying off several tough barnacles. He didn't even need to use his dagger anymore, just pure hand strength. After a while, the system voice chimed again. Ding! The sea turtle is very satisfied with its host. Congratulations, host, you have received mosquito coils. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained basic archery skill. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received the buffalo horn bow. Mosquito coils times 10. Essential for island nights. Not only repels mosquitoes, but also moths and other insects. Basic archery skill. Learn the fundamentals of archery. Become as precise as Yang Yuji. Every arrow hits the bullseye. Note, each hit grants 10 EXP. Level up to intermediate archery to hit multiple targets at once. Buffalo horn bow. Crafted from rare buffalo horn through over 100 processing steps. Comes with 100 system-provided arrows. Additional arrows must be made or earned through rewards. Jiannan's eye sparkled as he tallied his gains. 3 new rewards in one night, what a haul. After counting the turtles, 18 in total, he chuckled. All adults, huh? Must have come to the Great Barrier Reef for baby-making season. He wiped his hands, stood up, and addressed the stream. Alright, that's it for today's live broadcast. I'm gonna head to Dreamland and see if I can find my dream girl. Good night, everyone. Every streamer had their signature sign-off. Lu Dihua ended his streams because of low blood sugar. Shuyi left to coax and buy. As for Jiangnan, his favorite excuse was always, I have a date with Zhou Gong's daughter. Island Lord, don't go. Island Master, how can I live without you? Crap, it's already 11:30. I've got my driving test tomorrow, good night. I'm leaving the stream open so I'll know the instant he's live again. Jiangnan smiled and ended the broadcast. After logging off, he immediately used his newly learned basic archery skill, then inspected his new items, mosquito coils, bow, and arrows before checking the day's stats. Viewers, 1,368. Donations, 17. Subscribers, 399. Tips, 4,399 yen. Even though he'd mentally prepared himself, his heart still raced. Over 4,000 yuan in one night just from streaming his island life. No wonder so many people were quitting their jobs to do this, even celebrities. Jiangnan leaned back in his chair, grinning. Not bad for day one. A few more streams like this and agencies will be lining up to sign me. System, show me my properties panel. Host, Jiangnan. Identity, owner of a Great Barrier Reef island. Skills, basic beast taming, 930/1000, basic archery. Items, weight-reducing gloves, buffalo horn bow, mosquito coils. Animal companion, green-headed turtle Dallin. Hiss, I'm so close to maxing out beast taming. If Dallin brings a few more turtle friends tomorrow, I might hit the next level. He lit a mosquito coil, the soft scent filling the room, and lay down. Within minutes, he was out cold. Even in his dreams, the girl in his arms seemed extra cooperative tonight. The next morning, after a quick wash, Jiangnan picked up his bow and turned the stream back on. Good morning, everyone. You know what they say, the early bird catches the worm. Those with girlfriends are probably still doing morning workouts. As for us singles, we can only pretend to exercise. He set up a small table outside, lined up a few empty wine bottles, and stood 10 steps away with his bow ready. Let's start simple. 10 steps. Drawing the buffalo horn bow felt surprisingly natural. He took a breath, aimed. Whoosh! The arrow flew straight and true. Bang! The bottle exploded into glittering shards. Jiangnan stared for a moment, stunned, then broke into a grin. Hit dead center on the first try. This skill is broken. For someone who'd never touched a real bow before, only played with slingshots as a kid, this was a miracle. The chat went wild. Holy crap, that aims god tier. Legolas, is that you? Island owner's sniper arc unlocked. Jiangnan lowered the bow, laughing. Archery awesome skill unlocked. Big brother. I know a guy on the next island who's great at cleaning barnacles. Come on, brothers, follow me. No wonder I only heard the knocking but didn't see anyone when I opened the door. Turns out it was Dallin the sea turtle. Nearly scared me to death. As soon as Jiangnan opened the door, he accidentally bumped Dallin down the steps, something that hadn't happened in all their previous visits. In the live stream chat, the viewers were instantly joking around again. I just remembered that crazy person test from my own swordsman, you know, the one where the guy opens the door at night to knocking sounds but no one's there. Next day, they find a dead body at the bottom of the hill, and the cops arrest the guy. Why? Because the guy was pushing people off the mountain every time he opened the door. The comments were flying, laughter filling the live room. Jiangnan looked at the group of green sea turtles crowding the yard and seriously considered slamming the door shut right then and there, which would have definitely ruined Dallin's social life among his turtle peers. But thinking about the system rewards waiting for him, he rubbed his palms together and decided to push through. Alright, line up by age, one at a time. I'm not some time management master, okay? He dragged a stool over, slipped on his reward item, the weight-reducing gloves, and got to work prying barnacles off shells. Dallin stood guard beside him, puffing up proudly. Whenever a larger turtle tried to cut the line, Dallin glared it down like an angry bouncer at a club. Wow, look at that. He's keeping order. Of course. Sea turtles have been auspicious animals since ancient times. Dallin's definitely got status way higher than that medicine-feeding Dallin from last time. I remember reading about an old guy in Japan who walked his 150-year-old turtle to the market every day. Guess we're seeing a Chinese version now. The chat was alive with jokes and awe. Meanwhile, system notifications popped up in Jiangnan's mind. Ding! Removed 1 barnacle. Intimacy plus 10. Ding! Removed 1 barnacle. Intimacy plus 10. Each sound was like music to his ears, almost like hearing someone shout 80 while swinging a hammer. The gloves worked better than advertised, his hands felt light and powerful. No tools needed, the barnacles practically surrendered. Not long after, the system chimed again. Ding! The sea turtle is very satisfied. Congratulations, host, you've obtained mosquito coils. Ding! You've learned basic archery. Ding! You've received buffalo horn bow. 3 rewards in one go, not bad. Satisfied, Jiangnan looked at the 18 turtles lounging on the beach. Alright, that's it for today's stream, everyone. I'm off to dream about my dream girl. Catch you tomorrow morning. The chat exploded. Island Master, don't go. I can't live without you. Crap, it's already 11:30. I have my driving test tomorrow. Night, boss. I'm leaving the stream open, want to be the first one here when you're back. After logging off, Jiangnan checked his stats. Viewers, 1,368. Donations, 17. Subscribers, 399. Tips, 4,399 yuan. He whistled. Not bad for a first night. No wonder so many people get into streaming. Then he glanced at his stats panel. Name, Jiangnan. Identity, island owner. Skills, basic beast taming, 930/1000, basic archery. Items, weight-reducing gloves, buffalo horn bow, mosquito coils. Companion, green turtle, Dallin. One more push and my beast taming will level up. Let's hope Dallin brings the squad again tomorrow. He lit a mosquito coil, lay down, and fell asleep instantly. Even his dreams were cooperative that night. The next morning, Jiangnan stretched, washed up, and grabbed his horn bow. Good morning, everyone, he greeted as the live room filled with sleepy early birds. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. Couples are still busy. Meanwhile, the rest of us can only pretend to exercise. He set up a few wine bottles in the yard and backed up 10 steps. Let's warm up. Whoosh! Bang! Glass shattered instantly. Bullseye on the first shot? Ding! Hit rate plus 10. The chat went wild. Is the island owner actually that good? Nonsense. All men get a marksman bonus. Then why do I always miss birds playing ho yi? Because you're aiming at the wrong ones, brother. Shooters are slender, gunners are thick. So you're Li Yunlong's 2nd Battalion commander. Jiangnan grinned but kept shooting. Each shot was perfect. Finally, he got bored and blindfolded himself. Blindfolded shooting. No way. Even pros can't do that. Wait, why does he look so good with a blindfold on? He released the arrow. Silence. No glass breaking. The chat erupted. Too cocky. Face slap moment incoming. Jiangnan pulled the cloth off and frowned. The bottle was still intact. Then the system chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've hit a coconut. Hit value plus 20. He looked up, sure enough, a coconut tree nearby had an arrow stuck right in the fruit. he burst out laughing. Well, looks like breakfast is settled. And then chaos. A massive yellow shadow dashed behind him, snatching the fallen coconut. The chat spammed warnings. Behind you, Island Master. It's huge. Is that a kangaroo? Sure enough, a muscled kangaroo was hopping off with the coconut in its paws. Gangzi, give me back my coconut, Jiangnan shouted, drawing his bow. Whoosh! The arrow hit the coconut dead on, spraying juice everywhere. The kangaroo stopped mid-hop, chest puffed like an angry gym brother. Oh, he's mad. The chat exploded with laughter. Kangaroo, planting, look me in the eye. If that thing kicks you, rip legs. Don't mention Yangtze again. Now the island lord must take a stand. As the kangaroo turned and bounded toward him, Jiangnan steadied his aim, eyes narrowing. 5 steps away, the beast stopped, glaring straight into the camera. Alright, Gangzi, Jiangnan muttered with a smirk, drawing his bowstring tight. Let's see who's got the stronger legs. A man and a kangaroo, gazing at each other. A gust of wind blew by, and the leaves rolled at their feet. This scene is quite evocative. If you add the line "a lone figure on a cold river, old friends in the martial world, why bother with past acquaintances when we meet again at this time," the full atmosphere of the martial world can even overflow from the live broadcast room. Call. About 5 seconds later, the tranquil scene was broken. The kangaroo took a deep breath and charged towards Jiangnan. His legs were taut, and he looked full of power. Whoosh! Almost at the same moment, Jiangnan fired an arrow. The arrow grazed the kangaroo's face and struck the bottle behind it. Jiangnan smiled slightly and said, "Guess what, will my next arrow hit your head?" The kangaroo seemed to understand Jiangnan's words, or perhaps it sensed the power of the arrow, and it froze on the spot, its eyes fixed on the bow and arrow in Jiangnan's hand. The screen froze again. The viewers in the live stream felt as if they were there, holding their breath and anticipating what would happen next. This is so exciting. The kangaroo and the island owner are about to fight. Guess who will win and who will lose? You should ask who lives and who dies? Anyone who has seen Lone in the Moon knows that the island owner is at least going to lose his teeth. It's not just his teeth, his handsome face is completely overshadowed. Island Lord, before you're disfigured, hurry up and have a baby with me, don't waste such good genes. The current situation is very awkward, which reminds me of that classic line from the movie Master Z, "I am a hero, a spear is faster than a gun within 7 steps, and a fist is faster than a fist within 7 steps. I saw a news report about a kangaroo bullying a dog in Australia. The dog's owner stepped in and gave the kangaroo a big nose punch, which stunned the kangaroo. That big overbite is comparable to Zhang Yi's big overbite in Cock and Bull. At this moment, Jiangnan was indeed facing the predicament of being fast with arrows from 7 steps away and fast with fists from 7 steps away. Once the kangaroo got close and kicked him, he would really have a hard time defending himself. Therefore, he could only keep intimidating the kangaroo with his bow and arrows to keep it from getting close. A few seconds later, the kangaroo moved again. It seemed to realize that it wasn't worth risking its life for a coconut in Jiangnan, so it turned around and left. It really did intimidate them. Jiangnan was overjoyed. He looked at the oxhorn bow in his hand and sighed inwardly, "From now on, you shall be called the bow of subduing people with virtue." The bow that wins people over with virtue not only earns their admiration but also the submission of animals. Gangzi, wait. Just as the kangaroo was about to walk away, Jiangnan suddenly called it back and then returned to the villa. When he came out again, he had 3 gourds in his hand. "We're out of coconuts, take the carrots instead." Jiangnan spread his hands and said, "We become friends through a fight. You can come over anytime you're hungry, and I'll give you food, but don't steal. It's the 21st century, you have to be a polite person to be liked." Whether the kangaroo understood or not, it picked up the carrot and ran away. This time, however, he didn't run far. Instead, he ran to the coconut tree in the yard and ate carrots in big bites. Looking at it this way, this kangaroo is actually quite cute. Her cheeks are so chubby, I really want to rub them. What a pity, the island owner didn't let the kangaroo eat beef dumplings, how stingy. By the way, didn't you guys notice that the island owner kept calling it Gangzi, and it didn't refuse? It's confirmed. This is Gangzi who returned from the moon. As the drone's camera zoomed in, viewers in the live stream could see the kangaroo eating carrots more clearly. With her chubby little face, round belly, and muscular arms, she looks like a female bodybuilder, or even Neza from 100,000 Cold Jokes, possessing a unique kind of cuteness. While the kangaroo was eating, Jiangnan walked over gently and reached out to touch it. Looking at the kangaroo, it didn't refuse, instead, it looked quite content. Jiangnan laughed, "You really are a mother whoever feeds you. Just now you wanted to kick me to death, but now you're being so gentle. Let me give you some background information. There are currently 5 known species of kangaroos in the world. Musk kangaroos are the smallest and rarest, about the size of a mouse, some only a few centimeters long, and they emit a unique, strong musky scent. Gray kangaroos are the most common, and you can usually see them at zoos. The gray giant kangaroo is larger than the gray kangaroo and has the fastest movement speed, reaching a top speed of 64 kilometers per hour. Red kangaroos are similar in size to gray kangaroos and live in arid regions of Australia. The red kangaroo, on the other hand, is the largest and most muscular, capable of leaping 5 meters in a single bound. It is the renowned king of kangaroos and the inspiration for the kangaroo in the movie The Lone Ranger. The one in front of us is undoubtedly a red kangaroo, judging by its size. I called it Gangze several times before and it never refused, so I'll call it Gangze from now on. Since this big red kangaroo doesn't seem to want to leave, let's stay. Anyway, Jiangnan really hopes that the giant red kangaroo will stay. After all, he's a male god with billions in box office revenue. Having him by my side makes me feel very important. Most importantly, having it around makes me feel safer. If we encounter any ferocious animals on the island in the future, with this bodyguard, we will have nothing to fear. As soon as he finished speaking, Gangze had already finished eating the carrot and was staring straight at Jiangnan. He even stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, as if to say, "I'm not full, is there any more? Follow me." Jiangnan raised an eyebrow, made a gesture, and got up to walk towards the villa. This line has a bit of the flavor and momentum of Uncle De from Fight Back to School. Gangze didn't refuse and hopped along behind Jiangnan. The morning sunlight shone brightly on the man and the kangaroo, creating a rather heartwarming scene. Who could have imagined that they would almost come to blows just a few minutes later? Upon arriving at the villa, Jiangnan fetched some carrots for Gangze, then sat quietly on the sofa, watching without disturbing him. Because the system's voice came through my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for taking in Gangze, a stray red kangaroo, and for educating him well. Gangze has specially gifted the host 3 chi-enhancing pills, 10 tomato seedlings, a packet of cabbage seeds and cucumber seeds. Awakening Spirit Pill. After taking it, a portion of one's spiritual intelligence may be randomly awakened depending on one's own situation. Note, this product is for animals only. After taking it, even the most dull-witted animal will be able to understand the host's words and will only listen to the host. Tomato seedlings, tomatoes from our hometown. Once planted, they will not be affected by the local climate, allowing the host to eat vegetables from their hometown and feel the warmth of home. Note, once planted, this vegetable has a 100% survival rate and will grow to a large size without any special care from the host. Cabbage seeds, same as above. Cucumber seeds, same. Mr. Meow is an online content creator who has loved animals since he was a child. Because he's so obsessed, besides keeping common animals like cats, dogs, turtles, and parrots, he also keeps many less common animals, such as lizards, squirrels, ants, and spiders. It's no exaggeration to say that his home is a mini zoo. He usually films the animals he keeps and posts them on Douyin, TikTok. However, the number of views has been unsatisfactory, and the number of likes only occasionally exceeds 10,000. Yesterday, he stumbled upon Jiangnan's live stream and found it very interesting, so he decided to edit Jiangnan's live stream and start uploading it to Douyin. After all, there aren't many streamers as interesting and lovable as Jiangnan. After Jiangnan finished his broadcast last night, he didn't leave. Instead, he left his account in the live stream room. As soon as Jiangnan started broadcasting today, he stayed there. Just now, after seeing Jiangnan and Gangze reconcile, he started editing again. They even had a title in mind, shocking. After returning from the moon, the box office god with billions in earnings was actually. Although it's a bit clickbait and a bit of riding the wave of popularity, it has to be said that people these days really fall for this kind of thing. However, after he opened Douyin, TikTok, he immediately uttered a national treasure, holy crap. It exploded. The video I edited last night went viral. Last night, Mr. Meow edited 3 videos in a row. One story is about Jiangnan rescuing a green sea turtle named Dallin and trapping barnacles in it. The story is titled, In Broad Daylight, a man and a sea turtle are doing this kind of thing. One story features a green sea turtle named Dallin leading a group of sea turtles to find Jiangnan. The title is The World is Going Downhill. A sea turtle pretends to be a ghost to scare his savior. Is it ingratitude or is there more to the story? One was about a group of sea turtles queuing up and catching barnacles, titled I've seen 4 people and lizards, but have you ever seen one person with a dozen or so sea turtles? The titles were increasingly outrageous, yet all 3 videos went viral. Mr. Meow glanced at the video and found that all 3 videos already had millions of likes, and the number was still increasing rapidly. Let's look at the comments. Holy crap. I already took my pants off, and this is what you show me. Doge. My girlfriend thinks I love watching videos of long legs on Douyin at night, but actually I like watching this. I have to say, picking barnacles is really relaxing. The sea turtle is so smart. It even knew to bring its companions with it. It seems the news has really spread throughout the sea. Barnacles must be handled by professionals, otherwise it is easy to fail. I recommend a very famous expert named Manhwa. This guy is so handsome. Does anyone know where he streams? The island owner in the video is so handsome, I love him. Ahem, to be honest, the island owner in the video is my husband. May I ask where my husband is streaming? Me too, same question. Most of the comments were asking where Jiangnan was streaming, and Mr. Meow didn't hide anything and directly gave the room number. This is a streamer on the HUYA app, room number 12,581. The island owner's name is Jiangnan. He just arrived abroad yesterday to work as an island keeper, and this is also his first day of streaming. Mr. Meow replied to all 3 videos in the comments section and pinned his comments to the top so that more people could see them. Anchor? Island keeper? Soon, countless people left Douyin and went straight to HUYA. Some people who didn't have a tiger tooth, a type of facial hair accessory, even downloaded one specifically for this purpose. Meanwhile, Mr. Meow calmly posted the newly edited video. Unsurprisingly, the latest video went viral, garnering over 1 million likes in just 1 hour. Moreover, some people saw the potential for increased traffic and re-edited Mr. Meow's videos, then added them to their own content. Within that short hour, Jiangnan's live stream content appeared on short video platforms such as Kuaishou, Bilibili, Taoxiao, and Weishi. Jiangnan, Dalan, and Gangzi quickly went viral, becoming a hot topic across the internet. Jiangnan had no idea that he had become a sensation in China. He was still checking the prizes in the system. 1 Kailing pill can be given to Dalan and 1 to Gangzi, and the remaining 1 should be kept. As for the tomato seedlings and cucumber and cabbage seeds, they can be replanted later. After all, it is quite an accomplishment to be able to eat vegetables that you have grown yourself on a deserted island in the ocean. After looking at the system's prizes, Jiangnan slowly opened his eyes. The moment I opened my eyes, I saw a barrage of rapidly scrolling comments. Looking at the online popularity, it's several times higher than yesterday, and it's vaguely heading towards 1 million views. The island owner has opened his eyes. Wow, those big eyes, I love them. Wow, he's so handsome. Such a handsome and talented young man should go into the entertainment industry. There are just too many ugly men in the entertainment industry these days. I hereby announce that this is the father of the child in my belly. Please show some respect to the island owner, and also to me. After all, he's my husband. If you keep yelling at me like this, he'll kneel on a keyboard tonight to appease me. Sister, if you can't drink, go to the dog's table. That's clearly my husband. What's going on? I was just resting with my eyes closed on the sofa for a few minutes. Why are so many people calling me husband? Jiangnan looked completely bewildered. A few seconds later, Jiangnan realized that this must be related to his damn charm, and had nothing to do with Gangzi, who was stuffing himself with food next to him. That must be it. Thank you everyone for watching my live stream. It makes me feel less lonely on this deserted island. This is the purpose of Jiangnan's live stream. At least it looks lively and there's someone to talk to, giving the island some life. Otherwise, if it's just one person all the time, the speaking system might even degenerate. This effect is similar to being scared alone at home late at night, but after watching a horror movie, the room suddenly feels lively. Next, I'm going to plant some vegetables so that I can eat all natural vegetables that I grow myself here in the future. As they were talking, Jiangnan stood up, deliberately avoiding the camera, and took out the items that the system had just rewarded him with. The Kailing pill is white, about the size of a marble, and has no strange smell. The tomato seedlings were bundled together in a small bunch. The cucumber and cabbage seeds were stored in a small glass bottle. Eat this. Jiangnan casually placed a spirit awakening pill in front of Gangzi. Gangzi seemed to trust Jiangnan a lot, and without thinking, he swallowed it directly. Jiangnan stood still, quietly observing Gangzi, wanting to see what changes would occur after he took the Kailing pill. After all, his body had become stronger after drinking the spiritual water, so the chi-activating pill should also bring some physical changes to Gangzi. However, 5 minutes passed, and Gangzi was perfectly fine. Could this medicine be fake? Jiangnan thought to himself, what's going on? Is this going to be a remake of I'm Not a Medicine God? Gangzi didn't have any reaction at all, and his muscles didn't even show any obvious increase in size. It felt like the effect was not as good as the kidney tonic that Lu Ziqiao drank. Jiangnan shook his head helplessly and said, never mind, I'll go plant vegetables in the yard first. The yard outside the villa is covered with lawn, and Jiangnan decided to designate a small plot to grow vegetables. How can we grow vegetables with all this grass? Does the island owner intend to manually weed the island? Really? Manually weeding. This yard is quite big. Even if you only weed part of it, it'll be exhausting. Rural people with farmland say that weeding by hand is really tiring, let alone such a neat lawn. I think we should just get a bottle of paraquat, that would save us the trouble. Jiangnan looked at the lawn, then at the comments section, and said, this is my own yard. It's not appropriate to spray pesticides at home. Besides, I only need to designate one section. If I spray pesticides, the whole lawn will die. Next, Jiangnan took out a hoe, sickle, and rake from the tool shed and got to work. It's been a long time since I've seen such ancient farming tools. When I was a child, my family had one. Now we have grass cutting machines, which are convenient but consume a lot of fuel. It brings back so many memories. It reminds me of when I was a child. I would go to the fields with my parents early in the morning. Back then, the sky was blue, the air was fresh, and we could hear all kinds of birds chirping. Jiangnan hadn't expected that just a few small items would evoke such memories for everyone. On second thought, I played Jay Chu's Rice Fragrance in the live stream. If you have too many complaints about the world, you won't dare to move forward after you fall down. As the music begins, accompanied by images of Weeding in Jiangnan, the atmosphere is instantly enhanced. That's the feeling. It feels like I've gone back to my childhood. Back then, summers never felt hot. We would run around the village barefoot. There were no cell phones, but everywhere felt like a joyful place, and we could play anywhere. It reminds me of my childhood. There were no cell phones, and I rarely watched TV. I mostly played in the fields or in the village, catching dragonflies, crabs, and fishing and catching tadpoles in the river. I really miss those days. Back then, ice cream cost 50 cents, nothing like it is now. There's no going back. When we were kids, carefree days were the norm. Now that we're grown up, carefree days are just a dream. I was so silly when I was little, always looking forward to growing up. The koi fish that drinks pesticide and blows bubbles tipped HUYA number 1, and left a message, "Thank you, island owner, for letting me relive the days when I went back to my maternal grandmother's house in the countryside when I was a child." The heartwarming scene didn't last long, because Jiangnan suddenly looked up and saw Gangzi running out of the villa and appearing behind him. It wasn't staring straight at me, but rather mimicking my movements, using its claws to help me dig in the ground. Gangzi's work was skillful and professional, even smoother and softer than what people in Jiangnan could achieve with a hoe. Holy crap! Jiangnan was dumbfounded. Do kangaroos plow fields? I've never heard of that. Could it be that the chi-enhancing pill is working? Jiangnan walked slowly to Gangzi, gently patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Keep it up. Do a good job, and I'll give you an extra treat tonight." Upon hearing the words extra meal, Gangzi's eyes lit up, and he began to dig with his 2 paws, working even harder. Isn't that a bit too obedient? Kangaroos can plow the land? Tell me, isn't that absurd? It's like a heifer walking backwards home. That's incredibly awesome. Shocking. The male lead who starred in billions of box office hits is actually farming. Gangzi, don't believe him. He only said he'd have extra food tonight, not that he'd give you extra food. What if he's giving you extra food? This sentence is just like my boss making empty promises to me, telling me to work hard and I'll get a raise at the end of the year, but my salary doesn't increase, and he gets a new car and a new secretary. Work hard, and I'll find you a wife next year. Luckily, Gangzi couldn't read the text, otherwise, seeing the scrolling comments, he might have really given up. Jiangnan picked up his hoe, ready to continue tilling the land, when he saw Dalan slowly crawling over from a distance. Behind it followed a group of sea turtles. This time they brought even more than 20. It seems the task of tilling the land can only be left to Gangzi. Jiangnan took the opportunity to leave, found a chair, put on light gloves, and began to remove the barnacles again. Looking at Gangzi, he wasn't angry or upset about Jiangnan's departure. Instead, he would look up at Jiangnan every few minutes while digging. It wasn't that I wanted to see if Jiangnan had left and take the opportunity to slack off. Instead, he wanted to see if Jiangnan was paying attention to his digging, so he would work even harder. A typical performance-based personality. No, it's kangaroo grid. Jiangnan immediately saw through Gangzi's little scheme. Whenever Gangzi looked up, Jiangnan would also look up and stare at Gangzi. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have deducted 1 barnacle. Intimacy value plus 10. Your technique is excellent. The turtle wants it. Please continue. Congratulations, host, you have lost 1 barnacle. Intimacy level plus 10. Congratulations, host. Having caught so many barnacles, Jiangnan was already skilled and had mastered the technique. As before, Dalan stood beside Jiangnan, directing the sea turtles to line up. While picking at the barnacles, Jiangnan took the opportunity to slip a chi-enhancing pill into Dalan's mouth. Like Gangzi, Dalan's body did not change at all. As the barnacles were removed and the sea turtles, led by Dalan, left in an endless stream, Jiangnan's brows furrowed tightly. Because Dalan's speed was several times faster than all the other sea turtles present, Dalan and all the sea turtles set off at the same time, but just 1 minute later, Dalan was already 2 or 3 meters away, while the sea turtles had only crawled less than half a meter. What did I just see? Dalan started running. Dalang is running so fast, it feels like he's about to take off. Wait, isn't Dalang a sea turtle? This thing is a sea turtle, it's faster than a rabbit, right? Am I hallucinating because I've been watching live streams for too long? Not only Jiangnan noticed it, but the viewers in the live stream also noticed Dalan's unusual behavior. Jiangnan hurriedly got up and quickly caught up with Dalan. After looking Dalan up and down, he said, "Run with all your might and show me." Dalan didn't run, but tilted his head and glanced at Jiangnan, as if asking, "Are you sure?" Without a second thought, Jiangnan uttered 2 words, "Quick! Run!" Wow! No sooner had he finished speaking than Dallin started running. Jiangnan glanced at the time, and 20 seconds later, he shouted, "Stop!" Looking up, Dallin appeared under the coconut tree 2 meters away, tilting his head to look at Jiangnan, as if asking, "Master, am I fast?" It's become sentient. The tortoise and the hare fable is truly a story that has proven me right. It smells amazing. So the rabbit didn't lose because it was sleeping and slacking off. It really couldn't outrun the tortoise. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can a sea turtle run so fast? Island Master, there must be something wrong with your sea turtle. To be honest, I'm a veterinarian. Please send it to my home and I'll take a look at it. I've decided to fund the production of a variety show called Run, Turtle. Please, island owner, send Dallin over as a regular guest. Ahem, you two upstairs, I can hear your scheme coming from my own home. Dallin's actions surprised and delighted the viewers in the live stream. Some even rubbed their eyes, wondering if they were seeing things. In fact, Dallin didn't run very fast, he was only as fast as a 4 or 5-year-old child. However, in people's minds, reptiles like sea turtles are synonymous with slowness. This contrast made Dallin's performance surprising and shocking. Jiangnan smiled as she looked at the smug Dallin. The Kyling pill gave Gangzi wisdom and Dallin speed, and now he is eager to find another animal to try the 3rd Kyling pill. Not bad at all. Jiangnan walked up to Dallin, patted its head with satisfaction, and said, "From now on, you will live on the Great Barrier Reef. You will lead the turtle population here, and you can also bring over some sea turtles that need barnacles." Dallin was very clever, and even nodded humanely towards Jiangnan. Jiangnan looked up at the live stream again, and the screen was still full of 666 and awesome comments. He smiled helplessly and said, "Calm down, everyone calm down. Sea turtles can reach speeds of 35 kilometers per hour in the ocean. What is this speed?" An unintentional remark, however, gave Dallin a chance to show off. The numbers 666 and awesome roll faster and harder. Led by Dallin, the turtles slowly retreated, and Jiangnan prepared to continue farming. Back at the villa, one could see that Gangzi had already dug the ground neatly, and the soil was incredibly soft. Not only that, it has also scattered the rapeseed that Jiangnan had placed on the table onto the prepared soil. They even cleverly turned over the soil on top of the rapeseed. When Jiangnan looked over, Gangzi was watering the rapeseed with a watering can. Perhaps because its 2 chubby paws couldn't support the thin tomato seedlings, it simply used its paws to grab them and forcefully plant them in the soil, which is why they look crooked and irregular. This scene is far more shocking than Dallin's running earlier. My kangaroo can not only plow the land, but also grow vegetables. Jiangnan's mouth was agape in an O shape. Ha! Wasn't it said that after the founding of the People's Republic of China, beings were not allowed to become spirits? Gangzi, I feel safe eating vegetables that I grow myself, so what? You have a problem with that? I must say, Gangzi planted them quite neatly. The seedlings were in a separate row, and the rapeseed was in a separate row. It was much more organized than the penguin farm I played at when I was a kid. Penguin farm? Holy crap, dead memories are suddenly attacking me. Watching this makes me want to farm. I'm speechless. I'm going to check out Penguin Farm after the broadcast. Together. Jiangnan took a deep breath, walked up to Gangzi, pointed to the vegetable patch at his feet, and asked, "Did you make all of this?" Gangzi turned his head to look left and right, as if asking, "Are there other animals here?" Then, Gangzi put down the kettle, spread his paws out, and licked his lips. "So you work so hard growing vegetables just so they'll taste good? You've got a dream." Jiangnan was amused. He took out some carrots from the villa and casually tossed them to Gangzi. Gangzi's eyes lit up when he saw the carrot, just like a monk seeing a woman for the first time in over a decade. He grabbed the carrot and started munching on it, completely ignoring Jiangnan. "Next, I'll take you on a tour of the Great Barrier Reef to familiarize you with the environment here." After everything was settled, Jiangnan got up and walked outside. He glanced back at Gangzi. After finishing its carrot, it was found lying comfortably under a big tree in the yard, looking extremely content. "Do you want to come along?" Jiangnan asked. Gangzi rolled over, pretending not to hear, then closed his eyes and began to take a nap. Eat your fill and then sleep, yearn for life. Jiangnan didn't disturb Gangzi, and instead began to wander around the island. The Great Barrier Reef is huge, comparable in size to island nations. However, the Great Barrier Reef is mostly composed of scattered, pristine islands. Only the main island where Jiangnan is located has been developed, but only a small portion of it has been developed. The front faces a large stretch of beach that appears to be part of the Jiangnan region. Behind them stretched vast stretches of primeval forest. There are also a lot of rocks on both sides, making it impossible to put your feet down. This sea breeze is really unpredictable, sometimes cold and sometimes hot. Just a moment ago, Jiangnan felt hot and humid on my face, but now my body is a little damp. Suddenly a sea breeze swept in, making it even cooler. But he showed no intention of going back, and continued to stroll and chat. Before long, Jiangnan arrived at a pristine beach with no man-made structures. The ground was covered with large and small stones, as well as various shells, snails, and clams. The view here is great, perfect for a break and some sightseeing. As they were talking, Jiangnan found a clean spot and was about to sit down. Jiangnan sat down abruptly, his brows furrowing slightly as he looked around in confusion, as if searching for something. What's wrong with the island lord? Could it be that Gangze caught up with us? By the way, did you hear the puppy barking? I didn't hear that. Is the sea breeze too strong? In the live stream, some viewers heard the noise, while others looked completely bewildered. Jiangnan wasn't paying attention to the comments. He muttered, "Where did that dog barking come from?" That's right. He heard the dog barking too. Therefore, he suddenly froze, remaining motionless for a long time, holding his breath and listening attentively. He believed he hadn't misheard. Although the sound of the waves was loud, his body was different from that of an ordinary person, so he could quickly detect subtle sounds. Besides, the barking of dogs was clearly not a sound from this place, and it was even more obvious. Wow! The dog's barking suddenly became more pronounced. Jiangnan hurriedly got up, barely touching the ground, and ran towards the source of the sound. As they walked, they scanned the messy beach, not wanting to miss any hidden corners. The barking of dogs really exists. And he's a little puppy. It might be the kind that's just started making noise. Although Jiangnan was also puzzled as to why there would be dogs on an island, the barking of dogs was unmistakable. Could it be a stray dog puppy from the island? Or perhaps tourists who visited before deliberately abandoned their dogs here to fend for themselves? At this moment, countless possibilities arose in Jiangnin's mind. How could there be barking dogs on a deserted island? Could it be a stray dog? It might be a wolf. Could it be that some owner didn't want their husky anymore, so they deliberately abandoned it here while on vacation? The viewers in the live stream also realized something was wrong and started discussing it. Jiangnan had no time to read the comments, she was still searching intently. After walking about 30 meters forward, we finally spotted a tuft of white fur behind a huge rock. Jiangnan strode forward and went around to check below. As they got closer, Jiangnan finally got a clear look at the little guy. Family, I told you, it really is a dog. Jiangnan's lips twitched, and he exclaimed in astonishment, but this is a little seal. This was something Jiangnan had never expected. What I saw before me was indeed a small white fur seal. In people's perception, most seals are black or gray, and white is extremely rare. Jiangnan carefully observed and found that its fur was not white, but truly white, indicating that it was an albino seal puppy. The baby seal's eyes were blinking, and it was curled up in a corner making tender sounds. It was moving with difficulty and must have been born not long ago. Wow! Seemingly sensing the presence of Jiangnan, the frightened little seal started barking hysterically. It frantically paddled its forelimbs and flippers, trying to escape. Seeing this, Jiangnan quickly softened his movements and did not rush to grab the baby seal. Instead, he waited quietly for the baby seal to become familiar with him. Even her breathing became much calmer, and she was very careful. Perhaps it smelled Jiangnan's scent, or perhaps it was just being silly since it was newborn, or perhaps Jiangnan's animal taming skills worked, but the little sea lion finally stopped moving around and barking. Jiangnan took the opportunity to sit down next to the little seal and gently stroked its head. Where is your mother? Why did she leave you here? Fur seals usually appear in packs, but I didn't see any packs of fur seals nearby. During the winter and spring seasons, groups of seals from various islands in the North Pacific migrate southwards, spreading across the entire North Pacific Ocean. Some travel as far as the United States to broaden their horizons, while others come to closer destinations like Asia and Australia. Every summer, seals scattered around the world migrate back to their homeland in the North Pacific to breed. This migration process will last approximately 8 months. Along the way, no matter how tired or hard they will not go ashore and always keep a safe distance from the coast. To date, there are no records of seals coming ashore during their migration, and the reason for this remains unknown. Perhaps they didn't want to waste time, but more likely they were afraid of being hunted by humans. This is the first time that a group of seals have ever landed on the Great Barrier Reef to give birth. It's like a young woman being carried in a sedan chair for the first time. But, where is the mother seal? This little seal looks to be less than a month old. Where else could the mother seal go if she didn't protect her baby? Even if they went out to hunt in the near sea, it's almost dark now, they should come back. Could it be premature birth? Jiangnan calculated that this was the time when the seal pack was heading towards the breeding area. Its mother couldn't resist giving birth to it on the way back. In order not to delay the main group's time, could it be that the baby was born and then left with the main group? Jiangnan couldn't figure it out, so he looked down at the little seal. At this moment, it was being stroked comfortably, and it opened its hazy eyes, gazing longingly at Jiangnan. Her eyes are big and bright, and she looks a little pitiful, which makes her even cuter. Come here, let me give you a hug. Jiangnan couldn't stand that look, so he picked her up. The baby seal is very light, weighing only 5 or 6 pounds. Wow! After being picked up, the little seal even stuck out its pink tongue and gently licked Jiangnan's cheek. Oh my god, this is so cute, my heart is melting. These are just white glutinous rice balls. Without exaggeration, I could eat 3 of these little seals in one bite. I love this little pink tongue, let me kiss it. Upstairs, I want a kiss too. You just ask for things without asking. I hate people like you the most, but I've become the kind of person I hate. Miss, give me a kiss too. Me too. After a girl in the live stream posted a comment, a bunch of perverts immediately came out. Jiangnan ignored him, holding the little sea lion like a child, and began to stroll around the neighborhood. When I was a child, I learned about the tadpole looking for its mother in our Chinese textbook. Today, Jiangnan will help the little sea lion find its mother. To be honest, seals aren't very fast on land, so if its mother were still on the island, Jiangnan would have found her quickly. But if its mother goes to sea, then, that will be troublesome. Jiangnan carried the little seal around the area for about half an hour, but didn't encounter a single seal, let alone a pack of seals. Looks like, little guy, you'll have to stay with me for now. With darkness falling, Jiangnan had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. On the way home, Jiangnan suddenly said, "Oh right, we still need to give you a name. Let's leave the naming to everyone else." I noticed a small patch of yellow fur on this little seal's forehead, like Erlang Shen's third eye. It's quite unique, so I'll name it after that. I have a small request, the name can't contain the word yellow, and it has to reflect that it's quite yellow. Big yellow or little white. In our village, black dogs are called little black, white dogs are called little white, and yellow dogs are all called big yellow, right? We can't break the village rules, after all, seals are dogs too. I think we should call him Fei Yuqing. We have to give the founding father some respect. Why not call him Lao Ba? The thought of Lao Ba reminds me of Huang. That's easy, just call it. Then it could actually be even more precise. My friend from that island nation, please calm down. I think we should still support domestically produced goods, so how about we call it something like bean? How dare you? Why can't I be called Luyu? Everyone, stop arguing. Take my advice and let's call it UC. That's too narrow-minded. I'll just name it. This website refuses to be blocked, and see what you do then. Refuse to block the internet? Then I'll insist on accessing it. Listen to me, everyone. I hope someone sensible will fill this in for me. I don't know why, but everyone gets excited whenever this topic comes up. The number of comments on the screen suddenly increased several times over. Tourists flocked in, just like when they were kids secretly watching action movies at home. It truly lives up to the saying, I am irreconcilably opposed to gambling and drugs. Jiangnan shook his head helplessly. You guys are really my gods. Stop arguing. From now on this little slingshot will be called 404, or Brother 4 for short. The island lord is indeed knowledgeable. May I speak with you in private? Borrow my ass. Can't you see the island owner's page is 404? Is it possible that the island owner has too many resources, which is why it's showing a 404 error? Holy crap, it has to be the island owner. When we returned to the villa, the sky was completely shrouded in darkness. Gangze lay on the sofa like a kangaroo that hadn't done anything wrong, snoring away with his eyes half closed. Even when Jiangnan pushed open the door and came in, it was too lazy to open its eyes and take a look. It was as if it were the master of the house, while Jiangnan was merely a servant. Jiangnan ignored it and, carrying 404, headed straight to the kitchen to find something for it to eat. As soon as I entered the kitchen, I was dumbfounded. The scene was one of utter chaos. Rice bowls, plates, chopsticks, knives, forks, and various cooking ingredients were scattered all over the floor. Thankfully they're all made of iron, otherwise cleaning them would be a nightmare. In addition, a bottle of beer was also found in Jiangnan. This bottle of beer was opened by Jiangnan last night when he was making barnacles. He poured a small sip to enhance the flavor. But now it's completely empty. Not good, Jiangnan exclaimed in surprise and turned back to the living room. Even without smelling it, a strong smell of alcohol wafted into Gangze's nostrils as soon as he got close. No wonder I smelled a faint smell of alcohol when I came in, so it was you who drank it. Jiangnan finally understood why this guy could sleep so much. No wonder it was sleeping when he left and it was still sleeping when he returned. Base. As soon as he finished speaking, Gangze suddenly jumped up from the sofa and stared straight at Jiangnan. Oh, you're awake. The wine tastes good, doesn't it? Before Jiangnan could finish speaking, Gangze had already taken a step forward and kicked him hard. Luckily, I dodged in time, otherwise I would have broken my leg. Damn it! He's still not sober. Jiangnan noticed that Gangze's eyes were still bloodshot. He rolled his eyes and rushed to the kitchen. Gangzi, drunk and disorderly, chased after Jiangnan and beat him mercilessly. Just when they were about to catch up, splash! Jiangnan reacted quickly, scooping up a basin of water and splashing it on Gangzi's face. Wah-ah-ah! The bucket of cold water instantly sobered Gangzi up, and he shook his head vigorously. As his vision gradually cleared, looking at the angry Jiangnan and the messy kitchen in front of him, he seemed to have thought of something and actually showed a human-like awkward smile. Then, it came running up to Jiangnan and carefully pounded on his shoulder with its two little fists. Don't be like that. I still prefer your defiant self from just now. Jiangnan speaks in a gentle tone and has a kind smile. Gangzi was incredibly embarrassed and wished he could disappear into the ground immediately. It was just thirsty after waking up and went to the kitchen to find water, but it found beer. Who would have thought that after drinking a bottle, it would start acting crazy? Clean these up yourself, or there won't be any carrots for dinner tonight. Seeing that Gangzi's attitude was acceptable, Jiangnan did not punish it, left a message, and went to find food for 404 again. Realizing he had done something wrong, Gangzi immediately grabbed a mop and went to the kitchen to get busy. She was picking up plates and mopping the floor. What goes around comes around. Gangzi learned a lesson today. Gangzi can't hold his liquor. Next time, he should sit at the same table as the kids and eat more peanuts. My dog once got drunk and walked on its back, and it actually dared to chase and bite a goose. That's what they call alcohol emboldens a coward. Before, Gangzi would never have dared to lay a hand on the islander. Drinking leads to trouble. He almost beat up his owner. He'll be in big trouble from now on. Drinking isn't scary. What's scary is having someone help you remember what you drank when you wake up. To be honest, Gangzi is really amazing. He can even do housework. If he wore an apron, he would look like a maid. A kangaroo that can farm during the day and do housework at night. Where can you find such a good kangaroo? I hope the island owner won't hold a grudge against Gangzi for this. This kind of nanny is such a bargain. She only needs a few carrots for each meal. I want Gangzi as my nanny, island owner. Please post the link quickly. While the viewers in the live stream were watching Gangzi do housework, Jiangnan had already brought out the milk. 404 smelled the aroma, tilted its little head up, and stared at Jiangnan with its cute big eyes, unwilling to look away for even a second. Its two forepaws rested on its belly, while its tail fins flapped idly. He appeared relaxed and at ease. They looked just like human children, but even more like puppies. Jiangnan calmly picked up a spoon, scooped up some, and gently placed it near 404's mouth. 404 didn't immediately open its mouth to eat, but instead sniffed the spoon hard with its little nose before opening its mouth to bite the spoon. The way they wolfed it down made it seem like they wanted to eat the spoon too. Jiangnan laughed heartily, dodging the spoon with her hands, and said gently, "Don't rush, don't rush. They're all yours, no one's going to take them from you." Jiangnan calmed the anxious 404 down a bit before putting the spoon back in front of its mouth. Smack! With just one bite, the spoon was completely cleaned. 404 was still licking it with his tongue, his mouth twitching, looking like he hadn't had enough. Looks like they're really starving. Upon seeing this, Jiangnan quickly scooped up another spoonful. Smack! Another bite. Don't rush, don't rush. I don't have a bottle here, eat slowly, or you'll get indigestion. After saying that, he took another spoonful. Upon seeing the food, 404 could no longer hear what Jiangnan was saying and continued to eat noisily. Jiangnan discovered that she quite enjoyed feeding the animals and felt a great sense of accomplishment from it. But feeding it spoonful by spoonful is too slow, and the baby seals are not getting enough to eat. Jiangnan simply placed the 404 on the ground, poured the milk directly into a plate, and placed it in front of the dog, letting it eat to its heart's content. Oh woo! 404 pounced on its prey like a hungry wolf, opening its mouth wide and stuffing itself in. Luckily, he's cute. If he were ugly, his behavior would be exactly like Li Kui from Liangshan. This is so cute. Its face is covered in milk stains, but it just can't stop eating. It's so therapeutic to watch. I love watching barnacle removal, breastfeeding, and hoof trimming. It's especially stress-relieving. Even through the live stream, I could smell its milky fragrance. I really wanted to take a sniff. Seeing this makes me want to get a puppy. I'm going to catch one tomorrow. Why is this milk yellow? Has it gone bad? While watching 404 drink milk to prevent him from choking, Jiangnan explained, "I'm feeding Gangzi cow's milk. Cow's milk is the milk secreted by a cow within 3 days after giving birth, while cow's milk is the daily secretion from the mammary glands of a cow. Simply put, cow's milk and cow's milk are products of different stages in the milk secretion process. Cow's milk is rich in nutrients and is common in daily life. We drink it every day to supplement our nutrition. Cow's milk contains a variety of nutrients and is a special nutritional product that is more suitable for newborn animals to prevent them from being infected with bacteria when they are young. Cow's milk is usually pale yellow, while cow's milk is milky white." Just then, Gangzi finished cleaning the kitchen and walked towards Jiangnan. "Eat. Jiangnan took a few carrots out of the refrigerator and tossed them to Gangze. Perhaps feeling guilty, or perhaps because he liked 404, Gangze didn't pick it up and start eating it as before. Instead, he separated one and gently placed it in front of 404. Ha 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 ha, I'm laughing so hard my chest hurts. He has a kind heart, but not much. Assessment complete. Is this a skit for the Spring Festival Gala? I'm not sure, let me check again. This is a good thing. It shows that Gangze is kind-hearted and won't bully 404 in the future. I've noticed that many mischievous animals are afraid to mess with the old and dare not tease the young, but they dare to bully those in the middle, like cats. That's exactly right. My blue cat is like that. It always bites me, but it's very docile in front of my parents. We've come to the conclusion, Gangze is crazy. It doesn't eat carrots, so you can keep them for yourself to chew on. Jiangnan seemed to have thought of something, turned to look at Gangze, and asked, "You've been on the island for so long, have you ever encountered a pack of sea lions?" Gangze scratched his head and started thinking about it seriously. A few seconds later, Gangze shook his head helplessly. Even Gangze had never seen a pack of seals, so where did 404's mother go? Jiangnan frowned slightly, thinking of a possibility. 404 was abandoned by its mother. In the animal kingdom, there is also discrimination based on skin color. Some animals are driven away, beaten, or even abandoned because their fur is different from that of their own kind. A 404 error is most likely caused by this situation. While Jiangnan was thinking for a few minutes, 404 easily finished a whole box of milk. He seemed very happy after finishing it and even gently patted his belly with his flippers. At the same time, the system's voice came through. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained the little seal's approval. It is willing to recognize you as its foster father. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the painting skill. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the upgrade component. Congratulations, host, you have successfully fed the little seal. Intimacy level plus 30. Beginner painting techniques. By learning this technique, even if you are a complete beginner, you can master all painting techniques and integrate them, including traditional Chinese painting, Western painting, brush painting, pencil drawing, etc. The Great Barrier Reef is a beautiful place, but taking pictures with a camera would lose some of its beauty. The host can use paintings to record every scene on the island. Note, for each painting you complete, you will receive random experience points based on the difficulty and impact of the painting. These experience points can be used to upgrade your painting skills. Upgrade component. This component can be used to upgrade the host's drone for underwater operations and photography. Jiangnan was very satisfied with the items the system rewarded him with, especially the upgrade components, which will be useful when I go to explore the ocean depths in the future, since current drones are just ordinary ones that can't even get wet. Jiangnan was very pleased with the reward. Humming a little tune, she began to prepare dinner for herself. However, Jiangnan, who was preparing to cook, did not head straight to the kitchen, but instead turned around and walked outside the villa. Why did the headmaster run out? Isn't it cooking? Could it be that some other animal has come? Jiangnan glanced at the comments and explained, "Don't misunderstand, everyone. I'm out looking for food. Although someone delivers supplies every month before the tourist season to ensure my normal life on the island, if there is extreme weather, the supplies may be delayed by a few days, so I try to save as much as possible. Fortunately, the island is rich in resources, so there is no shortage of food and drink." As they spoke, Jiangnan arrived at a patch of grass and said, "These are the ingredients I need. They're called shepherd's purse, and we have them in China too. This wild vegetable has been recorded as early as 300 BC. It grows all over the world and can be found easily in the wild. Now it has begun to be cultivated artificially. Shepherd's purse tastes delicious and can be stir-fried or used in cold dishes. If you'd like, you can also use it to make dumplings. As a Chinese, tonight I'm going to use these shepherd's purse leaves to make a noodle dish that is unique to Chinese people." Jiangnan's hands move very quickly. How can one describe this speed? Even just a finger can satisfy a woman. It far surpasses Duan Zhengchun, who possesses the unparalleled martial art of one-finger divine skill. With so many wives, could Duan Zhengchun really satisfy every single one of them? No, because one-finger divine skill is not just a martial art at certain times. Jiangnan did not pick all the shepherd's purse. She only picked a handful, enough for herself. Back at the villa, Jiangnan immediately went into the kitchen and started getting busy. It's not easy to prepare the shepherd's purse, because it has some small thorns on it, so you have to cut off the thorns with scissors first. While explaining, Jiangnan found some scissors and began trimming the thorns. After cutting, the next step is washing. Next, light a fire and put the food in a pot to boil until it can be easily mashed with water. After cooking the shepherd's purse, Jiangnan chopped it up with a knife. After preparing the shepherd's purse, the next step is to make the dough. After kneading the dough, add shepherd's purse and continue kneading and rolling. Finally, cut the noodles and put them into the hot pot. After cooking the noodles, Jiangnan also heated up some oil and made a plate of stir-fried dried anchovies. After everything was ready, Jiangnan sat down at the table and began to eat heartily. It even made a slurping sound. Some people might think making noise is impolite, but in Shaanxi province, known as the hometown of noodles, there's a saying, if you slurp while eating noodles, it means the food is delicious and it's a form of recognition of the owner's culinary skills. Holy crap! This is a massive mukbang, eating broadcast, event. No way! Seeing the island owner's mouth drooling makes me hungry. I want to order a bowl of noodles too. Cumin noodles, Zhejiang noodles, Saizai noodles, belt noodles, braised noodles, pot lid noodles, dandan noodles, knife cut noodles, hot dry noodles, and biangbiang noodles. Come on, take your pick. I, Lanzhou Ramen, refuse to accept this. Where can I find Guangzhou wonton noodles? Does Huxian's noodle shop not deserve to speak? Jiangnan was simply eating noodles when, unexpectedly, noodles from various regions popped up in the live stream, with everyone trying to prove their hometown's identity. That's why they say there are countless delicacies in China. A foreign friend once came here and boasted that he could eat all the Chinese food in 3 months, but a year has passed and he still hasn't left the city. Even so, during the Winter Olympics, they were ridiculed by South Korea, a typical case of a wild boar can't eat that stuff. During the meal, Jiangnan took out the last qi-enhancing pill and quietly tossed it to 404. 404 didn't doubt Jiangnan and swallowed it whole in one gulp. After dinner, Jiangnan gave 404 a special training session. He deliberately placed a small dried fish on the table, wanting to see if 404 would run over and steal it. Perhaps because they were too small, they couldn't resist the aroma of the dried fish. As soon as they were placed, 404 came running over excitedly. No! Jiangnan immediately reached out and gently patted 404 on the head. Wah-ah-ah! 404 cried out in distress, meat. I want to eat meat. You can only eat it if I tell you to. Jiangnan patted the dog's head, sat down in the chair, and continued to examine 404. As if understanding Jiangnan's words, 404 lay on the ground and stopped moving, but still stared longingly at the meat on the table, panting and licking its pink little tongue. Finally, unable to resist the temptation, it got up again. Cough cough. Jiangnan quickly coughed lightly. Wow! 404 wiggled its chubby little bottom and sat down on the ground again. This time, it would sometimes look at the piece of meat, and sometimes at Jiangnan. His expression was contorted, his pitiful look practically written all over his face, and because he was so hungry, some sticky drool was already slowly dripping from his mouth. Jiangnan chuckled and quickly waved his hand, saying, eat up, eat up. If I don't let 404 eat dried fish, I'm sure I'll be cyberbullied by some so-called animal lovers online. Only after receiving Jiangnan's order did 404 feel at ease and start eating the dried fish. Come on, let's shake hands. Jiangnan extends his right hand. Having just swallowed the meat, 404 trotted over, half squatting on the ground, and slowly raised its pink paws. Cute and smart, that's great. Jiangnan was quite pleased. The island lord has obtained a treasure. Fourth brother is exceptionally intelligent. With proper training, he will surely gain countless fans in time. Zhao Si, someone's trying to steal my title of fourth brother? Actually, the number 4 has already been taken by someone else, such as a certain writer, but he can't handle the title of fourth brother, so he can only be called Little Fourth. No wonder this thing is called a sea lion, it really is as smart as a dog. I remembered a dog I had when I was a child. When it needed to poop at night, it would open the door by itself so as not to disturb my rest, and then go out by itself. After it finished, it would close the door by itself, as if it were a spirit. That's right. When I was a child, the dog I raised got sick once and would go to the fields to find herbs to eat. We raise dogs, while the island owner raises seals. They're not even in the same league. Speaking of which, how do you tell the difference between seals, fur seals, and sea lions? I still can't tell them apart. 404's clever performance resonated with many viewers, who reminisced about the past. Who hasn't had a puppy when they were a child? Jiangnan keenly noticed a problem and explained with a smile, these 3 are easy to distinguish. Just remember one sentence, sea lions have no hair but have ears, fur seals have hair and ears, and seals have no ears. It's that simple? Are there also seahorses, manatees, and walruses? How were these divided? The viewers in the live stream were even more attentive than when they were in school. Actually, these animals are all easy to identify, but you probably don't see them often. If you follow my live stream, I will explain them to you one by one if you encounter these animals in the future. That's all for today's live stream. I'm going to go back to sleep now. I'll be back on air at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Seeing that it was already late at night, Jiangnan didn't chat any longer and ended the broadcast directly. Is the island owner stuck on the machine? My friend from the island nation, please calm down. Why don't you live stream yourself sleeping, island owner? Jiangnan decisively rejected the audience's suggestion. After all, these days, people who live stream themselves sleeping are still a minority. You can't find people who don't seriously stream themselves sleeping, most people simply can't find that. Few people actually streamed themselves sleeping live, but one of them received a generous reward from Principal Wang. After ending the broadcast, Jiangnan checked the live stream data again. Number of viewers in the live stream, 14,030. Number of donations, 112. Number of cardholders, 1,258. Tip amount, 28,581 yuan. Because of the viral video edited by Mr. Meow, which trend on the Douyin short video platform, the number of viewers entering the live stream today has increased significantly, and the data has also surged. There is definitely room for improvement in this achievement. Jiangnan touched 404's head and said confidently. Then, he opened the Properties panel. Host name, Jiangnan. Identity, owner of a Great Barrier Reef Island. Skills, Intermediate Beast Taming, 1230/10,000, Basic Archery, 110/1000, Basic Painting, 0/1000. Items, Weight Reduction Gloves, Bow of Winning People Over with Virtue, Upgrade Components. Animals, Green Sea Turtle Dallin, Macaw Gangzi, and Seal 404. The day's live stream was very rewarding for Jiangnan, and his animal taming skills even got an upgrade as he had hoped. Intermediate Animal Taming Skill, as an upgraded version of the beginner skill, the host's affinity will be greatly enhanced. In the future, even if the host encounters a cold-blooded animal that is inherently cruel or insane, it will not harm the host, but will instead be extremely obedient. After reading the introduction to intermediate beast taming techniques, Jiangnan hugged the little sea dog 404 and went to sleep contentedly. That evening, Mr. Meow started editing the video again. The video still uses clickbait titles as always. For example, the video he edited of Jiangnan training 404 was titled, "Shocking. A man and a dog did this kind of thing late at night." Such a title is bound to cause misunderstandings. Viewers who watched the live stream that day commented that they hoped he would change the title, but Mr. Meow ignored them, even deleting their comments and blocking them in the end. Mr. Meow has already seen huge profits in such headlines, so how could he possibly correct them easily? At the same time, Tigerfish app, Outdoor Operations Department. Yu Ning, who was a super moderator, left Jiangnan's live stream room. Her daily work is simple, patrolling various live streaming rooms to check for any prohibited behaviors, actions, or even movements, and issuing warnings or banning accounts in a timely manner. Generally speaking, the dance area receives special attention from the moderators. The outdoor area is relatively safe. After all, this sector has almost been forgotten by the public. Moreover, the outdoor area lacks well-known figures like Zhang Daxian and Lu Dihua who are present in the gaming area, so its popularity has naturally declined. Since there wasn't much work to do in the outdoor area, she spent most of her time helping her colleagues in the dance area with their rounds. After getting tired of watching all sorts of glamorous female anchors dancing in black stockings, white stockings, fishnet stockings, jeans, and yoga pants, Yuning decided to go back to the outdoor area to refresh her eyes. She immediately noticed the Jiangnan live stream room, where the number of online viewers and its popularity were soaring. At first, she thought that Jiangnan's live stream was deliberately generating hype, but after clicking in, she was deeply attracted and watched until the stream ended, forgetting that she had finished eating. At this moment, her computer was still playing a replay of Jiangnan's live stream, because we still felt like we hadn't had enough. As the super moderator of the outdoor section, she hadn't seen such an outstanding outdoor live stream in a long time. No wonder the data is so outrageous after only 2 days of live streaming. After rubbing her sore eyes, Yuning, following her personal habits, began to analyze the live stream data from Jiangnan. It's fine if she doesn't analyze it, but once she does, she's shocked. The retention rate is as high as 70%. Generally speaking, it's quite impressive if a newcomer's live stream has a retention rate of 40%, because most tourists nowadays are just looking for excitement and novelty. If they enter your live stream and don't find it interesting after a minute or two, they'll never come back. After all, we live stream in an era where everyone can do it, and there are even more people doing it than watching it. If your live stream isn't engaging enough, people will naturally switch to the next one immediately. It's just a matter of moving a finger. Yuning sat in the chair and muttered to herself, it seems that a new face of the outdoor live streaming scene is about to emerge. There are essentially 3 key elements for a streamer to become a viral sensation. First, the uniqueness and recognizability of their own live streams. For example, Lu Dihua likes to chop vegetables while playing games, and Ye Yang likes to smash keyboards. Second, the number of big spenders in the live stream who are willing to support you and spend money on you. Third, luck. Jiangnan has already achieved all 3 of these points. The handsome features of Jiangnan and its diverse array of animals are what make it special. There are still quite a few big spenders in the live stream. As for luck, if HUYA app were willing to do some promotion and marketing, Jiangnan would definitely become a well-known streamer. Thinking about this, Yuning felt even more that she had found a treasure, and decisively called the director of the outdoor area. "Boss, I've found a treasure." "Honey, are you going to resign from your job?" The director thought Yuning had found some valuable antique and would be financially independent, no longer needing to work. "No, this treasure is right here on Huya. Impossible. I've never heard of any ancient tombs near our Tiger Tooth area, let alone found any antiques. It's not an antique." Yuning was speechless. He said urgently, "Boss, to make a long story short, a new streamer has become a sensation across the internet in our outdoor section. He's only been streaming for 2 days. Are you talking about that young man who catches barnacles? Is he from our Tiger Tooth team?" The director reacted quickly. Because he had just come across this video today, but it was on Douyin, he initially thought it was a compilation of the Douyin blogger's own life. Yuning said urgently, "It really is Huya. He's really popular right now, and his live stream data is incredible. We have to sign him as soon as possible, otherwise he might be snatched up by other platforms and companies." "Okay, I'll leave this to you. See if you can sign this streamer." The director seemed hesitant and indecisive. It's worth noting that in recent years, the number of people doing live streaming has been increasing. Some guilds even go to real life to find pretty young ladies to sign with, and then train them for a period of time before they start streaming. In order to sign more high-quality streamers, the streamer's live streaming performance is even linked to the salary of the person in charge of signing them. Therefore, whenever a new streamer with some success emerges, it basically triggers a talent war among major platforms. Even when some veteran streamers have just expired, other platforms will try to poach them. It's fine if it's snatched away by your own super admin, but if it's snatched away by another guild or platform, it would be a huge loss. Jiangnan is currently enjoying great success and has immense potential, but the director seems completely indifferent. Perhaps it's because he found a better streamer than Jiangnan. Jiangnan woke up at 9 in the morning. He, who is usually very self-disciplined, overslept today. "Just as I fell asleep last night, a light drizzle started falling and continued until 8 o'clock in the morning. Jiangnan loves to sleep on rainy days, and since it's so warm in bed, she lingers in bed for a while. After having breakfast and feeding Gangzi in 404, he finally started broadcasting. Jiangnan was startled as soon as he turned on the live stream, because the screen was filled with apologies and messages to open the door. The practice of requiring streamers to apologize for being late was started by that woman named Xiao Tuantuan. Jiangnan gave an awkward laugh. "Let's skip the apology. I don't have Xiao Tuantuan's ability to randomly rearrange songs. However, today I'll take everyone to explore the primeval forest behind here, as a way to make up for it. It rained all night last night, so today I'll go into the forest to dig up some wild vegetables, and it would be best if I could pick some mushrooms too." Jiangnan is traveling light today, carrying only a large backpack. In case of any unexpected events in the forest, they also brought the bow of winning people over with virtue. "As soon as I stepped out of the house, 404 started whimpering. Jiangnan turned his head and saw that 404 looked reluctant to leave. He couldn't help but smile and said, "Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Gangzi, take good care of fourth brother for me." Before long, Jiangnan entered the mountains. Walking on the dirt road, a fresh earthy scent wafts over you. Sometimes you can hear cicadas chirping, sometimes you can feel the warm breeze blowing, and sometimes you can see all kinds of lush trees and vegetation. Jiangnan also played the fitting song Warm in the live broadcast room. Beautiful scenery and wonderful songs filled the air, creating a healing atmosphere that instantly transported viewers back to their childhood. "It looks so comforting, it reminds me of my childhood. What sounded noisy when I was a child has become a source of security and happiness as I grew up. Memories are poisonous and there is no antidote. I'm reminded of my grandfather. When I was little, he would always sit under a big tree like this to cool off. His clothes would always get lifted up, and he would always secretly slip $1 or $2 into my hand, telling me not to tell my parents." After walking around for a while, Jiangnan found a shady spot under a tree and sat down. He quite enjoyed the mountain environment. The blue sky and white clouds here don't need any filters. On a sunny day, a few white clouds drift across the azure sky, like various cotton candies, stretching out freely. When the sun is high at noon, the air will be filled with the fragrance of various flowers and plants. Although this area has been developed into a tourist destination, a small portion of the island's original forests and environment have been preserved and are not damaged. Unlike some unscrupulous businessmen who recklessly discharge wastewater to build factories, only to later turn around and blame it on local farmers cooking in earthen stoves that pollute the environment. The koi fish that drinks pesticide and blows bubbles tipped Huya number 1, and left a message, "The environment here is so nice, I really want to stay for a while. Island owner, when will this place be open to tourism?" Jiangnan glanced at the comments and quickly said, "I don't actually know when tourism will reopen. If I do, I'll let everyone know as soon as possible." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiangnan's eyes lit up. he noticed a bamboo grove ahead. After a short jog, we soon arrived at the lush bamboo forest. Seemingly tired from running, Jiangnan leaned against a thick bamboo and said, "I'm going to tell you a little survival tip. If you get too tired and thirsty in the wild, find a bamboo grove, lean against the bamboo like I did, and then take the bottled water out of your bag, twist off the cap, and take a satisfying sip." As Jiangnan spoke, she took a bottle of water out of her bag and drank it in large gulps. "Holy crap! Your words are more insightful than any lecture. What the hell am I expecting? I'm actually listening intently. Look everyone, I found wild mineral water in the wild. Island Lord, you're so naughty, I love you so much." Speaking of which, the island owner wouldn't want to dig up bamboo shoots, would he? I remember there aren't any bamboo shoots this season. After finishing his water, Jiangnan glanced at the comments and said, "That's right. Winter bamboo shoots don't sprout and grow in the ground. Even experienced people can't dig up many in a whole day. Spring bamboo shoots sprout and those before Qingming festival are the best. As for summer, sorry, there are no bamboo shoots in summer. The reason it's not there is because the bamboo shoots have grown bigger." After wandering around for a while, Jiangnan spotted a bamboo shoot about the thickness of a stick and about 30 to 40 centimeters long and said, "This is a summer bamboo shoot, also known as a summer bamboo shoot or a whip bamboo shoot. Summer bamboo shoots can be stir-fried or stir-fried with meat. It's a pity I didn't bring my machete today, so I'll have to come back another time to pick them." Jiangnan's face was full of regret as she continued searching for wild vegetables. Walking through a bamboo forest is a difficult task. However, Jiangnan acted as if nothing had happened, completely unaffected. He would even grab a bamboo pole from time to time and leap over it, saving himself the trouble of walking. The bamboo pole, which was originally too heavy to support an adult, did not break. On the contrary, Jiangnan even stepped on bamboo poles. Holy crap! What did I just see? Is this kung fu? So the Island Lord is a martial arts expert. I remembered the martial arts movies I watched when I was a child. The heroes in those movies were so light and agile that they could walk on snow without leaving a trace. They only needed to use leverage to achieve this, which made me feel that they really knew how to do it. Unlike the martial arts movies nowadays, where the characters are hunched over and heavy as Mount Tai, relying entirely on wire work and special effects, which makes me feel that I could do it too. Calm down. Everyone calm down. I don't know any kung fu. I just used to climb trees a lot when I was a kid, so I've gotten good at it through practice. Jiangnan smiled calmly. With a leap, she landed lightly, as nimble as a swallow, graceful and elegant. The viewers in the live stream were already dumbfounded. Although Jiangnan's move was quite clever, his luck wasn't good. He must have forgotten to check the almanac before leaving home. After wandering around the forest for a long time, he still couldn't find a single mushroom. Where are the mushrooms? Where are the mushrooms? After walking for most of the day, Jiangnan began to feel dejected, and even her speech became weak and listless. We didn't see any mushrooms, or even any wild vegetables. The Island Lord had a bad start today. He only found some tune leaves, which are not even edible. Actually, I was quite surprised that the island owner knew about wild vegetables. Anyway, I can't recognize it. Besides, aren't all grasses the same? I remember my dad telling me a true joke when I was a child. It was during a college student's time in the countryside. A college student came to the village and, after seeing the wheat the villagers were growing, he actually said, "The chives here are growing really well." Jiangnan glanced at the comments and shook his head helplessly. In this season, wild vegetables should be everywhere. Shepherd's purse, dandelion, garland chrysanthemum, sow thistle, bread lettuce, and so on are all edible. They are not only wild vegetables, but also traditional Chinese medicines, and some can sell for 80 or 90 yuan per kilogram. Some people make a living by digging for wild vegetables, earning at least 3 or 4,000 yuan a week. In short, the wilderness is a treasure trove this season. Since studying Illustrated Guide to Plants and Animals, Jiangnan has learned a lot. But why can't I meet one myself? Jiangnan suddenly stopped speaking as soon as he finished. What happened? Found some wild vegetables. Let me see it. I've never seen anything like it before. An Island Lord, could you explain it to me? I'll go dig around the neighborhood tomorrow to earn some extra money. Holy crap. Upstairs, even Li Yunlong would have to say you're a real genius when he sees you. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, Jiangnan actually picked up a tree branch from the ground. This branch is 1 meter long, thick in the front and thin in the back, very straight and smooth, and particularly easy to handle. Jiangnan then shook it and said, "It's quite resilient, it'll be perfect as a walking stick." Puffed. It's just a stick, but who wouldn't want a wooden stick like that when they were a child? With this staff in hand, not a blade of grass will grow within a radius of 10 miles. If we had obtained this stick back then, the rapeseed flowers for miles around would have been headless. It's no exaggeration to say that when I was a child, I owned a wooden stick like this. When the kids in the village played house with me, they all wanted to be my son. This is the legendary dream lover. Island Lord, I'll give you 100, I'll take this stick. Jiangnan smiled, leaning on his cane, and continued deeper into the area. About 10 minutes later, a small stream appeared in front of them. The stream is crystal clear, and occasionally small fish and shrimp can be seen. Jiangnan stopped, rolled up his sleeves, and took the opportunity to wash his face. Suddenly, I heard a series of birds chirping. The birdsong was very rapid, indicating that they were very uneasy. Jiangnan felt something was strange, so he grabbed a wooden stick and ran quickly toward the source of the sound. When Jiangnan emerged from the bushes, he witnessed a tragic incident taking place under a large tree just 3 meters away. Under the big tree, there was a bird's nest that had fallen to the ground. There were 3 sky-blue bird eggs in the nest. Fortunately, the nest was woven from dry grass, which was sturdy and soft enough that the 3 eggs did not break. But misfortune never comes singly. A king cobra is eyeing them menacingly and is slithering toward them. Nobuko would occasionally stick her head out of her mouth, as if she wanted to swallow the 3 bird eggs right away. The mother bird had already sensed the cobra's presence and was flapping her wings, confronting the king cobra in midair. However, it was too small and no match for the cobra. Its defeat was only a matter of time. In the end, they either fled in disarray or were eaten by a cobra along with the 3 bird eggs. Alas! The rope always breaks at its thinnest point, and misfortune only finds those who are unfortunate. Seeing this scene, Jiangnan sighed. It must have been because of last night's rain that the bird's nest fell down, and then it was targeted by the king cobra. Holy crap, a king cobra! Oh no, this red mother bird is going to die. Island owner willing to help them? They look so pitiful. Please, that's a king cobra. How can the island lord save it? He might even get himself killed. Come, Lishan giant Buddha, please sit here. In fact, Jiangnan was also considering whether or not to save it, because he noticed that the red mother bird in front of him was not an ordinary bird, but this is a king cobra. If you get bitten, your life will be in danger on this deserted island. The king cobra is one of the most dangerous snakes in the world and also the largest cobra in the world. The creature in front of them was already 1.8 meters long, and it was agile and had a flexible head that could turn. It could attack in all directions, including forward, backward, left, and right, and it could also leap vertically to attack objects above its head. Once it bit into something, it would never let go easily. To be honest, Jiangnan really didn't want to provoke it unless absolutely necessary. But the mother bird seemed to have discovered Jiangnan's presence, and she led the king cobra toward Jiangnan, chirping incessantly as if seeking Jiangnan's help. The king cobra quickly noticed Jiangnan and assumed an attack posture. Now, there's no way to leave Jiangnan. Jiangnan gripped the wooden stick in his hand, forcing himself to remain calm, and said, "Everyone, if you encounter a king cobra in the wild, you must turn around and run immediately. If you are unfortunate enough to anger it, then do not try to run away, because you will not be able to escape." The king cobra is also known as the grass-flying snake, and its speed when it suddenly bursts out is among the top of all snakes. At this moment, the live stream chat is completely empty. The immersion was so strong that viewers were already feeling their scalp tingle, sweating profusely, and breathing rapidly as they watched the king cobra. They had no time to focus on typing. Only a few viewers were still being cheeky. Where are the comments? Where are they? I need their protection. Actually, what the island owner said is not accurate. In this situation, you just need to bring your ID card, and the police officer will be able to easily identify you. By the way, are king cobras protected animals? If I encounter one in the wild and accidentally kill it, would that be considered an emergency escape? Jong-san, if you have the guts to kill it, I'll count it as an emergency avoidance. The viewers in the live stream had never encountered a king cobra before, so they could only worry anxiously or pray for Jiangnan. But while we can pray, we can't just let Jiangnan keep wasting time fighting the king cobra, can we? Even if Jiangnan agrees, king cobra will not. There's no other way. Looks like we'll have to put on a good show of a battle between humans and snakes today. Jiangnan gripped the long staff in his hand, ready to launch the first attack. If you wait for the king cobra to attack, you will be in a very passive position because you will have to worry about the king cobra's venom spraying at any time. Jiangnan still had some doubts. Even though my animal taming skills have been upgraded, why is this king cobra still eyeing me so menacingly? They must be really starving. When people are starving, they will do things that violate morality and even the law, let alone a small snake. 2 seconds later, Jiangnan had already swung the long stick, striking the king cobra squarely on the head. Jiangnan was very fast, and the king cobra was still a juvenile and clearly lacked combat experience, so it managed to withstand the blow. The king cobra was stunned when the long staff hit its head. Seeing the king cobra in a daze, Jiangnan casually picked up 3 bird eggs from the ground, ready to turn and run, but who would have thought? The king cobra suddenly realized what was happening, its cold gaze fixed on Jiangnan, its scarlet forked tongue flicking out with a chilling hiss. Its head swayed slightly, ready to launch an attack at any moment. It's over. The island lord has completely enraged the king cobra. If you don't kill a snake, it will cause endless trouble. If it were me, I would have smothered it with a stick just now. It's easy for you to say that when you're not in my shoes. If you were in my shoes, you'd wet your pants the moment you saw a king cobra. To be honest, this king cobra was indeed acting sluggishly, seemingly not wanting to provoke the island lord, but it was just too hungry. No matter what, honey, you have to be careful and don't get hurt, or people will feel sorry for you. You damned bastard, take this sword. This is my husband, it's none of your business to pity him. After shaking its head a few times, the king cobra finally decided to attack Jiangnan. With its mouth wide open, it lunged forward fiercely. Bang! Jiangnan was prepared and swung his stick back, striking the king cobra on the same spot again. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and the viewers in the livestream had no time to react. Holy crap! At this speed, I can't even see it clearly. I have to watch the replay after the broadcast ends, and I'll have to slow it down. I didn't expect the king cobra to be so fast, and I certainly didn't expect the island lord to be even faster. Pass it on, island master, be quick. Pass it on, the island lord only has 3 seconds. Seeing that the king cobra was nothing special, Jiangnan relaxed his guard slightly. The king cobra, sensing Jiangnan's power, turned and darted into the bushes. Just as Lu Zixin killed Zhen Guangzai with 3 punches in ancient times, the island lord teaches king cobra a lesson with 2 blows. Nothing more to say, the island lord is awesome. Don't let the king cobra escape, those things are very vengeful. To strike a snake, you must strike its vital spot, island master. You should have captured it decisively just now. Jiangnan looked at the scrolling public screen and explained, the saying strike the snake at its 7-inch spot is true, but king cobras are protected animals after all, so we should avoid harming them if possible. Of course, don't follow my example. If you encounter a king cobra in the wild, you must kill it, or you'll lose your life. If you are unfortunately bitten by a snake, you can only do what the movie Lost in Thailand says and quickly find someone to suck out the venom, even if you were bitten on the buttocks. The viewers in the live stream were immediately amused. Island master, don't worry, I won't go into the wild. Even if we encounter a king cobra, we can't beat it. Our first instinct would be to run away. The island lord really thinks highly of us and is even thinking of letting us kill him. If your butt gets bitten, should you suck it? I suddenly have a really bold idea. Upstairs, your idea isn't just bold, it's perverted. I'm not going to say anything more. I'm going to take my girlfriend to the wild to find king cobras right now. I don't care where they bite us, the main thing is to enjoy the sucking process. Even I, a pervert, find it perverted. Jiangnan was having a great time chatting with the viewers in the livestream when suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. Not only that, the mother bird that had just quieted down overhead started screaming hysterically again. Not good. Jiangnan sighed inwardly, immediately turned aside, and quickly spun around. As soon as I turned my head, I saw the king cobra return, its gaping maw revealing its menacing fangs, and it spewed out 2 streams of venom. The venom landed right where he had just been standing. Thankfully, the dodge was perfect, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Holy crap! Did you learn your sneak attack technique from that monkey in Black Myth Wukong? Jiangnan cursed and complained. He recalled that in the actual demonstration video of Black Myth Wukong, there was a monkey who would kowtow and beg for mercy when it couldn't beat you, but when you got close, it would throw a knife, commonly known as the New Year's greeting knife technique. The king cobra's move is remarkably similar to the New Year's greeting knife technique. The island lord reacted very quickly. If it were me, I would probably have collapsed here by now. The island owner's comment is really accurate. This king cobra is just like the monkey in Black Myth Wukong, both are the 6th brother. If you don't kill a snake, it will still have some of its mouth left. If you let a tiger return to the mountain, it will harm your own family. There's still some truth to this old saying. These days, even snakes know how to pull a surprise attack. Aren't they supposed to be forbidden from becoming spirits? Master John, don't be a coward. Try to cut through its mid-lane. We can't let it get away this time. The viewers in the livestream were all startled, none of them expected the king cobra to come back. Jiangnan remained calm and explained, king cobra venom can spray up to 2 meters away. Direct contact with the skin is harmless, but if there are any scratches on the skin, then it's all over. Just 1 drop of venom is enough to take down an elephant. I didn't have any wounds, but it sprayed venom at me. It must have really been pushed to the limit by me. As a top predator, the king cobra rarely encounters an opponent, but today it was repeatedly thrashed by this 2-legged creature, Jiangnan. Naturally, it harbored resentment and thus returned to spray venom. Seeing that the venom had not hit Jiangnan, the king cobra turned and ran away again. But this time, where do you think you're going? Jiangnan swung the wooden stick in his hand hard, hitting the king cobra squarely in the body. The king cobra immediately rolled to the side, its body twitching slightly. Previously, Jiangnan had been hitting its head, which was quite hard. Although it hurt, it didn't cause any damage. This time, hitting its body directly was a different story. Jiangnan didn't know martial arts or staff techniques, he was simply quick-witted, and his staff was long enough to easily deal with the king cobra. King cobras usually only spray venom once, so their threat level is not much higher than that of ordinary venomous snakes. If it weren't for the fact that it's a nationally protected animal, I would definitely have given it an extra meal today, and it wouldn't need its mother to prepare lunch for it. Jiangnan joked as he walked toward the king cobra. Upon approaching, Jiangnan grabbed the king cobra by its vital spot, examined it carefully, and said, "Fortunately, I didn't hit you too hard. You're not injured, just twitching in pain. You're just hungry, wait here, I'll go find you some food." After saying that, Jiangnan turned and left. Whether the king cobra understood Jiangnan's words or was too hurt to move, it stood there dumbfounded, showing no intention of leaving. About 5 minutes later, a wild rabbit appeared in Jiangnan's hand. He killed him with the bow that he used to subdue people with virtue. "Go eat." Jiangnan casually tossed the hare in front of the king cobra. The king cobra was so hungry that it opened its mouth wide and swallowed the snake whole. The island owner is so kind, he actually put aside past grievances to find food for the king cobra. Who says otherwise? If it were me, this king cobra would have been soaked in alcohol by now. Punishment. I want punishment. Soaking it in liquor? Brother, tell me honestly, are you kidding me? I made this liquor for a friend of mine. What a brilliant scheme to create a friend out of thin air. Hare, you think you're so high and mighty? You're feeding me to the king cobra? What did I ever do to deserve this? Jiangnan glanced at the comments and laughed. Let me give you a little history lesson. In the 18th century, an English farmer named Austin came to the Australian colony and brought 29 rabbits as a meat reserve. Who would have thought that more than a dozen rabbits would escape from the pasture, and from then on, the situation was out of control. Rabbits have 2 uteruses and a very high reproductive rate, they can give birth to 4 babies at a time, and they typically give birth 6 times a year. Moreover, the baby rabbits that are born reach maturity after 4 to 6 months and can give birth together. Here, they have no natural enemies, and people don't know how to eat them. The rabbits, like the foolish old man who moved mountains, have truly achieved an endless lineage. To this day, there are over 10 billion wild rabbits in Australia, which has severely damaged the local ecosystem. The government spends millions of dollars every year to exterminate the rabbits, so the rabbits here are practically worthless. Of course, during this period, people also tried many ways to eliminate wild rabbits, such as spraying pesticides, but that would harm livestock and the rabbits would develop antibodies. Another example was introducing some wild wolves, but the wolves could not eat that many and their reproduction could not keep up, or they set up various traps, but all of them were in vain. Finally, people even started using helicopters to shoot wild rabbits in mid-air. In conclusion, I was actually doing the people a favor. My goodness, billions of wild rabbits. How long will it take to eat them all? I've already thought of so many ways to cook it: spicy rabbit head, braised rabbit meat, rabbit hot pot, dry-fried rabbit cubes. Hey upstairs, stop talking, I'm drooling. Jiangnan is clearly telling a story about history, but the comments section started listing dishes, and they were all related to rabbits. Jiangnan smiled helplessly. I'll catch a few more wild rabbits when I get back today, and I'll make everyone a rabbit feast tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a chill coming from behind him. Turning my head, I saw the king cobra had finished eating the rabbit and was flicking its tongue at me. Are you trying to ambush me again? Jiangnan slapped the king cobra across the face and said, eat and drink your fill and then leave. I'm leaving too. See you later. Hiss hiss hiss. The king cobra didn't seem to want to leave, but after seeing that Jiangnan had gotten up and walked away, it turned around and disappeared into the bushes. The king cobra understood what the island lord said, and it really left. Cao, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I seriously doubt that the island owner understands animal language. I'm actually quite curious, what was the meaning behind the king cobra's final hissing? Jiangnan explained, I don't understand animal language, but king cobras are just more intelligent. After all, this is Lu Xian, one of the 5 immortals. As for what it said, I think it was something like, Island Lord, you are so kind. If there is a next life, I will definitely be reborn as a human, possess the beauty of the white snake lady, and have billions in assets, so I can pursue you and become your wife. As soon as Jiangnan finished speaking, viewers in the live stream started typing question marks to express their speechlessness. When it comes to talking nonsense with a straight face, I only admire the island owner. Island Lord, we have no grudge against each other, why do you treat me like a fool? So the island owner likes beautiful, rich women. Now that I have both looks and a great figure, I guess I need to work hard to make money. Honey, you have to wait for me. Island Lord, I have plenty of money, but I'm getting old. Would you be willing to take me? Upstairs, if the island owner doesn't want you, I will. What do you mean by getting old? You're my old baby. Chirp chirp. Having dealt with the king cobra, the mother bird gently landed on Jiangnin's shoulder, coming to claim her child. Jiangnan looked at the mother bird and said softly, "Don't panic, I don't want your baby. You can't live in that nest anymore. From now on, live in my house. My house is safer, and you can incubate your baby in peace." Chirp chirp. The mother bird's calls became cheerful, as if she understood. Ding! Congratulations, host, for saving the bird mother and her family and letting them stay in your home. The bird mother is very happy and is giving you a lucky ring. Ding! Congratulations, host, for feeding the king cobra. It has eliminated its hostility towards you and is grateful. It will give you a set of 5 elements 8 trigrams staff techniques. Lucky ring. The seemingly ordinary ring can increase the wearer's luck value after being worn. 5 elements 8 trigram staff technique. The 5 elements 8 trigram staff from the movie Kung Fu. Click to learn it and increase the host's combat power, allowing for better protection of yourself and the animals of the Great Barrier Reef. The Wulang Bagua staff technique is said to have been created by Yang Wulang, one of the Yang family generals of the Song dynasty, hence its name. Yang Wulang followed his father in the war against the Khitan. Later, he became a monk at Mount Wutai. He transformed his spear into a staff, and his staff technique evolved from Taiji to yin and yang to the 4 symbols, and the 4 symbols to the 8 trigrams, which evolved into a 64-point staff technique. This technique conforms to the number 64 of the inner and outer 8 trigrams, hence the name Wulang Bagua. In the movie Kung Fu Hustle, and the movie of the same name, Jiangnan already knew how powerful it was. I was pleasantly surprised to have it now and immediately clicked to learn. In an instant, a series of knowledge flooded into Jiangnan's mind, and even his body muscles seemed to have acquired some kind of memory. Without much thought, Jiangnan picked up the wooden stick in his hand and began to practice. It's just an ordinary wooden stick, but when wielded in Jiangnan, it seems to possess a myriad of transformations and unfathomable depths. Jiangnan's movements are silky smooth, graceful as a swimming dragon, seemingly light and airy, but actually full of energy and spirit. Every move he made was full of power, swift and powerful, as if he were one with the heavens and earth. It feels like a blockbuster movie. This is my childhood dream of becoming a martial arts hero. With a swift wrist and a powerful cudgel, the thunder subsides. With a graceful waist, she moves like a willow in full bloom. Please, directors, use this standard when casting martial arts actors in the future. Slow motion and special effects are really annoying. Wonderful. It gave me the same thrill I felt when I watched Shaolin Temple as a child. Where is Ime Ling Yun? I think you guys can have a showdown. Holy crap. Holy crap. The island owner has flown away. Upstairs, please be more precise. The Taoist priest took off, not flew away, otherwise it's easy for me to misunderstand. Doge. Jiangnan touched the ground with both feet and leaped into the air, truly as if she were flying. Whoosh. With the final move, he shook the wooden stick in his hand and chopped it down at a rock in front of him. The stick didn't actually touch the stone, but it felt as if a real gust of wind had swept over it. The next instant, tiny cracks appeared on the stone. Holy crap, am I seeing things? The stone cracked? The island lord must be a trained martial artist, otherwise he would never dare to come here alone to guard the island. I take back what I just said. Even if Ime Ling Yun came, he would be defeated by the island lord. Inside the live stream, all the viewers were stunned. Jiangnan smiled calmly and said, "Everyone, this stone is actually a bit weathered because it has been exposed to wind and rain in the wild for many years. With a light tap, it will naturally crack. And I don't know any martial arts at all." "I don't believe you, you old geezer." The old Taoist priest on Wudang Mountain said the same thing, and even said that he did not know how to use light kung fu, but then he turned around and jumped off the mountaintop. Speaking of which, wasn't the island owner supposed to be picking mushrooms today? How come he hasn't picked a single one yet? I bet a treasure map that the island lord will leave empty-handed today. I've been following a tiger tooth #1 for so long and haven't encountered a single mushroom. This bet is definitely going to be a sure win. I'll bet 1 guardian. I don't have much money, so I'll bet 5 rockets. 2,000 for 1 rocket, 10,000 for 5, yet they still say they have no money. A veritable Versailles. Jiangnan looked at the scrolling comments and said with a smile, "Since everyone is so interested, I'll take a gamble too. But what should I bet on? If the island owner loses, he will send out a few red envelopes in the live stream for us to grab. Red envelopes are so tacky. How about the island lord dresses up as a woman and dances for us instead? Yes, women's clothing. I want to see women's clothing, but what kind of women's clothing will the island lord allow us to wear? A skirt? A maid outfit? Black stockings? A flight attendant uniform? A nurse's uniform? A bodycon skirt? Shorts? It has to be a bodycon skirt, paired with stockings. Then what kind of dance should we perform? Hip twisting dance? Thigh shaking dance? Seaweed dance? Dust patting dance? Gangnam style? Why bother choosing? Of course, we should let the island lord pick all 5 of them. I want them all. Then it's decided. If the island lord loses, the island lord will have to wear a bodycon skirt and dance these 5 dances, preferably with stockings. Black stockings with letters on them would be best. With the diversification of live streaming nowadays, the content is also becoming more and more varied. Viewers especially enjoy male streamers wearing women's clothing for laughs and novelty. Popular live streamers such as Zhang Daxian, Lu Dihua, Ye Yang, and Fu Lai have all worn this style. Jiangnan looked at the viewers in the live stream discussing so intensely and making such a tacit decision without consulting him at all. He looked helpless and said, "Even I, a pervert, think you guys are perverts. If you don't feel disgusted, then I don't care." Being a live streamer means being able to interact and have fun with the audience. Moreover, Jiangnan did not believe he would lose. As we venture deeper, the humidity increases, and I believe we'll soon find mushrooms. The system just gifted me another lucky ring. With its bonus, I'm sure I won't leave empty-handed. Jiangnan continued walking forward, and even started singing the catchy song by the internet celebrity Tilapia from a while ago: red umbrella, white pole, eat and lie on the board. Lie down on a plank, sleep in a coffin, and then be buried in the mountains. Bury the mountain, cry and shout, and all relatives and friends will come to eat. Eat rice, have an umbrella, lie down on the board together. The viewers in the live stream immediately started making fun of it. The island owner is so carefree, he even has the mood to sing. Looks like the stakes weren't high enough, they're looking down on us. We strongly urge the island owner to wear black stockings and a bodycon skirt, and then apply lipstick, eyeshadow, and women's makeup on his face. Upstairs, you're so mean, but I like it. Tilapia, come quick. The island owner is singing your song. Is this some kind of dream collaboration? To be honest, this song has been out for so long, but I still don't know the full version. Can someone tell me? Oh dear, I have such a short temper. I'll fire 5 more rockets and I'll have to put an end to the island lord's arrogance. However, no sooner had this hot-tempered viewer finished typing than a large patch of gray mushrooms appeared at Jiangnan's feet. The viewers in the live stream were stunned. Damn, the island owner is incredibly lucky. I couldn't find any before, but now I'm finding them in large numbers. This fuzzy thing looks like a monkey head mushroom, doesn't it? That's right, these are monkey head mushrooms. Jiangnan hurriedly squatted down and explained while picking the mushroom. Monkey head mushroom is known as the mountain delicacy monkey head and the seafood shark fin. It is rich in nutrients and is ranked alongside bear paw, sea cucumber, and shark fin as one of the 4 famous dishes of China. It is also one of the 8 famous mountain delicacies in my country. In ancient times, only the royal family and relatives could eat it. I've already figured out how to eat monkey head mushrooms. Naturally, I'll hunt a pheasant and make a stew of small pheasant and mushrooms. Just thinking about it makes me feel that it will be delicious and fragrant. Jiangnan's hands moved quickly. Before she could finish speaking, she had already picked most of the fruit. Then, he shouldered his backpack and continued searching. After walking about several dozen steps, another patch of grayish mushrooms appeared in front of us. This is termite mushroom. The finest of mushrooms, even more valuable than the monkey head mushroom we just saw. Really? This doesn't look like it used to. While the audience was still discussing enthusiastically, Jiangnan pounced on the fruit like a hungry wolf, her eyes shining and her hands flying as she quickly began picking. Their expressions and postures suggested they were afraid the mushrooms would be stolen and eaten by other animals in the forest. Judging from the appearance of these mushrooms in Jiangnan, it's clear that they are quite valuable. After picking all the mushrooms and putting them in his backpack, Jiangnan sat down on the ground and said excitedly, "A fan in the live stream just now had a good eye for these. They really are termite mushrooms. Termitomyces mushrooms have a strong aroma and taste like chicken, hence their name. They can sell for around 200 yuan per kilogram. In addition, everyone should be aware that termite mushrooms and termites live in symbiosis. Generally, where there are termite mushrooms, you can also find termite nests." As they were talking, Jiangnan swept the pile of weeds beside him with a stick, and sure enough, a large pile of loose brown mud came into view. Termites could be seen coming and going from time to time in the cracks of the mud. Jiangnan arrived at the termite nest, looked around, and found many more termite mushrooms in other locations. They immediately acted like Japanese soldiers entering a village, taking everything without any hesitation. After finishing the chicken of the woods mushrooms, Jiangnan had no intention of returning and continued searching in the forest. Before long, he actually found other mushrooms. Black oyster mushrooms, matsutake mushrooms, straw mushrooms, oyster mushrooms, and other mushrooms were all harvested from the soil and put into backpacks. My God, so much! My head is spinning. The island owner has incredible luck. He managed to find so many termite mushrooms in one go. Picking mushrooms is that easy? I feel like I could do it too. 2 great illusions in life. She seems to like me and would sleep with me. I'm not going to say anything more. When it rains here one day, I'm going to go up the mountain to pick mushrooms too. The hope of the whole village tipped off a treasure map and left a message: Island Master, I'm willing to accept defeat. Stewed chicken and mixed fish in one pot. Tip HUYA number 1 and left a message. I can afford to lose 2. Here's HUYA number 1. The drowned fish tipped 10 rockets and left a message. What a pity, we can't see the island owner dancing in a black stockings and bodycon skirt. Immediately, the audience members who had made the bets began to present gifts, fulfilling their promises. They are willing to accept defeat and will not deliberately cheat. After thanking them for their gifts with a smile, Jiangnan said, "Everyone is too kind. I did my best. If you have pocket money, spend it. If you don't have any, just consider it as bragging. Anyway, I often brag too, so just think of it as having some fun. Next, I'll teach you how to pick mushrooms. You can write this down, you might need it someday." Jiangnan is smart and knows how to handle people. He knows that some of the audience members who made the bet were just following the crowd and bragging, so he doesn't mind and quickly changes the subject to prevent some netizens from digging deeper into the matter or even exposing it online. Watching live streams is all about having fun. The audience erupted in excitement upon hearing that they would be learning how to pick mushrooms. Nowadays, most people live in cities and don't know how to do farm work, let alone how to distinguish mushrooms. If they are not careful, they may pick a mushroom in the wild, eat it, and end up being poisoned and hospitalized, which is not worth it. Over the years, countless people have been hospitalized due to eating mushrooms, and the number is increasing exponentially every year. There are just too many foodies. Island Master, I've already taken out my notebook, please speak quickly. Teacher John, I will be your student from now on. I wasn't as diligent as I am now when I was in school. Doge. When I was in junior high school, I never understood math again because I picked up an eraser. I absolutely cannot be careless again today. Jiangnan first used a stick to stir up the grass before continuing forward. This prevents you from accidentally stepping on and damaging the mushrooms. Mushrooms are actually quite easy to identify. The brighter the color, the more poisonous they are. Conversely, these grayish-brown ones are edible. However, there are exceptions. Jiangnan stopped under a big tree. These are large red mushrooms. Large red mushrooms are rich in protein and vitamins, which can strengthen the body, nourish yin, and tonify the kidneys. People with weak bodies can take them to supplement their diet. However, they are a bit expensive, costing at least 2,000 yuan per kilogram. What? Kidney tonics? A friend of mine needs them. To be honest, I have a friend who also needs it. Don't even mention 2,000 yuan, I would buy it even if it cost 20,000, for my future happy life. Oops, no, for my friend's happy life. Haha, upstairs, you're showing your chicken feet now, aren't you? Chicken feet? Upstairs, I suspect you're a hater. Enough said, let's start the fight. While viewers in the live stream were placing group orders, Jiangnan had already begun harvesting. This isn't picking mushrooms, it's picking up money. With all the giant red mushrooms harvested, Jiangnan's backpack was finally full. I had a great day. I'll go hunt a couple more rabbits and pheasants, then I can go home. Jiangnan stretched and said contentedly. Suddenly, a series of sounds came from a bush nearby. At the same time, the mother bird perched on the shoulder chirped again, sounding terrified. Is there something in the bushes? Could it be some kind of wild beast again? My goodness. Island Lord, run. Don't fight head on this time. The viewers in the live stream were filled with fear and unease. People are bound to feel fear when faced with unknown creatures, especially in the wild. This fear is etched into our DNA. Hiss hiss hiss. The familiar voice reached Jiangnan's ears. Jiangnan gripped the wooden stick tightly again, staring intently at the bushes. About a minute later, a king cobra emerged from them. It was the same one that fought against Jiangnan before. How did you get here? Jiangnan asked curiously. Hiss hiss hiss. Upon seeing Jiangnan, the king cobra did not continue forward but turned to leave. It was still flicking its tongue, glancing back at Jiangnan several times. What do you mean? Are you asking me to go with you? Hiss hiss hiss. Don't you dare repay kindness with enmity, or I'll make sure you don't get away with this stick. Upon hearing this, someone who didn't know better might have thought it was Sun Wukong who said it. Hiss hiss hiss. After receiving Jiangnan's affirmative answer, the king cobra led the way without looking back. Jiangnan didn't hesitate either, following the king cobra as it disappeared into the bushes. The man and the snake walked like this for about 10 minutes, until the king cobra stopped under a towering tree. Jiangnan looked around but saw nothing. What the hell? Is this snake playing a trick on me? After all, it knows military strategy. Hiss hiss hiss. The king cobra hissed again, and this time, it slithered into a hole under the big tree. Jiangnan hurried over to check, and what she saw shocked her. Holy crap! This is a giant white mushroom. Jiangnan's eyes widened, and she didn't dare to breathe. The viewers in the live stream were even more puzzled. What is a giant white ground mushroom? That sounds amazing. Judging from the island owner's expression, it must be very valuable. Whether it's valuable or not, it's huge. It's more than 10 times the size of the mushrooms I saw before. It's not 10 times, it's dozens of times. Jiangnan took several deep breaths to calm himself down and said, "The giant white mushroom is the best of the best. It is more valuable than the termite mushroom and the big red mushroom we just encountered. Even black truffles and cordyceps are not worth mentioning in front of it." In 2004, a buyer from England paid £28,000 for a piece of white ground mushroom, but because he wanted to grow larger white ground mushrooms, he buried it in his yard, and it rotted due to improper storage. In 2007, 3 Hong Kong people jointly bid for a 750g piece of white ground mushroom, spending HK$210,000. As for how delicious the giant white mushroom is, that remains to be seen. As soon as Jiangnan finished speaking, the live stream room was like a pot of oil that had been doused with cold water, boiling over again. According to the island owner, this king cobra is really sensible, it even knows how to repay kindness. It's just mushrooms, is it really that valuable? They're just people, so why is Ma Yun's wealth in the hundreds of billions while we're still working for others? Junkinza donated a rocket and left a message, "Hello island owner, my master is a senior traditional Chinese medicine doctor. He really likes this giant white mushroom. Would you sell it? He is willing to offer 180,000. Upon hearing this, viewers in the live stream gasped in shock. One mushroom, 180,000? Is this treating money like toilet paper? Or is it just a way to tease the island owner? But judging from how seriously he was looking at it, it seemed he wasn't joking. Island master, be careful, there are a lot of scammers these days. Hello, island owner, this is Lao Chen. Please download the national anti-bombing app. Forget about old Chen, he's completely addicted to carnivals now. Based on the price the island owner just quoted, this giant white mushroom in front of us must weigh at least 2 kilograms, so 180,000 is a reasonable price, but that was the price back then. June Kinza rewarded with a rocket and left a message, "Island master, my master said that if you are not satisfied with this price, we can discuss it in more detail." Teacher Ma's Swallow tipped a rocket and left a message, "Island master, 200,000, I want this mushroom, not for any other reason, I just want to try it." Arthur, eat your cake quickly, tipped a rocket and left a message, "I'll give you 210,000. A perfectly good live stream suddenly turned into a large-scale auction. To be honest, if it were someone from Jiangnan who hadn't yet entered society, they would definitely sell it at the highest price immediately, not for any other reason than for the money. Nobody turns down money. But he wouldn't be tempted at all now. He decided to come to the Great Barrier Reef alone to experience the beauty of nature because he was tired of the boring and tedious work in the complicated and materialistic society. Most importantly, he has no use for so much money, he can't spend it here unless the tourist season comes. "Excuse me, everyone, I'm not selling this giant white mushroom." Jiangnan refused decisively, not wanting to keep these people hanging, and continued, "Actually, I also really want to try what giant white ground mushrooms taste like. Tonight I'm going to use them to make braised wild chicken with mushrooms." June Kinsey, Island Master, are you really not going to reconsider? Teacher Ma's Swallow, I'll add another 100,000, Island Master, give it to me. Arthur, have a piece of cake, Island Master, are you selling the braised wild chicken and mushrooms that I made? I'll offer 250,000, and the extra 40,000 can be considered your labor cost. Island Master, I don't have much money. Here's 50, just let me have a sip of soup. I'll also contribute 50, just so I can have a sip of soup. I'll pay $100, you can't let me have a chicken leg, can you? In an instant, the large-scale auction turned into a free-for-all. This reminded Zhang Nan of Uncle Benchen's skit planning. Chicken meat costs 2,000, chicken hearts 4,000, chicken liver 6,000, and chicken kidneys 8,000, otherwise, you have no right to eat them. Jiangnan smiled, thanked the king cobra, and then picked the giant white mushroom. On his way home, Jiangnan also caught a wild rabbit and a pheasant, which solved his dinner problem. It was already past 2 p.m. when we got back to the villa. Jiangnan was taken aback as soon as he stepped into the villa. Gangze was seen punching the big tree in front of him, kicking it occasionally to train his leg power, completely unaware of the barnacles. Because I was so focused, I didn't even notice that Jiangnan had returned. Ahem, are you practicing martial arts? Jiangnan stood behind Gangze and asked in confusion. Gangze slowly turned his head, his eyes narrowed slightly, as if asking, isn't it obvious? Even if I want to practice my boxing, I can't just punch a tree. I want to eat the coconuts from the tree. Jiangnan turned and went into the inner room, saying, wait here, I'll make you a sandbag right now. Anyway, there's plenty of sand all around, so you can just find any bag and make it. A short while later, Jiangnan made a simple sandbag and hung it on the tree, saying, everyone, watch Gangze practice his boxing for a while. I'm going to deal with the pheasants and rabbits. After all, it's a bit bloody to deal with them, so it's not suitable for you to see. The island owner runs so fast. It seems his leg muscles are very developed and his territory is very stable. I suddenly have a bold idea. Seriously? You can drive on this lousy road? Help! A car wheel is hitting my face. Is anyone going to do anything about this? The island owner is truly inhumane, actually letting Gangza do the broadcast. To be honest, Gangza's punches are really fierce. I feel like I couldn't withstand one of his punches at all. Be confident, and let go of your feelings. Newcomer, let me introduce you. This kangaroo practicing boxing is the streamer, and the one cooking is the streamer's assistant. 404 I'm a sea lion, but you're even more of a dog than me. Despite the teasing from the viewers in the live stream, they still really enjoyed watching Gangza practice boxing. After all, these days there don't seem to be any kangaroos that are both self-disciplined and know how to box. Some viewers even started practicing boxing alongside Gangza in front of their screens. In the future, when I go out into the world, I can say, I practice kangaroo boxing, and I am a disciple of Gangza. Just like those girls who watch Lu Zhenghong's live stream every day, they would sit in Lu Zhenghong's live stream room on time and exercise with him. About half an hour later, Jiangnan finally finished processing the pheasants and rabbits, turned the camera to himself, and began cooking. As for Gangza, he continues to practice boxing relentlessly. Jiangnan once thought it was just too energetic, like a husky, except that huskies like to destroy things, while it, because it was intelligent, knew how to practice boxing and didn't cause any destruction. While cooking, Jiangnan suddenly noticed that Gangza had finished practicing his boxing and returned to the villa, sitting on the sofa and watching TV intently. The television screen was showing Tyson's boxing match. The television was turned on by Jiangnan. Because little sea dog 404 was lying on the sofa, bored and spacing out, Jiangnan thought of letting it watch TV to relieve its boredom. In her haste to cook, Jiangnan randomly selected a channel and went into the kitchen. To everyone's surprise, boxing matches started playing on TV, which even attracted Gangza's attention. Looking at Gangza's serious face, Jiangnan sincerely thought to himself, it seems that Gangza really likes boxing, and it's not just a passing fancy. I need to let Gangza watch more boxing matches in the future so that he can learn properly. Jiangnan even fantasized that one day, Gangza would combine human boxing and kangaroo boxing to create a new style of boxing. Throughout history, there have been crane fist, monkey fist, tiger fist, and even wild dog fist and meow meow fist, but I've never heard of kangaroo fist before. Jiangnan is preparing two main dishes tonight: stewed wild pheasant with mushrooms and braised wild rabbit. As before, he demonstrated and explained simultaneously, making it easier for some viewers to learn. The first step in making braised wild rabbit is to wash the rabbit meat, chop it into small pieces, put it in a small bowl, add an appropriate amount of salt and beer, mix well, and marinate for 15 minutes. The second step is to cut the ginger into small pieces, peel and cut the garlic into small pieces, cut the cilantro into small sections, peel and cut the water chestnuts in half, and prepare the star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and dried chili peppers. The third step is to put oil in the pot and heat it up, then add ginger and garlic and stir-fry until fragrant. Then add rabbit meat and stir-fry until the moisture in the pot evaporates. Finally, add star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves and chili peppers and stir-fry evenly. After the fourth step of stir-frying, add an appropriate amount of dark soy sauce and stir-fry until the rabbit meat is colored. Add an appropriate amount of chili sauce to improve the color and flavor. Then add an appropriate amount of water to cover the rabbit meat and add water chestnuts. Finally, after bringing it to a boil over high heat, cover the pot, reduce the heat to low and simmer for about 20 minutes until cooked. Then turn the heat to high to reduce the sauce, add some chicken bouillon, stir-fry evenly, and plate it directly. As they were talking, a plate of braised wild rabbit, with its perfect color, aroma, and taste, was placed on the table. Jiangnan also added some cilantro for garnish and flavor. Ugh, adding that last bit of cilantro was a complete disaster. I'm sorry, but I actually think the cilantro is good. I just love cilantro. I also like cilantro. I feel nauseous when I see cilantro. Enough said, let's start the war. The kitchen in Jiangnan was filled with delicious aromas, while a fierce battle raged in the live streaming room. There will always be arguments when it comes to cilantro. Just like people love to argue about whether tofu pudding or zongzi should be eaten savory or sweet. While the audience was debating, Jiangnan had already prepared braised wild chicken with mushrooms. This dish is very simple. The key is to control the heat when stewing it. Chicken stew with mushrooms is ordinary, but the addition of giant white ground mushrooms makes it extraordinary. After the two dishes were placed on the table, Jiangnan took out his chopsticks and prepared to start eating. However, 404 had somehow crawled under the table, his eyes fixed on the meat on it, drool dripping from his mouth. Try a small piece first. Jiangnan didn't know if seals could eat cooked food, so he simply picked up a piece with his chopsticks and tossed it to 404. 404 gulped it down in one go, swallowing it on the spot. Then he continued to stare at Jiangnan, as if to say, not enough. Not nearly enough to eat. Jiangnan wasn't in a hurry. He observed for a while and, after confirming that there was nothing wrong with the 404, he dropped another piece. We eat small fish and shrimp from the sea all year round, so it's time to eat some land animals to improve our diet. Jiangnan fed the baby while eating, and even brought himself a bottle of beer, his face glowing with health. My tears, which I couldn't control, flowed from the corner of my mouth. This is such a big pot of chicken stew with mushrooms, the island lord definitely can't finish it. Wasting food is shameful. Why don't you send it to my house and I'll help you finish it? Hey upstairs, you're up to your old tricks again. I'm not that greedy, I just want to taste a mushroom. I really want to know what giant white mushrooms taste like. At such an expensive price, does eating this grant immortality? Tang Santang, is someone stealing my business? The island owner's cooking skills are really good. I feel like he's on par with Chef Huang Sanchi. When will the Great Barrier Reef be open to tourists? I really want to go and try the island owner's cooking. I want to go too. Sisters, let's go as a group. Jiangnan didn't eat much during the meal, but he thoroughly enjoyed it. Before the meal, it was Sun Wukong's belly. After the meal, it became Zhu Beiji's belly. The only thing I'm not satisfied with is the beer here. I'll go to the mountains another day to see if there are any grapes and make some wine myself. If there are no grapes, then pick some wild fruits and make fruit wine. Jiangnan secretly began to make plans. What should you do after you've eaten and drunk your fill? Some people enjoy taking walks and strolling around. Some people enjoy sports involving both men and women. Many people, however, prefer to lie down comfortably. Jiangnan was the latter. He moved a rocking chair to the balcony on the second floor of the villa, brewed himself a pot of tea, and lay down happily. I have the lovely 404 by my side. In the distance, there are enchanting beaches and seascapes. Under the setting sun, flocks of birds occasionally fly by. Everything seemed like a painting, or even a fairyland. Green mountains and clear waters, a return to simplicity and nature. It's pleasant and quiet, a place one longs for. The viewers in the live stream were also captivated by the scenery, and they all quietly admired it, unwilling to disturb the beauty. After all, people nowadays work and live in reinforced concrete buildings every day, and with the added pressure of mortgages, car loans, and other expenses, they have long lost their dreams and their eyes have lost their light. It is rare to find a beautiful landscape that can cleanse one's soul, so we must cherish it. About 10 minutes later, Jiangnan suddenly realized something, opened his eyes abruptly, and said, "Oh no, I forgot something." Before he could finish speaking, he had already headed downstairs. When it returned, it had 3 blue bird eggs in its hands, and a crimson mother bird perched on its shoulder. After returning from Jiangnan, I was busy cooking, so I kept the bird eggs in my backpack, while the mother bird stayed by my side the whole time. After finishing his meal, he lazily began to admire the scenery, thus ignoring the mother bird and her family. Jiangnan glanced around the balcony and said, "The scenery here is nice, and the sunshine is good too. You can come and build your nest here and live here. As for your 3 babies, I will take good care of them until you finish building your nest." After saying that, Jiangnan found a cardboard box and put some blankets and hay inside, which served as a temporary home for the mother bird. If the island owner hadn't realized it, I would have forgotten about them. The island owner is so kind, he's no wonder he's the husband I chose. Please, this is my husband. The mother bird is really beautiful, she looks a bit like a phoenix, but she's a little small. Why is there only the mother bird? Where did the father bird go? Jiangnan looked at the comments and said, "A friend was right, this is a phoenix. Like the dragon, the phoenix is a mythical beast and totem of China, but no one has ever seen what it looks like. There are 6 animals that are generally recognized as the most similar to the phoenix. First, there's the long-tailed chicken, and second, the golden pheasant. Both of these are special products and protected animals of China. The third is the peacock, which we all know well. The fourth is the silver pheasant, but since its entire body is white, it is also known as the white phoenix. The fifth is the resplendent quetzal, and the last one is the bird of paradise in front of us. As you can see, these 6 animals resemble phoenixes because they have long tail feathers, beautiful postures, excellent charm, and exude nobility and ethereal beauty. There are many species of birds of paradise. The one in front of us is the king bird of paradise, which is the smallest and lightest bird of paradise, only 20 centimeters long. However, its feathers are bright red all over its body, and with its long tail feathers, it really looks like a miniature version of a phoenix at first glance. Birds of paradise? I've never heard of that before. It's normal not to have heard of it, after all, it's not like the red-bellied pheasant, which is a specialty of China. I never thought I'd see a phoenix in my lifetime. I hope I can finally find a partner. Damn, upstairs, you're such a jerk. This is a phoenix, not a wishing well. I wish Reba and I would get married soon. Making a wish is fine, but don't indulge in wishful thinking. After all, Dilruba is my wife. May I pass my driving test tomorrow. Wishing Grandpa good health. May China unify the world soon. Jiangnan was clearly giving a serious science lecture, but unexpectedly, the rhythm of the live stream changed drastically, and the viewers started making wishes for the bird of paradise. Jiangnan smiled helplessly and continued, "There is a beautiful legend about the bird of paradise. There is a kind of bird that is born without feet, so it cannot rest and can only fly towards the rising sun without stopping until it is exhausted. Then it crashes into a thorn and lets out a joyful cry. That joyful cry and its blood turn into another bird and continue to fly towards the sun. This kind of bird is called the bird of paradise. The real bird of paradise is also remarkable. Its call is very monotonous, sometimes like the howling of the wind, sometimes like a whistle. However, it can imitate a variety of sounds like a parrot, such as the crackling sound of burning firewood, the meowing of a cat, the howling of a cow, the grunting of a pig, the sound of a bugle call, the sound of a trumpet, the sound of clapping, the hissing sound, the knocking sound, and even the sound of shooting and the crying of a child. In short, it can imitate almost any sound except for speaking. Furthermore, birds of paradise are loyal in love. Regardless of gender, once they fall in love, they stay together for life. They never fight or quarrel, but care for and love each other forever. If one day they lose their mate, the other bird will never remarry or take another wife, but will starve itself to death. It's not wrong for people to make a wish for love based on it. As for why this mother bird doesn't have a husband, I think the father bird must have died in an accident, and since she happened to have given birth to her baby, she didn't starve to death, but instead survived. This explains why the bird's nest is so simple: a single rain shower can knock it down from the tree. After all, the mother bird's abilities are limited. The principle is right. The mother bird is so pitiful, but luckily she met the island owner. Should we give the mother bird and her 3 baby eggs names? Great idea! Let's name it. When faced with newly arrived animals, the viewers in the live stream had the most fun in naming them. Since it's so red, why not call it Big Red Robe? Then why not call her Auntie Man Jong Hong? What a grand name. Call it Red Flag. Isn't the red flag red? How about calling him Resilient? I suggest naming the 3 egg babies Jinza, Muzza, and Neza. Call it Anger, Ignorance, Greed. The viewers in the live stream began to express their opinions and showcase their talents. Jiangnan also hoped that the bird of paradise family of 4 could live here forever, as their flock of phoenix-like animals would bring good fortune and prosperity to their home. Since we're going to stay, we must choose a name carefully. He glanced at the comments and finally said, I've made up my mind. The mother bird's name is Strong, which is a good meaning and blessing for her. As for the 3 baby eggs, let's name them Fufu, Lulu, and Xiao Xiao. That's a good name for the island owner, let's call it that. Fu Lu Xiao is good, I agree. Add 1. 404. Why is my name so weird? Island owner, are you applying double standards? Am I not cute? I have a question. How does the island owner know everything? Does he understand everything? Faced with this question, Jiangnan boasted, does everyone know Zhugliang? That's right, I also have a nickname, God Zudge, which means I'm even more amazing than Zhugliang. Feel free to ask me any questions, and I'll answer them to the best of my ability. After saying that, Jiangnan lay back in the rocking chair, looking confident and certain of victory. The next second, he regretted it. He felt something was off after seeing the first comment. Island Master, I'd like to ask, who were the 3 heroes who fought Lu Bulletin? Doge. This is a very simple question, there's no need to ask it at all. Just as Jiangnan was about to answer, the viewers in the live stream started answering one after another. Isn't that simple? Eagle, Vulture, Cloud Cherry. Bullshit. They're clearly radish greens, potato greens, and cabbage greens. I disagree. I think it's Li Huanying, Li Lianying, and Na Ying. It's clearly Tiga, Gaia, and Dinah. Don't try to deceive the island lord. Just wondering, isn't Sanying a person's name? Actually, Sanying is Yan Shuangying's nickname. The one who fought Lu Bulletin was Yan Shuangying. If I hadn't read Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, I would have actually believed what you said. The battle of the 3 heroes against Lu Bulletin was clearly Liu Bei, Sun Quan, and Cao. Why do I see Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Xiao Wujing? You're all talking nonsense. The story of the 3 heroes fighting Lu Bulletin happened in northeast China, so I have reason to believe that the 3 heroes were Lu Neng, Zhao Asai, and Xia Guangkan. The comments in the live stream are getting increasingly outrageous. Jiangnan's face was full of black lines. He finally understood that these silly netizens were just trying to amuse themselves. He downed a cup of tea in one gulp, which calmed him down a bit. Then, with a quick twitch of his eyes, he joked, actually, you're all wrong. The 3 heroes who fought Lu Bulletin were Lu Yu, Guan Fei, and Zhang Bei. That's the correct answer. Puffed. That's hilarious. Excuse me, where was it sprayed? I was eating noodles, and some noodles got into my nostril. Didn't they get spicy strips? The live stream started with another dirty stunt. Jiangnan took a deep breath and said, everyone, please stop fooling around and move on to the next question. Island Master. I have a question. A few years ago, the movie Ni Jia was released. So, where does Ni Jia rank among all of Li Jing's children? It was yet another question that couldn't be simpler, and Zhang Nan immediately felt a sense of foreboding. As expected, the silly netizens came online again. Neza is the sixth son. If he weren't that sixth, why would he have pulled out the dragon's tendons? He's clearly rank 8th. No, 4th in line. Jiangnan was speechless for a moment, then reminded him, Li Jing has 3 children, Neza is the youngest. However, this did not salvage the situation. Is the island owner selling products? Please add a link for Neza. Who is Neza? Is he the one from Gao village? No, it's the one who uprooted the willow tree. I see, I thought it was the one who went to the Grand View Garden. I have another question, who is Li Jing? Li Jing was the boiler operator downstairs from my house. How come I remember Li Jing being the grandfather of the Calabash brothers? Zhang Nan was overwhelmed by the wildly scrolling and ridiculous subtitles. He decisively said, I know the answer to this question, but it's a secret. I won't tell you. Let's move on to the next question. Hello, Island Master. I'm a fan of yours. I was here on your first day of live streaming. I'd like to ask you, who is the author of Romance of the Three Kingdoms? It's over. Jiangnan covered his eyes with his hands, too ashamed to look at the comments. The barrage of comments didn't stop because Jiangnan covered his face, instead, it intensified. Cao Swekin. Wu Chang'en. It was clearly written by Sima Yi. After Sima Yi unified the world, he wrote Romance of the Three Kingdoms to insult the stupidity of Liu Bei, Sun Quan, and Cao, so that future generations would despise him. I have a feeling that it was written by Song Jiang. Before Song Jiang drank the poisoned wine, he wrote Romance of the Three Kingdoms to commemorate himself and his brothers on Liangshan. Bullshit. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms was written by Buddha. The scriptures that Tang Santang and his disciples went to the Western Paradise to retrieve were the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Isn't Romance of the Three Kingdoms a banned book? I heard it features Pan Jinlian, Ximen Qing, and many of Ximen Qing's concubines. I'm suddenly feeling sleepy, time to go find my dream girl. Good night everyone. Jiangnan couldn't control these silly netizens, so he turned off the broadcast before he could finish speaking. As soon as he turned off the broadcast, he saw a lot of messages in his private messages. I initially thought it was just some silly questions from netizens, so I didn't check it. Seeing the flashing private messages, Jiangnan, unable to suppress his curiosity, calmed himself down a bit and opened them anyway. Hello, island owner. I am Yuning, the super admin of the outdoor section of HUYA Live. We want to sign you directly to the company, just like Zhang Daxian did back then. If you see this message, please be sure to contact me. Island owner, this is DouYu platform. We'd like to collaborate with you. Would it be convenient to leave your contact information? Island owner, we are the Douyin platform. Are you interested in developing your business here? We are very sincere, and we can discuss the contract terms. Island Lord. My private messages were full of contract signing messages. Some were recruited by the platform, some by guilds, and even external platforms like YY, Douyin, and DouYu came to poach people. There's no way around it. Jiangnan's livestream performance these past 2 days has been too good, so poaching talent is only natural. DouYu Company's outdoor area. After receiving the director's approval, Yuning, adhering to the principle of striking first, immediately contacted Zhang Nan. She thought Zhang Nan would contact her soon, because Zhang Nan was still a new streamer and had not officially signed a contract with HUYA Live. According to the agreement, he not only did not receive a base salary for his live streams, but all the tips he received were split 20/80ths. Based on this ratio, only 20% of the tip amount is received, and that's before tax. To be honest, this ratio is outrageous, but it's basically the same across all platforms now, with the goal of getting new streamers signed as quickly as possible. In order to maximize their own interests, some new live streamers will actively seek to sign contracts. But a day passed, and there was still no news from Jiangnan. I don't know if the island owner didn't see my message, or if he doesn't want to develop on HUYA and is just using this place as a stepping stone in transition. As it grew later, Yuning, having waited in vain for any news, muttered something under her breath and prepared to leave work. Since Jiangnan had already finished his broadcast and was probably asleep, she never expected him to contact her at this time. To my surprise, just as I got up, my private messages started flashing. Yuning quickly opened the app and saw it was Zhang Nan. She immediately replied with great joy, Island Master, hello. Can we discuss the specifics of the contract via WeChat video call? Here's my WeChat ID, please add me. Sure. Jiangnan readily agreed. Soon, the two added each other on WeChat and started a video call. As soon as the video call connected, Yuning's face turned red, and her heart even started racing. After taking several deep breaths, Yuning finally calmed herself down and spoke first, hello, Island Master. You look even more handsome than during the live stream. It's probably because WeChat videos have an automatic beautification function. Jiangnan smiled, very modestly. Haha, let's get straight to the point. Our platform has seen your potential and would like to formally sign a contract with you to establish a cooperative relationship. What do you think? How do we cooperate? Could you explain in detail? Jiangnan listened attentively. Yuning immediately explained, currently, contracts on various live streaming platforms are divided into 3 levels: S level, A level, B level. Under normal circumstances, new employees can only get a B level contract with a 30/70th split. Because of your outstanding live streaming performance these past 2 days, our company has decided to sign an A level contract with you. In addition to a 40/60th split of tips, the A level contract also includes 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, as well as a base salary of 10,000 yuan per month. Of course, this is assuming the live stream duration is met. If the live stream duration is insufficient, the platform will automatically deduct the corresponding penalty. This is true for almost every platform. Yuning added at the end, fearing that Jiangnan might overthink it. Jiangnan nodded expressionlessly. A-level contracts are indeed very attractive to newcomers, but for him, it really fell short. He didn't want an A or an S, but a Super S-class. As far as Jiangnan knows, there is a Super S-class above the S-class. These are all used to sign super popular live streamers. John Daxian, a top streamer in the King of Glory section, switched to HUYA Live, and HUYA is giving him Super S-level treatment. Seeing that Jiangnan remained silent for a long time, Yuning was stunned. In the past, when we encountered promising newcomers, we would agree to sign them without hesitation as soon as we heard they were eligible for an A-level contract. Even if they poach talent from other platforms, they can easily secure them by offering an A-level contract. But why did Jiangnan remain unmoved? After hesitating for a while, Yuning continued to ask, "Island Master, do you think there's anything wrong with this?" Jiangnan nodded and said frankly, "To be honest, I want a Super S-level contract." This. Yuning was stunned. Jiangnan continued, "I'm not interested in how the tips are distributed, or things like social insurance and housing fund, or the monthly base salary. What I want is a Super S-level contract. I can guarantee you that signing a contract with me as a Super S-level agent will be absolutely worth it. Of course, I also know that I am a small streamer now, and it is unknown whether I can continue to exert my efforts to bring huge traffic in the future. You don't dare to offer a Super S-level contract, so for me right now, an S-level contract is enough. If you don't agree, then there's nothing more to talk about. But you can rest assured that I will not cooperate with other platforms, nor will I consider any guilds. I will continue to broadcast on my own, just like before, without signing a contract." These are all heartfelt words from Jiangnan. His insistence on signing a top-tier contract is not because he cares about the money. If he really cared about money, he would have sold the giant white mushroom during his live stream today. All he wanted was the title of a Super S-class contract. Just like writing novels now, basically every website will categorize your work and sign you up. The best one is naturally a contract with a top author, which is every author's dream. Even if you write simplistic or trendy works, your reputation as a top author will make readers prioritize reading your books. Above the top-tier players, there's a platinum-level player. Platinum-level users enjoy greater power and are highly sought after by various platforms. This is the benefit and impact of the title. In the live streaming industry, because you are a Super S-level contract, or even just an S-level contract, you will be given priority in some good promotions and events, and you can also get to know more people in the live streaming industry. As a newcomer to live streaming, making friends with experienced people in the industry can only be beneficial, not harmful. After thinking for a few seconds, Yuning said hesitantly, "Island Master, I'm sorry, I can't make a decision on this. I need to ask our director." "No problem, I'll wait for your reply." Jiangnan shrugged and waited for good news. Because she was anxious to ask the question, Yuning didn't hang up the WeChat video call and went straight to the director's office to explain. "An S-level contract? He's not worthy? As a newcomer, we should be grateful for an grade. What more does he want? He's so greedy. To put it nicely, he's an island owner. To put it bluntly, he's just a wretched island keeper. The reason his livestream data is so good right now is simply because a few edited videos on Douyin went viral. Once the hype dies down, what will he have left? Go back and tell him it's just A-level, take it or leave it. If he's arrogant and still doesn't sign, secretly lower the popularity of his livestream." Yuning hadn't expected the director to get so angry, and hurriedly said, "Director, his live streaming performance is quite good, shouldn't we reconsider?" What a load of crap. Outdoor live streaming has long since declined in popularity, and there haven't been any S-level contracts for many years. What qualifications does he have to get an S-level contract? The director, cursing and swearing, kicked Yuning out of the office. Yuning returned to her desk with a dark expression, hesitating for a long time, unsure of how to begin. Little did they know that Jiangnan had already overheard the conversation. With a calm expression, he spoke first. "The talks broke down, didn't they?" "Ha, how did you know?" Yu Ning was utterly shocked. The director's office is soundproof, how did he hear it? Little did she know that since Jiangnan drank the spiritual water, his senses, including hearing, had become extraordinary. Jiangnan casually replied, just a guess. Island Master, I'm sorry, I couldn't persuade the director to accept your conditions. I'm sorry to bother you. Yu Ning said with a look of shame. It's okay, I was prepared. As I said before, Jiangnan doesn't care. Island Master, the director might be in a bad mood today. I'll try to talk to him again tomorrow. I hope you won't accept contracts from other platforms for the time being. Yu Ning really thinks highly of Jiangnan and doesn't want to miss out on this amazing streamer. Don't worry, I don't. I just want to focus on my live stream and don't want to keep switching between platforms. Switching platforms too soon after starting a live stream is a major no-no. Even some mid-sized streamers who switched platforms saw their popularity decline significantly. Unless you're at the level of John Daxian, who still has immense popularity even after switching platforms and can even break platform records. If there's nothing else, let's hang up. Island Master, wait a moment, I have something else to do. Jiangnan looked puzzled. Yu Ning said cautiously, actually, I'm also your fan. Can I keep your WeChat? Let's not let our relationship be affected by our director's matter. Jiangnan looked at Yu Ning's pitiful expression, which resembled that of a little kitten, and nodded in agreement. After hanging up the phone, Jiangnan lay in bed and drifted off to sleep, ready to meet with the Duke of Zhou's daughter in the trance. He was unaware that at this very moment, he had become a sensation again on the Douyin short video platform. As Mr. Meow edited and uploaded today's live stream, its popularity surged again. The king cobra that knows how to repay kindness, the giant white mushroom, the kangaroo practicing boxing, and the bird of paradise that resembles a phoenix all evoke a sense of wonder and awe in people. The video garnered over 1 million likes in less than 5 minutes, with many people liking it before watching and commenting. About half an hour later, many people had edited the video and posted it on other platforms. That evening, many people flocked to Jiangnan's live stream room. Even without live streaming in Jiangnan, people are still willing to wait, chat, follow, and sign up for memberships in the live streaming room. In this way, a live stream room in Jiangnan that didn't even start broadcasting garnered over 1 million views that very night, a feat that many streamers who have been broadcasting for years haven't achieved. It's worth noting that John Daxian on HUYA maintains around 10 million views every night, while Lu Dihua reaches around 5 million. These are figures they've achieved after years of streaming and have a large fan base. In contrast, Jiangnan, a newcomer who has only been streaming for a few days, easily surpassed 1 million views without even streaming. It's simply terrifying. The data was so alarming that it caught the attention of HUYA's top management. That very evening, a meeting was held and it was decided to sign an S-level contract with Jiangnan. This change in attitude took less than 2 hours. Upon receiving the news, Yu Ning immediately contacted Jiangnan via WeChat, but received no response. Undeterred, she sent several more messages, but still received no reply, because Jiangnan was already fast asleep. Regardless of the chaos outside, I drift off to sleep in peace. Jiangnan has awakened. I didn't wake up naturally, I was woken up by the pain. Wah-ah-ah. Jiangnan opened his eyes and saw the little sea dog 404 lying on his chest, rubbing its mouth against his chest and whimpering pitifully. You really think of me as your mother? Jiangnan looked helpless and, without even washing up, hurriedly went to prepare food for 404. Today he's not going to feed it 404 milk and dried fish, but wants to find a bottle to feed it milk. This is not only convenient and nutritious, but most importantly, with a bottle, the little one won't bite his chest anymore. Before that, Jiangnan plans to start a live stream. But as soon as he entered the live stream room, he was stunned. Millions of views? What's going on? Did someone broadcast for me last night? Could it be the legendary Snail Fairy? But the Snail Fairy only knows how to clean rooms and cook. The Snail Fairy in Love Apartment can also draw, but I've never heard of her doing live broadcasts. Do spirits and monsters use mobile phones now? Looking at the comments section, it was filled with a dense, scrolling text. The island owner is here. He's finally here. I've been waiting for 2 hours. I came to the live stream room at 1 a.m. last night to wait. Open the door. Open the door. Where's Gangze? I want to see Gangze practice his boxing. What about the Phoenix? I still prefer watching the Phoenix. Don't worry, everyone, I'm dressing the island owner. The island lord was clearly serving me breakfast. The island lord dotes on me. Just wondering, is the breakfast the island owner feeds us soy milk? Holy crap. You can drive on this lousy road? You are not allowed to insult my husband. The island owner is clearly kissing me. We kiss every morning because we love each other very much. Jiangnan looked at the comments in the live stream and was both amused and exasperated. If I don't go online soon, I'm afraid I'll be completely taken over by the female fans in the live stream, and someone might even say that I'm doing two-person exercise with her. I promptly went online and started the live stream. Good morning, Island Master. Wait, why is the Island Lord all disheveled? Hasn't he washed up yet? Didn't you notice that the Island Lord doesn't look well and seems a bit tired? It's my fault. It's all my fault for wanting too much last night, so my husband isn't feeling well today. Get out of here, this is my husband, he was definitely in my bed last night. Although the island owner is disheveled, his looks are still very good. He's definitely my husband. With looks like this, only Eddie Peng, Daniel Wu, and Hu Ji in the entertainment industry can probably compare. To be honest, I came from Duyin. I originally wanted to see the animals the island owner keeps, but I didn't expect the island owner to be so handsome. Duyin edits rarely show the island owner. If they did, it would definitely attract more fans. This is really a bad review. Jiangnan smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliments. I need to find a baby bottle to feed fourth brother now." After saying that, he plunged into the small hut where supplies were stored. He didn't know if there was a baby bottle inside, he was just trying it out. About 2 minutes later, Jiangnan returned, and he got the baby bottle as he wished. "From now on, you'll eat with this." Jiangnan waved the baby bottle in front of 404 as if teasing a child. 404 was quite intelligent, it tilted its little head and carefully examined the creature. Jiangnan then went to the kitchen and began filling containers with milk. While the milk was being poured, 404 lay at Jiangnan's feet, staring intently with its little eyes, occasionally licking its tongue. I was practically drooling. That blank look on his face was absolutely hilarious. Guess what? I came to keep watch at 1 a.m. last night. I was sleepy, but when I saw these cute little seals, I was instantly wide awake. This is so cute, I want to pet it. Island owner, I'm a student. Could you give me the baby seal and also give me 5,000 yuan to buy milk powder? I'm an old man, the baby seal should be given to me. You two upstairs, why don't you look at what you're saying? I really didn't expect seals to be so cute when they're young. They're all fluffy, and almost all animals are cute when they're young. Mosquitoes and flies, who said I was cute when I was little. Jiangnan watched the live stream while pretending to be a baby, and was amused by the silly netizens several times. I couldn't help but feel grateful that my decision to start live streaming was the right one, otherwise, I would have been bored to death on this lonely island. The audience spoke their minds, Jiangnan acted as it was, and began to silently contemplate what to do today. After much thought, he decided to go into the sea to feed the fish. Yesterday we went to the primeval forest, today it's time to take a stroll in the sea. Otherwise, if we go to the primeval forest every day, the audience will get tired of it and experience visual fatigue. Going to the sea is a good opportunity to upgrade the drone with upgrade components and test its performance in the water. Ah, open your mouth. After filling the milk container, Jiangnan squatted down and patted 404's head. Every move he made was like coaxing a child. Wow, little sea seal 404 actually obeyed and opened its mouth. Jiangnan took the opportunity to put the baby bottle in its mouth. Wah-ah-ah. The baby seal immediately grabbed the bottle and began to wolf it down. Ha ha, don't rush. You'll get food all over your face. Jiangnan was worried that the baby seal would bite through the pacifier, so she quickly took it out. He had just searched the storeroom and found this one baby bottle. It was rare and therefore very valuable, so it absolutely could not be spoiled. Seeing Jiangnan snatch the bottle away, 404 anxiously tilted its head back, its two forepaws patting its belly incessantly. Don't rush, don't bite randomly. Jiangnan repeatedly reminded him before returning the baby bottle. 404 picked up the bottle and happily started eating again, this time much more restrained. Tisk tisk. You can eat so much, you're going to get so fat. In less than 2 minutes, Jiangnan saw that the bottle was empty. He couldn't help but touch 404's belly, which was fleshy, soft, and quite comfortable. Next, another bottle of 404 was prepared. After drinking another bottle, 404's appetite decreased significantly, and it stopped whimpering. Jiangnan smiled and then began preparing food for Gangzi and Niao Jianqiang. Gangzi really loves practicing boxing. Early this morning, he was punching the sandbag in the yard again. Meanwhile, Bird Strong lay in the temporary nest prepared for it by Jiangnan, diligently incubating its 3 baby eggs. After taking care of all the animals, Jiangnan went to wash up and prepare breakfast. Breakfast was simple, milk and bread. Jiangnan was sitting at the dining table, enjoying her meal, when something even more exciting happened. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have fed the little seal 404. It is very happy. Affinity plus 50, and you are hereby given a fishing rod. Ding! Congratulations, host, for feeding Gangzi. Affinity plus 50, and you are also granted the fishing skill. Ding! Congratulations, host, for feeding the bird strong. Affinity plus 50, and a water-repelling pill is given to you. System notifications sounded one after another. Meanwhile, 404 was lying on Jiangnan's lap, crawling along while happily howling, just like a puppy. Upon seeing this, Jiangnan couldn't help but smile. Who would have thought that feeding the animals would earn you a reward? For a moment, he felt that 404 was incredibly cute. Of course, Gangzi and Niao Jianqiang are also adorable. She's so good at being cute, who can resist? I can't stand it anymore. Tomorrow I'm going to the zoo to see the seals and maybe even pet one. Why do your zoos have seals, while our zoos only have donkeys, chickens, and ducks? You should be secretly happy. Upstairs. I went to our local zoo the other day, and the sign clearly said wolves, but they kept huskies inside. At least the animals there are still healthy. The tigers in our zoo are skin and bones from hunger. The zoo tells the public that it's too hot and the tigers have no appetite. They're just starving themselves. It's shameless. I heard there's a nice zoo on Gushan Island. The director is named Li Xiao. You can go check it out sometime. 404's unintentional attempt to be cute sparked a heated discussion among viewers in the livestream about the zoo. There's no way around it. Many zoos these days are really irresponsible. They only want to make money off the animals, but they don't care about treating them properly at all. Instead, they pocket the compensation money meant for the animals' food. Another interesting phenomenon is that any place with decent scenery is immediately designated as a tourist attraction. A mountain becomes a 3A level scenic spot, a temple on the mountain becomes a 4A level scenic spot, and if you make up a story, it becomes a 5A level scenic spot. Not only are the prices high, but the area is also crowded, and there is no sense of comfort in traveling at all. You can't see the animals you want to see at the zoo, let alone the harmonious coexistence of humans and animals. When you go on a trip, you see people all over the place instead of scenery. That's why more and more people are now dragging their tired bodies after get off work and preferring to immerse themselves in live streaming. At least the live stream can bring some joy. The reason why Jiangnan was able to become so popular so quickly is that it has captured people's attention and psychological needs. The audience was enthusiastically discussing their interesting experiences at the zoo, while Jiangnan began checking the system's rewards. Fishing rod. This is an ancient fishing rod, not the fancy kind we have now. The fishing rod is made of bamboo. The part where the bait is placed is made of bamboo that is wide in the middle and pointed at both ends, somewhat like a bamboo leaf. It is tied with hemp rope and bent in half. The bait is then placed at the pointed end. Once the fish swallows the bait, the bamboo strip will open up and block the fish's mouth. The host can name it, and once named, it cannot be changed. Fishing skill. Like beast taming skill and archery skill, it is at the beginner level and needs to be upgraded by the host through fishing. When used in conjunction with a fishing rod, fishing techniques can guarantee a 100% catch rate, even without bait, as long as the rod is cast. Water-repelling pill. Using this pill allows you to breathe freely in seawater. The duration is half an hour. Note, this product can be used by both humans and animals. Jiangnan remembers that the person who held his breath the longest in the world was a Spaniard who could hold his breath underwater for 24 minutes and 3 seconds. Although Bishweden could only hold his breath for 6 minutes longer, it was still quite extraordinary. It'll come in handy when you go swimming in the sea. Immediately afterwards, Jiangnan began checking his private messages and WeChat messages. The private messages are still mostly from people who want to sign with Jiangnan. Another group consists of die-hard female fans who want to have Jiangnan's babies. The rest are some live streamers who saw that Jiangnan is becoming popular and wanted to make friends and ride the wave of traffic. Some female live streamers in the dance section are even willing to develop a romantic relationship with Jiangnan and have deeper interactions with him. Jiangnan ignored all of this, including the messages Yuning sent on WeChat. After finishing breakfast, Jiangnan washed the dishes thoroughly before preparing to leave, saying, "Let's go. Fourth brother, let's go to the sea." That sounds a bit strange. Let's go see the sea. Jiangnan quickly corrected himself, otherwise people would inevitably suspect that he was planning to develop his career in an island nation. Why are you still carrying 404 today? Don't you understand? 404 errors are live stream traffic. Who wouldn't love such a cute little seal? Island owner, what? Don't you have any of my fans in the live stream? I don't believe they're all fans of 404, Gangzit, Bird Strong, and Dallin. Does the island owner want 404 to try its hand at swimming? We're in for a good show today. Before setting off, Jiangnan found a corner, quietly took out a fishing rod, and learned fishing techniques. If someone suddenly pulls out a fishing rod from their hand in front of the viewers in the live stream, it's impossible to explain. Stepping out of the house, a sea breeze greets you. The closer you get to the beach, the stronger the sea breeze becomes. As Jiangnan approached the beach from the first day, suddenly, splash! A wave crashed heavily onto the beach, carried by the sea breeze. Wah-ah-ah! 404 was so frightened that it immediately hid behind Jiangnan, burying its head between Jiangnan's legs, but its fins and tails were sticking out. Like an ostrich, they are typical of those who only care about their head and not their rear. Haha, little guy, don't be afraid. You're going to conquer the ocean someday, so how can you be scared by these little waves? Jiangnan picked up 404 and gently comforted him. Seal pups can usually go into the water about 2 weeks after birth. After going into the water, the sea became my home. Land is merely a place to stay, reproduce, and rest. They don't even go ashore to rest, they just find a floating reef or ice floe, go up there, and sleep. But 404, held in Jiangnan's arms, was actually afraid of his own home. Looking at 404, who was covering his eyes with his foreleg fins, Jiangnan shook his head and smiled bitterly. The viewers in the live stream were also charmed by 404's adorable appearance and offered their comfort. Because of its pure white color, 404 resembles the white seal wallpaper that went viral online for a while. It is naturally cute, and every move it makes seems to be so adorable that it can make your nose bleed. After calming him down for a while, Jiangnan put 404 back on the ground and said, "You play with it by yourself for a while, I'll try out the drone. Friendly reminder, if you have thalassophobia, proceed with caution." After saying that, Jiangnan flew the drone away to a spot where the waves were not too rough. The drone hovered in mid-air, and Jiangnan was about to continue operating it when suddenly another wave crashed onto the beach. Splash! 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 Wah-ah-ah! Upon hearing the sound, 404 began to howl in fear again. She ran over as fast as she could, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Jiangnan. Helpless, Jiangnan quickly freed one hand and placed it on 404's chubby body. Feeling the warmth from Jiangnan's palm, 404 immediately stopped making noise. Jiangnan laughed and said, "It seems I have to touch him myself. Otherwise, this little guy will be restless." Getting a 404 error isn't necessarily being dramatic, it could be due to growing up without parents, a lack of security, or being overly sensitive to sound. They're still too young, it's okay. Just like some people who always have nightmares when they are young, their parents will stay by their side and gently pat their bodies to comfort them so that they can sleep well. But now, in order to appease 404's emotions, Jiangnan can only operate the drone into the water with one hand. Fortunately, his hands were dexterous enough to pull the virtual joystick and slowly lower the drone until it was almost level with the sea surface. Finally, the engine was shut down, the wildly spinning propellers stopped, and with a thud, the drone fell into the sea. Holy crap! What's going on? The island owner's drones can actually go underwater. No wonder the island owner said earlier that those with thalassophobia should not enter. Island owner, what brand of drone is this? Could you please provide a link? I'd like to buy one too. Link here. Link here. Humans revere nature because they know the terrible consequences of its destruction. The reason why humans revere the sea is because it is so mysterious. To this day, humans have not explored the deepest part of the ocean, nor do they know what kind of animals live there. As the drone descended, accompanied by the sounds of bubbles and turbulent water, all the viewers in the live stream held their breath, fearing they might encounter some terrifying animal. But within seconds, the live stream chat exploded with excitement. What came into view was not something scary or dark, but rather an endless expanse of deep blue and all sorts of strange and wonderful animals. My goodness, the corals here have so many colors. Those little fish swimming around too. What kind of fish has that big mouth? It looks so fat, I really want to eat it. I see sea cucumbers. Island master, shouldn't we get some to eat? While watching the live stream and reading the comments, Jiangnan explained with a smile, the Great Barrier Reef has every color in the spectrum, which means you can see all the colors on Earth in the seabed here. Many of the small fish here like to cover themselves in bright colors to attract mates or threaten enemies, avoid predators, catch prey, or camouflage themselves while resting. As for that big-mouthed fish, it's called the Napoleon wrasse, which was listed as an endangered species in the IUCN Red List in 2004. As you can see, the mouth of the Napoleon wrasse is very big. It feels like you can fit a fist in it. It's comparable to Wang Dilu and Yao Chen. The Napoleon wrasse we saw was only about 1 meter long, not very big. The Napoleon wrasse can reach 2.5 meters in length and weigh up to 190 kilograms. It has a long and laterally compressed body, a straight head and back outline from the snout to the eye, short pectoral fins, and a rounded tail fin. The body is yellowish-brown to green, with dark straight lines on the scales. The body is elongated and oval in shape, with a straight head outline from the back to the eye, and serrated edges on the preopercle. The name Sao Mei comes from the two eyebrow-like stripes behind the eyes of this fish. It is also called Napoleon because of its high forehead, which resembles the hat worn by Napoleon. As for sea cucumbers, they're not something you can just catch whenever you want. You know, sea cucumbers are one of the most intelligent animals in the world. They can liquefy themselves, shrink their bodies into a narrow crevice or space, and then harden them again. It seems like a pretty good trick to evade prey, similar to the bone shrinking technique in martial arts novels. The island lord actually knows so much. He's so handsome and outstanding, no wonder he's my husband. I learned something from watching a live stream for the first time, and I studied even harder than I did when I was in school. I'll never have the chance to go abroad and see the world in my lifetime, so I'll just watch the island owner's live stream to experience the beauty of nature. I'm just like you. I had my leg amputated and can only lie in bed every day. It's good to watch the island owner's live stream to broaden my horizons. No, I'm different from you. You had your leg amputated, but I'm poor and don't have money to go out and have fun. Glug glug. The drone is still descending. As the altitude continues to drop, visibility decreases further, reaching only about 30%. Viewers can see a variety of plankton and algae floating past the drone's camera lens. Jiangnan did not stop and continued to operate the drone to descend. Visibility became clearer, reaching 20%. The blue that catches the eye is also starting to deepen. As they descended deeper and deeper, darkness gradually enveloped everything, leaving Jiangnan with no choice but to turn on the drone's lights. He calculated that the drone could descend to about 80 meters and should be able to continue descending, but he felt it was unnecessary. Because the water pressure increases as you go deeper, the drone might not be able to withstand it. Then, Jiangnan controlled the drone to walk back. When the view turned blue again, there were more and more fish in front of me. I saw a large yellow croaker, but I don't know if it's safe to eat. Just now, a very fast, slender fish disappeared into the rocky peak. Whoa, this is a 7-star eel. I've only heard of this fish, but I've never eaten it. I don't know if it's good. I've never eaten this fish before. I'll catch one and try it sometime. The viewers in the live stream were making Jiangnan, the region south of the Yangtze River, look incredibly delicious. At this depth, you can see all sorts of fish, but many of them are too fast to distinguish what kind of fish they are without controlling the camera to track them. Common fish don't require special tracking, they can be identified at a glance. The fish here are all wild, they are not only beautiful but also large in size, and there are quite a few of them. There are plenty of fish, but at this depth, it's actually not very interesting. Having found nothing in the depths just now, Jiangnan wanted to try again. Is the island owner going to continue? No, I can't take it. Even through the screen, I can hardly breathe. I think we should go and take a look. What if we can find some unusual fish? That's right. Although there are many fish here, most of them are common and lack novelty. Let's go down a little further and take a look. Jiangnan glanced at the comments and said, just as I was about to make a downward move, I suddenly cried out in surprise. Oh no! Something's wrong. At this moment, the audience could only stare at the motionless camera, each one filled with confusion. Especially after hearing the sounds from Jiangnan, they became even more curious. But the camera is still deep underwater, so they can't see where Jiangnan is, and can only worry anxiously. For a moment, the barrage of comments was filled with question marks. But within seconds, the drone's camera started moving, began to rise rapidly, and eventually left the water, flying back towards the direction of Jiangnan. This calmed down the viewers who were wondering why the streamer had exclaimed in surprise. However, it is precisely this curiosity and eagerness that drives us. Nobody noticed. As the drone ascended, countless bullet comments flooded the screen. A massive, dark shadow slowly passed by in the corner of the frame. Buzz! The drone flew back into the air. The audience finally saw clearly the situation Jiangnan was currently facing. The sea turtles, who had been nesting or lazily sunbathing on the beach, suddenly became restless, as if they sensed something terrifying approaching, and ran away as fast as they could. Only Dallin stayed behind, guarding Jiangnan. Despite its loyalty, it was actually quite afraid, its massive body trembling slightly. As for 404, it started whimpering again. Even when Jiangnan held it in her arms, it still cried hysterically. Not only that, the seawater in front of them was also boiling. The fish that originally lived in the coastal area rushed towards the shore. Some had already jumped onto the beach and were unwilling to turn back. Some of them kept leaping out of the water and lingering in midair. My goodness, this scene is spectacular. There's no need to fish, the fish are coming ashore on their own. Could it be because they sensed something? There's something dirty in the sea. Island owner, run. I know. It must be Godzilla in the sea. Quickly, get King Kong to fight it. The viewers in the live stream were stunned by the scene, staring wide-eyed at the sea, trying to catch any clue. However, no enormous creature ever appeared on the sea surface. Jiangnan remained calm and wandered around the area, trying to find the culprit. Thump! Just 100 meters after Jiangnan walked out, a voice suddenly reached his ears. Jiangnan immediately looked around and saw water splashing out of a rocky pit not far away. A fish? A blue fish could be vaguely seen in Jiangnan. Holding 404, I walked quickly toward the hollows in the rocks. Seemingly sensing someone approaching, the water splashed larger and larger in the low-lying area. Jiangnan looked closely and grinned. There really is a fish, but it's a small shark. No wonder the animals nearby were trembling just now, it must have been this little guy. The baby shark, covered in blood, was thrashing about among the rocks. Because of the pre-existing injury, the strenuous exercise caused further damage from the nearby rocks, resulting in blood staining the surrounding seawater red. This shark is so small, it's less than half a meter long. It has at least 3 wounds on its body. It's so pitiful, island owner, please save it. By the way, what kind of shark is that? The renowned Great Jaws. Jiangnan murmured, there are over 600 known species of sharks in the world. The one in front of us is the great white shark that everyone knows, but unfortunately it's still a baby. Adult great white sharks can reach 5 or 6 meters in length, equivalent to a bus, and their weight is immeasurable. Jiangnan cautiously moved forward, put down 404, and gently picked up the great white shark with both hands, saying, don't bite me, I'm here to help you. Even though the great white shark is small, one bite from it would definitely kill Jiangnan's arm. Sensing Jiangnan's kindness and gentleness, the little shark did not resist. Instead, it became very docile and did not continue to move. Suddenly, Jiangnan noticed that the little shark's mouth was opening and closing, as if it wanted to spit something out. It looks like he's in a lot of pain. Jiangnan frowned slightly, forcefully pried open the little shark's mouth with his hands, and brought its head closer to examine it. What I saw was a plastic bag. How ironic that a plastic bag ended up in a shark's mouth. The little shark tried to spit out the plastic bag, but it got stuck in its teeth, and no matter how hard it tried, it was in vain. Jiangnan shook his head helplessly and could only reach out and forcibly pull the plastic bag out of the little shark's mouth. He was fast enough to avoid being bitten by the small shark. He was very gentle, so as not to hurt the little shark. The little shark felt that the plastic bag was no longer in its mouth, and its condition improved significantly. Even when Jiangnan reached out to rub its little belly, it didn't resist and even made a comfortable humming sound. For any fierce animal, if it is willing to expose its belly to you, it is enough to prove that it trusts you very much. Jiangnan remained calm and continued to examine the other wounds on the little shark's body. The fish's arms on both sides had scratches, indicating they had just been cut by the rocks. The wounds weren't very big, but fresh blood was still seeping out. The largest and most fatal wound was on his back, where there was a gruesome 30-centimeter long gash, and you could vaguely see flesh and blood flying out. Inside the wound was a large net. These are fragments of a shark net. The little shark must have struggled to escape from the shark net to save its life. To remove the net, tools must be used. Moreover, if you throw it into the sea now, it will definitely die. Come back with me, and I'll give you a comprehensive treatment. Jiangnan scooped up the little shark and ran quickly toward the villa. Along the way, thick, fresh blood kept flowing from the wound and dripping onto the beach. As the first rays of morning sunlight shone down, the blood looked so dazzling and ironic. The viewers in the live stream felt a pang of heartache, their emotions indescribable. Who would be so wicked as to catch such a small shark? They must be the Japanese who live a good life. They not only catch sharks, but also organize whale hunts every year. The key is that it's not illegal, and the country even strongly supports it. They are simply a bunch of devils. Upstairs, that's a brilliant use of the word. If it's the Japanese, then it's not surprising. They don't dare to mess with big sharks, so they can only bully small sharks. I don't know why, but when I think of the Japanese devils, my blood starts to boil, and I suddenly feel like I want to go into battle and kill them. What a pity. There are still a bunch of trash who have forgotten the pain of the past and actually wear kimonos in certain special cities and on certain anniversaries, and even swagger around on the streets. Thank goodness they didn't run into me, or I would have broken their legs. Whenever the Japanese devils are mentioned, almost every Chinese person feels indignant, with an indescribable anger that they want to vent. Jiangnan was very fast. He returned to the villa in less than 10 minutes. The baby shark was immediately placed in the pool, and some medicine to treat its wounds was poured into the water. Finally, the shark net trapped inside its body was removed with scissors. After finishing everything, Jiangnan let out a long sigh of relief and plopped down on the floor. Exhausted, he didn't notice that his clothes were now stained red with blood. For Jiangnan, clothes at this time were not dirty, but rather a badge of honor. Just then, the system voice came through. Ding! Congratulations, host, for saving the little shark. The little shark is very pleased, and hereby rewards you with 8th Spirit Awakening Pill. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the special medicinal wine. Congratulations, host, on obtaining Superior Spirit Tea. Chi Ling Dan *3. The host already possesses these, so I won't go into detail. Special medicinal wine. It is red in appearance and has a fragrant and refreshing aroma. Its medicinal properties are extremely magical. If there is a large wound on the body, it can accelerate the healing. If the joints of the body are severely injured and become disabled, just a few drops will make the injured person recover and gradually return to normal activities. If the disability has been going on for a long time and the bone injury has already healed, the broken bone must be broken again first. After applying this ointment, the bone can also be restored to normal. In addition to its medicinal effects of promoting bone healing and regenerating broken bones, this medicinal wine can also calm the patient's nerves, regulate their emotions, and has remarkable effects on patients with mental disorders. Note, this product can be used by both humans and animals. Superior spiritual tea leaves imbued with a trace of spiritual energy, with the same effect as the Spirit Awakening pill, both capable of awakening spiritual intelligence. Note: drinking tea can be very unstable and may cause mutations. Please use with caution. After checking the rewards, Jiang Nan got up and began to observe the small shark swimming slowly in the pool. The baby shark is gradually recovering. Although its skin was scratched by the rocks and the wound on its back was quite severe, the medicine was specially formulated for fish and worked very well. Upon seeing Jiangnan, the little shark raised its head and swam over as if to express its affection. She's quite intelligent. Jiangnan patted the little shark's head and took the opportunity to put a Spirit Awakening pill into the little shark's mouth. Since you possess spirituality, the Spirit Awakening pill will be bestowed upon you. Anyway, it was obtained by helping you. The little shark wasn't afraid of Jiangnan at all, on the contrary, it enjoyed Jiangnan's caresses. I'll take you back once your injuries have healed. Jiangnan murmured. It will grow bigger and bigger, and there's no way to keep it here forever. The ocean is its true home. After calming the little shark for a few minutes, Jiangnan returned to his room, changed into new clothes, and went back to the beach. Before leaving, Jiangnan took out another Qi Ling pill, crushed it, and fed it to the bird Jianqiang. It's getting thinner and thinner from incubating its babies, so it needs to take a Qi pill to replenish itself. Upon returning to the beach, Jiangnan was once again dumbfounded. The beach was in a mess. After the shark attack, many fish had jumped onto the shore and hadn't had a chance to return to the sea. If it weren't for the occasional crashing of the waves, I probably would have died long ago. I originally wanted to go fishing, but now it seems unnecessary. I'll just collect the fish first. Jiangnan shrugged and said, let's get started. It's a nautilus. Jiangnan picked one up casually and explained, the nautilus is a precious shell that washes ashore. It is a pelagic mollusk that uses its strong tentacles to catch prey. It gets its name from its parrot-like beak, which crushes crustaceans before swallowing them. In order to swim, the nautilus also cleverly draws water into its inner chambers to form a jet propulsion system. It's starting. The island master is lecturing again, get your notebooks out. Teacher, I'm ready. Please be gentle. Driving on this lousy road again? The doors are welded shut, no one is allowed to get off. Jiangnan Beidou Encyclopedia is now online. After explaining the science behind the shell, Jiangnan casually tossed it into the sea. I also want to tell everyone something special. Nautiluses are not only unique to this place, but they also exist in China, and even appeared thousands of years ago. The parrot cup from the tomb of Wang Xingzi and his wife in Nanjing during the Eastern Jin dynasty is made of a nautilus shell. The shell is edged with copper and has copper handles on both sides. The water wheel-shaped plates naturally formed inside the shell can store wine. It is an ingenious design and a unique shape. It is the only one of its kind in the archaeological finds of the 6 dynasties. In 15 years, 2 nautilus wine cups were discovered in the Western Jin dynasty tomb complex. Their rims and backs were fitted with bronze clasps, and the shells were intricately painted with patterns resembling mandarin ducks or parrots. Each cup had more than 30 isolated cavities inside, connected by only one small hole. When pouring wine, each cavity could be filled, but when drinking, it could not be drunk in one gulp, giving the impression that the wine inside could never be finished. In addition, the Tang dynasty poet Li Bai used the lines, cormorant ladle, parrot cup, 36,000 days in 100 years, 300 cups must be drunk every day, to describe the pleasure of drinking from a nautilus cup. That's why the nautilus was known as one of the 4 famous snails in China at that time. Holy crap! Really? The island lord knows so much? Unbelievable! I really want to crack open the island owner's head and see how much knowledge is inside. It seems like he knows everything. As they were talking, Jiangnan encountered another large fish thrashing about on the beach. This is potato cod. It has a thick-lipped face that doesn't look very appealing, but it is a very docile fish. The largest potato cod can weigh up to 100 kilograms. They are very curious and like to stay in the cod cave and ribbon reef. If you come here for tourism, you can dive down to take a look. Cod? It seems like it's edible. Sashimi. Sashimi. We must have sashimi. Is it still potato and cod? Should it be eaten with potatoes? A single sentence from Jiangnan unexpectedly sparked a huge wave of foodies. Indeed, the cod was large and plump, and looked really delicious. Anyone who saw it would drool. Next, Jiangnan continued to collect fish on the beach, thoroughly enjoying herself. They also encountered quite a few Napoleon wrasse during the trip, and this time the audience recognized them all. It seems that popular science is still very useful. These are giant clams. If you look carefully on the beaches of the Great Barrier Reef, you might see a clam shell washed ashore, bleach white. They're smooth inside but rough on the outside. The giant clams attached to the coral reefs are actually quite impressive, their vibrant colors extending beyond their shells as they capture nutrients and sunlight. Don't get too close, because they'll close up quickly. These are adorable clownfish. They are typical of the tropical marine world around the world, and their habitat has a strict hierarchy, with the most aggressive females gaining the highest status. Unlike groupers, clownfish are born male, and the largest males maintain the species' reproduction by changing sex. As they were talking, Jiangnan encountered two more marine animals he had never seen before, and once again launched into a long and detailed explanation of their scientific origins. This time, the viewers in the live stream went wild, because these two are just too famous. Hey, isn't this Nemo? Where is your good friend Dolly? Why is it called a clownfish? It's not ugly at all. These clams are huge. They must weigh at least 5 pounds. I'm easily moved to tears. I can't bear to look at these things. Every time I see these seafood, I can't help but shed tears. I'm craving clams too. I'm going to eat them after get off work. Island Master, should we catch some of these giant clams and cook them into a big meal on livestream tonight? Jiangnan looked at the comments and laughed. Clownfish have 1 or 2 white stripes on their faces, resembling the clowns in Peking opera, hence the name. As for these giant clams, I really don't dare to catch them. I don't know if you've heard of a variety show called Law of the Jungle. In China, the show features celebrities like Xiao Shenyang and Sun Yizhu as guests. But this show is actually imported, and the guests, apart from Kim Byung-man, are not fixed. Jackson Wang and Chang Xiao have both appeared on this show. A 23-year-old actress, Li Yali also participated in the show and caught 3 giant clams. She will face 5 years in prison. Unlike our domestic variety shows, where guests pick snow lotus flowers on the show and nothing happens to them, Jiangnan didn't name names at the end, mainly because he was worried about being attacked by the mindless fans of the celebrities, but the viewers in the live stream understood. While Jiangnan was picking up fish on the beach, the top executives of HUYA company were holding a criticism meeting against Hao Ren. HUYA had already contacted Jiangnan again, attempting to successfully sign him. Jiangnan just wants an S-level contract, right? Then give it to him. But almost a day has passed, and Jiangnan still hasn't paid any attention to them. This is nothing to worry about, all you need to do is wait patiently. Unexpectedly, several other live streaming platforms sent people to find them. Because Jiangnan didn't contact them, they initially thought that Jiangnan had already signed a contract with HUYA. But since a contract has already been signed, why hasn't a gold medal contract been signed yet? Then there's only one possibility: HUYA is deliberately controlling Jiangnan through some means, preventing him from signing a contract or going to other platforms. Of course, this is just speculation from other platforms, so they all sent people to verify it. If Jiangnan hasn't been signed yet, we'll snatch him up immediately. If Jiangnan has already signed a contract, there's no need to worry. The platform is willing to cover Jiangnan's breach of contract penalty. This situation was unexpected by HUYA's senior management, who immediately convened a meeting after understanding the cause and effect. Are you a pig? If Tang Santang could reach the Western Paradise by raising a pig, what use would I be raising you for? I'm talking about you, Hao Ren. Who do you think you are, Hao Ren? Did your dad think you were lacking in good fortune, which is why he named you that? Can't you use your brain before you do anything? What? Did you put your brain in but backwards? These days, even someone who only knows how to say "I'm a little bit of a liar" can become famous, and there are tons of people vying for them. Jiangnan's live stream content is so exciting, it's been trending for 2 days in a row. Why can't he get a contract? Now look what's happened. Jiangnan is definitely throwing a tantrum. Even if we offer him an S-level contract, he's completely ignoring us now. Do you know how much damage you've caused the company? If we had signed the Jiangnan contract back then and focused on promoting and attracting customers, we could have made a lot of money, and none of this nonsense would have happened. But what have we gotten now? Idiots. You're a fucking idiot. It's because of you that we lost a top streamer like John Daxian. Because of you, my phone has been ringing off the hook. Because of you, those people on the board want to beat you into a pig's head right now. If I hadn't stopped them, they would have thrown you off this building. Hao Ren sat there blankly. He allowed the head of general affairs to hurl insults at him. Spit had already splattered all over his face, enough to give him a bath, but Hao Ren didn't dare to reach out and wipe it off, or even move an inch. He suddenly realized how familiar this scene was. Last night, Yuning came to ask me if I had signed a contract. Isn't that how I berated that young girl? The head of general affairs took a sip of water to moisten his throat and continued to yell, "Who the hell gave you the right to make the decision to sign a contract with Jiangnan using an A-level company? Haven't you been checking the trending topics these past few days? Or haven't you checked Jiangnan's backend data? Is that something a new streamer should have? Wasn't John, the previous student, also popular because of her heartwarming daily life? You're not signing Jiangnan, but instead you're willing to sign a female streamer? Have you lost your mind? You idiot, you made a really bad decision, and you have to take responsibility for it." Responsible? So there's still a chance? Hao Ren, pale-faced, asked. How do you expect me to take responsibility? The head of general affairs said sullenly, after a unanimous decision by the board of directors, you are to go and apologize to Jiangnan. You must get his acceptance and also invite him back. I don't care what method you use, Jiangnan must sign it. This. How Ren's heart almost stopped. Should I go and invite Jiangnan myself? This is basically sending Tang Santang to invite Sun Wukong, who has been banished. What are you talking about? If Jiangnan doesn't come back, then your position can be given to someone else. Your subordinate Yu Ning is quite good. How Ren. He cursed inwardly, I've worked hard for the company for so many years, and even if I haven't made any great contributions, I've still put in a lot of effort. Now you're going to use me and then discard me for the sake of a new streamer. But it's also his fault. The reason he was so furious last night was all because of a female anchor. That female anchor was also a newcomer, and she also broadcasted outdoor content. The content she broadcasts is exactly the same as other outdoor broadcasters, except that she just wanders around the city. However, in order to attract more viewers and gain more popularity, she dresses in revealing clothes every day and dances from time to time. As a result, her popularity gradually increased, and she became somewhat famous in the outdoor community, but she has yet to sign a contract. How Ren thought highly of this female anchor. To be precise, I have a very high opinion of this female anchor's body. When Yu Ning first asked him if he wanted to sign with Jiangnan, he hesitated because of the streamer. At that time, he had already contacted the female anchor privately. After a friendly exchange between the two parties, How Ren agreed to sign the other party with an S-level contract, and the other party would have to make corresponding contributions. The female anchor didn't seem to care about this, because she would often communicate with the top influencer in private. That evening, How Ren was preparing for a one-on-one video chat with the female anchor when Yu Ning suddenly barged in, which enraged her and caused her to start cursing, and she also took her anger out on Jiangnan. After reprimanding How Ren, the head of general affairs looked at the others and said, go and explain to the other platforms immediately, tell them that we are determined to take Jiangnan, and they should stop trying. He was so certain because Yu Ning had told him that Jiangnan would definitely not leave. After giving everything a fierce look, the head of general affairs left the conference room. This was the first time in his decades of life that he had been so angry. Waste. Why did they let this good-for-nothing become the director in the first place? That's incredibly poor judgment. Giving up a top streamer who could potentially have millions of viewers every night for a female streamer is utterly foolish. The meeting has ended. Everyone rushed to leave. They had come to regard How Ren as a plague god, and no one dared to have contact with him. Grass. How Ren slammed his fist on the table in anger. I opened my phone, feeling incredibly angry. I'm going to check what people are saying about Jiangnan online right now. The comments section on the company's Weibo account was filled with insults. Idiot. There are idiots every year, but this year there seemed to be more than usual. Your company's food is really good, and you even keep idiots on the payroll. Why hasn't such a promising streamer been signed yet? What about other platforms? Hurry up and grab them. I boldly predict that Jiangnan will definitely become a top expert in the entire online outdoor gaming community. I'll give you a scoop. I heard that the director of HUYA's outdoor section used an A-level streamer to sign an island owner, but used an S-level streamer to sign a female streamer. The island owner got angry, and that's why they haven't signed her yet. Haha, there's even such a silly thing to do. Just wondering, did that female streamer give it to him? How could an ordinary person know about inside information so quickly? It must have been leaked by other platforms. In this way, as long as things escalate, Jiangnan will naturally leave HUYA. Other platforms that sign contracts with Jiangnan will also receive strong support from the public. This is just a competitive tactic. The netizens were in the middle of a heated argument when suddenly they couldn't post their comments. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that HUYA had blocked several Weibo comments. It wasn't too late. About 3 minutes later, another Weibo post was made specifically about Jiangnan. The Weibo post reads as follows: as we all know, the new streamer who has recently become a sensation and trend on social media for 2 consecutive days is on our HUYA live channel. This is an honor for HUYA. One more thing, although the island owner has only been here for a few days, we all consider him family. Although we haven't signed a contract yet, we've already sent people to negotiate, and I believe we'll soon be truly one family. The comments section exploded as soon as the Weibo post was published. It was all insults. They were even harsher than before. Just because the island owner became famous, they treat him like family? That's so pragmatic. You bitch, I spit on you, you're disgusting. Everyone, stop criticizing HUYA's official Weibo account. If you want to criticize someone, criticize the director of the outdoor section. He's the real culprit behind this. I found the Weibo account of the outdoor section chief. Brothers, grab your knives and follow me. It has to be said that netizens these days are incredibly capable. Give them just a little bit of information, and they can dig up every detail about it, making them even more professional than FBL. Soon, they arrived at Hao Ren's Weibo and began to greet him. Because this matter escalated so quickly, several topics about Jiangnan even emerged online. 2 of the top 10 trending topics were about Jiangnan. HUYA owner bullies new streamer. Trending on social media for 2 consecutive days, yet even signing a contract is proving difficult. These 2 topics quickly became trending topics. The reason is simple: people project this onto themselves. During my internship, I was clearly very capable and competent, so why did the boss end up choosing someone who was always late for work? At first, I thought it was because I wasn't good enough, but later I found out that the other person had connections and was deliberately arranged by their elders. The internship was just a formality. Why do superiors choose other people's proposals when your own designs are better than others? At first, I thought the other people might have something special about them, but later I found out that the 2 of them had been colluding behind the scenes for a long time. Once you bring your own experience into the situation, you'll instantly become furious, and naturally, the discussion will begin. While the trending topic was going viral online, Jiangnan was still picking fish on the beach. Suddenly, Fat Tiger gifted 10 rockets and left a message: "Island owner, please check the private message." Jiangnan, who was busy at work, felt a little confused after seeing the rocket take off, so he opened a private chat. The private message contained only one sentence: "I am the director of the outdoor area. This is my WeChat. Can we discuss this in detail via WeChat?" Jiangnan was still considering whether to add it, but the live stream chat exploded again, because some viewers recognized who this guy was. "Hey, isn't this the director of the outdoor area? What brings you here? You refused to sign the contract, so what are you doing here now? Brothers, don't hold back, go in and swear. Brothers, shout with me, get lost, and the rest of you follow. Get out! Get out!" Viewers in the live stream flooded the screen, expressing their indignation on Jiangnan's behalf. This can't go on. Jiangnan sighed inwardly. If he continued to curse, the moderators would definitely come over. At best they would warn him, at worst they would shut down his live stream. HUYA's moderators are always baffling. Lu Dihua once asked Zhang Fei in his live stream, "Have you eaten?" And his live stream was banned. The comments section is now filled with direct insults, which is much worse than "Zhang Fei, have you eaten yet? Everyone, please calm down and take a break. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do, so I'll end the broadcast for now and come back online in half an hour." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiangnan turned off the live stream and added Hao Ren on WeChat. "What's up?" After adding each other on WeChat, Jiangnan started a video call and asked casually. To be honest, Jiangnan was terrified the moment he saw Fat Tiger. This guy was all flesh, his belly was round, his arms were round, his neck was round, and his head was round, but his eyes were very small, practically buried in the flesh. At first glance, it looks like a big meatball. One look at his face and you can tell he's the kind of guy who spends a lot of time sitting in the office belittling his employees. He. When Hao Ren smiled, his eyes became even more hidden, resembling a buttock that needed to be spread open to reveal them. "Get to the point if you have something to say, otherwise I'm hanging up. Jiangnan is disgusting, I'm about to die. No, it's like this, I'm here to apologize to you. There's no need for that. How could it be unnecessary? I was drunk that night and that's why I talked nonsense. In my heart, you've always been my family, and HUYA is your home." Jiangnan remained silent, simply gazing at the scenery. "I've already said it's unnecessary, and I don't want to say it a second time." But Hao Ren refused to give up and continued, "I know you want an S-level contract. If you're willing, we can sign it now. As for other details, such as follow-up publicity, we can do whatever you want. In short, as long as you're willing to come back, anything is fine with us." Jiangnan couldn't help but laugh. "Now you're thinking about S-level signings? It's too late." The insults Hao Ren hurled that night still echoed in Jiangnan's ears. There was no way Jiangnan could forgive that guy. Moreover, while admiring the scenery, he also glanced at the trending topics on Weibo and had already roughly understood the ins and outs of the matter. Even if we were to sign a contract, it would definitely not be with Hao Ren, but with Yuning. Seeing that Jiangnan remained silent, Hao Ren offered his terms again, saying, "As long as you are willing to sign with HUYA, the profits will be split 40/60ths, with you getting 60% and us getting 40%. Moreover, the company will definitely promote you with all its might and use all its resources to cultivate you into the #1 in the outdoor category." In Hao Ren's view, the reason why Jiangnan wanted to sign an S-level player was simply because he wanted more money. As long as the money is there, there's no need to worry about not being able to conquer Jiangnan. Therefore, he had no intention of sincerely apologizing to Jiangnan. Jiangnan remained silent. This made Hao Ren very anxious, and he hurriedly said, "I have done everything I could. Are you willing to sign the contract or not? Just say something." Hao Ren's dissatisfaction was already evident from his tone. "Didn't I just say that?" Jiangnan retorted without any politeness, "Don't you understand Mandarin? Hao Ren. Damn it. If it weren't for protecting my own position, why would I bow and scrape to a nobody like you? Although I'm just a manager in the company, I'm still considered to be in a high position and have never been subservient to anyone. Now that I've finally lowered my stance, you're treating me like this. You're simply ungrateful. Hao Ren's heart was filled with a small fire, and he cursed Jiang Nan several times in his mind. Hao Ren, who was cursing under his breath, lost his smile and threatened, "Don't forget you're just a small-time streamer who's only gained a little popularity these past few days. I only signed a contract with you because I respect you, otherwise, who do you think you are? Who knows the ins and outs of the live streaming industry? After this hype dies down, do you really think you'll still be this popular? If I were you, I would sign the contract immediately instead of pretending to be aloof. Only by signing a contract with the platform will the platform sign a contract with you, and only then can you continue to be popular, understand? Otherwise, I can shut down your live stream with a flick of my finger, and you'll be nothing. Of course, you can go to other platforms, but if I dig up some dirt on you one day and expose it online, it won't work no matter which platform you go to. Nowadays, live streaming can indeed make money, even more than celebrities, but if you have any scandals, you can suffer even more than a celebrity. I've said everything I needed to say. You'd better be sensible, or don't blame me for turning my back on you." Hao Ren is right. These days, if a streamer wants to stay popular, they do need to rely on packaging and promotion. If the hype dies down, it'll be finished sooner or later. This is why many streamers, when they feel their popularity has declined, try to collaborate with other streamers, or even engage in scripted romances. After all, these days, streamers rely on viewership. Traffic comes before content. No one can guarantee that their live streaming style will always be popular, and no one can guarantee that they will have no scandals at all. Just like those award-winning actors, there are times when they make bad movies. Just like those legendary singers, there are times when their new songs don't achieve great success. Only if the company behind it promotes it well can the popularity and traffic continue. This is why many popular young male celebrities are constantly making headlines, whether it's competing with other artists for the center position, creating scandals, or issuing lawyers' letters to netizens. This is also the root cause of why some streamers are willing to push the boundaries and become increasingly shameless. Although all of this is bad, who cares? As long as there's traffic, the money will come. After all, black and red are still red. Zhang Dada from the entertainment industry became famous because of the criticism he received from netizens, didn't he? Despite being criticized for several years, she remains active in various variety shows. However, Jiangnan doesn't need publicity or the traffic generated by being famous for being controversial. Living on the Great Barrier Reef every day, he has plenty of content to livestream, and he comes up with new ideas every day, which is the best form of self-promotion. Before Jiang Nan could speak, Hao Ren continued, "I'll give you one last chance. Sign a contract with me immediately. As for the profits, it will still be a 40-60th split, but this time it'll be your 40. Then, I can let bygones be bygones for your attitude just now." Hao Ren thought he had scared Jiang Nan with what he had just said, and immediately became smug. This last statement sounds more like a formal announcement. Jiang Nan finally spoke. But he did laugh. "Why are you laughing?" Hao Ren asked, puzzled. "Wait a minute, I'm looking for something." As they were talking, Jiang Nan got up and started walking home. "What are you looking for?" Hao Ren was even more puzzled. "I'm asking you to sign a contract now, and you're going to go find something? Have you lost your mind? Etc. Could it be that Jiang Nan feels that signing the contract at the beach is not formal enough, and is planning to prepare properly at home? Not bad, it seems they're quite sensible. These new live streamers really deserve to be scolded. Only after being severely taught a lesson will they learn to be respectful. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." About 10 minutes later, Jiang Nan returned home and went straight to the kitchen. "What are you doing in the kitchen? What do you need to get?" Hao Ren sensed something was wrong, his brows furrowed slightly, and he asked impatiently. "Egg." Jiang Nan told the truth. As he spoke, he actually picked up an egg. "Egg?" Hao Ren stared intently at the egg in Jiang Nan's hand, completely bewildered, and asked, "What are you doing with the egg? Are you hungry?" "You guess." Jiang Nan smiled slightly, appearing harmless. "I bet you're a big idiot." Hao Ren was about to unleash a torrent of curses when he suddenly saw Jiang Nan place an egg on the table and roll it back and forth repeatedly. "Egg? Rolling around? Grass. This is basically just getting out of here." Hao Ren instantly understood what it meant. "You little brat, you just wait. This isn't over." Hao Ren Kai trembled with anger and, amidst loud shouts, turned off the video. She gets angry far too easily. How did someone like that become a director? After asking a question with a smile, Jiang Nan restarted the live stream. "It's open. The Island Lord has finally arrived. How did the talks go? Has the contract been signed? Island owner, please don't give in. That guy clearly looks down on you. If you sign with him, who knows what he'll do to you. He might even find all sorts of excuses to cut your company's profits. Fly bravely, Island Lord. We, Nantianmen, will always be with you. The viewers in the live stream offered comfort and advice to Jiangnan. Jiangnan smiled but didn't say anything. I was just curious about what exactly the South Heavenly Gate was. Did their fans spontaneously create this title? Everyone, please don't get angry, calm down. Jiangnan thought for a moment and said, we originally planned to go fishing by the sea today, but it turned into picking up fish instead. It wasn't a fun experience at all. Tomorrow I'll take everyone to fish in the river in the forest. As for now, let's make a cup of tea and enjoy the scenery. After saying that, Jiangnan took out the top-grade spiritual tea that the system had rewarded him with. The can of premium spiritual tea was full. As soon as it was opened, you could smell its wonderful aroma, and your tired body immediately felt much more relieved. Jiangnan took out a few tea leaves, brewed himself a pot of tea, and sat on a rocking chair in the courtyard. Island Master, everyone says you're like Beidou Encyclopedia. I have a question for you. What was Guan Yu's weapon in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Jiangnan had just brewed the tea and was about to enjoy a delicious sip when another viewer in the live stream asked a question. Before Jiangnan could answer, the other audience members began to speak enthusiastically. I know! The golden cudgel. Are you kidding me? The golden cudgel is so heavy, how could Guan Yu possibly lift it? Believe me, Guan Yu was wielding the nine-toothed rake. Could it be a halberd? Ho! A frying pan. Shadow axe. Malay sword. You're all wrong, Guan Yu was clearly holding a brick. I'm answering you very seriously, I'm carrying an AK-47. Jiangnan was amused by the group of adorable audience members, because the image of Guan Yu holding an AK-47 flashed into his mind. At the same time, he understood the audience's good intentions. They must have thought that he was in a bad mood after chatting with Hao Ren, so they came here to make tea and try to cheer him up. Jiangnan was deeply gratified by such good intentions and naturally could not let them down. Jiangnan took a deep breath, rubbed his face, quickly composed himself, and smiled. Let me answer this question. Do you all know what Guan Yu did? That's right, he sold mung beans. So where do mung beans come from? That's right, they grow on crops in the fields. What weapon do you need to pick mung beans from the ground and sell them? Of course, it's a sickle. In conclusion, Guan Yu's weapon was a sickle. Next question. Jiangnan's argument was well-reasoned, logical, and difficult to refute. The island owner is so logical. I'm convinced. Me too. Island Master, I have a question. If you come home from get off work and are sleeping at home, and suddenly hear a lot of noise in the hallway, and see through the peephole that someone is breaking into your home and committing murder, and the killer has also noticed you and is about to break down the door, what would you do? Of course, it's getting your ears cleaned. Because when you're getting your ears cleaned, no one will touch you. I disagree. I would cover my eyes with leaves so I wouldn't be able to see the murderer. I'm different from you. I will cover one eye because Zaya Hadun once said that if you cover one eye, you will have half the enemies. What a self-deceiving act, a case of being blinded by a leaf. At this point, it's actually very simple. Just keep smiling, because you can't hit a smiling face. Simple. Format the phone, after all, you need to leave a clean record in the world. I suddenly remembered a news story about a guy who got hit by a car, and he managed to get his phone out and format it before he vomited blood and fainted. I'll prepare an advertisement so that after he stabs me and leaves, I can watch the resurrection. Jiangnan quickly glanced at the comments and laughed. You're all too narrow-minded. Since the murderer is going to break down the door, let's just open it and see how he manages to break in. Puffed, ha ha ha. I spat out a mouthful of rice all over the screen, turning passivity into initiative. Well done. Be sure to pay attention in your next life. This isn't opening up a new horizon, it's opening the gates to death. Walk other people's paths, leaving them with no path to walk. SHH. Just as the audience was laughing heartily, Jiangnan suddenly put his right index finger to his lips and whispered, "Look over there, everyone." After saying that, he directed the camera to point into the distance. Suddenly, two small golden birds flew down from a tree about 3 meters away. The only thing that's green is their heads, and what stands out most is the hairstyle they have on their heads. The feathers on his head were fluffy and spread outwards, like the cap of a beer bottle, or even more like a watermelon head cut by a hairdresser. What kind of bird is this? I've never seen one like it before. It's so cute. This bird is so fashionable. Not only does it have a watermelon-shaped head, but it's also dyed green. Lu Xing, I also want to dye this thing green. Jiangnan explained, this bird is called the crested canary. It was specially bred in 1925 and has the most unique watermelon-shaped head among all birds. A spirited young man of the bird world. Watermelon boy. So cute. I really want to part my hair in the middle for them. Hey upstairs, can't you apologize? And don't you dare mock my brother, because I eat him every single meal. Another group purchase event was held in the live stream room. Jiangnan, on the other hand, carefully examined the crested canary. He noticed that the two seemed to be arguing, with the slightly larger one intentionally or unintentionally getting closer to the smaller one, who was clearly in a bad mood. The bigger ones come closer, and the smaller ones move to the side. You dodge, I dodge, and this went on for about 2 minutes. Finally, the bigger one couldn't take it anymore and leaned its head in, but the smaller one actually turned its head away in a human-like way. Their expressions and postures really looked like a young couple arguing. The viewers in the live stream gradually noticed this interesting scene. Canary husband, honey, don't be angry. Canary wife, don't touch me, you're annoying. Canary husband, I love you. Canary wife, wow, that's really something. Haha, this little temper of hers is exactly like my wife's. Maybe the female bird is trying to woo the male bird? That makes sense. Even female birds know how to coax their mates. If my wife coaxed me like that, I wouldn't be angry anymore. Look, a canary is flying by. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the larger canary stopped coaxing its mate, flapped its wings, and flew towards Jiangnan. Sensing Jiangnan's friendliness, it wasn't afraid at all. Instead, it jumped around on the table in front of Jiangnan, and finally, my eyes are set on the tea brewed in Jiangnan. What? Would you like a drink? Jiangnan looked at the crested canary and asked with a smile. The crested canary actually understood Jiangnan's words and gently shook its little head. Jiangnan was puzzled and continued to ask, then what do you want to do? The crested canary decisively turned its head to look at its wife, who was still standing on the branch, sulking. Jiangnan instantly understood and said, you want to use my tea to appease your wife? Ha ha ha, no problem, since you love your wife so much, I'll order some for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiangnan gently poured some tea onto the table. The crested canary opened its beak, gently took a sip of tea, and flew towards its wife. This is amazing. He's become a genius. He even knows how to find something nice to drink to appease his wife. When I'm trying to win over my wife, I'll buy her some milk tea. Has no one noticed that the island owner and the canary communicate without any problems? While the audience was buzzing with discussion, the crested canary had already flown back to the branch and returned to the female bird's side. When the male bird returned, the female bird still ignored him. The male bird kept trying to get closer, while the female bird frantically tried to dodge. Finally, the mother bird was forced into a corner and flapped her wings to fly to another branch, tilting her little head up at a 35-degree angle. Are these really a pair of birds? I feel like the male bird is just licking the female bird. No way, are there really simps in the bird world these days? A simp, will end up with nothing. Isn't that male bird me? I like a female anchor, and I give her all my salary every month, leaving only 100 yuan to buy instant noodles. Brother, you're much better off than me. The girl I like has a boyfriend, but I still bring her breakfast every day and give her lipstick on holidays. That way, when she and her boyfriend kiss at night, I feel like I'm part of it. Upstairs, I suggest you send her a child isolation bag next time. That would make her feel more involved. Chirp, chirp. About 2 minutes later, perhaps moved by the male bird's sincerity, or perhaps finding the tea to be fragrant and delicious, the female bird finally stopped being difficult and took the initiative to lean against the male bird. Immediately afterwards, the beaks of the two canaries gently touched together. To the audience, it looked like they were kissing, which immediately caused a stir. Wow, is this something a minor like me should be watching? This is the first time in my life I've watched a bird video, and I'm a little excited. Paper for sale. Paper for sale. Get married. Get married. Have a baby. Have a baby. The audience cheered, but Jiangnan remained much calmer, because he clearly saw that the female bird was drinking the tea that the male bird was holding in its mouth. This can also be considered family affection. The male bird didn't have much tea in its beak to begin with, and the female bird finished it in just a few seconds. Seemingly still wanting more, she flapped her wings and landed on the table in front of Jiangnan, pecking at the tea that Jiangnan had just poured on the table. The male bird flew over and, instead of drinking water, hopped onto Jiangnin's shoulder and gently rubbed its green watermelon-shaped head against Jiangnin's cheek. This intimate gesture is a way of expressing gratitude to Jiangnan. Ha ha ha, come into my hands. Jiangnan smiled and placed her hand on her shoulder. The crested canary understood, and with a hop, it landed on Jiangnin's hand. Jiangnan placed his hand on the table and said, "You've had a tough time too, go get a drink." Only after receiving a reply from Jiangnan did the male bird begin to drink water. It is smarter and more polite than the female bird. This seems to be the case in the bird world as well. Especially among birds that are relatively intelligent, such as parrots, mynas, and canaries, male birds are generally smarter than female birds and are more likely to learn to speak. My tea can even mediate marital relationships in the animal kingdom. That's amazing. Jiangnan, fearing that the two crested canaries wouldn't have enough to drink, poured them some more. The man and the two birds drank tea, and the scene was quite harmonious for a time. After finishing their tea, the two crested canaries hopped onto Jiangnan, jumping and playing around, showing no signs of being strangers. No, It's an outsider. With 2 canaries for company, Jiangnan felt very comfortable. However, this pleasant feeling did not last long. Oh woo! Suddenly, a wolf's howl broke the silence. The 2 crested canaries were startled, their feathers bristling, and they spread their wings and flew into the air. Whoosh! Gangzi, who was sleeping in the room, suddenly opened his eyes and rushed out as fast as he could, using his strong body to block Jiangnan's way. His eyes darted around suspiciously as he warily surveyed his surroundings. Inside the live stream, the audience erupted in excitement once again. Holy crap! There's a wolf! I never expected there to be wolves on this island. I'm most afraid of wolves, and I don't know how many wolves are here. Wolves are nocturnal, so why are they out in broad daylight? Actually, there are wolves in our live stream too, lots and lots of perverts. To be honest, I am one of them. Don't look down on perverts. Perverts have made an indelible contribution to improving women's self-confidence. Many women are like unpolished jade, always lacking confidence in themselves. At this time, we respectable and lovable pervert comrades will find the bright spots in women, even if it is just a tiny glimmer. As a result, women's self-confidence is improved like never before. Upstairs, you're absolutely right. Actually, perverts are quite admirable. They're good at discovering beauty, at finding the excellent qualities of beautiful women in the mundane details of everyday life. While ordinary people are busy with the mundane, perverts tirelessly search for beauty in this world. Perverts dare to pursue beauty and have the courage to sacrifice themselves for it. In today's materialistic society, who else is willing to give everything for beauty? Only perverts, absolutely only perverts. Perverts are simple-minded and have a clear purpose. It's not for work or money, it's just for beauty. Perverts are absolute aesthetes. It's clearly perverted, yet the audience describes it in such a refreshing and elegant way that's the art and charm of language. Jiangnan remained calm and unperturbed, showing no fear whatsoever. Gangzi is here. It's a good opportunity to test how well Gangzi has been training in boxing these past few days. And so, Jiangnan and Gangzi remained where they were, waiting for the wolves to appear, but time passed second by second, but the wolf still didn't appear. Just as Jiangnan was feeling down, a white figure emerged from the bushes beside him. White wolf. This was a very strong white wolf, about 2 meters long. If Gangzi were to fight it head-on, he might not be confident he could take it down. Call. Jiangnan took a deep breath, and seeing that the white wolf meant no harm, asked with slight nervousness, "What do you want to do?" "Oh woo." White wolf stared intently at the tea on Jiangnan's table. "Would you like some tea too?" The white wolf didn't respond at all, instead, it turned and ran away. What does this mean? Jiangnan looked sullen. With the departure of the white wolf, the viewers in the live stream breathed a sigh of relief. The island owner is a level 10 animal language expert, and can actually communicate with any animal without any problems. New fan, just wondering why there's a white wolf here. Could it be a husky? What's the white wolf doing here? Does he really want some water? Oh woo woo. Before the viewers in the live stream could fully relax, White Wolf reappeared in their sight. This time, it was carrying a ginseng in its mouth. "I understand, you want to trade ginseng for my tea?" Jiangnan, no longer nervous, tentatively asked. The White Wolf nodded human-like and slowly walked towards Jiangnan. Jiangnan looked at the White Wolf in front of him, then glanced at the tea on the table, a look of helplessness on his face. I hadn't even had a chance to drink the tea I had painstakingly brewed when the crested canary couple came looking for me, followed by the White Wolf. Where did they get their information from? The viewers in the live stream also exclaimed in amazement. "Island Master, what kind of tea is this? So many animals actually want to drink it? I see that this tea doesn't have a very rich color. Drinking too much of it will probably cause diarrhea, but I do like having diarrhea. Could you please deliver the tea to my house, Island Lord? The person upstairs is really trying to take advantage of me, and what's worse, they have no manners at all and didn't even say thank you. Shouldn't we say that the Great Barrier Reef has a beautiful environment, is rich in natural resources, and has all kinds of animals? I'm going to make a bold prediction. In a few days, this place will turn into a mini zoo." Junkin's rewarded with a rocket and left a message. "Island Master, I think this ginseng is quite old, at least 10 years old, and the key is that it is wild ginseng, so why don't you name a price?" The former top students of traditional Chinese medicine have resurfaced. Jiangnan suspected that he had turned his live streaming room into a wholesale factory for medicinal herbs. But yesterday the king cobra brought giant white mushrooms, and today the white wolf brought wild ginseng. Just how many treasures are hidden in these mountains? As Jun Kinsey made his bid, more and more viewers stepped forward to offer their own. The live stream turned into an auction once again. Jiangnan looked at the rapidly scrolling comments and felt like crying. He really wanted to tell all the viewers that his tea was worth much more than wild ginseng. Oh well, it's just a pot of tea after all, and I have plenty more to brew later. After considering it for a moment, Jiangnan said, "I'm sorry, everyone, I'm not selling this ginseng. I might need it someday. Xiugo, leave the wild ginseng here, and this pot of tea is all yours. After saying that, Jiangnan opened the lid of the teapot and placed it in front of the white wolf. The white wolf happily put down the wild ginseng, stuck out its tongue, and began to sip the top-grade spiritual tea. The small pot of tea was far from enough to fill the white wolf's stomach. After finishing it in no time, it still licked the water stain stuck to the teapot lid with its tongue, seemingly still wanting more. Finally, it took one last deep look at Jiangnan, then plunged into the grass and disappeared. As they watched the white wolf leave, the viewers in the live stream, seeing that it was already past midnight, began calling out to Jiangnan to cook. Watching Jiangnan cook feels like watching a bite of China. It makes you very hungry, but it's also a great pleasure. However, Jiangnan was not in a good mood and was physically and mentally exhausted, so she did not plan to cook, but only prepared to eat some bread. After saying goodbye to the viewers in the live stream, he turned it off. As soon as the live stream ended, Jiangnan's WeChat rang. It was a message from Yuning. Island Master, I'm aware that your negotiations with Hao Ren broke down today. In that case, would you be interested in signing a contract with me? I will give you an S-level contract, and we can discuss all aspects. Most importantly, I will be fully responsible for your live streaming from now on. You just need to focus on live streaming and don't need to worry about anything. Jiangnan has no intention of considering signing a contract right now. Even if he doesn't sign one, he doesn't care, because he just wants to focus on his live stream. He replied decisively, I haven't considered signing a contract yet. Although not signing might mean less publicity and being targeted, I don't care. I just want to focus on my live stream, that's all. After replying to Yuning, Jiangnan ate a little food and then lay down on the bed to drift off to sleep, where he dreamt of romance with the Duke of Zhou. I slept until after 7 o'clock. Jiangnan hadn't even had a chance to wake up naturally before she was woken up again. Get up! Get up! Is someone talking? How is that possible? Is the Great Barrier Reef all alone? Jiangnan was startled, broke out in a cold sweat, and immediately jumped out of bed. After looking around, they found that there was no one in the room. Apart from, on the balcony, a bird named Jianqiang is incubating its eggs in its nest. Jiangnan walked over and subconsciously asked, was it you who spoke? I didn't say anything, you must have misheard me. I'm strong, Bird said earnestly. It's like knocking on a door and asking if anyone's home, only to hear a voice from inside saying no one's there. Holy crap, you actually spoke. Jiangnan was taken aback, then overjoyed, a smile spreading across his face. Like parrots, the bird known as the strong bird can mimic various sounds, but its ability to speak is extremely limited. It's rare to find even 1 in 10,000 birds that can actually speak. This is likely because these birds live in the wild year-round and are never specifically domesticated. But now the bird is speaking up. It must be because the Qi Ling Dan I gave myself yesterday worked. Jiangnan grew increasingly fond of the talking bird, Jianqiang, and promptly fed it more, while also sending food to Gangzi and 404. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have fed the bird Jianqiang. Intimacy level plus 50. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully fed Gangzi the King Kong rat. Intimacy level plus 50. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully fed Little Sea Dog 404. Intimacy level plus 50. This time, feeding them didn't yield any reward, it only increased our intimacy level. It seems that the chances of getting a reward for feeding animals are very small, it's just random, etc. While feeding the birds, Jiangnan discovered that a bird's nest had appeared on the balcony. However, the bird's nest is not fully built yet, it is only in its initial form using some dry grass and branches. Did you build this? Jiangnan looked at Niao Jianqiang and asked. Could it be that the bird doesn't like the nest I made for it and is preparing to make a new one? Neighbor, neighbor. Strong bird chirped. Neighbor? Where are the neighbors? Jiangnan frowned slightly, puzzled, when just then, a clear bird song reached her ears. 2 crested canaries flew over, carrying twigs in their beaks. So that's what it was. Yesterday I fed them some top-grade spiritual tea, and today they came to my house to build a nest. It seems they're planning to stay permanently and have more opportunities to drink top-grade spiritual tea. Jiangnan smiled helplessly. Although I complained in my heart, I accepted it gladly. Who wouldn't love having 2 watermelon-headed little elves in their home? Besides, they can keep Niao Jianqiang company and help him recover from losing his mate and not being in a good mental state. Next, Jiangnan began preparing breakfast for herself. During the visit, I stopped by the pool to check on the baby shark's injuries. After a day and a night of soaking in the medicinal solution, coupled with the effects of the Kailing pill, most of the small shark's wounds had healed to a considerable extent. Only the wounds left on its back by the shark net were still clearly visible and could not be healed. It seems you'll have to stay here for a couple more days. Don't worry, I'll provide not only accommodation but also food. As they were talking, Jiangnan fed the little shark some food, changed the water, and poured in some new medicine. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acknowledging the arrival of the crested canaries. The young couple is delighted, and you are hereby rewarded with the food god technique. Just as I finished taking care of the baby shark, the system voice sounded in my mind. Jiangnan promptly investigated the art of culinary arts. By learning this art, the host will master all the world's cuisines, including domestic Sichuan and Cantonese cuisines, as well as foreign Western and French cuisines. Note: the host can use the god of food technique to create various new dishes and level up accordingly. This thing is useful. Jiangnan is, of course, the place to learn. Although he can cook now, it's just some so-called home-cooked meals, far from reaching the level of an international chef. With enough learning, you can become not only an international chef, but also the god of cookery from Stephen Chow's movies. Just like Stephen Chow created the pissing beef balls, you can also create some interesting and delicious new dishes. Start broadcasting. After learning the god of cookery techniques, Jiangnan began broadcasting. It's here, it's finally open. Good morning, honey. Did you dream about me last night, honey? I definitely dreamed about you. We had a huge battle on the Simmons bed, neither of us giving in. Scientific evidence suggests that women are dozens of times more lustful than men, and sure enough, as soon as the show started airing, some female viewers began making suggestive remarks. Jiangnan prepared his fishing gear and said with a smile, "Let's go fishing in the mountains today." Bang! As soon as the door opened, Jiangnan was stunned. Because there were wolves swarming in front of us. Jiangnan roughly counted about 10. They surrounded their own front door completely. These must be wild wolves living in the forest. Why did it suddenly appear out of the forest so early in the morning? Timber wolves are large predators, averaging about 1.5 meters in length and 1 meter in shoulder height. They are not only intelligent but also ruthless and adept at teamwork. They usually roam, hunt, and reproduce in their own territory. They would only venture out of the forest if they encountered an emergency or were starving. But today, without any warning, they all came to Jiangnan's door. None of the wolves had any ill intentions, they just stared straight at Jiangnan. We don't know what they want to do. Where did all these wolves come from? It's over. The island lord's life is in danger this time. Nothing more to say, let's start the feast. I'll give 200. I can play the suana. Does the island owner need it? I've been waiting for business in your live stream since the first day, and today I can finally put it to good use. Island owner, please also patronize my business. My family sells reeds. Paw Patrol, let's have a general meeting. Some viewers in the live stream were shocked, while others made jokes. Oh woo! Just as Jiangnan was about to take a step back and close the door tightly, a familiar white figure appeared in his sight, accompanied by a wolf's howl. White wolf! Upon seeing the white wolf, all the wolves automatically split into two lines, making way for a passage. It's just like the procession of an ancient emperor. It seems to be the Wolf King. As the alpha wolf, it is smaller than other wolves, but in terms of intelligence, speed, strength, sensitivity, and other aspects, it far surpasses them. The white wolf walked step by step towards Jiangnan, a ginseng root still dangling from its mouth. Judging from the color and size, it's twice the size of yesterday's. Ugh! White wolf casually placed the ginseng in front of Jiangnan. You want tea again? Jiangnan grinned and asked. Oh woo! The white wolf howled, but did not nod. Instead, it turned its head and glanced at the wild wolves around it. Jiangnan understood and continued, "You'd like to invite them to drink with you too." This time, the white wolf finally nodded. Holy crap! White wolf is so righteous. As expected of the Wolf King, he thinks of his brothers even when there's good stuff. Following a Wolf King like this is more promising than following Song Jiang. Island Master, don't give them tea, it will damage the Wolf King's reputation among the pack. Wolf King, I'm politely offering you ginseng in exchange, but if you won't let us have tea, we don't mind resorting to force. The viewers in the live stream were eager for a good show. With so many wolves, how much water would they need to drink? Just as Jiangnan was hesitating, the white wolf roared again, and suddenly more than a dozen wild wolves emerged from the surrounding bushes, rushing toward them at top speed. Some of them had wild rabbits in their mouths. Some of them had pheasants in their mouths. Some had wild fruit in their mouths. After they all gathered in front of Jiangnan, they gradually put down the wild rabbits, pheasants, and wild fruits. Jiangnan was amused by the adorable pack of wolves. They actually knew how to barter, and although they were just small trinkets, they were still much better off than some people. You know, some bad people these days turn bad and often steal things from supermarkets, and when they get caught, they deny it to the death. Some people even resorted to violence and damaged supermarket items in order to grab free gifts during promotional events. Take these things to the storeroom next door and I'll make you some tea right now. After giving the order, Jiangnan returned to his room and began to brew tea. Having so many wild rabbits, pheasants, and wild fruits at the entrance is somewhat unsightly and blocks the doorway. More importantly, the weather is too hot, and they are likely to smell bad. Upon hearing Jiangnan's words, the white wolf howled again, and the wolves then began to move, carrying pheasants, rabbits, and wild fruits. It's clear they only listened to the white wolf. This time, Jiangnan used half a can of tea leaves to brew 2 whole basins of tea. He placed the tea in the yard and let the wolves drink it. You can drink here. After you're done, you can leave. But before you leave, remember to take the bowl to the corner. Jiangnan gave a final word of advice before setting off into the forest. After walking for half an hour, Jiangnan finally arrived deep in the forest. Along the way, Jiangnan chatted with the viewers in the live stream from time to time, so she didn't feel bored or tired. The air in the mountains is especially fresh in the early morning, and you can see dew on the flowers, grass and trees, which is beautiful and has a unique charm. The viewers in the live stream spend most of their time in cold cities made of cement and steel. They finally get up early, only to find traffic jams and smog. People were taking screenshots because they rarely saw such a view. Almost every screenshot I take can be used as a cover image for my phone or computer. Just like a Miyazaki Hayao movie. Before long, the viewers in the live stream heard the sound of a babbling brook. Jiangnan also heard the sound of the stream and quickened her pace. Before long, a small river came into view. The river was clear and not rapid. The grass along the shore is lush and green, and you can see butterflies, grasshoppers, mantises, and other small animals. Although the Great Barrier Reef has built many houses and recreational facilities to develop tourism, it has not deliberately damaged the environment, nor has it built various factories. Instead, through reasonable planning, the buildings and recreational facilities have been perfectly integrated into nature. As a result, the mountain environment has not been damaged and the river water has not been polluted. Everything is completely natural, and it looks like a scene from a painting, making you want to open your arms and embrace this beauty. Stepping into Jiangnan is like stepping from reality into a painting, instantly lifting one's spirits. My goodness, this place is so beautiful. Screenshot. You absolutely must take a screenshot. I lived in this scene in my dreams. I never thought it would be so beautiful in reality. I saw a praying mantis, and I really want to catch one and play with it. There was a plump grasshopper there. With a kick of its legs, it grew a meter tall. I'm not bragging, but although this place is beautiful, I've seen it before. When I was a child, this was the kind of scene I saw everywhere in my rural hometown, until the real estate industry took notice of it. The viewers in the live stream were all moved. Jiangnan, holding a fishing rod, went to the riverbank and found a comfortable spot to sit down. As soon as he sat down, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "Everyone, look over there." As Jiangnan pointed, all the audience members looked in that direction. On the opposite bank of the river, there was a large goose. It wasn't some noble swan or anything like that, but just an ordinary white goose. Behind the geese followed a long line of goslings, just learning to walk and wobbling along. Jiangnan opened her mouth slightly and counted in her mind. There were 9 in total. Because they are still too small, their feathers have not completely fallen off, so they all look grayish. Thump! With a splash, the white goose jumped into the river. Instead of swimming away immediately, it turned its head and glanced at the children behind it. Although the goslings were still very small, they followed their mother into the water one after another, driven by instinct. Only, the smallest one at the back of the group stood on the shore, chattering incessantly, but refused to go into the water. Perhaps out of fear, or perhaps out of anxiety, its little wings began to flap wildly. At this moment, a viewer in the live stream spoke up. "Island Master, do you want to help that baby goose? It can't keep up with its mother and older siblings. Don't help. Absolutely don't help. The more you help now, the more you'll harm it. That's right. If you put it in the water now, it will be less afraid of being scared in the future. This kind of pampering will only kill it. But it's still a child." I hate that phrase the most. No matter what the brat does, the parents always say it. Especially when visiting relatives during the Chinese New Year, when the relatives' kids make a mess of my room, all the adults use that phrase to protect them. It makes me so angry that I really want to kick them. To the person upstairs, "I've been through this too. I felt like crying but couldn't, and I was completely exhausted." While the audience was arguing, the smallest gosling finally jumped down after holding on for more than 10 seconds. However, it jumped precisely onto the back of the white goose. The white goose didn't throw it in, but started paddling in the river, with the other goslings following closely behind. This scene is both heartwarming and humorous. I'm dying of laughter. This little guy is so smart. I know, the smallest one must be the daughter. The ones following behind must be Zayadai, Pundi, Zyandi, Wangdi, Dengdi, and Niandi, while the one on its back is called Yeazu. Upstairs, you're a real talent. I wonder where they're going, swimming so fast. Are they heading to Beijing for the roasting? The last gosling is so pampered, thanks to its mother's favoritism. Baby goose, don't talk nonsense. I bought a first-class ticket. The audience's attention was entirely focused on the white goose family, and no one paid any attention to Jiangnan. In fact, Jiangnan was also watching the white goose family, but he casually took out a notebook and a sharpened pencil from his backpack. The painting technique was activated, and in the blink of an eye, the interesting scene from earlier was captured in a drawing. Although it's just a simple sketch, it's a perfect reproduction in terms of angle and other aspects. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was a copy. Great! Just add some simple coloring when we get home tonight, and it'll be fine. Jiangnan looked at the sketch in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Who would have thought that I, who had never studied drawing, could complete a sketch in less than 10 minutes? Is the island owner painting? Holy crap! It really is. The island lord can actually paint. Is there anything the island lord can't do? This man is too omnipotent. It's so well drawn. It's a family of geese swimming. They even drew the baby goose sitting on its mother's back. You can even see a hint of smugness in its eyes. I studied painting, and from a professional point of view, the island owner must have undergone specialized training, otherwise it would be impossible to paint so quickly and so exquisitely. I'll buy this painting. Island owner, what's your price? I want to buy one too. Island owner, please add a link to this painting, we want to buy them all. Jiangnan looked at the scrolling comments and laughed. I don't plan to sell this painting because I want to fill this notebook with drawings. As for what to draw, of course, it will be some interesting things that happen on the island. A notebook full of drawings is not only meaningful to me, but it will also bring back many memories when I look back on it in the future. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a sketch. Experience points plus 30. As soon as Jiangnan finished speaking, the system notification sounded. Jiangnan didn't care about gaining just a little experience. Looking around, he discovered something interesting. In the middle of the river, there were a few lotus flowers, but they were not in full bloom and therefore could not quickly attract people's attention. Luckily, Jiangnan has good eyesight, otherwise he might not have seen it. Look over at the lotus flowers, everyone. There are animals even more interesting than the family of white geese. Jiangnan hurriedly said. He happily shared his discoveries with the viewers in the live stream. The viewers in the live stream looked over again upon hearing the sound. There's nothing there. What does the island lord want us to do? They're just a few lotus flowers that haven't bloomed yet. Are we being tricked by the island owner? No, look closely, there's a little frog on one of the lotus leaves. Finally, some viewers noticed the key point. There was indeed a little frog on one of the lotus leaves. This little frog isn't lying down, it's actually sitting up. It's one thing to sit, but the worst part is that it's also crossing its legs, with its two front paws crossed and clasped together. Although it's just a tiny frog, this action already beats 99.99% of frogs. A frog crossing its legs? My god, it looks so arrogant. This thing must be from another time. Reborn as a frog, my system is invincible. Chapter 1, my girlfriend comes to break off our engagement, and I shout, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't underestimate a young man's potential. Battle through the heavens, why does this novel feel so familiar? Hurry up and write Reborn as a frog. I love reading this, so I'll definitely give you 1,000 or so UN as a reward. Little frog, what's wrong with sitting in the sun with your legs crossed? These humans have never seen anything like it. While the audience was discussing, Jiangnan resumed painting. This time, Jiangnan painted even faster. Since the main character is just a little frog, you only need to draw its leisurely posture with its legs crossed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed a sketch. Experience points plus 40. Because the host's drawing is so lifelike and vivid, a koi fish is hereby awarded as a reward. Koi, this koi has been released into the river in front of you, and you need to catch it yourself. This koi is no ordinary fish, it is much smarter than other fish. If the host can catch it, a certain characteristic of its body will be activated. If the host is unable to fish it up, the system will automatically retrieve it. Note, the validity period is 1 hour, starting from this moment. Holy crap, they even take it back. Jiangnan didn't care about anything else and immediately started fishing. Although it's unclear what specific traits of the koi fish can be activated, the animal rewarded by the system shouldn't be too bad. It's starting. It's finally starting. Fishing begins. By the way, does the island owner know how to fish? While fishing, Jiangnan watched the live stream comments and pouted, saying, to be honest, I really don't know how to fish. This is my first time fishing. Although I grew up by the sea, I should theoretically know how to fish, but to be honest, I really don't. Kids who live by the sea should know that we don't need to fish, but rather use nets to catch fish, and we catch a whole bunch of all kinds at once. What I remember most vividly is fishing with wine bottles when I was a child. We would put some food in the wine bottle, tie a rope to it, throw it into the sea, and then pull it out after a while to catch some small fish. The little fish will try their best to squeeze into the bottle opening in order to eat, but the opening is too small. After they are full, and more little fish come in, they can no longer get out of the bottle opening. Although he doesn't know how to fish, his casting motion is quite professional and aesthetically pleasing, at least he looks very impressive. As soon as Jiangnan said this, the viewers in the live broadcast room immediately learned his background. Haha, so the island owner can't fish. I suddenly feel better. You can swim, train animals, and paint. I thought the island owner was omnipotent, but I never expected there was something you couldn't do. God is fair, if he opens many doors for you, he will surely close one window. The island owner has been so focused on fishing these past few days, I thought he was a fishing expert. Honey, you can do it. I have faith in you. By the way, island owner, is this fishing rod any good? It looks like it could break at any moment. Some viewers mocked, while others supported. Jiangnan smiled and looked down at the special fishing rod that the system had rewarded him with. This fishing rod is really old and quite ordinary. It can't compare to the fishing rods that cost thousands or tens of thousands of dollars these days. As for the bait, it's very simple: earthworms. He dug these earthworms in the yard last night before going to bed. Although earthworms can't compare to the nutrient-rich fish bait available today, they are all natural and organic, which should attract many fish to bite. Jiangnan secretly cheered himself up. Even if I can't catch any other fish, I must at least catch that koi. However, the fishing hook fell straight into the middle of the river and had been submerged for 10 minutes, but there was still no movement. For professional anglers, this amount of time is nothing, but not all viewers in the live stream are anglers, and they gradually became impatient. Is the island owner really capable? How about we make a bet? I bet the island owner won't catch a single fish within half an hour. If he loses, I'll give him a rocket as a reward. I bet I won't catch a single one in 2 hours, even with 2 rockets. That's going too far. Can you please stop dampening the island owner's enthusiasm? Please learn from me. I bet the island owner won't catch a single fish today. Holy crap. Are you a monster, upstairs? What if the island lord loses? Of course it'll be dancing in women's clothes. Just like we agreed before. Yes, dancing in women's clothing. Jiangnan didn't say a word, yet he was already completely outmaneuvered by the viewers in the live stream. It's clear they're very keen to see Jiangnan dance in women's clothing. Perhaps it's because Jiangnan is too handsome. Truly good-looking people can be either masculine or feminine, like Bridget Lin and Hu Ji. For this reason, the viewers in the live stream naturally wanted to see what Jiangnan would look like dressed as a woman. Another 13 minutes passed. Even more devastating things happened. Island Master, I'm fishing right now, and at the same time as you. I've already taken a bite, and I've posted the photos on my fan circle. You can take a look. Haha, same here, I caught one too. Me too, everyone's here to see. On HUYA, there's a fan community, similar to WeChat's Moments, where streamers' fans can post various photos and videos and engage in discussions. Jiangnan didn't believe in this nonsense and decisively clicked in. All I could see were photos of fish. Some are still videos. Some fans caught grass carp, and some even caught loach. The photos and videos show that the fish was caught very recently, not that they are using online images or old fishing videos to deceive people. Jiangnan looked embarrassed and said, I don't believe it. Having learned fishing techniques, how could I possibly not catch a single fish? He casually tugged at the fishing rod in his hand. One pull. There was nothing there. Jiangnan calmed herself down and continued to wait quietly. This time, less than 5 minutes later, the fishing rod suddenly jerked violently. They've taken the bait. Jiangnan was overjoyed and promptly put away his fishing rod. However, Jiangnan did not pull it up at all. On the contrary, the pull of Jiangnan seemed to anger the fish in the water, causing them to thrash about and create a splash. In this situation, the viewers in the live stream immediately started discussing it amongst themselves. My goodness, look at the splash. This fish must weigh at least 30 or 40 pounds. Start with 40 pounds, you can't go wrong. The island owner is awesome. He doesn't fish, but when he does, it's always something amazing. You don't understand, do you? In fantasy novels, this is called defying fate. In the early stages, the protagonist is a useless person who is ridiculed and mocked, but in the later stages, he becomes incredibly powerful and amazes everyone. Jiangnan glanced at the comments and said calmly, everyone, always remember this saying, fortunes change every 30 years, so never underestimate a young person's potential. The viewers in the live stream couldn't help but laugh at Jiangnan's posture. The island lord's tone and expression just now really did resemble Xiao Yan. With the island owner's good looks, he should act in the live-action version of Battle Through the Heavens, which might even become a classic. You really can't blame the actors. The reason why Battle Through the Heavens became Ma Po Kangxing is because of the makeup artists, costume department, screenwriter, and director. As for the actors, they are just average, although some of them do not fit the characters in the novel at all. Don't believe the island lord. Most of us live lives where we should never underestimate the poor in youth, middle age, or old age. We should respect the dead, feel the sorrow of grave robbers, the sympathy of Meng Po, the goddess of forgetfulness, the sighs of the judge, and the mercy of the king of hell. Upstairs, we were getting really into it, and you just poured cold water on us like that. Are you allergic to excitement? I have only one question: if this fish really weighs 40 pounds, it must be very strong in the water. Will the island owner be able to catch it? You should first consider whether the island owner will accidentally break his rod. The bamboo fishing rod in the island owner's hand is neither sturdy nor strong. I believe that the bamboo rod will break during the pulling before the island owner even catches a fish. Ignoring the audience's mockery, Jiangnan took a deep breath and focused intently. He had a feeling that this was the lucky koi fish rewarded by the system, and if he could catch it, he would definitely make a fortune. As she was pulled, Jiangnan's body gradually began to lean back slightly. At first glance, his whole body was stretched into an inverted bow shape. Anglers who frequently fish should know that if a fish really weighs 30 or 40 pounds, its impact force in the water can reach at least 100 pounds. With brute force, it can break free of the hook and escape to safety. Sometimes they even pull people into the water. This is a classic example of a big fish making a miracle. Although I don't know how to fish, I do know some of the theory. When you encounter a big fish like this, don't panic, and don't try to pull it with brute force. Instead, keep your balance and slowly play the fish around. The reason we play with the fish is to tire out the big fish's energy. Although this is a bamboo fishing rod and looks like it's not of good quality, it's definitely enough to catch a fish that weighs 30 or 40 pounds. While pulling the strings, Jiangnan shared fishing tips with the viewers in the live stream. He's using a clever technique, following the direction the big fish is swimming to play it. Some viewers in the live stream, seeing Jiangnan's incredibly professional movements, began to have doubts. Isn't the island owner someone who can't fish? How come he knows so much about it? It's probably because I watched some short fishing videos online. Don't worry about that now, let's wait until the island owner catches it before we talk about it, otherwise it's just empty talk. Whether I can catch it or not, the island owner is better than me. I've been fishing for years and I've never caught such a big fish. Watching Jiangnan struggle against the big fish, the anglers in the livestream even wanted to reach through the screen and come to Jiangnan's side to help him catch the fish. Even if you can't catch anything, you can still have a go at it. Looking at Jiangnan again, his feet are now level with his shoulders, he's in a horse stance, leaning his upper body back, using a zigzag motion to play the fish. By playing the fish this way, once it's ashore, it will definitely be exhausted and won't struggle or jump around anymore. Soon, the big fish's struggles became weaker and weaker. Anglers became curious again. Why are you squatting in a horse stance? What kind of fish walking technique is this? This isn't a horse stance, it looks like it, but it's not quite. The zigzag fish playing method, the island owner is a pro. I seriously suspect that the island owner was just trying to fool us when he said he couldn't fish. So this is the zigzag fish speaking method? This is the first time I've ever seen it. I should learn it quickly, maybe I can use it in the future. Don't brag yet, let's wait until the island owner catches it. Maybe he'll break his rod in a minute. Before we knew it, 3 minutes had passed. Seeing that the time was right, Jiangnan slowly began to reel in the fish. The whole process went smoothly. Judging from the splash of water when the big fish was pulled over, the fish was at least 2 meters long. Jiangnan freed one hand and eagerly moved the bucket in front of him. At the same time, looking at the scrolling comments, he said excitedly, "Sorry to disappoint you, breaking the rod is impossible. It's impossible for me to ever break the rod in my lifetime. This thing was a system reward, how could it possibly break? I've never caught a 2-meter long fish in my entire life." "Don't worry, you'll never catch one in your next life." "Oh no, we've all lost. Let's get ready to give out the gifts." I can't watch the island lord dance in women's clothes again." The viewer who had just mocked the island owner blushed and wished he could turn off the live stream and disappear into the ground. But they wanted to see what the fish looked like, so they held back. They were the ones who were making the biggest fuss just now, but who would have thought they'd be proven wrong so quickly, so harshly, and so loudly? It felt like a gust of wind had slapped my face hard. It not only hurt, but it was also burning. "Come out, Pikachu." Jiangnan raised his fishing rod, pulled hard, and didn't forget to make a joke. In an instant, the large fish in the water was pulled to the surface. This fish was indeed very large and thick, not just 2 meters long, but it's so long and thin, I've never seen anything like it before. What kind of fish is this? Why does it look so strange? Squid? Bullshit. Your squid lives in freshwater. Could it be a loach? Impossible. How could a loach be this big? Holy crap. This isn't a fish, it's clearly a snake. A snake. It really is a snake. As the camera zoomed in, the viewers in the live stream finally got a clear look. That's right, what Jiangnan caught was a snake. And it was a king cobra. It's the same one I encountered just 2 days ago. What's going on here? Jiangnan's smile froze, and the movements of his hands also stopped, as if he had been struck by the sunflower acupuncture technique. Fate is truly wondrous. Who would have thought that Jiangnan would meet the king cobra again so soon? The king cobra also noticed Jiangnan. Fearing that Jiangnan might throw it off the bamboo pole in anger, it quickly hooked its tail onto the bamboo pole and tightly coiled around it. Hiss! It even opened its mouth and cried out, seemingly greeting Jiangnan, saying, "Hello, two-legged creature." What a terrible thing! Jiangnan, looking at the king cobra, wore the same speechless expression Shentang had in "Goodbye Mr. Loser," thinking to himself, "I'm fishing, not snakes, what the hell are you doing here? This is absolutely outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme." Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream breathed a sigh of relief. Since I won the bet, I don't need to give any rewards or gifts. Although the island owner did catch it, strictly speaking, it wasn't a fish, it was a snake, so it doesn't count. Pfft, Island Master, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh, but I just couldn't help it. We are all professionally trained, unless we can't help it. On the other hand, the island owner is still pretty awesome, he actually caught a fish. You're better than me. It was my first time fishing, and I caught a lot of trash. Jiangnan shook his head helplessly, reeled in his fishing rod, and placed it on the shore. The king cobra took the opportunity to slide down. Jiangnan, both amused and annoyed, patted the king cobra's head and asked curiously, "How did you end up in the water? What? The wild game on the road isn't enough for you anymore? Want to catch some small fish and shrimp in the water?" The king cobra didn't speak, nor could it speak, it simply rolled its eyes. Actually, it was quite upset. It had been happily swimming in the water, eating small fish and singing, when suddenly a hook fell from the sky and it got caught. "Never mind, you can go." Jiangnan was still thinking about continuing to fish and had neither the mood nor the time to chat with the king cobra, so he waved his hand casually, signaling it to leave. But the king cobra coiled up and sat down next to Jiangnan, refusing to move. "It's over. The king cobra has latched onto the island owner. This is a blatant scam. Island owner, please bring me this king cobra and I'll teach it a lesson. You've really messed with me. But you're ruthless too, daring to even take a king cobra. I understand now, the king cobra definitely wants the island owner to compensate for the medical expenses. If the island owner catches a fish for the king cobra, it might just leave." Jiangnan asked instinctively, "You want me to catch fish for you to eat?" The king cobra nodded, its scarlet tongue lolling out, its eyes filled with anticipation. "Fuck you." Jiangnan wanted to cry but had no tears. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. The island owner used to just be a fisherman, but now he's suddenly become an employee. "Let's go fishing, the children are starving." Suddenly I feel sorry for the island owner, I feel a pang of sympathy for him. "Island Master, you'd better be careful not to catch another snake, or it will start harassing you again. If I catch another snake, I'll call the island lord a modern-day John Zia. No matter what, from today onwards, the island lord's name will definitely appear on the fishing god ranking. His fishing skills are superb, but he just can't catch any fish. Instead, he can catch snakes. Isn't that amazing? This little guy is really something else. He's even looking at the island lord with such expectant eyes. It's just a pity he chose the wrong person. Snake is naive and has never experienced the harsh realities of life. He actually believed the island owner's fishing skills so easily. Jiangnan watched the viewers teasing in the live stream, and this time it was his turn to feel embarrassed. "I clearly have fishing skills, how could I not catch anything? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Jiangnan didn't believe in this superstition, and also just to vent his anger, he cast his line to fish again. A few more minutes passed. "There's a fish." However, it wasn't Jiangnan who caught it, but a fellow angler in the live stream. He posted the video of his catch in the group again for everyone to watch. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream couldn't stand it anymore. "Island Master, why don't you just give up? Ha ha ha, Island Master, so you really are no good. Now I believe you. Upstairs, please make yourself clear. The island owner is only bad at fishing, not in that area. Island Master, if all else fails, go fishing by the sea. There are plenty of fish there, and you can catch them easily without any pressure." I feel sorry for the headmaster, others have already caught their second fish. After so many days of broadcasting, the all-powerful island lord has finally suffered a Waterloo. Is fishing really effective? Even Jiangnan was questioning this in his heart. However, at that moment, the fishing rod suddenly moved. The movement was very large. The viewers in the live stream all noticed it. Jiangnan reacted quickly, reeling in her line. With a strong pull, the big fish was immediately lifted out of the water. The big fish thrashed violently with all its might, causing water to splash everywhere. This is a large fish with yellow scales. The sunlight shines on it, reflecting a faint yellow light, making it quite beautiful and delicate. The drone flew over quickly and immediately broadcast the large fish clearly to the live stream. The live stream chat exploded with comments. "Holy crap! It's a yellow catfish. The park manager is awesome. He either doesn't fish at all, or he catches treasures. First a king cobra, and now a yellow catfish. I'm a complete fishing newbie, so I'm just wondering, is this kind of fish very rare? It's more than just precious. Yellow catfish is rich in amino acids, with tender flesh, delicious taste, and high nutritional value. It has nourishing and medicinal value. Most importantly, it has no bones between its muscles, making it easy to eat. In some nutritional aspects, it is even higher than freshwater fish such as carp, crucian carp, silver carp, and grass carp. Multidisciplinary popularization, 108 good people born. In that case, wouldn't the headmaster have made a huge profit? Congratulations, director. Congratulations, island owner. This is truly remarkable, a cause for universal celebration. After reeling in the fish in the water, Jiangnan quickly grabbed it and immediately recognized it as a yellow catfish. Yellow catfish, also known in some places as yellow-boned fish, ankai fish, or yellow duck, has the effects of reducing edema, relieving cough and phlegm, clearing heat and removing fire, and promoting lactation. It is recorded in Li Shizhen's Compendium of Materia Medica. When the king cobra saw that Jiangnan had caught a big fish, its eyes lit up. However, it was smart and knew how to restrain itself, so it did not pounce immediately. Jiangnan glanced at the king cobra that was staring longingly to the side, then casually tossed the yellow catfish in front of it and said generously, "Eat up. Consider it my compensation to you." This move immediately caused a stir in the live stream, with many viewers expressing their envy. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have caught a yellow catfish. Experience points plus 50. Jiangnan continues fishing. Less than a minute later, the fishing rod began to shake violently. My goodness, there are fish already. That's way too fast. I strongly suspect that someone is deliberately hiding in the river and hooking fish onto the island owner's fishing hook. Playing dumb to fool the enemy, the island owner is obviously a fishing expert, but he still says he can't. This is too fast, unbelievable, and also very discouraging. I only have 4 words to say: the island owner is awesome. The comments section was flooded with messages. Every viewer in front of their screen stared in disbelief. Although I was shocked, I still praised him. Some viewers have already started giving gifts as a form of reward, accepting their losses. There's no way around it, Jiangnan is just moving too fast. Of course, it's because the fishing speed is too fast, not in certain aspects. At that speed, the fish would probably swim over and bite the bait as soon as it was thrown into the water. Old Monk often uses Pantene, tipped a rocket and left a message: "I'm willing to accept defeat, here's the rocket." Ah Zhen fell in love with Ah Qian, tipped him with 10 treasure maps and left a message: "Island Master, I want to see you dance in women's clothing." Crying face. A single guy taps on the keyboard with his legs, tipped 5 airplanes and left a message: "Island owner, hurry up and catch it. Let's see what kind of fish it is this time." Jiangnan was also surprised. He hadn't expected his fishing skills to improve so quickly. With a quick flick of his wrist, a fish appeared in his hand. This time it wasn't a yellow catfish, but an ordinary grass carp. It's only the size of a palm in Jiangnan. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have caught a grass carp. Experience points plus 10. Jiangnan placed the grass carp in the bucket and began his 3rd cast. This shot was even faster. About half a minute later, the fishing rod began to shake violently. It may seem unbelievable, but it's true. Even he couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Another grass carp. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have caught a grass carp. Experience points plus 10. Inside the live stream, all the viewers were completely dumbfounded. This is cheating. This is absolutely cheating. To borrow a phrase from CAO, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. There's someone hiding in the river. There's definitely someone hiding there. When I was watching back to field, there were comments in the live chat saying that the staff would dive into the water and put fish directly on the hooks. I don't know if this is true or not, but some TV dramas are really filmed like this. In Shen Tengwali's skit Playing to His Tastes, it says something like, "This leader likes fishing, so I dive into the water and hook fish for him one by one. This leader likes playing mahjong, so I let him win. This leader likes collecting antiques, so I bring out my great-grandfather's relics to string for him. This leader likes me." The river here isn't particularly rapid, but you can definitely hide someone in it. People in the river, come out. We've found you. Jiangnan was both amused and exasperated, so he simply flew the drone onto the river. Finally, it fell into the river with a splash. Let's just let the facts speak for themselves. This time, viewers in the live stream could clearly see the pebbles, aquatic plants, and small fish swimming by at the bottom of the river. I looked around, but there was no one there. They didn't suspect that someone deliberately turned off the drone's camera, since if there really was someone in the water, it would be impossible for them to hold their breath for so long. They were even less likely to believe that someone was wearing an invisibility cloak and hiding in the river. After all, such high technology doesn't exist now. While green screens are used for invisibility or various special effects in filming, those are done in studios and rarely outdoors. All things considered, the fish caught in Jiangnan must have been caught by the fisherman himself through his own skills. Maybe it's because the earthworms I dug up last night were plump and tender, and the fish here like to eat them. Facts speak louder than words, Jiangnan explained with a smile. He had barely finished speaking when he threw out another club. This time, it's another yellow catfish. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have caught a yellow catfish. Experience points plus 50. The viewers in the live stream were once again stunned. Jiangnan shrugged, then suddenly remembered something and said, "You guys were talking about someone hiding in the river, which reminded me of an interesting story. The story goes like this: a boss wanted to get a project, so he thought of currying favor with the director who was in charge of the project. He found out that the director liked fishing, so he took him to a pond. Guess what? The director caught 100 pounds of fish in less than 10 minutes. Among these fish were salmon, tuna, and hairy crabs. The director asked, "I can't possibly eat all this fish," and the boss simply said, "Let's just do it the old way and give you the cash." The director suddenly remembered something. "I had a very heavy rod just now, it almost broke. What happened?" The boss immediately said that the box contained soy sauce flavored liquor, and he had already delivered it to your trunk. The director was overjoyed. As he was talking, he caught another fish. When he reeled it in, he was surprised to find that this time it wasn't a fish, but an expensive gold watch. The director immediately asked, "Why is there trash in here?" The boss said this isn't trash, but a genuine golden ghost. According to our local custom, whoever catches it keeps it. The director patted his belly with a smile and said, "With such a rich fish pond, you're walking faster now. I don't know why, but I suddenly want to sign a contract." After the story was told, Jiangnan put away his fishing rod again. This time it's a black catfish. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have caught a catfish. Experience points plus 20. The viewers in the live stream were already used to it and didn't show much shock. Or perhaps it's because they're still telling stories about returning to Jiangnan. The island owner is awesome. Is that something we can just say? This isn't a story, it's reality. Director, I forgot to tell you, you just caught a 95-pound 18-year-old mermaid, and I've put it in your passenger seat. I have nothing more to say. This kind of director is truly incorruptible and upright, and should be imprisoned. There aren't many good people like the director who would do things if they accepted gifts. I thought it was already impressive that the island lord caught a king cobra, but whose subordinate is this? In ancient times, Zhang Taigong fished for those who were willing to take the bait. Now, the director fishes for all sorts of things. Director, please change this bad practice. I can refuse to accept it, but you cannot refuse to give it. Wait, is the island owner deliberately trying to divert our attention? I remember now, isn't the reason the island owner is so good at fishing because he knows how to tame animals? The island owner has a certain tacit understanding with the animals. As long as he says a word, the fish will line up to take the bait. Finally, some viewers realized what was happening. The audience believed that the island owner must know animal training techniques, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to handle so many animals such as green sea turtles, kangaroos, and wolves. Since he could tame animals, he must have deliberately said many nice things to the fish in the river beforehand, which is why the fish deliberately took the bait. The mystery of Jiangnin's successful fishing has been solved. This must be the most correct answer, there can't be any other. The audience's thoughts gradually began to wander freely. Island Master, I want to learn how to fish. Are you stupid? Follow the Island Master and learn how to tame animals. When you learn to talk to fish, no matter where you go, fish will line up and jump into your pot. They will even put scallions, ginger and garlic in their mouths to marinate themselves. I saw it on Douyin before, where someone was cooking and the fish in the pot jumped up by itself and flipped over in the pot. Looking at the lively comments, Jiangnan said helplessly, "I don't know anything, I can't teach you anything." You can't do anything? What can't it teach? Holy crap. Old Versailles. What's the difference between this statement and Old Ma saying he's not interested in money? At this moment, Jiangnan had already caught several fish, but the koi carp mentioned by the system was nowhere to be seen. However, these fish were enough for him to eat. The king cobra, having eaten a fish, was full and lay contentedly on a rock, basking in the warm sunlight. Hiss hiss hiss. The king cobra suddenly sprang to attention, hissing loudly at the bushes not far away. Mouth wide open, body tense, ready to spray venom at any moment. Oh woo-oo! The familiar howl of wolves reached my ears. Jiangnan smiled and said to the king cobra, "Don't be nervous, these are my friends." As they were talking, the white wolf emerged from the bushes. Behind it followed 7 or 8 strong gray wolves. As for the other wolves, their whereabouts are unknown. They must have returned to their own territory under the command of the white wolf. After all, if a territory is not guarded by wolves, it will definitely be occupied by other animals. What are you doing here? Jiangnan watched with curiosity as the white wolf drew closer. The white wolf couldn't speak, it just stared intently at the few fish in the bucket. Jiangnan's face darkened. "No way, you want my fish? Don't go too far. I've already invited you for tea, how can you still be so greedy?" As soon as Jiangnan finished speaking, the gray wolves, under the direction of the white wolf, surrounded him. It seems to be saying, you can't leave unless you feed the fish. These few fish are just enough for me to eat. I'll catch some more for you guys later. At this moment, Jiangnan had no choice but to compromise, and said weakly. And so, fishing resumed in Jiangnan. However, this time it was different from before, it became purposeful. Haha, I once saw a blogger on Douyin who was originally just fishing in the wild. But after he gave a stray cat a fish, he brought all the stray cats with him, and then he went from fishing to working for the cats. I've seen it too, it's really hilarious. Island owner, don't spoil them, or they'll take advantage of you. Maybe tomorrow the whole wolf pack will come begging for fish. He started out fishing, but ended up feeding wolves professionally. Why do I have this feeling that the island owner has unknowingly become the backbone of the wolf pack? Haha, if all else fails, let's pump the water out. Don't follow the island owner's example. Look at him, he doesn't bathe for so long, and now wolves are all around him. While the viewers in the live stream were discussing it, Jiangnan caught fish one after another. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have caught a grass carp. Experience points plus 10. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have caught a catfish. Experience points plus 20. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have caught a carp. Experience points plus 50. Take it. Jiangnan didn't put the fish in the bucket, but instead threw them directly in front of the white wolf. To Jiangnan's surprise, the white wolves did not rush over to eat them. The white wolf didn't eat either. Instead, they hold the fish in their mouths. Before long, Jiangnan had each wolf bring a fish into its mouth. After confirming that each wolf had a fish in its mouth, the white wolf scanned the area and then led 7 or 8 large gray wolves into the forest, disappearing from sight. Strange. Why aren't the white wolves eating? Is it because he's shy? What if he carries it away to feed the wolf cubs? That makes sense. At this time of year, the wolf pack should have produced quite a few wolf pups. Maybe it's for the wolf mothers to eat. Some wolf mothers don't produce milk, so they can only eat some fish to supplement their nutrition. The viewers in the live stream were very puzzled, and as they watched the white wolves and their departing figures, they all offered their guesses. Jiangnan ignored it, sat down again, and continued fishing. An hour was almost up, and he had to catch the koi as soon as possible. In order to successfully catch it, he also added some plump earthworms. Call! Just when Jiangnan was about to lose his composure, he finally saw the koi fish. This is a koi carp that radiates golden light all over its body. It looks like it was made of gold, and it looks quite expensive. However, it was an interesting and funny scene. A koi carp was swimming leisurely under the fishing rod, but it didn't bite the hook. Although the earthworm on the hook was very plump and tender, it seemed not to see it at all, or perhaps it wasn't hungry at all, perfectly embodying the phrase unmoved. Jiangnan couldn't help but think to himself, if this koi were to be reincarnated as a human, it certainly wouldn't be a traitor, at least it would be able to resist temptation. I just don't know if it can resist delicious food, or if it can resist beautiful women. No, it's a beautiful fish. In fact, for a fish, an earthworm is like a young man who has been single for over 20 years and has never been with a woman, facing the most ruthless trick outside of the 18 tortures, the honey trap. There was a news story a while ago about a young man in his early 20s who went to a hotel with a woman in her 50s. Soon, the golden koi spotted Jiangnan on the shore and, swaying its plump body, swam over. Immediately afterwards, ha ha, as he moved his mouth, a mouthful of river water gushed out. The destination is Jiangnan, located on the riverbank. Although it was a bit far away, the golden koi looked very strong. With a powerful spit, it actually spat hard onto Jiangnan's face. This action is extremely insulting. Jiangnan never even considered dodging, because he never imagined that this golden koi would be so shameless. Otherwise, you would definitely be able to dodge it. The next second, Jiangnan's face was covered in sleep, and at the same time, his face turned black. Having lived most of his life, this was the first time he had ever been spat on by a fish. This isn't just becoming a spirit, it's practically cultivating into a monster. Give it a few more years to cultivate, and it might become like Ben Barba and Baborben from Journey to the West. This isn't a fish, it looks like an alpaca. Haha, I've been sprayed by an alpaca before. Just wondering, what do alpacas spray? Seriously? You can race on this lousy road? This is too insulting. If it were me, I would have kicked that fish to death. A scholar can be killed but not humiliated. Jiangnan, naturally, couldn't stand the provocation of the golden koi, but it just wouldn't bite the hook. Helpless, he put down the fishing rod and got up to catch it with his bare hands. But the golden koi was too intelligent. The moment it saw Jiangnan get up, it knew something was wrong and darted into the depths of the stream, disappearing without a trace. Jiangnan was exasperated and could only obediently continue fishing with his rod. Within minutes, several more fish were caught. Carp, grass carp, and crucian carp are all available. Jiangnan was quick-witted and nimble, putting them all into buckets without missing a single one. The viewers in the live stream were all astonished. This time, it was their turn to be envious. Why, I haven't caught a single fish yet, but the island owner's bucket is almost full. This is so discouraging. It looks like I'll have to go home empty-handed. Upstairs, you're obviously not a professional. A professional angler would never come back empty-handed. If I can't catch grass carp, I'll catch silver carp. If I can't catch silver carp, I'll catch common carp. If I can't catch common carp, I'll steal a dog. If I can't steal a dog, I'll catch a chicken. If I still can't catch anything, I'll pick cucumbers or break off corn. If I really can't catch anything, I'll just lie down by the river and drink a couple of sips of water before I leave. When I was a child, my family was poor. The only valuable thing we owned was the big iron lock on the front door. Whenever it rained, I would run to the door, hug the lock, and shout, "Old iron, don't rust, don't rust." I have to say, the island owner is really lucky. Is it possible that the fish here are a bit dim-witted? That makes sense. Island master, you absolutely mustn't eat these fish you caught, or you'll become stupid. As your fan, I'm willing to take the blame for you, because I'm naturally stupid, just like Chun from Goodbye Mr. Loser. So please send them to me so I can eat them. Upstairs, you blurted out what I was thinking. Could you please send me one too, island owner? It would be best if you could finish it before sending it to me. Thank you. Polite, but not much. Who would have thought that Jiangnan, who hadn't been able to catch a single fish since arriving here, would now have his buckets full of water? The audience could only attribute it to luck. Sometimes luck is also a form of ability. Just like Lazy Sheep from the classic childhood cartoon Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. As the saying goes, on the green grassland street, everyone who sees lazy old man offers him a cigarette. Lazy Sheep is bad in every way. He doesn't like sports, loves snacks, sleeps in late, always gets the lowest score in exams, and likes to put things off until tomorrow or pass them on to others. But even so, thanks to his incredible luck, he managed to win at least half of the gold medals for the sheep village in the sheep games. Plus, his cute character design made him steal the spotlight from Happy Sheep and become the main character. Today, Lazy Yan Jiang's current number of fans far exceeds that of other Yang Yang. If it weren't for the fact that the characters weren't particularly likable and would be reported by parents, the cartoon's name would have to be changed to Lazy Sheep and Big Big Wolf. Of course, Lu Xiaokuo from Fruit Warriors also has incredible luck. Although he is silly, he is surprisingly lucky and always manages to escape danger. Today's harvest can be described in 4 words, so. Jiangnan glanced at the overflowing buckets of water and concluded meaningfully. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream almost exploded. Those who competed with Jiangnan in fishing, in particular, almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Although it's just 4 words, so, its power is no less than the classic line from Master Duan Shui Lu and King of Destruction. I'm not targeting anyone in particular, I'm saying that everyone here is trash. Having caught so many fish, one would expect Jiangnan to be very happy, but she couldn't feel any joy. Because the golden koi carp haven't been caught yet. That thing is really something else. Every time I get up, it swims to the depths of the river, but whenever I sit down to continue fishing, it swims back and leisurely moves around the hook in the bank. For Jiangnan, this was simply a matter of bang bang bang. Sorry, slap 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 refers to being slapped in the face, not. No, I have to think of something. Jiangnan, hands on his hips, thought long and hard and decided to make a fish trap. He also considered making a harpoon out of tree branches, which would be faster and more convenient, but that would harm the golden koi. Since it's a fish given by the system, we don't know what special effects it might have yet. We must catch it safely first. Fish traps are easy to make, all you need are sturdy wooden sticks and vines. Soon, Jiangnan found some nearby and began the most responsible weaving. Fish traps need to be woven and knotted, and they are divided into sections. Normally, a section is about 50 centimeters long, while a smaller one is about 20 centimeters long. The ones woven in Jiangnan are 20 centimeters long because he doesn't want to catch small fish and shrimp. The fish trap has many entrances that intersect on both sides, and its internal structure is quite complex. Once a golden koi enters, it will never be able to get out. Jiangnan demonstrated and taught at the same time, and finally said, if you think weaving is too troublesome, you can actually use plastic bottles. First, use the knife in your hand to cut one of the bottles near the cap, and cut the other bottle near the bottom. Then put the cut-off head into the bottle with the tail cut off, and then use an awl to punch a hole at the joint. Then thread the rope through the hole and tie it, leaving a section of rope out, and tie the bottle to the shore. This simple fish trap is now ready. You can put some bait inside to lure fish, but this method can only catch small fish and shrimp. As they were talking, Jiangnan had already returned to the shore and placed the fish trap in the water. The placement of the fish trap is also very particular. The small head is tied with a sturdy rope, and the trap is thrown directly into the water from the water's edge. The rope is then tied to a fixed object on the shore. This is called throwing the trap. After doing everything, Jiangnan left. He didn't want the golden koi to notice him, as that would make it harder to catch it. After leaving Jiangnan, they didn't stay idle. Instead, they searched for wild vegetables nearby. As the saying goes, those who live by the mountains live off the mountains, and those who live by the sea live off the sea. With both mountains and sea, one naturally has no worries about food and drink. Look at this, everyone. This is called water celery. Jiangnan arrived at a patch of wild vegetables, pointed the camera at it, and introduced water celery prefers cool conditions and dislikes hot and dry weather, so it can often be found by streams. As for its appearance, it is not much different from ordinary celery. In the Lushi Chunkaiyu written more than 2,000 years ago, it was recorded that Yunmen celery was a top-grade vegetable. There are two reasons. First, water celery has rich medicinal value. An alkaline component that can be separated from water celery has a sedative effect on animals and a calming effect on humans, which helps to stabilize emotions and eliminate irritability. Secondly, water celery contains zinc, which is a sexually arousing food and is known in the West as couple's vegetable. In short, water celery has many benefits. It can treat colds and fever, vomiting and diarrhea, soothe the liver and lower blood pressure, lower blood sugar, calm the nerves, fight cancer and prevent cancer, and nourish the skin. The second type of water celery is rich in nutrients. It contains all the elements that the human body needs, such as protein, fiber, and calcium, so it is also known as lulutong, meaning smooth sailing. Really? It can beautify the skin? I'm not saying anything more. I'm going to buy it after get off work. Me too. Can it really be exciting? My wife and I are planning to have a baby, so this is exactly what I need. I'm asking on behalf of my friend, does taking this really work? What a clever way to create a friend out of thin air. I have a fishing rod, and 90% of the viewers in tonight's live stream will go and buy water celery to eat. When I used to visit my maternal grandmother in the countryside, she would make this for me. I used to think that my grandmother disliked me and wouldn't let me eat meat, but instead made me eat wild vegetables like cattle and sheep. I heard that many rural people now go to the mountains to pick wild vegetables to sell for money, including water celery. Earning tens of thousands of yuan a month is not a problem. Really? I'm going to the countryside tomorrow too. In the past, people rushed to the city because they thought there were more opportunities there. Now, however, they are all going to the countryside because the countryside is full of treasures. Most importantly, there is less pressure in rural areas. If you have a piece of land in your hometown, you can spend your own money to build a small villa. That way, it will always be yours, and you can pass on your family line. Isn't that better than struggling your whole life in the city and still not being able to afford a house? Even if you do buy one, you only have a few decades of property rights. If it weren't for the fact that schooling is now linked to buying a house, who would want to suffer in a tiny apartment in the city? Now I finally understand why rich people always go to the countryside for vacation. Jiangnan never expected that a small water celery would generate such a huge buzz in the live stream. It seems that the pressure in cities is really immense these days. Especially in recent years, young people are getting married later and later, and even if they do get married, very few of them have children, mainly due to various pressures such as housing prices, car prices, and commodity prices. If you can't even survive in a huge city, you naturally don't want to bring a child into this world to suffer. What Jiangnan didn't expect was that because of his introduction, a large number of people flocked to the vegetable market that very evening, specifically to buy water celery. This directly led to a shortage of water celery, causing a complete stockout. This is hundreds of times better than having celebrities or internet influencers promote or endorse products. Most of the products they promote are fake, and the products they endorse are mostly just bought by fans, which cannot create a nationwide effect at all. Soon, Jiangnan had acquired all the water celery. Let's go check if we've caught the golden koi yet. Jiangnan began his return journey in high spirits. Ding dong! Before I had taken 5 steps, something suddenly hit me on the head. Jiangnan looked down. It turned out to be a peach pit. Peach pit? How could there be peach pits in this place? Squeak squeak squeak. Jiangnan was wondering what was going on when he heard the cries of monkeys. Looking up, I saw a monkey climbing on a tree that was more than 10 meters high. This monkey is half a meter long, and what makes it most different from other monkeys is its face, which is bright red. At first glance, I thought it was Guan Yu, the god of war. The red-faced monkey noticed that Jiangnan was staring at it, so it shouted even louder, seemingly trying to scare Jiangnan away. This monkey looks terrifying. To be honest, I hate monkeys the most, probably because I've been to Mount Imei. Golden snub-nosed monkeys, the monkeys of Mount Imei are always tarnishing the reputation of us monkeys. This monkey isn't scary at all, in fact, it looks quite imposing. Didn't you see the muscles on its arms? The viewers in the live stream had already started discussing it. Short-tailed macaque, also known as red-faced macaque. Jiangnan stared intently at the monkeys atop the tree and explained, these monkeys are round and sturdy with thick limbs. They have a varied diet, eating wild fruits, leaves, bamboo shoots, as well as preying on small animals such as crabs and frogs. When they realize that an enemy has entered their territory, they will exhibit threatening behaviors such as hissing, glaring, pounding the ground, intimidating, chasing, scratching, and biting, with the intensity of the attack increasing in that order. In China, the red-faced monkey is a Class II protected animal. It is also the most widely distributed in numerous species in the genus Macrochaeles besides the macaque, with an estimated population of 70,000. Jiangnin's expression grew increasingly grim as she spoke. In his mind, red-faced monkeys are social animals, with groups containing hundreds of monkeys. Why is there only one here? Was it trying to attract nearby monkeys to help by roaring? Not good. Of the 36 stratagems, the best is to flee. As soon as he finished speaking in Jiangnan dialect, he took off running. One monkey is not scary, but a group of monkeys is. Jiangnan finally breathed a long sigh of relief as the monkey's cries grew fainter in her ears. Although a major battle between humans and monkeys almost took place, he also received good news. There really was fruit in this forest, especially peaches, which are the monkey's favorite food. I can really come here sometime to pick some peaches and make wine. Upon arriving at the riverbank, Jiangnan received another piece of good news. We finally caught the golden koi. At this very moment, it is struggling desperately inside the cage, trying to escape. Unfortunately, despite its intelligence, it wasn't able to escape from the cage successfully. Jiangnan quickly took out the fish trap and was about to examine the golden koi closely when he suddenly noticed that the king cobra next to him was soaking wet, as if it had just swum out of the water. You didn't help catch this koi, did you? Jiangnin's eyes darted around, and he suddenly realized something. This golden koi is so smart, it would never have entered the trap on its own so easily. It must have been the king cobra that swam into the water and kept chasing the golden koi, leaving it with no way out, so it hurriedly crawled into the trap. The king cobra couldn't speak, it just kept flicking its scarlet tongue. Thank you. You can have this fish as a gift. Jiangnan, of course, wouldn't reward the king cobra with the golden koi carp. Instead, he grabbed a grass carp from the bucket and tossed it over. The king cobra opened its mouth wide and swallowed it whole. Jiangnan lowered his head and began to examine the golden koi. This is a golden dragon and phoenix koi with a head shaped like a dragon's head, a tail fin as long as a phoenix's tail, and 4 long, thin barbels that look very majestic. Because of the dragon's whiskers, when it sways, it looks a bit like an ancient general wearing a battle robe, or even more like a phoenix soaring in the sky. This fish is huge. It must weigh at least 16 pounds. All anglers salute the island lord. Passerby, how do I get to the subway station? Island owner, right, exactly 16 pounds. If I had caught this, I would have walked around the neighborhood several times, passing by my house 3 times without going in, so that everyone in the neighborhood would know that I caught it. I once saw a news report about a person whose fishing rod was dragged into the water by a fish weighing over 10 kilograms. The person jumped into the river and swam while reeling in the fish. Luckily, the island owner had set up a fish trap, otherwise, something like that would have happened too. If such a big fish gets away, people will laugh at you for the rest of your life, while if it drowns, you'll only cry for 3 days at most. What kind of fish is this? It looks like a dragon and a phoenix at the same time, it's so beautiful. Dragon and phoenix koi. Jiangnan explained, this fish has a unique dragon head and phoenix tail shape, making it highly ornamental and a rare top-grade ornamental fish. In addition, it loves to play with people, has a very strong memory, and can even recognize its owner if kept for a long time. Really? If that's the case, then the island lord has found a treasure. If I make a wish upon such a beautiful koi, will it bring me good luck? The wishes are all fake, please don't believe them. I'll pray for my family first. Damn it, you upstairs, you old bastard. My wish is simple, I just want a rich woman to take care of me. Rich woman, I'm hungry, let's get together. Brother, that's going too far. Can't you speak properly? There are no such things as rich women in this world. They're all treasures, understand? May you pass every exam. Please, I'm determined to find a partner this year, and I absolutely can't use dolls anymore. I heard someone bought a doll, and it exploded that very night. That's seriously amazing. My request is not high. I just hope that each of the billions of people in the world can give me a penny. My requirements aren't high. I just hope that one of these female celebrities, such as Dilruba, Jinmei, Baizialu, Ruth, Shuxin, Yaifei, etc., will officially announce their relationship with me tomorrow. The live stream room turned into a wishing contest. The golden koi carp has been transformed into a wishing well. Jiangnan smiled and said, a very fruitful day. Let's go home and make dragon meat. Dragon meat? Where in this world are there dragons? The island owner wouldn't want to eat golden koi fish, would he? No. The golden koi is so beautiful, please don't eat it. I want to make a wish on it every day. Jiangnin's words instantly brought the viewers in the live stream back to reality, and they all began to pray for the golden koi. Don't worry, everyone, I won't eat the golden koi fish. As Jiangnan tidied up his tools, he explained, legend has it that if you steam the essence of 5 dragons, black dragon, earth dragon, golden dragon, young dragon, and flying dragon together, you can make 5 dragon soup, which is as delicious as the legendary dragon meat. Please don't think this dish is fictional. It is actually recorded in the Song of Soup recipes, but whether anyone has actually made it throughout history is unknown. As for what these 5 dragons are, I will tell you all in detail when we get home. Jiangnan first piqued the audience's interest, then deliberately kept them in suspense, leaving them eager to hear more. As he spoke, he had already thrown the fish trap back into the water. In this way, you can catch fish immediately the next time you come. After tidying everything up, Jiangnan said goodbye to the king cobra and prepared to go home. Walking home along the path, everything went smoothly at first, until, thump, Jiangnan was hit on the head by something. Looking down, I realized this time it wasn't a peach pit, but a soft peach. Jiangnan picked it up casually and looked up. He saw the red-faced monkey he had encountered before was still watching him from the treetop above. It seems to be following me the whole time. What's going on? What does this red-faced monkey want to do? Why is it following the island owner? Could it be that it needs his help? The audience began to discuss and speculate. Jiangnan took a bite of the peach with relish. One bite and it bursts with juice. He could clearly feel the juice not only gushing out from the gaps in his mouth, but also flowing down his throat into his stomach. Sweet! The fruit wine made from these soft and sweet peaches must be delicious. The red-faced monkey wasn't angry that Jiangnan ate its peaches, nor did it squeak or yell. Instead, it turned and ran away. After jumping from one tree to another, it turned its head to look at Jiangnan, as if waiting for Jiangnan to follow it up. Jiangnan thought about it and decided to follow them to see what was going on. And so, led by the red-faced monkey, Jiangnan once again ventured into the forest. This red-faced monkey was very clever. It was worried that Jiangnan couldn't keep up with it, so it would stop and wait patiently several times. Before long, Jiangnan arrived at the place where he had just met the red-faced monkey, the place where he had picked water celery. The red-faced monkey didn't stop and continued leading the way. After an unknown amount of time, a breathtaking scene appeared in Jiangnan's view. Emerging from the woods, we arrived at a small, verdant valley. At the end of the valley, there is a cliff. The waterfall cascades down from above, gathering into clear streams. Each stream, like a jade ribbon, meanders from the entrance of the valley and flows into every part of the forest. The stream where Jiangnan was fishing earlier must have flowed and converged here. The scenery here is beautiful, with all sorts of brightly colored birds among the flowers and plants. They gather in 2s and 3s, sometimes chasing insects, trying to fill their stomachs. Sometimes they drink water by the stream, jumping around and even having water fights. Sometimes, while flying, they slap the water's surface to play, splashing up a series of crystal-clear water droplets. If one day Jiangnan wants to challenge himself with outdoor life, this is definitely the perfect place to set up camp. This place is truly a paradise. Jiangnan stretched and took a deep breath of the fresh air, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. This place reminded him of the canyon where Xiao Yan and Little Fairy Doctor were alone in battle through the heavens. Everything was so beautiful, so exquisite, so unreal, as if it could only appear in anime. This scene is so beautiful, I have to take a screenshot. Screenshot successful. Perfect for using as my phone wallpaper. I have to say, the picture quality in the island owner's livestream is the best I've ever seen. It's like watching Animal World when I was a kid. It's even more beautiful than those so-called photography masters. The visuals are so beautiful, I wish I could step out of the screen and live here. Suddenly, I don't think that red-faced monkey is so scary anymore. It's fluffy and quite cute. I really want to touch it and hug it. If you all hug the red-faced monkey, then no one will compete with me for the island's owner position. It's perfect timing for me to hug the island's owner. Retreat! 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 The island lord is mine. I hope you won't be so shameless. Is it fun to fight me for my husband all day long? Why don't we serve the island lord together instead? Cough cough. Jiangnan quickly coughed lightly, interrupting the livestream chat. This isn't a barrage of comments, it's clearly lewd talk. No wonder scientists say that women are dozens of times more lustful than men. When they get really carried away, it's truly irresistible. The scenery before us is beautiful, but it also has its flaws. Gradually, a foul odor began to emanate from Jiangnan. The stench was like that of a rotting corpse. Are there animal carcasses in the canyon? Jiangnan frowned slightly, sensing that something was amiss. Some animals have a premonition when their lives are coming to an end, and they will quietly leave the group and find a beautiful place to quietly wait for death. This place looks so beautiful on the surface, but could it be an animal graveyard underneath? Squeak squeak squeak. The red-faced monkey turned to look at Jiangnan, gesturing for him to follow. Jiangnan didn't want to continue, but seeing the red-faced monkey's anxious urging, she softened and followed after him. He who eats another's food is bound to do his bidding, he who takes another's gift is bound to do his bidding. It's my own fault for eating someone else's peaches. Following the red-faced monkey, Jiangnan continued deeper into the valley. The further you go in, the stronger the stench becomes, even making you feel nauseous and want to vomit. Soon, Jiangnan's face contorted in anger. The viewers in the livestream couldn't smell it at all through the screen, and only Jiangnan suffered from it. However, they can still see it. Why does the island lord look so grim? Did you eat something that upset your stomach? Or did you smell something? Island master, I strongly suspect that there is a serious problem with your health. Come to my house quickly, and I will give you a comprehensive examination in bed. I will also check. When the island owner comes to my house, I will specially prepare all kinds of stockings for you to choose from. The female viewers in the live stream started making suggestive remarks again. This is the comments section, not some deserted area, but they don't care at all when faced with a handsome guy like Jiangnan. Jiangnan walked for about 10 minutes and finally figured out what was going on. At this very moment, a flower grows in front of him. This flower is red, and the blossoms are clustered together, looking somewhat like a large cabbage at first glance. Kai-style rafflesia. No wonder it smells so bad. Jiangnan pointed the camera at the flower in front of him and explained, this thing is also known as the corpse flower. As you can see, this flower has no leaves, not even roots or stems. Its entire life cycle depends on parasitizing a vine to absorb nutrients. When the vine is dried up, it will immediately open its flower bud and begin to reproduce the next generation. The huge petals are ant-colored, and if you look closely inside, you can find whiskers and teeth growing inside. When the petals are fully open, the diameter can reach 1 meter, making it the largest flower in the world today. In addition, it emits a very unpleasant stench. If you don't get close, you might mistake it for an animal carcass. In the wild, many animals will avoid it, but there is one exception, the blowfly. The so-called blowfly is that big-headed fly. They like to eat carrion and all sorts of disgusting things. They think there is something delicious inside the rafflesia flower and search everywhere inside, but there is nothing inside, and only death awaits them. The petals of this flower in front of me haven't fully opened yet, but they're already making me feel nauseous and suffocated. It must be removed as soon as possible, or it will wreak havoc on this valley. Because the hotter the weather, the smellier this thing becomes. The highest temperature can reach 40 degrees Celsius, which is higher than the surrounding temperature. And these past 2 days have been hot, which is perfect for this thing to grow. I absolutely cannot allow it to grow up and bloom. As soon as Jiangnan finished speaking, the viewers in the live broadcast room started discussing it. Could this be the corpse-scented devil's tongue from Ghost Blows Out the Light? I have a question, what will happen if I step into it? It's just like stepping into a latrine. It attracts bees, but flies. It's hilarious. Is Gloom from Pokemon based on this? I once thought the rafflesia in Plants vs. Zombies was fictional, but I never expected it to be real. I've learned something new from the island owner. You're never too old to learn. Without further ado, Jiangnan put down everything and began to destroy the rafflesia. Since he didn't have any tools on hand, he simply found a wooden stick. He was very strong, and in no time at all, he destroyed the rafflesia to pieces. Looking further a distance, the red-faced monkey raised his hands and actually clapped happily for Jiangnan. Jiangnan finally understood that the reason the red-faced monkey brought him here was to destroy the rafflesia. The reason it went through so much trouble was probably because it had its eye on this valley and wanted to live there. Ding! Congratulations, host, for helping the red-faced monkey destroy the rafflesia AGP. The red-faced monkey is very happy and has begun to trust you as a human. As a reward, you are hereby awarded the Sealing Card. Soundproof card. This card is a one-time use product and will expire after half an hour once used. As its name suggests, this card can create an invisible barrier of energy around the host, shielding them from noise from all directions, protecting their ears, and preventing them from becoming irritable. Additionally, this card can be used when facing ferocious beasts such as tigers and lions, as it can effectively block the roars of these animals. Good. Jiangnan mentally evaluated the sound sealing card. Although it's only 2 words, I really like it. In the wild, many animals scare people by roaring, which frightens or irritates them, and then they can catch them off guard and attack, knocking them down. With a soundproof card, there's nothing to fear anymore. In Journey to the West, the group of little bull demons under the command of the 3 rhinoceros demons, Bihan, Bishu, and Baikan, annoyed Sun Wukong with their noise, causing him to flee in a sorry state. In ancient times, this thing would definitely be a bug, because it would be a natural counter to various sonic martial arts such as Lion's Roar. Oh woo woo. Jiangnan had just finished checking the system rewards when he heard the roars of monkeys. The red-faced monkey in front of them seemed to be afraid of something, and it quickly hid behind Jiangnan, covering its head with its hands and trembling. The monkey troop is here. Jiangnan sensed something was wrong, but it was too late to escape. The monkey's roars grew louder, louder, and more piercing in my ears, clearly indicating that they were coming here with a specific purpose. Moreover, there were cries from all directions. They are rapidly forming an encirclement. About 2 minutes later, the monkey finally came into Jiangnin's sight. Then, all I could see were monkeys, densely packed, lined up one after another. The mountains and fields are teeming with monkeys. There are at least 100 of them. If you didn't know better, you'd think you'd stumbled upon the flower and fruit mountain. Some of them were hopping and jumping among the tree canopy. Some were running through the woods. Some have already gathered on the top of Jiangnan. Holding either wooden sticks or stones, they stared intently at Jiangnan. To be precise, he was staring at the red-faced monkey behind Jiangnan. Jiangnan realized something was wrong, and he boldly guessed that this red-faced monkey must have been a member of the monkey troupe before, but was later driven out for some reason. Oh woo-woo-woo. Squeak squeak squeak. More and more monkeys gathered, showing no fear of Jiangnan and even patting their chests with their hands. Faced with Jiangnin's lack of response, they assumed it was frightened and began to shout louder and more audaciously, even spitting at it. Seemingly knowing that the monkeys were not to be trifled with, or perhaps sensing their furious murderous intent, the small animals in the valley scattered in fear. Some flapped their wings and flew away. Some quickly hid in their own caves. Some little frogs weren't so lucky, they were caught on the spot by the monkeys and became their playthings. When the monkeys got tired of playing with them, the frogs would end up inside their stomachs. Crazy. Boiling. Rampage. My goodness. Even Sun Wukong's flower fruit mountain is nothing more than this. Jiangnan shuddered. He knew there were monkeys in the forest, but he never imagined there would be so many hiding there. At this moment, looking at the dense troop of monkeys, he thought of a classic line from Li Bai's poem, "The spirit of war unites with the heavens, the sound of drums can be heard from the bottom of the mountains." In an instant, the Jiangnan region was surrounded by monkey troops. Red-faced monkeys of all shapes and sizes surrounded the area from all directions, some tall, some thin, some fat, and some short. They roared in like a flood bursting its banks, or perhaps Li Jing leading his heavenly army to besiege Flower Fruit Mountain. Ah! As the surrounding monkeys parted to make way, a gray-bodied, red-faced monkey slowly emerged. It is larger than other monkeys. However, perhaps due to his age, his hair was not very shiny, and he was mostly covered in fat, with a round belly that swayed as he walked. Judging by its size alone, you might mistake it for a pig. Judging from its status, it's obvious that it's the Monkey King. The Monkey King made his way towards Jiangnan step by step, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. So many monkeys. Ugh, I have trypophobia. The island owner is in trouble. The island owner is in big trouble. A song of cooling down for the island lord. I'm not saying anything more, I'm definitely going to get to eat at the banquet today. The island lord has died, the play ends. I'll give you 200, let me have a big pork knuckle. I'll give you 100, 500. Inside the live stream, while all the viewers were joking about giving gifts, they were all incredibly nervous, their hearts racing. In their view, there was no way they could escape alive from so many wild monkeys. Even if they managed to escape by sheer luck, they will be covered in wounds. Because some of the viewers have been to Mount Ime. There, even a monkey could drive it crazy. When faced with monkeys snatching their food, people dared not resist or lay a hand on them, they could only obediently hand over the food. Otherwise, you will face relentless and frenzied retaliation from the monkey troop. Meanwhile, in the outdoor area, a female live streamer was dancing. Her name is Ming Jiang. Although she has a high-tech look, she is slim, fair-skinned, and beautiful. She speaks in a sweet, coquettish voice, which has won her a large number of devoted fans. Her daily live streams consist of dancing at home or going for a walk outdoors. Today was the first time she wore a cheongsam to dance. Although it's called a cheongsam, it's actually not proper at all. Because its cheongsam has a slit that goes all the way up to the thigh, people can see what's inside from time to time while dancing. Although she was wearing safety shorts, the audience loved the subtle, alluring effect. Soon, Ming Jian's popularity soared, quickly rising to the top of the outdoor category. It even surpassed Jiangnan by 1 million in popularity. Logically speaking, this kind of live streaming style should have some popularity, but it's nowhere near as popular as Jiangnan's. So why is it so popular? Because she was the female anchor whom Hao Ren had his eye on. That night, after failing to sign Jiangnan as he wished, Hao Ren directly signed Ming Jiang. To prove his choice was correct and to get revenge on Jiangnan, he used his position to boost traffic and give rewards to Ming Jiang's live stream in the background to support her. Unaware of the facts, viewers naturally followed suit and made donations. This is a disguised form of publicity, and just another common tactic in live streaming. On the other hand, Jiangnan, despite his popularity and being one of the top streamers in the outdoor category, was quietly hidden by Hao Ren because he hadn't signed a contract yet. You had to scroll to the second page to find his live stream. Ming Chan's dances are all very energetic, and she occasionally twists her sensitive body parts while revealing a seductive expression. This caused the viewers in the live stream to go crazy, and they started typing furiously in excitement. This is so beautiful, I can't take it. Brother, you're not doing well. Eat some chives to help you recover. When did such a pretty girl get into the outdoor area? She should be in the dance area. Tisk tisk tisk, that figure and face remind me of Xiao Erduo from TikTok, typing with one hand to prove my innocence. I'm done. What about you? I saw it. I saw it. It's so beautiful. What's the use of seeing them? They're safety shorts. What's the use of looking around? In the end, they're just clinging to a big shot. Upstairs, you don't understand. Imagine you could do all sorts of things with a woman who's hooking up with a rich guy. How exciting would that be? A bunch of idiots. I know what they look like without even looking. Upstairs, please enlighten me. As everyone knows, anyone who dares to call themselves sauce has no hair. Holy crap. Bro, you're awesome. After performing a lively dance, Ming Jiang sat down in a chair and said, I just checked, and our popularity has reached #1 in the outdoor section. I'm so happy and excited. To thank my family for their support during this time, I made a last-minute decision. I will be broadcasting for 8 hours today, continuing until tonight. During this period, I will perform all kinds of dances for everyone. I will dance whatever you want to see. I also have some clothes in my collection, such as jeans, maid outfits, shorts, mini skirts, etc., which I will wear to show everyone. Throughout the entire process, Ming Jiang covered her chest with both hands, putting on a pitiful appearance, and her voice was extremely strained. The neckline of the cheongsam is very deep, and a large expanse of white can be seen if you are not careful. The reason for covering it up the whole time is simply this: I am afraid that people who are not rich will see it, and I am also afraid that people who are rich will not see it. In addition, Ming Jiang deliberately puffed out her body, seemingly intentionally showing off her massiveness. In short, Ming Chan's every move and word is full of cunning. They say women are made of water, but this Ming Chan is made of cunning. Are we really going to dance all day? My goodness, I really have none left, not even a little bit. Please spare me. Someone, bring me goji berries. I want more. Toilet paper, toilet paper. Where's the paper seller? I'm out of paper. I just ate grilled kidneys, I can eat. Just wondering, is it okay to wear overalls? I think overalls are the ultimate must-have. Upstairs, you've finally shown your true colors, haven't you? Hey kid, do you even know how to apologize? Do you know how hard my brother works? Do you know how many awards he's won? Looking at the scrolling public chat, Ming Jiang remained calm and composed, saying, I only have one small request. I hope everyone can help me get the top spot on the daily donation ranking in the outdoor section. I just checked, and although we're #1 in popularity, the daily donation ranking has been taken over by someone else. It looks like that person is streaming a bunch of monkeys. Is such a cute little John not as good as a bunch of monkeys? If I can get first place on the daily donation ranking, I will also broadcast more at night, even until midnight. John only has this one small wish: dear brothers, please grant it to me, please. John wants it. As soon as he finished speaking, the chat in the live stream became even more enthusiastic than before. What? You want money? Sorry, I don't. Talking about money hurts feelings, and gifts are out of the question. I'm leaving now, brother. John, you're being unreasonable. I thought our relationship was very pure, but I never expected you to ask me for money in the end. Do you want something as disgusting as money to taint our relationship? I'm happy when I get something for free. I don't even pay for a membership to watch shows online, so I won't spend a single penny. Brothers, how could you do this to Meng? It's really too much. At least do what I did and recharge $1. Sorry, not spending money is my bottom line. I won't spend a single penny online. Don't worry, I've covered the top spot for you today. But I'm a minor, so can you give me the money back after I've finished spending it? Looking at the public chat, Meng couldn't help but curse in her heart, a bunch of poor bastards, nothing at all. If it weren't for maintaining the popularity, I would have kicked you out of the live stream long ago. I feel disgusted just looking at you and want to vomit. Just as Ming Jiang was complaining, flashy special effects suddenly started flashing on the public screen. Congratulations to the irritable bull demon king for giving someone 10 rockets. Best wishes to you, brother. The sky is vast and the wilderness is boundless. My elder brother gave me the belief to persevere, and the gift gave me the motivation. I will continue to work hard. After just one glance at the public chat, Ming Jiang started dancing with joy, her smile undisguised. She's been streaming for a while now, and given that Ming Jiang does have a great figure and looks, she naturally has big spenders supporting her. At the same time, Meng noticed that her phone, which was lying next to her, had lit up. It was a message from WeChat. After playing a song in the live stream, Ming Jiang promptly opened WeChat. In her WeChat account, there is a section specifically labeled with a fish. This column contains 20 or 30 people. These are the various big spenders she has encountered since she started live streaming. some can spend tens of thousands of yuan, while others can spend even more. As for why they were labeled with a fish, the meaning is obvious, they simply treated these guys like their own pet fish. A message came from a guy whose face resembled the Bull Demon King from the TV series Lotus Lantern. It was the same irritable Bull Demon King who had just showered the player with gifts. The irritable Bull Demon King Zhang, I'll help you get to number 1 on the daily donation ranking today. Can you finally promise me that thing I've been asking you for all this time? Ming Jiang thought for a moment and replied, brother, I have to do a live stream tonight, I don't have time. The irritable Bull Demon King quickly replied, then you should download an hour earlier. I want to have a one-on-one video chat with you tonight. If you don't want to, I won't bother anymore and I'll leave now. Threaten. A blatant threat. If it were someone with a short temper, they would have quit long ago, or even started arguing. But Meng knew this was her older brother, and she was counting on him to make money, so naturally she wasn't angry. Instead, she replied sweetly, okay, I'll listen to you tonight, brother. You have to be gentle with me. The text was followed by a shy emoji. This is the most realistic situation you'll encounter during a live stream. While you're chatting away happily in the live stream chat, thinking you might be able to flirt with the streamer, little do you know that the streamer has already started chatting with the big brother on WeChat, discussing how to exercise that night. After receiving a satisfactory reply, the irritable Bull Demon King returned to the live stream. They started spending money without warning. The irritable Bull Demon King gifted 10 rockets. The irritable Bull Demon King gifted 10 rockets. And left a message, today my Meng is going to try her luck on the daily reward ranking in the outdoor section. This is her first time trying to get on the ranking, and as her family, I must support her unconditionally. Today's top spot in the outdoor section's donation rankings must belong to my adorable little darling. That's what my brother Niu said. Even Jesus couldn't stop it. I'd like to see who dares to compete with Meng-Chan for the top spot. Anyone who dares to do so is going against my brother Niu. His words were delivered with great force, and his pretentious manner was off the charts. Anyone who didn't know better would think this guy was Zhao Rishan. Brother Bull Demon King is mighty and domineering. How much money would all those rockets cost? These days, a guy's money isn't money, it's toilet paper. Brother Niu, I can dance too. Come to my live stream, I'll dance just for you. Upstairs, Brother Niu wants to see more than just dancing. If I'm not mistaken, Meng-Chan has to put in a lot of effort behind the scenes. As the streamer kept spamming rockets in the chat, the entire live stream room erupted in excitement. Many viewers know that the reason why Bull Demon King spent so much money must have a purpose, but they are just too lazy to say it, since this is a very common thing in the live streaming circle. The reason why big brothers like to give gifts to female streamers with fair skin, beautiful faces, and long legs is 95% because they want to meet them in real life and have something happen between them. Even if we can't meet in person, at least we can have a one-on-one video chat. Otherwise, who would become a source of great resentment for no reason? Upon seeing the rocket, Ming Jiang's smile grew even brighter, and her voice became increasingly sweet as she said, Brother Niu, you're so amazing. I'm giving you a heart emoji. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right leg and placed his hands on it to make a heart shape with his hands. Female anchors make heart shapes with their hands in many ways, including heart shapes with their legs, chests, and buttocks. She's incredibly alluring, and after she's done, she'll deliberately wink at the screen. Any guy with a weak will simply couldn't resist, and his brain would even lose its ability to think, causing him to keep clicking the mouse and showering gifts without a second thought. Even if the balance is insufficient, you should still top up all at once. They even resorted to taking out loans or stealing money. What they enjoy is the sense of superiority they feel when sending gifts in the live stream. Upon seeing Ming Jiang's crotch, the Bull Demon King's mouth went dry and his body trembled with restlessness. Like many big brothers, he uncontrollably continued to shower gifts. In his opinion, as long as the gift is right, he's 100% sure he can win over Meng. He's been in Ming Jiang's live stream for about a week, just to have something happen between him and Ming Jiang. Today, Ming Jiang finally agreed to a one-on-one video chat tonight. At this crucial moment, I naturally need to send her lots of gifts to make a good impression. At this moment, he only hoped that night would come soon, and he couldn't wait to start sharpening his spear at the last minute. A user tipped the user with a treasure map. The night raid on the nunnery event has started accepting membership cards. Drowned fish tipped a rocket. As soon as the irritable Bull Demon King finished giving his reward, countless viewers began to give theirs. It might be a few dollars, $12, or $100, but rarely more than $1,000. They were all just following the trend in giving tips. Although the amount was small, at least the desired effect of following the trend was achieved. As more and more people follow the trend, the amount will naturally accumulate. What China has in abundance is people. This is what is known as the bandwagon effect. Many viewers, after seeing the older brother showering gifts, would also be unable to resist sending a few dollars in return, and before long, they would become addicted. This is why some of the big spenders in live streams are actually guild members pretending to be wealthy, or they have arranged it in advance with the streamer. Just like the line from Let the Bullets Fly, the gentry's money will be returned in full, and the common people's money will be split 30/70ths. Among them, the drowned fish had a little trick up its sleeve. After sending the rocket, it didn't forget to send a private message to the irritable Bull Demon King, leaving this message: Brother Bull, let's be friends. If something really happens between you and Ming Meng-chan, remember to record it. I'm willing to pay to watch it. He wasn't interested in Ming Meng-jiang and was too lazy to spend too much money on her, but he could make friends with the older brother and spend very little money to watch a video and gossip. Many female live streamers have their videos exposed for this reason. They thought they could make more money off their boss, or even that he was a tycoon and they could take the opportunity to marry into a wealthy family. Little did they know, they had already been sold out by their boss. The hot-tempered Bull Demon King quickly saw the message and simply replied with 3 words, "No problem." He didn't intend to develop a long-term romantic relationship with Ming Meng-jiang, he just wanted to have some fun, so it didn't matter if others saw it. Besides, you can also make money and recoup your investment, so why not? Led by the irritable Bull Demon King, Ming Meng-jiang finally achieved her goal of topping the daily reward list in the outdoor area just 10 minutes later. On HUIA, each region has its own separate rankings, including the donation ranking, popularity ranking, and subscription ranking, which are divided into daily, weekly, and monthly categories. As a new streamer, appearing on any daily ranking list can bring significant traffic and attention, because nowadays, viewers of live streams are just like readers of books. They check the rankings every now and then, wanting to change things up and find some books that suit them to read. After finally making it onto the daily donation ranking, Ming Meng-jiang became even more excited, her chest heaving. She said, thank you so much for the gifts, brother. I'm so happy and touched today. Since I started streaming, I never thought I'd be on the ranking. I never expected to be so lucky every day, Before she could finish speaking, Ming Meng-jiang started crying, tears streaming down her face. This crying scene is far more professional than that of a young heartthrob. No wonder some live streamers end up acting in movies after a while. It's worth noting that crying is one of the common tricks used by live streamers. They cry at any time. I cried because I was happy. I cried because I was sad. If you buy counterfeit goods, you'll cry even if you apologize. Whenever they cry, a group of diehard fans feel sorry for them and start showering them with gifts, trying to make the streamer happy. This method works every time, and even some male celebrities who promote products end up crying. Soon, the daily donation ranking brought traffic to Ming Meng-jiang, and more viewers clicked into the live stream out of curiosity. Knowing this was a great opportunity to gain fans, Meng immediately adjusted her mood, continued dancing, and radiated her charm. To be honest, Ming Meng-jiang has studied dance, but it was too tiring, so she only took a few classes. However, being a woman, she was clever and knew which parts of her body would attract men, so she would always deliberately show off her most prominent features when dancing. The dance wasn't professional, but it was undeniably captivating and alluring, instantly drawing the audience in. This is so beautiful, my saliva is about to spray out of my nostrils. I'm different from you, my saliva is about to spray from my head. Hey upstairs, if I may ask, from which head did you spew that out? She dances really well. If she were in the dance section, she would definitely be the #1 dancer. Even if she doesn't go to the dance section, she's still the top girl in the outdoor section. She's currently #1 on the daily charts. The dance was good, but it used up a lot of paper. Selling paper. Selling paper. I specialize in selling paper in the dance area. I've already bought 2 courtyard houses in Kyoto, and I plan to buy a few more houses in downtown Shanghai next year to rent out. Ming Meng-chan, your boyfriend has been stolen. The top spot on the leaderboard was snatched away? Are you kidding me? It's only been less than 5 minutes, and the dance isn't even over yet. Ming Meng-jiang panicked and lost all interest in dancing. She immediately took out her phone to check. As expected, the daily donation ranking in the outdoor section was overtaken, and not only that, it was also pushed down from the popularity ranking. The next moment, Ming Meng-jiang performed the national treasure of face-changing. 1 second she's all smiles, captivating and charming, the next, her smile vanishes, and her eyes turn sharp. Who is this? How dare you try to take first place from me? He's so incredibly arrogant. Meng cursed inwardly, but when she looked up, she froze. The island keeper. She remembered this guy because Hao Ren had specifically instructed her that no matter what, she had to crush him in every aspect of the data, because this guy had huge potential and would one day compete with her for the position of the #1 outdoor streamer. Ming Meng-jiang never expected this day to come so soon. With old and new grudges piled up, she changed her expression again, her eyes glistening with tears once more, and she said in a pitiful, coquettish voice, "Brothers, our Pangi has been taken away, please save John, please. I want her, brothers, give her to me." The irritable Bull Demon King gifted 10 rockets. the irritable bull demon king gifted 10 rockets and left a message. Don't worry, Meng-Chan, I'm here today. The one I'm going to be with is definitely yours. I, the bull demon king, may not have anything else, but I have a lot of money. No sooner had he finished speaking than the bull demon king began showering the audience with rewards. Many viewers also started following suit, sending gifts along with the bull demon king. Seeing the irritable bull demon king make such a promise, Meng-Chan finally breathed a long sigh of relief and continued to stand up and wiggle her body to pose. The tears in her eyes disappeared, as if they had never been there. His acting skills are exceptional. Meanwhile, the island keeper's live stream. This time, the island lord was really careless. He should have brought Gangzi with him before he left. No matter how fierce Gangzi is, he won't be a match for so many red-faced monkeys, just like how the giant spirit god couldn't defeat thousands of monkeys and their offspring. If only we had the winning hearts and minds bow right now, we could shoot these monkeys through with one arrow and see if they dare to be so arrogant. Facing the red-faced monkeys coming from all directions, Jiang Nan remained calm and even glanced at the public screen before saying, "Listen to me, everyone, I'm not afraid of these monkeys even without Gangzi and the Eidfuren Bao. They're just monkeys, products of incomplete evolution. I can wipe them all out by myself." The island lord is all talk and no action. Doesn't the third leg get hard? At this point, you're still putting on airs? Forget it, let's respect the dead and be understanding. Just like keyboard warriors on the internet, they always think they're the best. I even saw someone comment on a world champion's TikTok video that I can run faster than him. With so many monkeys, if even one of them spits, it could drown the island owner. Island master, how about we make a bet? If you can successfully escape from these monkeys, I'll reward you with a rocket. I'll take 10 rockets. Island owner, are you in? If you lose, you'll have to dance in women's clothing, just like before. The viewers in the live stream were still obsessed with Jiangnan wearing women's clothing. They were incredibly persistent. Jiangnan grinned and uttered 2 words, "No. I'll gamble." Given up. So even the island lord has his moments of weakness. Actually, gambling is useless. If the island lord loses, he will most likely be beaten to death by these monkeys. How can he possibly have the life to collect gifts? Upstairs, that's correct. Jiangnan laughed and said, "The reason I don't gamble is not because I'm worried about my life, but because I know you're bound to lose. If you gamble twice a day, I don't want you to lose everything, not even your underwear. Then you'll only be able to walk around with your birds." Holy crap! The island owner's showing off again. Walking the bird? Wait, is the island owner driving? I never knew birdwalking could be used like this. I've learned something new that I'll never forget. Oh dear, I've got a short temper, but I have to gamble today. Me too. Back then, Chen Xiaodao won 25 million with 20 yuan. I'm surnamed Chen too, so I wasn't afraid at all. At this moment, the irritable bull demon king entered the live stream. Seeing the lively atmosphere and the audience vying to send gifts, he was completely dumbfounded. The irritable bull demon king came using an alternate account. The only reason I came here was out of curiosity. After all, Meng-Jiang's dancing was nothing more than the same few routines, which he was already tired of. Now, the streamer's popularity and donations had surpassed Meng-Jiang's, which immediately piqued his curiosity, and he couldn't help but come over. Before the irritable bull demon king could react from the barrage of comments, he took a closer look and was terrified by the content of the livestream. Damn it! What's going on? Why are there so many monkeys? Has Lao Tzu traveled to Flower Fruit Mountain? The scene was so spectacular that someone unfamiliar with it might have thought they were filming Monkey King, a sequel to Planet of the Apes. The angry red boy, I'm new here, and I have a question. Did you steal the Monkey King's wife, streamer? Why are you being attacked by so many monkeys? New friend, follow me and I'll tell you the details. Actually, we don't know what happened either. The island lord was inexplicably surrounded by a troop of monkeys. Judging from the way these monkeys acted, they were probably after the monkeys around the island lord. This monkey must have bullied the Monkey King's wife, which is why it was chased by the troop. Of course, this is just my guess. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Monkey King has plenty of wives, he's too busy to handle them all, and he doesn't care. I suspect this monkey is toying with the Monkey King, but this monkey is male, and the Monkey King is male too. Isn't it better to have males or males? Doge. Holy crap. I never thought I'd see Gang Maiwen's storyline among monkeys one day. Sisters, this is so exciting. New friend, calm down. The island lord just found a corpse-scented devil's flower from a tomb raiding novel. That's right, we even caught a dragon phoenix koi weighing over 30 pounds before. I suggest that new viewers watch today's replay after the broadcast ends. It's exciting and thrilling from beginning to end. I believe you'll fall in love with the island owner after just one look. The viewers in the live stream were very easygoing and kind. They took turns explaining things to help new viewers adapt quickly and enjoy watching the island owner's live stream. They have done everything in their power to make Jiangnan bigger and stronger and create new glories. As for the so-called competition for the top spot on the daily donation ranking, they had no idea. Everyone was just sending gifts based on their mood, and who would have thought that someone would snatch it from them while they were sending gifts? The Bull Demon King had no interest in watching the replay, nor did he care to know the content of Jiangnin's live stream. He came here only to do one thing. The irritable red boy, Island Master, hello. My streamer wants to be #1 on the daily charts in the outdoor section today. Please don't try to take it from me. Give me some face, okay? This simple sentence reveals that the Bull Demon King is extremely arrogant and looks down on Jiangnan and even all the viewers of the live stream. If you want to be a top streamer, you should rely on your abilities. Why are you coming to someone else's live stream to give orders? Who are you? Why should the principal give you face? Where did this random cat or dog come from? Get out of here, or I'll start swearing. This name looks familiar. I remember now, there's a female streamer in the outdoor section who often dances named Mingmeng Jian, and her top patron is called Beizao de Niumawan. Could this Beizao Hong Hire be his alternate account? Soon, some viewers recognized the Bull Demon King. He stopped hiding it, perhaps to avoid further embarrassment, and simply brought his large, irritable Bull Demon King character into the live stream, openly admitting, "That's right, I am Mingmeng Jian's older brother. Today, I'm going to fight for my streamer to be #1 on the daily rankings. Island Master, I hope you won't be ungrateful." This time, his tone was even more arrogant. This feeling is like someone coming to your house and viciously insulting your child. Anyone would feel very uncomfortable in that situation. The koi fish that drinks pesticide and blows bubbles, tip 10 rockets. The koi fish that drinks pesticide and blows bubbles, tip 10 rockets. The koi fish that drinks pesticide and blows bubbles, tip 10 rockets. Comment: originally, we didn't know anything about the top streamer and didn't care. We just wanted to enjoy watching the streamer's live stream. But since you've said that, we have no choice but to be ungrateful. Sorry, we have to compete with your streamer for the top spot today. If you're really capable, then come and throw money at us openly. Sister Koi is so awesome. Sister Koi, I'm not short of money, come and smash me if you dare. Sister, I love you. Can I be your little lapdog? We only know that Sister Koi is a woman, but we don't know how old she is or whether she is pretty or not. I don't care if she's pretty or old, as long as she's rich, she's my darling. You came here to make threats over a female streamer, Brother Niu? Are you stupid? You think you're so cool, but you're actually a complete idiot. You're just lusting after that female anchor's body, aren't you? That's despicable, disgusting, ugh. Jinli has been a regular on Jiangnin's live stream since day one, and he gives gifts every day, more or less, and has unknowingly become a top influencer in the live stream. Meanwhile, many viewers, after checking her profile and discovering that she was a woman, became even more revered. At this moment, as Jinli stood up to support Jiangnan, other viewers also started sending gifts and making threats. The Bull Demon King looked at the rapidly scrolling barrage of comments, his face turning ashen. He's been on HUYA for years, and because he sends a lot of gifts, he gets a warm welcome in every live stream he goes to. This is the first time he's been insulted like this. While he was furious, he was also curious about who this koi fish, which was drinking pesticide and spitting bubbles, really was. On HUYA, in addition to various rankings specifically for live streams, there is also a top spenders ranking for viewers. This list is concise and to the point. It simply encourages you to send gifts. You can get on the leaderboard as long as you send enough gifts. Similarly, it is also divided into days, weeks, and months. On the list of the richest people, the Bull Demon King had never seen this lucky koi. On the contrary, he himself often manages to make it onto the daily rankings. Although they're always in the dozens, at least they've made it to the top, and once they're up there, it's a small achievement. Thank you everyone for the gifts and for standing up for me. Now I need to get down to business. Jiangnan glanced at the public screen, cracked his neck, and said, "Now open your eyes wide and see how I escape from the encirclement of these monkeys." As he spoke, Jiangnan slowly walked towards the Monkey King. He remained calm and fearless. Holding a long staff, he exudes heroic spirit. At this moment, the Monkey King was seething with anger, his chest was heaving, and even his eyes were bloodshot. Because Jiangnan never took its nobility seriously. Just now, it strode up to Jiangnan and tried to communicate with him, but Jiangnan was chatting happily with the viewers in the live broadcast room and didn't even look at it. Now that Jiangnan has finally come over, the Monkey King no longer holds back and directly points to the red-faced monkey behind Jiangnan. Jiangnan looked in the direction the Monkey King was pointing and instantly understood. He asked in confusion, "You want me to give you this red-faced monkey? Sorry, it's mine now, I can't give it to you." Jiangnan didn't know what had happened between the red-faced monkey and the Monkey King, but he knew that given the Monkey King's current demeanor, if he handed it over, the Monkey King would definitely lead his troop to beat it to death. The Monkey King never expected Jiangnan to be so forceful. Already furious, it became even angrier and began pounding its chest with its arms, letting out a ferocious howl. It was as if some kind of command was being issued. The next instant, monkeys from all directions, no matter what they were doing, all started screaming hysterically. The squeaking and creaking was particularly jarring. Some monkeys even frantically pounded on the tree trunks with the sticks in their hands, making the noise even louder. Jiangnan immediately sensed something was wrong and promptly checked the data panel, using the sound sealing card from his package. As soon as the soundproof card was used, Jiangnan felt much quieter. 1 second it felt like a kindergarten where many children were arguing and crying, and the next it was like being in a quiet midnight parking lot. Moreover, the sound blocking card is very special, it only blocks the monkey's calls, while other sounds can still reach Jiangnan's ears. For example, birdsong, insect chirping, footsteps. It won't turn Jiangnan into a deaf place all at once. However, merely blocking out the noise made by the monkeys wasn't enough, as monkeys began to pounce towards Jiangnan one after another. Most of them are relatively strong monkeys. Some of them were holding wooden sticks. Some were clutching stones. Their imposing manner resembled that of bandits. The scene was quite spectacular. Someone who didn't know better might have thought that Sun Wukong was leading his monkey followers to attack the heavenly palace again. Within a minute or two, more than a dozen strong monkeys surrounded Jiangnan, baring their teeth and trying to attack him. Ah! The Monkey King let out another strange cry, and upon hearing the roar, the dozen or so strong monkeys pounced on Jiangnan almost simultaneously. Meanwhile, the surrounding monkeys shouted even louder and more shrilly, seemingly cheering them on. The Monkey King sat on a huge rock not far away, and a human-like smile appeared on his face. It was delighted to see Jiangnan under siege. Anyone who dares to offend me, I don't care if you're a two-legged creature or not, you'll all kneel down and sing conquer. A major battle between Jiangnan and the monkey troop is about to erupt. My God, these monkeys are so scary. Which beautiful lady is afraid? I can give you a hug for free. Upstairs, I heard everything you were planning from my own home. Brothers, I turned my stereo up to the maximum, and all the monkeys suddenly started screaming. Can you imagine how ear-piercing it was? I felt like my eardrums were going to burst. I've already quietly turned the volume down to the lowest setting. There's a lion's roar in Jin Yang's martial arts novels, but I never imagined there would be a monkey's roar in real life. Actually, once you go to Mount Ime, you'll know that the monkeys' calls can be quite terrifying, especially when a group of monkeys are calling together. Then why doesn't the island owner have any recollection of it? The viewers in the live stream were terrified. Because the immersion was so strong, when the monkeys screamed hysterically, some of them jumped up from their chairs in fright, some almost punched their computers, and some couldn't help but scream. Some of the female viewers seemed to have already anticipated the ending, and silently closed their eyes, unable to bear watching any longer. Although humans are powerful, when they encounter a group of monkeys, they can only get beaten up. Besides, there are hundreds of monkeys in this group. The audience was on tenterhooks, their hearts pounding, while Zhang Nan remained calm and collected, skillfully maneuvering among the monkeys with his wooden stick. Get out of my way! Jiangnan let out a roar, his long staff whistling through the air. Oh woo-oo! The three monkeys roared at the same time. They waved their claws and ripped wildly, targeting only the upper, middle, and lower sections of Jiangnan. One lunged at the head, one at the legs, and one at the chest. They cooperated very well, so they must have fought together quite a bit on a regular basis. Jiangnan smiled calmly, swung his long staff, creating a piercing sound as he fiercely charged at the three monkeys that pounced on him. Bang! 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 A dull thud resounded as the long staff slammed solidly into the heads of the three monkeys, unleashing a surge of powerful force. Although the three monkeys were strong, they could not withstand such force. After letting out a series of miserable cries, they crashed backward in a sorry state. Whoosh! While rolling, one of the monkeys lost control of its body and knocked another monkey to the ground. My staff technique is called the fate-following staff technique. Jiangnan put away his stick and said to the camera, if I encounter a king cobra, I can use it to fight the snake. If I encounter a monkey troop, I can use it to fight the monkey. In short, no matter what animal I encounter by chance, I'm willing to fight it. Even in such a tense moment, Jiangnan still had the mood to joke. However, after witnessing Jiangnan's skills, the viewers in the livestream breathed a sigh of relief. Continue! Jiangnan roared loudly, leaped into the air, and flew straight into the center of the monkey troop, locking onto the Monkey King. He understood the principle of capture the king first to catch the thief. Otherwise, with so many monkeys, even if he had the ability to defeat them one by one, he would be exhausted to death. The Monkey King seemed to understand what Jiangnan wanted to do, and suddenly jumped up from the rock, baring his teeth and claws while roaring loudly. In an instant, more than a dozen monkeys jumped down from the tree and rushed to the Monkey King's side, keeping a close eye on Jiangnan and guarding him fiercely. They are so intelligent and in sync, especially in their ability to cooperate, which is a terrifying thing. Just like humans, they can use some simple tools. Zhang Nan remained completely calm. He swung his wooden stick with his right hand, spinning rapidly, ignoring all attacks, and forcefully smashed open a path. The sheer frenzy not only sent shivers down the spines of the monkeys involved, but also caused the viewers in the livestream to gasp repeatedly. Snap! Jiangnan finally succeeded, his left hand precisely grabbing the Monkey King's neck. The Monkey King felt the pain, struggled fiercely, and squeaked. At the same time, all the monkeys jumped down from the trees and rushed towards this place, creating an overwhelming sensation. Some of them wanted to attack Jiangnan, but they were afraid that Jiangnan would strangle the Monkey King, so they helplessly lowered their heads. Some had already witnessed how terrifying Jiangnan was and dared not approach, shrinking their heads and hiding several meters away. In less than 10 minutes, Jiangnan had managed to capture the Monkey King after battling the frenzied monkey troop. What fuck? Awesome! Nothing more to say, just awesome. What exactly is going on? A hallucination. It must be a hallucination. I was so shocked my heart almost jumped out of my chest. I was 9 months pregnant, and I was so shocked that the baby was about to jump out of my belly. I knew the Island Lord was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. Holy crap, what kind of staff technique is that, Island Lord? This is so unscientific. This is the kind of live stream we should be watching. It's way more interesting than dancing or anything like that. Island Lord, forever a god. The irritable bull Demon King sent a rocket as a reward. Comment: I was so ignorant just now, the headmaster is truly amazing. All viewers in the live stream were? What's going on? Did I accidentally slip my hand? Or did they betray us? The sudden rocket attack by the irritable bull Demon King left everyone in the live stream completely dumbfounded, including the Jiangnan region. Hey bro, what are you doing? I'm training a monkey, not you. Could it be that you've fallen in love with me? The atmosphere became quite awkward. A few seconds later, Jiangnan said, "Thank you for the rocket, Bull Demon King. Thank you for your support." Based on what the viewers in the live stream just said, anyone else would have been so ashamed that they would have quietly left the live stream. But the irritable Bull Demon King not only didn't stay, but instead stayed and used rockets. This is truly baffling. Actually, even the Bull Demon King doesn't send rockets. But after seeing how easily Jiangnan captured the Monkey King, he began to act uncontrollably. Wonderful! This is even more exciting than a blockbuster movie with special effects. Even with prior rehearsal, it would be impossible to achieve this effect. This is what I should be watching. Screw Ming Men-chan. Screw dancing. Screw one-on-one. One-on-one video chats can certainly bring an adrenaline rush of pleasure, but here, it's even more exciting and thrilling. What man doesn't enjoy a thrilling and exhilarating martial arts fight? Brother Niu, have you been drinking? What exactly is going on here? Weren't you going to help Ming Men-chan win the #1 spot on the rankings? Could it be that he was so angry that his hand slipped and he sent it to the wrong live stream? Even the lucky koi fish asked, "Dude, are you going through something traumatic?" The angry Bull Demon King excitedly replied, "Thank you everyone for your concern. I'm doing very well now, and I've also figured things out. The content of the Island Owner's livestream is exactly what I want to see, and it's very much to my liking. My daily routine of going to work in the same place every day makes me feel that life is boring and tasteless, but after seeing the Island Owner's skills, I've really opened my eyes, and I feel that life can be more and more exciting. It seems Brother Niu is sincere. Congratulations, Brother Niu, on abandoning darkness and embracing light. Congratulations to the Island Lord on gaining a new big brother. To be honest, the Island Lord is indeed very charming. He can not only subdue the Monkey King in the midst of a massive army, but also captivate Big Brother. Brother Niu, you'll soon find out how right you were to make this decision. The Island Owner's livestream is much more interesting than girls twisting and turning while dancing. Welcome, Brother Niu, to Nantianmen. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. The irritable Bull Demon King's words were truly heartfelt, and the viewers in the livestream could feel it. They quickly put aside their previous dissatisfaction with him and applauded in welcome. They were all smart enough not to deliberately provoke their elder brother, escalate his conflicts, or cause him to leave in anger. Because with each additional big spender in the livestream, the streamer can go further and achieve greater success. Just like reading books, if a platform or author makes readers unhappy, they can simply turn to another platform to find other books to read. Some time ago, 2 top authors on a certain novel platform engaged in a battle for the monthly ticket rankings, leading the platform to take a series of questionable actions. This angered the author's wealthy readers, who then went to other platforms to generously reward several novels. Although the platform apologized afterward, the wealthy readers were unwilling to return. In less than 5 minutes, news of the Bull Demon King's betrayal reached Ming Men-jian's live stream. Oh no! Oh no! Brother Bull Demon King has betrayed us. The battle at the front is fierce, and even that guy with the thick eyebrows and big eyes, Brother Niu, has. Ming Men-chan was still wiggling her body when she saw the screen filled with comments about the Bull Demon King's betrayal. Her expression changed drastically, and she lost all interest in dancing, anxiously asking, "What happened? What on earth happened?" Drowned fish tipped 10 rockets. And Brother Niu is gone, but we still have Brother Yu, right? Don't worry, Ming Meng-chan, I'll help you reach number 1 on the leaderboard. The drowned fish originally just wanted to watch Ming Meng-chan's one-on-one videos for a very low price, but unexpectedly, the Bull Demon King suddenly betrayed him. Helpless, he could only grit his teeth and go for it himself. He felt that as long as he could reach first place, he could replace the Bull Demon King and fight Ming Meng-chan one-on-one. Even more could happen. After all, there's a saying, it's better to offer help in times of need than to add flowers to brocade. Just as Brother Niu left, Brother Yu arrived. Meng Meng was overjoyed and excitedly covered her face with her hands, saying, "Thank you, Brother Yu. I'm so happy. Moo-ah." As he spoke, he even blew a big kiss to the drowned fish on the screen. The drowned fish wasn't in a hurry. It calmly sent a private message to Ming Meng-chan, "What I want is not just a flying kiss, I also want, you know." In the live streams of some popular female streamers, there is no shortage of big spenders. As soon as one big spender leaves, another one will immediately take his place. Because everyone wants to have something happen with the female anchor. Even if this female streamer had previously been with other big spenders and was dumped, the other big spenders still wanted to give it a try. Ming Meng-jiang immediately replied, "I understand. As long as Brother you can help me secure first place, I will definitely satisfy you tonight. By the way, this is my WeChat, please add me first." Although the phrase drowned fish is used subtly, Ming Meng-jiang understands it immediately. It's easy to imagine what she, who appears so innocent on the outside, has gone through behind the scenes. Only after receiving a positive response from Meng Meng did the drowned fish start sending gifts again, helping Meng Meng climb back to the top of the daily reward list in the outdoor section. However, I was pushed back down in less than 10 seconds. Just after the drowned fish finished donating a rocket, a notification popped up above its head from the irritable Bull Demon King donating a rocket. This time, it was the Bull Demon King, who had just betrayed Jiangnan, who helped him reach the top spot. Ming Meng-jiang was extremely anxious. "Brother Yu, what should we do? We've lost first place again. Can you help them out?" The drowned fish was puzzled. He couldn't understand why the Bull Demon King had betrayed him so completely, so he said, "Don't panic, Ming Meng-chan. I'll go see what's going on. Don't worry, I definitely won't betray you." After making a series of solemn promises, the drowned fish left the livestream and entered Jiangnan's livestream. About 5 minutes later, Ming Meng-jiang's livestream. "Oh no! Even the drowned fish has betrayed us. Big Brother has betrayed us again." The anxious and bewildered Meng Meng was completely confused. Another Big Brother has betrayed us? What's wrong with the Big Brother these days? He doesn't like women, he likes men? The other person is just a rough guy, how could he be more charming than me? It's like the Calabash brothers trying to save their grandfather. One by one, the older brothers are leaving, and Meng Meng is so anxious she's almost crying. After much thought, she decided to ask other men on WeChat for help. "Humph, you really think I can't live without you too? I have plenty of big brothers on WeChat." While cursing inwardly, Meng Zhangzhang opened WeChat. "After careful consideration, I chose a big spender who really liked me and was very generous with his donations. I left a message saying, 'Good brother, come to my live stream and save me. I've lost my number 1 spot. Please help me. If you help me regain number 1, I'll send you a short video tonight, and I can even record it according to your request.'" Ming Meng-jiang is very good at understanding the big brother's preferences. This big brother doesn't like one-on-one chats, but prefers to watch short videos he records, especially customized ones. She was also clever, she only summoned one of her older brothers. If several had come in a row, he might have become jealous, leading to unpleasantness or even him leaving. Sure enough, the older brother arrived in the live stream in less than a minute. And Tooth Black tipped 10 rockets. And Tooth Black tipped 10 rockets. And Tooth Black tipped 10 rockets. This guy was rather aloof. As soon as he entered the live stream, he didn't say a word, he just started showering people with gifts. Almost all streamers like this kind of generous older brother. Thanks to Aunt Tooth's efforts, Ming Meng-jiang has once again topped the list. But a familiar scene unfolded once again. In less than a minute, the other side was snatched away by Jiangnan. This time, it was the Bull Demon King and the drowned fish who helped Jiangnan steal it. This bizarre situation caught Aunt Tooth Black, who had just arrived in the live stream room off guard. He said, "I'll go see what's going on." No matter how handsome a male streamer is, how could he possibly be so popular with these big spenders? Could it be that the big spender's sexual orientation has changed these days? Meng Meng was a little worried and immediately said pitifully, "Brother Aunt, you must come back. I'm waiting for you at home." Aunt Tooth Black, after knowing me for so long, don't you understand me? I'm the most loyal. Aunt Tooth Black set off proudly and confidently. This time, Ming Meng-jiang continued dancing with complete confidence, trying to maintain the popularity of the live stream. Aunt Tooth Black was there when she first started her live stream. Having been with her for so long, she was 100% certain that he wouldn't betray her. However, yet another leader has betrayed us. Even Aunt Tooth Black brother has fallen for it, and even sent them a rocket. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Aunt brother likes me so much, he would never leave me. Ming Meng Chan stopped dancing and stood there, stunned. She couldn't believe it, and she didn't want to believe it. This scene is like an episode of My Own Swordsman, where the guys encounter the more outstanding and beautiful Jin Xian Jiao, and each of them earnestly tries to persuade her, only to betray Tong Xian Jiao one after another. The slap in the face came too fast, like a tornado, and it was a series of slaps. Suddenly, Aunt Tooth Black entered the live stream. Ming Meng Jiang immediately grasped at a lifeline and excitedly said, "Brother, you're finally back. I thought you didn't want me anymore either. Someone just said you betrayed me, but I don't believe it at all, because I know you're the most loyal one." While feigning grievance and arousing a man's protective instincts, she also showered him with compliments. Perhaps this is what people call a green tea woman. Aunt Tooth Black, we've known each other for so many years, let me give you a piece of advice: you shouldn't compete for the top spot today. Why? That guy has only been streaming for a few days. He's just a nobody. Doesn't he even give Aunt Brother any face? Meng Meng asked doubtfully. Aunt Bro is in the top 30 of the monthly rich list, there's no way he wouldn't know him. This last sentence also attempted to incite conflict between Jiangnan and Aunt Tooth Black. What's going on? There's a streamer that even Aunt Brother couldn't handle. Who exactly is this young live streamer? He just lured away two big spenders from the live stream, and now he's not even giving Aunt Bro any face. Could that guy also be a rich tycoon who doesn't care about money at all, and he's just doing live streams for fun? The viewers in the live stream were furious. Aunt Tooth Black, the island owner, recognizes me and is very polite to me. However, there is a lady in his live stream who is called the Koi who drinks pesticide and blows bubbles. I think her style of doing things is a bit like the Koi King, who is often active in the top 10 of the rich list. King of Koi. That rich woman who once spent all the gifts in one night? I heard he's the president of a listed company and has plenty of money, but I don't know his exact age. Aunt Tooth Black continued, the Koi King said that she originally did not want to compete for the top spot, but if you continue to provoke her, then she will definitely help the island owner snatch the top spot. In the live stream in Jiangnan, Aunt Tooth Black had already figured out the whole story. Is this really the smurf account of the Koi King? If that's the case, then there's really no chance. Just who is this little streamer? How did he manage to keep the Koi King watching? You know, the Koi King only watches streams randomly and has never stayed in any streamer's room before. Do you think it's possible that the King of Koi has taken a liking to that little streamer? If you put it that way, I'm really interested. I want to go and see for myself. Together. Within a minute, the number of viewers in the live stream plummeted, and the popularity dropped sharply as viewers flocked to Jiangnan's live stream. Seeing this, Meng Meng almost burst into tears. Aunt Bro, you might as well not have come back. The moment you came back, all my fans in the live stream left because of what you said. Who am I supposed to complain to? Seemingly having heard Ming Meng Chan's thoughts, Aunt Tooth Black said again, hey, Ming Meng Chan, I'll go take a look too. Ming Meng Jian hurriedly said, Aunt Bro, what are you looking at? Didn't you say you were the most loyal? Aunt Tooth Black, I'm loyal to one person, but not to you. From now on, I'll stay in the island owner's live stream room, and I'll delete your WeChat. As soon as he finished speaking, Aunt Tooth Black left the live stream. The last sentence is just like Chuya's classic line in Goodbye Mr. Loser, Manhwa, don't call me anymore. I don't want Xiao Luo to misunderstand. Brother Aunt. Meng Meng shouted anxiously. But Aunt Tooth Black had already left the live stream and couldn't hear it at all. She decisively took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Aunt Tooth Black, but the reply she received was an exclamation mark. WeChat has really been deleted. In an instant, Meng Meng Jianqi bared her teeth and claws, her face contorted in a ferocious manner, losing all trace of her former charm and good looks. Increasingly angry, Ming Meng Jian secretly entered Jiangnan's livestream using a secondary account. She wanted to see for herself what kind of charm Jiangnan had that kept so many older brothers here. As soon as she entered, before she even had a chance to watch the livestream, she saw the Bull Demon King, as well as a drowned fish and black ants. They were chatting and laughing with Jiangnan, having a great time. They would even shower each other with gifts when they were having a good time chatting. More money was spent than in her live stream. This was unbearable for Ming Meng Jian, who was about to start cursing on her alternate account when she suddenly remembered that her fans had also come to the live stream. Since there are fans around, there's no need for me to take action. Otherwise, if it gets exposed one day, it will greatly damage their image. In the live streaming world, if one streamer's top patron is taken away by another streamer, their fans will definitely start a war of words. This is the same process that has remained unchanged since ancient times. Ming Meng Jiang has a lot of fans, and more than 1,000 people have been flocking in one after another. As soon as they came in, they started swearing. Give a warm welcome to Ming Meng Chan's fans, the artillery regiment, as they embark on their mission. When the artillery regiment marches out, not a blade of grass will remain. Is this the streamer who steals other people's big spenders' money? How shameless! That ant with black teeth, didn't you say you were the most loyal? You really deserve to be scolded. And the bull demon king, the drowned fish, you're disgusting too. So this is what rich people are like, fickle and shameless. It's truly mind-blowing. There must be something going on between the streamer and her lover. Sister Koi, what exactly did you see in this streamer? Her face? Her figure? Or her skills? Sister Koi, let me be your little lapdog. I'll definitely be a better lapdog than this streamer. The public chat was filled with insults from Ming Meng Jiang's fans. When fans hurl insults, they often link the streamer to the opponent, or the streamer who is being targeted. Even if the streamer and the person who is being used as a shill are innocent, they will still be criticized and unable to escape responsibility. Seeing this scene, Jiangnin's fans couldn't sit still and joined in the flame war. Oh, you want to start a war? We don't provoke trouble, but we're not afraid of it. Since you want war, then come on. If heaven hadn't created keyboard warriors, the keyboard world would have remained in eternal darkness. Let the keyboard come. The koi fish drinking pesticide and blowing bubbles, calm down. Ming Meng Chan is clearly giving all these fans to the island owner, we should thank her. These days, even black and red are still red. What you're saying seems to make a lot of sense. This is definitely the most magnanimous female streamer I've ever seen. After giving gifts to the big spenders, she even gave gifts to her fans. The word broad is used wonderfully. Ming Meng Chan is indeed quite broad, you can't hold her in one hand. Welcome to Ming Meng Chan's fans, welcome, welcome. A warm welcome to the artillery regiment. Please speak more and contribute your words. There were still some smart people in Jiangnin's live stream. Under the leadership of the King of Koi, all the fans of Nantiaman did not hurl insults, but instead applauded and welcomed them. We live in the age of internet traffic. Whether you're a celebrity, an internet celebrity, or a live streamer, no matter how many fans you have or how many haters you have, as long as you can generate traffic, you can stay popular. The most typical example is Zhang Dada, a host in the entertainment industry. Despite being insulted and ridiculed by the entire internet, and even having people want a crowdfund to beat him up, she still keeps appearing on variety shows and remains active in the public eye. She is also good friends with Yang Mi and Angelababy. Of course, there's also Kun Kun, a top-tier idol with immense popularity. What? You can say whatever you want, I'll accept whatever I want. This move caught Ming Meng Jiang's fans off guard, and little question marks were flashing above their heads. Overt conspiracy to flatter and kill. One word, absolutely amazing. As the saying goes, you can't hit someone who's smiling, so these fans were no longer in the mood to continue their insults. If you keep hurling insults, you'll just be labeling yourself a keyboard warrior. Just as they were feeling embarrassed and preparing to quietly leave the live stream, they were suddenly drawn in by the content. Jiangnan was sitting leisurely on a huge rock, with two monkeys beside him. One was the Monkey King, whose neck was being held by his right hand, and he was unable to struggle or move. One of them was a red-faced monkey, grinning happily and occasionally making a smug face at the Monkey King. In the end, it even clung tightly to Jiangnan's leg. He's really sucking up to someone powerful. It never expected that Jiangnan would capture the Monkey King from among thousands of monkeys so easily, and it was now firmly attached to this powerful figure. Then look at Jiangnan, who, with his legs crossed and a kind smile on his face, surveyed the monkey troop from all directions and said calmly, "What are you all doing holding 10 wooden sticks in your hands? Throw them away." Squeak squeak squeak. Oh woo woo. The monkeys completely ignored Jiangnan's words, showing no fear whatsoever, and instead began to scream hysterically. Some waved wooden sticks, wanting to rush over and beat Jiangnan. Some held stones in their hands, staring intently at Jiangnan. Some even tried to be clever, attempting to sneak around to the rear and launch a surprise attack on Jiangnan. They all wanted to rescue the Monkey King, and none of them would submit to Jiangnan, because the hierarchy within a monkey troop is extremely strict and brutal. Generally, as long as you can defeat the previous Monkey King, you can become the new Monkey King. The Monkey King has a harem and can choose any female monkey in the troop to serve him. He can also order other monkeys to pick any food in his territory for him to enjoy. In short, the best female monkeys and the most abundant food belong to the Monkey King. Within the Monkey King's harem, there are also queens and consorts of different ranks. The royal family lived a life of luxury, with no worries about food or clothing. The Monkey King's descendants also received preferential treatment and care, and could enjoy the sweetest, largest, and best fruits from the fruit trees. Other commoners could only eat the unripe small fruits from the trees. There are even members at the lowest level who cannot even eat the fruit on the trees, and can only eat the scraps on the ground. Whether it's food, housing, or choosing a spouse, everything is based on status and identity. Each monkey remembers its own role. Some are responsible for maintaining order within the troop, some for patrolling the troop's territory, some for standing guard, and some for gathering fruit. These are tasks that cannot be overstepped. The children and wives of the Monkey King are royalty, while the children and wives of commoners are commoners. This is predetermined at birth, just like in ancient dynasties. If they disobey or fail to challenge the Monkey King, they will be beaten or even driven out of the troop. Of course, this status can be changed. If you save the Monkey King's life or protect the Monkey King and gain the satisfaction of the Monkey King or other members of the royal family, you can get rid of your commoner status. Although they could never become royalty, at least they could eat better. It's exactly the same as in ancient times when someone would be rewarded for saving the emperor. At this moment, the Monkey King was captured, and every ordinary monkey was eager to try to rescue him and escape their status in the monkey troop. Apart from the few who had just fought Jiangnan head-on, they were truly terrified and were still trembling in a corner. Oh woo! A monkey jumped down from a nearby tree, descending from the sky, attempting to ambush Jiangnan. Whoosh! Jiangnan was already prepared and brandished his long staff, ready to strike. But the red-faced monkey in front of him was faster. He only saw a blur before the red-faced monkey leaped up and pounced on the monkey that hadn't even landed yet. In an instant, the two monkeys were fighting. To be precise, it was a one-sided suppression by the red-faced monkey. It pounced on its opponent, clenched its claws into fists, and began to relentlessly and frantically smash its opponent's head like a hammer. Soon, the monkey that had launched the sneak attack was defeated, struggled to its feet, and turned to run away. Oh woo-woo-woo! The red-faced monkey did not give chase. Instead, it returned to Jiangnan's side, patting its chest with its paws, showing Jiangnan its bravery and loyalty. Because the fight was so fierce, some of its opponent's blood was splattered on its face. As it haphazardly wiped it, it appeared even more domineering and valiant. Who would want to launch a sneak attack now? Jiangnan glanced at the monkeys all around him and said coldly, "I'll say it one last time, put down your sticks and stones, and get back. Get back. Get back. Otherwise." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiangnan exerted force with his right hand. The Monkey King, whose neck was being choked, immediately felt he couldn't breathe and started squeaking in a panic. Upon hearing the Monkey King's cry, the group of monkeys gradually put down their sticks and stones and slowly retreated. However, their eyes remained sharp, and they were still quite defiant. This is a golden opportunity to rise to prominence and achieve great success. They won't give it up easily. For them, the Jiangnan region is not scary. What is scary is returning to their troop and continuing their life in darkness. Just like for people, there is only one disease in this world, and that is poverty. To hold the emperor hostage and command the feudal lords. One word, cool. A sneak attack. Snap. So fast. Fortunately, the island lord did not serve as an official in the heavenly court back then, otherwise there would have been no such thing as Sun Wukong causing havoc in the heavenly palace. To be precise, the island's owner must be the reincarnation of Sun Wukong, which is why he can easily control this group of crazy monkeys. The irritable bull demon king rewarded 5 treasure maps. Comment: amazing. Thrilling. It's like watching a special effects blockbuster. I haven't had this much fun in a long time. Drowned fish tipped 3 rockets. One comment read, "The immersion is so strong, I feel like I am the Monkey King Sun Wukong right now, and all the monkeys have to be respectful to me." And Tooth Black tipped 2 Midsummer Night's Dreams. The comment read, "You two are so unfair. Why didn't you tell me beforehand that the island owner's live stream was so amazing? I wouldn't have been tricked by Ming Mengchan into going to her live stream and giving her a lot of tips. Now that I think about it, it really hurts. The worst part is that when I came over just now, I greeted you, but you ignored me. The drowned fish, this isn't our fault. We thought you were coming to interrogate us and call us traitors, so we didn't dare to say anything and could only remain silent." And Tooth Black, "What's there to be afraid of? We are all very loyal people. We just accidentally took a wrong turn on the road in our search for streamers worth protecting. The irritable bull demon king, Antbro, is right. We just went astray before. We're not traitors. This is called turning away from darkness and embracing the light. Besides, what's so interesting about that Ming Mengchan's live stream? She's twisting and turning like a maggot. It's an eyesore." And Tooth Black, "Holy crap. Brother Niu, you're really daring with your description. Aren't you afraid that Ming Mengchan's alt account is spying on you here?" The irritable bull demon king, "I'm just telling the truth. Let her watch if she wants. Anyway, I have nothing to do with her anymore." After this incident, the bull demon king and the other big brothers realized that they were just fish kept by Meng Meng, who took advantage of their affection to make them keep giving her gifts. As soon as they left, she could immediately find another big brother to replace them, seamlessly taking over. Naturally, they distanced themselves from her. In Ming Mengjian's live stream, Ming Mengjian would cry and beg for big spenders to send her gifts every half hour. In Jiangnan's live stream, Jiangnan never asks big spenders to give him gifts. It all depends on the big spender's mood. If he feels comfortable watching, he will give gifts. If he doesn't, he will leave. This comparison further fueled the reason why the Bull Demon King and other elder brothers stayed. At this moment, Ming Jiang, who was watching the chat of the big brothers using her alternate account, was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She was no longer in the mood to stay and decisively left the live stream. But when he returned to his live stream, he found that there were fewer than 1,000 viewers. Some of them were robots that I bought myself. Where have all the audience members gone? Naturally, they were captivated by Jiangnan and stayed there one after another. Damn it! I don't believe it. Ming Jiang was so angry that she started swearing. She opened WeChat and began sending messages to all the big shots in the fish pond. The message reads, "Good brother, I was bullied today. Can you help me? If you help me, I'll immediately buy a plane ticket to your city to meet you. And I'll let you in on a little secret, I can drink cold drinks these next few days." One sentence, you can drink it cold. Those who know, know. However, what happened next made Meng even angrier. Some of the guys replied, "Sorry, I'm watching the island owner's live stream right now." Some older men simply replied with 2 words, "No time." Some of the guys have even blocked Ming Jiang, leaving her with a red exclamation mark. Damn it! Damn it! Ming Chan cursed repeatedly, grabbing her hair wildly like a demon. She was no longer in the mood to continue the live stream and decisively ended it, ignoring the few hundred viewers who remained in the room. To be precise, in a fit of anger, I punched the computer, causing it to shut down. She just couldn't understand it. She has a pretty face, a great figure, can sing, dance, and even act cute. Most importantly, she can satisfy any guy's desire, whether it's a one-on-one chat or a short video. She's even willing to meet him in person. So how did she end up losing all her boyfriends inexplicably? What is it about me that I lack compared to a man? Little did she know that while men do like beautiful women, especially those dressed in sexy clothes, they actually prefer things and events that get their blood pumping and fuel their inner fanatics. You should know that a man is a boy until he dies. I like beautiful women, but I like having fun even more. Just like some girls always think that their boyfriends are staying up late at night watching videos of beautiful women on TikTok, when in fact their boyfriends are just watching fishing, car racing, and horror movie reviews. Moreover, there were hundreds of monkeys. The scale was so large that one might never encounter such a thing in a lifetime. Anyone who was in that situation would have been terrified, but Jiangnan calmly captured the Monkey King from among them. Even the sci-fi film Planet of the Apes wouldn't dare to film it like this. This courage and strength are enough to fascinate any man. With nowhere else to turn, Ming Jiang opened Hao Ren's WeChat. Now she can only seek help from Hao Ren. After all, it was Hao Ren who signed her in the first place, and it was Hao Ren who secretly told her to suppress Jiangnan. Now, not only has she failed to suppress him, but she has also increased the popularity and audience of Jiangnan's live broadcast room. It has backfired. Only Hao Ren, the director of the outdoor section, is secretly up to something. A director is more than capable of dealing with a junior streamer. Just like when Zhang Daxian's contract with Douyu expired, in order to deal with Zhang Daxian, Douyu actually restricted Zhang Daxian's search, otherwise you could not find Zhang Daxian no matter how you searched for him on the platform. However, I've been fired. I'm no longer the manager. Hao Ren's reply came in less than 2 minutes. Upon seeing this short sentence, Ming Jiang began to gasp for breath, almost fainting from anger. What the heck? He was fired? They actually dismissed the director of the outdoor area just for the sake of Jiangnan? What about me? Without Hao Ren as my protector, what am I going to do? Ming Jiang adjusted her breathing, calmed her emotions, and tried her best to think of a good way to continue working on the HUYA platform. Soon, she had an idea. She used her alternate account to log into Jiangnan's live stream again, opened Jiangnan's profile, and sent him a private message. While Ming Jiang's mood was on a roller coaster, someone else was grinning from ear to ear. This person is none other than Mr. Meow. By editing Jiangnan's live streams, Mr. Meow has become a short video blogger with millions of followers. He tasted success, but was also filled with worries. He worried that Jiangnan's live streams wouldn't be able to be consistently spectacular every day, which would leave him with nothing to edit and make it even harder to attract more fans. He also plans to edit some game streamers' live streams for this purpose. The first choice is naturally Lu Dihua. Because Lu Dihua's live streams are always entertaining, he's either building up his reputation score or on his way to build up his reputation score, so there's no need to worry about running out of material to edit. But now it seems that Mr. Meow realized he had completely overthought things. Because the live stream from Jiangnan was even more exciting than the ones from a few days ago. If every day could be this exciting, he felt he could easily gain 2 million, or even 5 million, followers by editing Jiangnan's live streams. Mr. Meow didn't dare to delay, so he started editing while watching the live stream. Soon, the highlights of Jiangnan's live stream were edited out. There are two videos, which Mr. Meow has titled as follows: shocking. The corpse-scented devil's flower from Ghost blows out the light appears in the world, and the island owner actually does this kind of thing on it. And first, 4 black men battled lizards, now hundreds of monkeys are attacking the island owner. The title is as satirical as ever, and could even be described as vulgar. But once Mr. Meow has tasted the sweetness, he no longer cares about so much, and he will not change anything. Isn't this what the island owner just streamed? That's way too fast. Excuse me, did you edit it while sitting on the island owner's router? I suspect it was edited while sitting on the island owner's lap. Mr. Meow edited quickly and well, but it's just the title. Just looking at the title, I thought the island owner had been ganged up on by a bunch of monkeys. After the video was posted, Mr. Meow ignored it, because he needed to keep a close eye on the live stream, lest he miss any other exciting content. He had no idea how popular the two videos were, with the number of likes increasing by tens of thousands every minute. As it spread rapidly, a topic emerged on Weibo titled, "The victorious fighting Buddha is nowhere to be seen in the Western paradise, but Sun Wukong is reborn in the mortal world." This topic skyrocketed to the top of the trending searches. In less than half an hour, it had already been pushed to the top spot, and its popularity continues to rise. Isn't this the island owner? My goodness! The island lord has actually been hailed as the reincarnation of Sun Wukong. One person subduing over 100 monkeys can indeed be called Sun Wukong. To witness such a spectacular scene in my lifetime, if we were to film another Journey to the West, I would suggest casting the island owner. Not only is his staff fighting superb, but we could also save money on special effects. No way! You're setting the island lord up. If Teacher John finds out, he'll just say, adaptation isn't random fabrication, and fiction isn't nonsense. Wait a minute, do domestic TV dramas even spend money on special effects? Don't they give all the money to the young, handsome actors, and only use the last few cents for special effects? Why are you the only ones watching the monkey? Isn't the island owner handsome? This will be my husband from now on. I hope you won't try anything with your brother-in-law. As expected, people associated with monkeys are all quite handsome, like Mr. John Wajian. Brothers and sisters, hurry over to the live stream, something even more exciting is coming. By the way, where does the island owner stream from? There are still people who don't know where the island owner streams? Search Island Guardian on HUYA. Thank you, miss. To repay you, I'm willing to have babies with you. Sorry, my heart belongs only to the island owner. Here are 4 words for you: don't, get, close, to, anything. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, Jiangnan was considering whether or not to let go of the Monkey King. It wasn't that Jiangnan was a kind-hearted saint, but rather that he would continue to live on the Great Barrier Reef and there was no need for him to be at odds with these natives. Most importantly, the red-faced monkey is a protected animal. In China, catching a sparrow can result in a 300 yuan fine. If you injure a protected animal, you might spend the rest of your life working as a sewing machine with Fan Fan and Fang Fang. We've become friends through a fight, so I can let you go now, but you have to agree to 3 requests. Jiangnan said to the Monkey King, first, you are not allowed to seek revenge on me in the future. Secondly, I'll protect this red-faced monkey, but you're not allowed to lead the monkey troop to bully it in the future. Finally, I allow you to take the monkeys to human settlements from time to time for a stroll, but you are not allowed to lead the monkey troop to cause damage in the settlements, and you are even more not allowed to bully the animals there. If you agree to these 3 requests, I'll let you go. Aha! Perhaps the Monkey King was getting impatient with being gripped by the neck, or perhaps he was worried about losing his authority among the monkey troop, so he actually nodded in a human-like manner. It nodded almost immediately after Jiangnan finished speaking, very decisively. Instead, the red-faced monkey shook its head violently and reached out its paw to grab Jiangnan's arm, trying to stop him from doing so. As the Monkey King, you must keep your word, Jiangnan added, still feeling uneasy. The Monkey King nodded again. Call. Jiangnan took a deep breath and slowly released her hand. Who would have thought? Snap! The Monkey King, who was looking aggrieved just a second ago, suddenly went berserk the next second, and his clenched fist smashed towards Jiangnan, who was right next to him. Not only that, it also started howling loudly. Upon hearing the Monkey King's cry, the surrounding monkeys picked up the sticks and stones they had just dropped and charged towards Jiangnan. With bloodshot eyes and ferocious faces, they were like a flood bursting its banks, or wild beasts released from their dam, viciously pouncing on their prey. Some even jumped down from the trees, trying to pounce on Jiangnan's face, blocking his view and thus restricting his movement. Some crashed into the ground, trying to knock Jiangnan over. Some dared not provoke Jiangnan, so they went to besiege the red-faced monkey. Suddenly, the woods were filled with the strange cries of monkeys, and the sounds became shrill again. You stinking monkey, you're so despicable. Jiangnan cursed and grabbed the Monkey King's neck again. Although he let go, he didn't completely let go. His right hand was still a few centimeters away from the Monkey King's neck. If the distance were too close, he could grab it in an instant. Fortunately, the sound-blocking card was still valid, otherwise, his ears would have been unable to withstand the sudden influx of noise from all directions. Although the Monkey King was caught again, hundreds of monkeys pounced on him. As they drew closer, Jiangnan couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This time, the monkeys' sudden uprising makes it impossible for them to once again seize the emperor and command the feudal lords. Because some monkeys had already pounced on them, there was no way for them to retreat. The atmosphere has been built up to this point. Jiangnan only has two paths to choose from. First, force your way out. Secondly, I pray that these monkeys will go easy on me. If they go easy on me, I'll only get a few bumps on my body. If they go hard, I'll get a bump on my ancestral grave. Get out of the way. Without much thought, Jiangnan rushed into the monkey troop. With a long staff in hand, he moved like a tiger descending the mountain, darting freely among the monkeys. Without a single unnecessary word, they started fighting right away. Boom! The long staff whistled through the air, a perfect combination of power and technique, and slammed into the monkey, blocking its way in an instant. No matter how fierce it is, or how strong its body is, it cannot withstand this blow. After staggering back a meter, he immediately rolled on the ground, howling in pain as he clutched the injured area with both hands, his body trembling uncontrollably. The Island Lord's stick is so powerful. If it were me, I would have fallen to the ground too. Hey upstairs, speak properly. What do you mean by the Island Lord's stick is so fierce? Explain yourself clearly. Which stick are you referring to? No matter where the Island Lord's sticks are from, they're all fierce. I love them all. Honey, please treat me like this tonight. Drooling. You should worry about whether our husbands can escape from the monkey troop first. If more than 100 monkeys ganged up on one person, even if the Island Lord was incredibly strong, he would be exhausted to death. If only the Island Lord's stick were the golden cudgel, one strike, and they'd all be knocked down. Sun Wukong's Rui Jingabang, the six-eared macaque Sui Xin Tai Gan Bing, the long-armed apes Qing Tianzu, and the red-bottomed macaque Shi Hai Bin Tai Guan, any one of them will do. Wait, listen, it sounds like an animal calling. The viewers in the live stream were buzzing with discussion. Most people were anxiously cheering for Jiangnan. Until, oh woo-woo, a faint wolf howl reached my ears. Jiangnan quickly noticed and looked toward the source of the sound. Soon, a wolf darted out of the bushes. It was the White Wolf King. Roar, roar, roar. Oh woo-woo-woo. As the White Wolf King appeared, wolves began to emerge from the woods from all directions. They bared their teeth and surrounded the entire valley, leaving no exit unchecked. Hiss! It's actually the White Wolf King. The wolves are coming. Let's see how arrogant the monkeys can be now. These wolves don't just eat fish for free, they'll actually help if you need anything. There's a saying that goes, if a wolf turns back, there must be a reason. It's either to repay a debt of gratitude or to seek revenge. Truly worthy of being the totem god in the hearts of us Mongolians. Upon seeing this, the viewers in the live stream cheered with joy. 1 second you're on edge, the next you're overjoyed. They even hoped that the wolf pack and the monkey troop would go to war, and teach these arrogant and domineering wild monkeys a lesson. Oh woo-woo, the White Wolf King roared again. Wolves from all directions immediately rushed towards this place at great speed. The 4 wolves charging at the front were only about 1.5 to 1.6 meters long, and were even stronger than the Wolf King. The wolves galloped about recklessly, sweeping in like a storm. Like an out-of-control tide, it surges and churns wildly. For a moment, it caused dust to fly up in the woods. The scene was extremely spectacular and breathtaking. As the wolf pack drew closer, Jiangnan clearly felt the Monkey King, which he was holding, tremble violently, as if it had been electrocuted. Looking at the other monkeys, they were no longer in the mood to besiege Jiangnan and rescue the Monkey King. They turned tail and fled. However, the White Wolf King was clearly prepared. He ordered his pack to surround the valley before revealing themselves. Caught off guard, the monkeys could only climb up the trees, hoping to escape from the air using the trees as cover. This move, if described in one word, is absolutely brilliant. But the wolf pack came too suddenly and too fast, and some of them were already terrified and had no time to escape. Then, the wolf pack surged forward like a tidal wave and knocked them to the ground. The wolf's claws were sharp, and it held the target firmly. The wolf's impact force and sharp claws are extremely powerful, seemingly capable of destroying everything. Most importantly, wolves are very intelligent. As soon as it went up, it used its paws to hold down the monkeys' bodies to prevent them from climbing up the tree and escaping. In less than 10 seconds, more than a dozen monkeys were knocked to the ground. Under the enormous wolf claws, some monkeys were so frightened that they fainted on the spot, while others forgot their hysterical struggles. The wolf pack showed no signs of stopping. After one wolf knocked down a monkey, it would immediately stop, while the rest of the wolves would continue to attack other monkeys quickly. This is how they can quickly catch more monkeys. seemingly following orders from the White Wolf King, or perhaps because none of the wolves intended to eat the monkeys, none of the jungle wolves, even when they swatted a monkey over, immediately opened their mouths to bite it. Therefore, there were no excessively bloody scenes, but the film still exuded power and bravery. The viewers in the live stream were absolutely thrilled. Some viewers couldn't contain their excitement and even restrained their own destructive huskies, giving them a good beating. What constitutes a grand event? Aside from Zhang Zidong's solo performance of a large-scale event with 2,000 people in the Happy Meeting Room show, today's livestream is the best and most perfect interpretation. Even the animal kingdom wouldn't dare to film like this. Although the movie Wolf Totem was filmed entirely with real wolves, the number of wolves in the film was less than one-third of that in this movie. 5 minutes later, the wolf pack easily ended the battle as if sweeping away fallen leaves in autumn. Half of the monkeys escaped, but the other half were left behind. In contrast, the Monkey King's eyes were filled with terror as he looked at Jiangnan. Had it known the wolves would help Jiangnan, it would never have dared to provoke them. Unfortunately, there's no going back. Humph! The White Wolf King slowly walked up to Jiangnan. It did not participate in the battle from beginning to end, and there was no dust on its body, making it appear exceptionally noble. Thank you for bringing the wolf pack to save me. From now on, whatever you want to eat or drink, you can bring the wolf pack to me immediately. Jiangnan expressed his heartfelt gratitude and patted his chest in assurance. Upon hearing Jiangnan's words, the White Wolf King narrowed his eyes slightly in agreement and lay down beside Jiangnan. It's time to settle things between us. Jiangnan turned his head and looked at the Monkey King, who was clutching tightly in his hand and had a deathly expression on his face. To be honest, he really hadn't figured out how to deal with the Monkey King. If it is locked up, the monkey troop might elect a new Monkey King to rescue it and retaliate against the harassment. Just as Jiangnan was deep in thought, the red-faced monkey next to him nudged his arm and started gesturing with both hands. Is this sign language? Jiangnan froze, his mouth slightly agape as he translated, "You want me to release the Monkey King and hand him over to you to deal with?" Aha! The red-faced monkey nodded firmly. Jiangnan looked puzzled and asked, "Why? What do you plan to do with the Monkey King? Also, how do you know sign language?" The red-faced monkey's hands flew across its body as it gestured in sign language again. Very skilled, it's obvious they learned it a long time ago. Jiangnan nodded thoughtfully and said, "If there are any friends in the livestream who understand sign language, I believe they have already understood it. However, there are probably many people who don't understand it, so let me explain it to them." This red-faced monkey once challenged the Monkey King. It could have won, but the Monkey King lacked sportsmanship and launched a sneak attack, which led to the red-faced monkey's defeat. Logically, monkeys that fail a challenge should not be expelled from the troop unless they offend the Monkey King's wife. The reason why the red-faced monkey was driven out is because the Monkey King realized that he was getting old, while the red-faced monkey was in his prime, strong, and healthy. This time he was able to defeat the red-faced monkey by sneak attack, but next time it might not be so easy. And so, the Monkey King drove the red-faced monkey out of the troop, and the red-faced monkey began his life as a monkey. As for the monkey troop suddenly swarming over, it's because I ruined the corpse fragrance devil's tongue. The monkey troop had long been eyeing this small valley, but because the corpse fragrance amorphophallus was too smelly, no monkey had dared to approach it, let alone destroy it. So the Monkey King temporarily gave up on the small valley. After sensing that the stench had disappeared, the Monkey King immediately led his troop to the scene, wanting to quickly take over the place and prevent other animals from taking it away. Little did they expect that they would run into the red-faced monkey that had been driven away. Just now, the red-faced monkey grabbed my arm, signaling me not to let go of the Monkey King, because it had fought with the Monkey King before and knew that the Monkey King was despicable. It was worried that the Monkey King would launch another sneak attack. The reason I'm being asked to release the Monkey King and hand it over to it is because it wants to spar with me again and try to seize the Monkey King's position. As for sign language, it was learned by workers when they were building houses here a long time ago. There were a few mute people and a red-faced monkey who lived alone. It often wandered around the mountains and eventually learned to use sign language. Jiangnan recounted the entire tale of the grudges and love-hate relationship between the red-faced monkey and the Monkey King in one breath. I never imagined the story of the red-faced monkey would be so fascinating. Who the hell can write a novel? This is perfect material. Hurry up and write it, I want to read it. Just like the royal relatives and nobles in ancient times, if they wanted to become emperor, they could only kill the current emperor. If they failed, they would either be killed by the emperor or exiled to the frontier. If they succeeded, they would naturally become emperor, such as Li Shaiman and Zhu Di. This red-faced monkey is really lucky to have met the island owner, otherwise, it would never have had the chance to compete fairly with the Monkey King again. I never imagined monkeys could use sign language in my life. It's like a knife pulling my butt, it's an eye-opener. Here it comes. We've finally found the island owner's live stream. I was tricked into a live stream where a man dressed as a woman was dressed up, and I almost threw up my dinner from last night. A woman dressed as a man? Hey upstairs, tell me the room number. Hiss. Bro, do you want to have a man on top of a man? Comrade, please calm down and don't get agitated. So many monkeys and wolves, it looks exciting. No wonder the guys on Weibo are urging me to come to the live stream. It was really exciting, especially the battle between the wolf pack and the monkey troop just now. It was absolutely breathtaking. Hello, island owner. Let me introduce myself. I am your future wife. New sister, calm down. The island owner is my husband. We already had a deep conversation in our dreams last night. Suddenly, the number of comments in the live stream increased. More and more viewers flooded into the live stream, and the popularity and number of online viewers soared uncontrollably. Looking at the number of subscribers and cardholders, the numbers are changing rapidly every minute and every second. Jiangnan looked completely bewildered. What's going on? I haven't even signed a contract with HUYA yet, and HUYA is already giving me traffic? Island owner, you've topped the Weibo trending list. Really? I'm going to check it out, guys, wait for me for 10 seconds. Our scouts report that the Island Lord has indeed topped the trending topics on Weibo. Not only that, on platforms like Douyin, TikTok, and Taoxiao, the Island Owner has also reached number 1. It's blown up. The Island Owner's live stream content is being forwarded like crazy on various platforms. There are even more than a dozen edited versions, which are extremely blurry, typical mosaic quality. Weibo describes the Island Owner as a reincarnation of Sun Wukong. Island Lord, bullshit. I'm so handsome, I'm clearly the Tang monk that female demons are fighting over to marry. Congratulations, Island Lord. Congratulations, Island Lord. On such a joyous day, why don't you dress up in women's clothes and dance for us? It's hard not to agree. Number 1 trending topic on major platforms? I actually made it up there? Jiangnan harbored deep-seated doubts. In this era where traffic is king, those who can trend on social media are basically young, attractive celebrities who are willing to spend money on themselves. They earn a lot, easily tens of millions or even hundreds of millions for a single film, so naturally they are willing to spend money on marketing themselves. Today, this young actor was praised for his excellent acting skills. Tomorrow, that young heartthrob will be praised for his good looks and handsome appearance. The more something is lacking, the more it will be promoted. There are too many ugly and greasy men in the entertainment industry now, which is incomparable to the past. As for their acting skills, they are even worse. It is precisely because of their inferiority complex that they need to frantically promote themselves in these aspects, trying to deceive the audience, which is just self-deception. Of course, the easiest thing to trend on social media is when a celebrity gets into trouble. Today's female celebrity is a mistress. Tomorrow, that male celebrity couldn't resist the temptation and actually went to a PC. 2 days later, another celebrity quietly gave birth to a child, stunning everyone. It seems that if you woke up one morning, at least half of the celebrities in the entertainment industry would have their careers ruined. In addition, some notorious news stories that have aroused public outrage will top the trending searches. In any case, as long as you keep an eye on the work schedules of teachers Wang Feng and Han Hong, you can basically determine whether there will be any breaking news that day. In short, it's simply impossible for an ordinary person to top the trending searches. The chances are lower than if Grey Wolf can eat the sheep, unless a phenomenal ordinary person emerges. Ding Zhen was one of them. Jiangnan also picked up his phone, browsed Weibo, and quickly understood the ins and outs of the matter. Today, some bloggers edited and posted my live stream content on a short video platform, and it inexplicably became the number 1 trending topic. Previous live streams had trended on social media, but none were nearly as popular as today. It seems that today's battle between the wolf pack and the monkey troop was indeed spectacular. I never thought that just live streaming my daily life would make me a trending topic. It's really annoying. Jiangnan started speaking in the style of old Versailles the moment he opened his mouth. Extremely pretentious. The user, koi fish drinking pesticide and spitting bubbles, donated 66 rockets. Comment: congratulations to the Island Owner for reaching number 1 on the trending topics. Awesome. Following the Lucky Koi's donation, the other big spenders in the live stream also started to do so. The irritable bull Demon King, tip 2 soaring to the clouds, gifts. Message: congratulations, Island Owner. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Drowned fish, tip 3 rockets. Comment: new friends, don't forget to follow us so that Nantianman can grow bigger and stronger together and create new glories. And Tooth Black, tip 10 rockets. Message: Island Master, what are your plans next? Will you release the Monkey King and let them compete to reclaim the Monkey King title? Besides these senior members, some newcomers also made donations according to their own circumstances. Those who are able can tip several hundred or tens of yuan. If you don't have the means, just use the free tiger food. Prior to this, Jiangnan had already topped the daily donation ranking in HUYA's outdoor section. Now, after this donation, he is actually heading towards the weekly and monthly rankings. Thank you for the gifts. Please give according to your own situation, but don't get carried away, and don't sell your car, house, or even take out a loan in real life just for the sake of so-called online face. Jiangnan expressed his heartfelt gratitude and offered his sincere reminder. The reason why the live streaming industry is disliked by some casual viewers is because some people are too easily carried away and will go crazy giving tips just to say thank you or to meet a female streamer in real life. Some people donate their entire month's salary to the tips, and then eat only instant noodles every day. Some people even stole batteries to tip female live streamers. Some bought houses and cars, and even took out loans. Next, please watch the battle for the Monkey King. As they were talking, Jiangnan had already released the Monkey King. Now, it's surrounded by jungle wolves, and it no longer dares to launch sneak attacks like before. Jiangnan patted the red-faced monkey and solemnly said, "Go, take back everything that belongs to you fair and square, and don't let me down." The red-faced monkey nodded to Jiangnan, then walked to the open space in front of him, his gaze fixed on the Monkey King. Although the Monkey King was old, he was still a king and retained his dignity. He twisted his neck and stepped forward to meet the challenge. Your hands shake all the time. Full of energy. 360 trades. Every profession has its own strengths. We have athletes at the Olympics. The monkey show has a Monkey King, the grand stage of Huiguo Mountain. Welcome to our show. Today's main character. They've made a dazzling entrance. Before the Monkey King competition began, Jiangnan surprisingly played the song Playing with Monkeys in the live broadcast room, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Holy crap! The island owner's song choice is absolutely brilliant. When the Suana horn sounds, gold pours in. I admit I'm crazy, I just love listening to Ant Long's songs. I disagree. I think the music from the scene of the real and fake Monkey Kings in Journey to the West should be played at this moment. That would be much more exciting. Let's begin. Get your stools ready. Selling melon seeds and snacks. It's quite rare to see two monkeys vying for the title of Monkey King, and the viewers in the live stream became very active. Some even started screen recording, preparing to save it. Oh woo! The Monkey King launched the first attack. Knowing it was getting old, it tried to take the initiative from the start. However, the red-faced monkey remained calm and launched an attack with a swift movement. He swung his right arm, like a long whip, at the approaching Monkey King. Snap! The arm was hit hard. The Monkey King's claw also tugged at the red-faced monkey's chest. But the red-faced monkey was too strong, and it knocked the Monkey King back. The red-faced monkey gave the Monkey King no chance to react, charging forward, grabbing the Monkey King by the neck, and dragging him roughly to the ground. Bang 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 bang. Then, riding on the Monkey King's back, he formed fists with both hands and repeatedly pounded him on the head. This is a trick that monkeys love to use. Jiangnan was terrified. Even a human being hit like that would at least suffer a head injury and a mild concussion. Hiss! That's too ruthless. Are all monkeys this fierce when they fight? Although they use the simplest and most direct moves, they are indeed ruthless. Excellent. I suggest future martial arts films follow this style. I love watching them. Island owner, please lend me the red-faced monkey for a day. I want to use it to teach my ex-boyfriend a lesson. My dear sis, you're so good at business. I want to get one for my ex-boyfriend too. The Monkey King is old, fat and weak, no match for the red-faced monkey. It's time to end this. What a pity, we didn't get to see it all. The viewers in the live stream all thought the battle was a foregone conclusion, but Jiangnan didn't think so. Although the red-faced monkey is young and strong, it still lacks combat experience. On the surface, it appears to be suppressing the Monkey King, but upon closer inspection, one can see that the Monkey King is cleverly raising its arms to protect its head. Otherwise, after all that smashing, he would have passed out long ago. Bang! Soon, the red-faced monkey's attack slowed down. The Monkey King seized the opportunity and kicked the red-faced monkey in the stomach. The red-faced monkey was in pain and was kicked away. Seizing the opportunity, the Monkey King opened his mouth, revealing his ferocious teeth, and roared at the red-faced monkey before turning around and climbing up the nearby tree. The red-faced monkey was both anxious and angry, and decisively followed after them. The battleground for the Monkey King's fight immediately shifted from the ground to the trees. Old Ginger is spicier, and the Monkey King is still a cut above the rest, trying to make up for his poor physical condition by fighting in the tree. Oh woo-woo, oh woo-woo, oh woo-woo. Squeak! 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 Suddenly, the monkeys that had just run away turned back and came rushing towards them with a thunderous roar. Like ants moving house, their numbers seemed even greater than before. As far as the eye could see, the monkeys' shadows almost completely covered the forest, densely packed and incredibly imposing. The escaped monkey must have gone back to get reinforcements, bringing all the monkeys in the troop with it. Because in Jiangnan, some female monkeys were observed to be holding baby monkeys the size of a palm in their arms. They originally wanted to bring reinforcements to rescue the Monkey King, but after seeing that the Monkey King and the red-faced monkey had already started fighting, they understood what was going on and stood on the treetops, yelling and cheering him on. Organized, disciplined, and with a strict hierarchy, where orders are obeyed without question. That's what a monkey troop is like. They knew they shouldn't interfere in the battle for the Monkey King, so naturally they wouldn't rush in to help. There are so many monkeys. These must be all the monkeys in the Great Barrier Reef. It feels like there are more than 200, almost 300, so it's quite a large scale. It seems that Wu Chang'an was quite realistic when he wrote Journey to the West. The monkey really does like to call for reinforcements. Hopefully the red-faced monkey can win, otherwise with so many monkeys, the island owner will be in big trouble. White Wolf King, are you looking down on our wolf pack? We have plenty of wolves too, and we're not afraid of sheer numbers. The audience watched and commented. Jiangnan looked up, keeping a close eye on the battle between the red-faced monkey and the Monkey King. He realized that the Monkey King was about to give up. Although the Monkey King was clever and knew to climb trees to fight and dodge, he was really too weak. Before long, he was already panting heavily. It must have been the Monkey King for too long, never having to do anything itself, never knowing how to exercise, only knowing how to play and enjoy itself. Over time, its body became increasingly fat. Bang! Exhausted, the Monkey King wanted to launch a final attack to turn the tide, but before he could even jump up, the red-faced monkey had already charged at him. There was no time to dodge, and caught off guard, the Monkey King slammed hard to the ground. The red-faced monkey followed closely behind, leaping down from the tree and mounting the Monkey King once more. It swung its fists, unleashing a barrage of blows. This time, it was faster and more powerful. Having learned from the previous lesson, they prevented the Monkey King from taking advantage of the situation to launch a sneak attack. At this moment, the Monkey King was completely powerless. He was too weak to kick the red-faced monkey away as before, and he couldn't even lift his arms. He could only let his fists hit his face. Soon, the Monkey King was bruised and swollen, and was spitting blood. A hero's twilight years are destined for tragedy. Oh woo woo. The red-faced monkey didn't beat the Monkey King to death. After seeing that it had completely fainted, it decisively stopped, patted its chest with both hands, and yelled at the monkeys in all directions. The previously boisterous monkey troop suddenly fell silent, all of them staring intently at the red-faced monkey jumping back and forth below. This is their new Monkey King. No monkey dared to deny it, all they could do was acknowledge and obey, because that was the ironclad rule in the monkey troop. Just like the new emperors who succeeded in rebellions in ancient times, no one dared to question them. Instead, they were mostly flattered and protected. Whether the old Monkey King will be driven out of the troop or killed, and whether his wife and children will be suppressed, or whether the children will be killed and the wife will be taken over, all depends on the new king's mood. The transition between old and new kings is so cold. Squeak! 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 After a brief silence, the monkeys around began to cheer for the new Monkey King one after another. Several strong monkeys even jumped down from the tree, came to the Monkey King, symbolically lowered their heads, and raised their right hands to show their loyalty to the new Monkey King. The new Monkey King will gently touch their right hand to show his approval. After finishing all this, the new Monkey King quickly ran to Jiangnan and gestured with his hands in sign language to express his gratitude. Thank you. Jiangnan understood the new Monkey King's sign language, waved his hand and laughed. You're too kind. Congratulations on becoming the Monkey King. From now on, the entire monkey troop is yours. Lead them well, and don't lead them to cause trouble. Jiangnan fears that as the monkey troop grows larger, the monkeys will become increasingly arrogant, just like the monkeys on Mount Imei, who frequently attack tourists and steal their food. If you're going to be a monkey, you should emulate the golden monkey. The new Monkey King nodded very seriously and obediently sat down in front of Jiangnan. For a moment, to Jiangnan's left was the all-black, red-faced Monkey King, and to his right was the all-white Jungle Wolf King, exuding an extraordinary aura of power. Monkey King on the left. Wolf King on the right. Commander-in-Chief of the island. What are you all waiting for? Quickly take a screenshot. Such a harmonious scene is a rare sight. The island owner really struck it rich today. He gained the Wolf King's trust by fishing and also acquired a red-faced monkey who just became the Monkey King in the troop. From now on, the island owner will be able to walk sideways in this forest. Isn't this my childhood dream? To lead a group of animals through the streets and alleys, running rampant and dominating the land. Jiangnan looked at the scrolling comments and suddenly thought of something, saying, "Come on, I'm here to collect names again. Everyone, please give the Monkey King and the Wolf King a name. I only have one request. The name of the Monkey King should sound like black, but it cannot contain the word black. The name of the Wolf King should sound like white, but it cannot contain the word white." As soon as the words were spoken, the viewers in the live stream immediately began to use their wit and ingenuity. The Monkey King is called a developer, or a real estate developer. I'm asking you, isn't that shady? The agent disagreed. My boss is even more dissatisfied. Capitalists, all of you, sit down. It would be better to just call it Africa, simple and straightforward. Silence, there is darkness, and there is you. coal briquettes, or dung briquettes. That's easy. Just call him Song Zio Bao. The little sea dog is called fourth brother, so it's a perfect dream collaboration. Politeness, are you Song Zio Bao? Simple. The Monkey King is called Bulletin Bai, and the Wolf King is called Bulletin Hey. The Wolf King is called Little Blackie, which is not only vivid but also fits our AI Kun's temperament. Hey, what are you doing? I'm a bit rebellious, so the Wolf King has to be called Little White and the Monkey King has to be called Little Black. The Monkey King must be called Guangong. It would be a shame if he didn't have that big red face. Delete it, let me post it, I'll give you 50 cents, buy some spicy strips, and share them with your friends, wouldn't that be wonderful? That won't do. I'm afraid the Monkey King can't control that name. What's there to be afraid of? I've seen people online naming their children Xianlong, and some even with the surname Zhao. They're called Orphan of the Zhao clan. The barrage of comments was scrolling faster and faster, and becoming increasingly outrageous. Zhang Nan searched for a long time but couldn't find a satisfactory name. In the end, he had to think of one himself. After about a minute, he said, by Cao Shuang, the name of the Monkey King. White Moon, the Wolf King's name. In ancient times, there were many elegant names for black, such as ink color, dark color, and mysterious color. One of them was called 100 Herbs Frost. According to the Compendium of Materia Medica, Baiko Shuan was made by boiling the ashes scraped from the bottom of a pot into medicine. This might seem confusing, as it's just soot from the bottom of a pot. How can soot be used to make medicine? Actually, the ash at the bottom of the pot is a layer of frost-like substance formed after hundreds of kinds of herbs have been burned, hence the name 100 Herbs Frost. Many people have seen how black the soot at the bottom of a pot can be, so it's natural to name the Monkey King 100 Herbs. In ancient times, white also had many elegant names, one of which was the bright moon. The moon white is a light blue color. The ancients believed that the color of the moon was not pure white, but had a thin, icy hue, which perfectly matched the cold and noble temperament of the White Wolf King. Moon white has appeared in many literary works. Imagine a gentle girl in a moon-white autumn dress standing in the rain, holding an umbrella. How beautiful that scene would be. My goodness, I never expected the island owner to be so cultured. The island owner is a walking encyclopedia, so this knowledge is just a drop in the ocean for him. Black Monkey King Baiko Shuan, White Wolf King Jiayu, sounds good, quite poetic. I agree with what the island owner said. Me too. The viewers in the live stream all expressed their agreement. This is not merely an endorsement of Jiangnan, but rather an appreciation of the wisdom of our ancestors. The White Wolf King and the Black Monkey King seemed to possess some intelligence, as if they knew they had been given names by humans, and they both gave Jiangnan a deep look. All right, I should go back now, you can all leave. Jiangnan glanced at the time, patted the heads of the White Wolf King Jiayu and the Black Monkey King Baiko Shuan, and said softly, "Oh woo." The White Wolf King, Jiayu, slowly rose and roared to the sky. Upon hearing the command from the White Wolf King, Jiayu, the surrounding jungle wolves released the monkey they had been trampling under their feet. Under normal circumstances, wolf packs will not have conflicts with monkey groups, let alone initiate battles. Even when they are starving, they rarely eat them because they know that monkey groups, like them, are extremely vengeful. If the monkeys can't climb trees, they aren't worried about retaliation. But the monkeys were too agile. They could climb trees and throw stones at the wolves on the ground, and even steal wolf cubs when the wolves weren't looking. In India, there were news reports of a baby monkey being run over and killed by a car while crossing the road. Since then, the mother monkey has frequently stolen human children. Therefore, the wolf pack's attitude towards the monkey troop is to avoid provoking them if possible. Under the leadership of the White Wolf King, Jiayu, the jungle wolves gradually disappeared from the forest. Black Monkey King Baiko Shuan followed closely behind, leading the monkey troop away. Before leaving, he waved goodbye to Jiangnan. Jiangnan noticed that the Black Monkey King, Baiko Shuan, did not drive away or kill the old Monkey King, his wife, and his children. Instead, he ordered the monkeys to take them with them. Perhaps it's because it's kind and doesn't want to kill its own kind. Perhaps it was because he didn't want Jiangnan to see him handling the monkey troop's duties. After watching them leave, Jiangnan stretched and headed home. Ding! Congratulations, host, for helping the red-faced monkey become the Monkey King and for naming it and the White Wolf King. The red-faced monkey and the White Wolf King are very happy and are rewarding you. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Bird's Nest box. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Dancing Grass. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Diving Suit. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Eternal Couple Banyan Tree. Bird Nest Box. This bird nest box is specially made warm in winter and cool in summer, clean and tidy, and is most suitable for newly hatched baby birds. Dancing Grass * 1 acre. As the name suggests, dancing grass loves to dance. Whenever it hears a song or any other sound, it will sway its body continuously, just like a beautiful woman dancing, which is pleasing to the eye. When it hears strange and unpleasant noises, it frowns and stops dancing. Furthermore, the dancing grass has no night life. At night, it doesn't dance, instead, it presses all its leaves tightly against the stem, like a well-behaved lady, sleeping peacefully. If you had to describe the dancing grass in one sentence, it would be like a virtuous and self-disciplined dancer. Under normal circumstances, the dancing grass can grow to half a meter, but the one rewarded by the system is special and can exceed 2 meters. In addition to being tall, it also has strong branches and dense leaves. In short, this dancing grass has extremely strong immunity and does not need any special care from the host. It can survive on its own. Not only that, the dancing grass rewarded by the system will dance with the host, and will also relieve the host's stress by dancing when the host is tired, and will stretch out its swaying branches and leaves to massage the host. If the host soaks the leaves of the dancing grass in alcohol and drinks a cup in the morning and evening, it can treat arthritis and rheumatism. If the leaves are used to wash the face, it can also have a beautifying effect. Note, the moment the host plants the dancing grass, they will regard you as their master and obey you absolutely and follow your commands 100%. In addition, the seeds of the dancing grass also dance. Diving kit. This kit is fully equipped with fins, snorkel, buoyancy control vest, triple gauge, wetsuit and regulator. It allows the host to dive to depths of 500 meters or more, 100 meters more than the Guinness World Record for ordinary diving suits, and can sustain the dive for up to an hour, half an hour more than ordinary diving suits. Besides, the most unique feature of this suit is that once worn, the wearer doesn't need to worry about the pressure at the bottom of the sea and will feel just as relaxed as on land. Note, this set does not yet have a color scheme. The user can choose the color scheme according to their own preferences. Eternal couple banyan trees. These are two towering trees that intertwine with each other, with lush branches and leaves, and the top of the tree can even support a large passenger plane. This tree is spiritual. Any animal that nests or lives on or near it will benefit to some extent, whether it is good health and no longer gets sick, or it becomes strong, or it becomes intelligent and begins to understand human nature. Note, this banyan tree does not require a host to plant it. The system has automatically placed it somewhere in the Great Barrier Reef and successfully planted it. The host can try to find it. If you sincerely pray to the banyan tree after finding it, you might receive unexpected rewards. This reward is really great. Jiangnin's heartfelt exclamation. The key is that the diving suit can even be color matched, which reminded Jiangnan of Iron Man's armor. Almost every suit is color matched according to his own preferences. Most importantly, the nest box is exactly what I need, because Bird Strong is currently focused on incubating the eggs every day and has no time or energy to rebuild the nest. It is still using the cardboard box that I prepared for it. It's still usable now, but once the eggs hatch, the cardboard box won't be usable anymore. Because birds will run around and poop everywhere, cardboard boxes simply cannot accommodate them. Most importantly, although the cardboard box was lined with some hay and towels, it was nowhere near as warm as a real bird's nest. About an hour later, Jiangnan arrived home. As soon as he got home, he saw a rather funny scene. Suddenly, little sea dog 404 was seen wearing a piece of clothing. Perhaps it was because when Jiangnan left, it was playing alone and happened to find Jiangnan's clothes. Because the clothes were large, it inexplicably put them on itself. There was nothing wrong with what it was wearing, but the clothes it was wearing were the same as those worn by Jiangnan. They were both wearing white shirts. Just as Jiangnan opened the door, 404 curiously turned his head. For a moment, their eyes met. Their eyes met in the air. The scene was quite awkward. Wearing the same outfit as someone else isn't scary, it's embarrassing if you look worse. The scariest thing is wearing the same outfit as a seal. 404 Island owner, do I look like a human being? Weasel, isn't that the phrase I used when I was asking for a title? Island Lord, it actually wore your clothes. This dog must not be allowed to live. It's like in ancient times when someone wanted to usurp the throne, they would deliberately wear the dragon robe and say, "Who put the dragon robe on my body?" Ha ha ha, staring at each other, both questioning their existence and their very being as dogs. The viewers in the live stream couldn't help but burst into laughter upon witnessing this scene. Take off your clothes. Jiangnan blurted out the words almost without thinking, and rushed towards Little Sea Dog 404. Upon seeing Jiangnan rushing towards him, Little Sea Dog 404 actually turned and ran away. For a moment, a person and a dog started chasing each other in the living room. Little Sea Dog 404 thought Jiangnan was just playing with him, so he kept dodging and weaving, sometimes crawling under the sofa, sometimes jumping onto the table, and sometimes picking up a towel and tearing it apart. He was having a great time, and his eyes were squinted into slits. It took Jiangnan quite a while to finally grab it and forcibly remove its clothes. After taking off his clothes, Little Sea Dog 404 pretended to be innocent, as if to say, "Who put my master's clothes on me? You have so much energy, you're like a husky." Jiangnan sat on the sofa and muttered a complaint in a low voice. "No, if this continues, Little Seal 404 will definitely destroy the house. I must teach it to swim tomorrow to wear down its strength and energy." The reason why huskies like to destroy things is because they have a lot of energy. You know, back in their hometown, they used to travel long distances pulling sleds every day. After the little incident in Jiangnan began to check on the other animals in the house. Kangaroo Gangzi was still practicing boxing in the yard, and his pectoral muscles and abdominal muscles seemed to have grown even larger. The little shark was still recovering in the pool when it saw Jiangnan approaching and slapped its tail in welcome. Meanwhile, Bird Strong was diligently incubating the eggs. Jiangnan really wanted to show the audience how the 3 baby eggs were doing, but Bird Strong was sitting in the nest the whole time and didn't have a chance to check on them at all. The canary couple is building their nest very quickly. They've already built a basic model. If all goes well, they can move in tomorrow night. Finally, Jiangnan placed the golden koi he had caught that day into the water tank. This is a large, pure black porcelain jar, 1.3 meters high and 1 meter wide. It has always been left in the corner of the yard, where various odds and ends are usually placed. After being cleaned up in Jiangnan, it became the home of the golden koi. After being placed in the large porcelain jar, the golden koi carp was still quite resentful and even opened its mouth to spit at Jiangnan. It's clear this guy has a short temper. After showing the audience all the animals one by one, Jiangnan went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Do you all remember what I said when we were fishing today? I said we'd be making dragon meat tonight. Jiangnan washed his hands and explained while preparing the ingredients. Many people must be wondering how there can be dragon meat when there are no dragons in this world. Actually, that's not the case. As I said today, it's not certain whether there are real dragons in this world, but according to ancient records, there are some things that can perfectly replace dragon meat. Today I'm going to make a 5-dragon soup. The 5-dragon soup consists of 5 dragons: black dragon, flying dragon, golden dragon, earth dragon, and baby dragon. Among them, black dragon refers to sea cucumber, flying dragon refers to partridge, golden dragon refers to crucian carp, earth dragon refers to loach or eel, and child dragon refers to eel. Perfect timing. I caught eels, crucian carp, and loaches while fishing today. I also caught sea cucumbers and partridges. The sea cucumbers were caught from the sea earlier, and the partridges were brought to me by the white wolf king, Jiayu, and her pack before I left today. There were also quite a few pheasants and rabbits. With all the ingredients ready, let's make soup with 5 dragons. After saying that, Jiangnan began preparing the ingredients. Eels, crucian carp, sea cucumbers, and loaches are all easy to handle, but partridges are more troublesome, requiring plucking feathers, bleeding, and gutting. The viewers in the live stream started discussing and complaining as they watched Jiangnan work so hard to cook. This is too much trouble. For a lazy person like me, 5-dragon soup is not a must-have. Ordering takeout is fine. By the way, does a earth dragon include earthworms? No wonder the men's football team scored so many own goals. It turns out that own goal is another name for sea cucumber. Zhao Yun, which bastard wants to eat me? To be honest, I was fortunate enough to eat dragon meat once. It was spicy and sweet when I ate it, and the aftertaste was still spicy. It was not too salty or bland, and it was very delicious. If I remember correctly, the dragon was called Wei Long. Shiur. Are you Shiur? Jiangnan looked at the scrolling screen, smiled slightly, and added, the real flying dragon is called the hazel grouse, which is a Class 2 protected animal in China. It's illegal to eat it, so we used partridge instead. In addition, the original 5-dragon soup used 5 snakes, but snakes are prohibited from being eaten and broadcast, so the current 5-dragon soup has been modified. As for what the 5 vipers are, there are different opinions. It is said that the viper is a poisonous snake in ancient legends. The book Shuyi Ji written during the Southern Dynasties records that the viper transforms into a jiao after 500 years, the jiao transforms into a dragon after 1,000 years, the dragon becomes a horned dragon after 500 years, and an yinglong after 1,000 years. There are many different theories about the hui now. Some people say it is a lizard, some say it is a salamander, and some say it is actually a venomous snake. The 5 hui are actually the golden ringed snake, the silver ringed snake, the cobra, the water snake, and the rat snake. Of course, whether that's true or not, we can no longer know for sure. As the ingredients were gradually prepared, Jiangnan also began cooking. First, take out the meat of the earth dragon. Earth dragons are considered a highly nutritious food. They often swim at the bottom of rivers and look like dragons, hence the name earth dragon. Fresh lobster meat is extremely delicious, comparable to abalone, so the most succulent part of the lobster, namely the lobster meat, should be sliced off and cut into thin slices. As for the golden dragon, its roe needs to be extracted. Carp roe is a rare delicacy, but no one can guarantee that every crucian carp has roe. Jiangnan searched for 3 before finally finding it. Next, remove the skin from the oolong sea cucumber, remove its internal organs, and repeatedly rub and pull it in warm water until all the water is squeezed out before cutting the skin. Next, you need to extract Zilong's blood. After cooking the eel in a pot, use a knife to cut open the eel's belly and extract the most essential blood from its lower abdomen. Finally, remove the pheasant bones and use them to make a soup. You don't need many seasonings, just a little salt. Finally, add the pork skin and blood roe of the 4 dragons to the bone broth, thicken it with cornstarch, and sprinkle with finely shredded scallions and ginger to remove any fishy smell. This completes the legendary 5 dragons soup. Now, all we need to do is wait quietly for the soup to cook. After making the 5 dragons soup, Jiangnan didn't rest. She also washed and picked the water celery she had harvested that day, made a simple cold salad, and would use it to accompany the 5 dragons soup later. In addition, the wolves brought far too many pheasants and rabbits today. Jiangnan couldn't possibly eat them all in one day. Worried that they would all rot if left too long, he plucked their feathers, removed their internal organs, cleaned them thoroughly, and then gradually put them in the refrigerator. In this way, we can make it whenever we want to eat it. Bang! After Jiangnan put the last processed wild rabbit in the refrigerator, a loud thud suddenly came. The commotion was so loud that all the viewers in the live stream were startled. What was that muffled thud? Who the hell pooped in their pants pocket? Could it be thunder? Why does it feel like firecrackers are going off? Did something fall down? Could it be that Dallin has brought the sea turtle to me again to catch barnacles? Jiangnan frowned slightly and muttered, "Don't panic, everyone. I'll go out and take a look." As soon as he got up, he saw that little sea dog 404, who was fast asleep on the sofa, had also been startled awake. It seemed to sense something outside, or perhaps it was scared, and was whimpering towards the front door. Although this little guy is not even a month old, don't forget that it is also a wild beast. Kangaroo Gangza sprang up, determined to protect its master, and charged toward the door. "You all stay inside, I'll be right back." Jiangnan closed the door to prevent 404 and Gangza from running out, then turned on his flashlight and began to search the yard. After a thorough inspection, nothing unusual was found. However, a piece of broken tile was found on the ground in the northwest corner. The wind must have been too strong, blowing the tiles off. Jiangnan didn't care. Until I turned around and went back to the door, ready to open it and go inside. Meow! Mew! A faint meow came from the cat. Although it was very soft and weak, Jiangnan still heard it clearly. The viewers in the live stream also noticed this. A cat? What kind of cat is it? A British Shorthair? A domestic Shorthair? A ragdoll? An orange tabby? No way, how could there be pet cats on this island? Could it be a cat left behind by the workers who built the island before? To be honest, I love cats the most. A cat's meow drew the attention of many cat lovers. There's no way around it, more and more people like keeping cats these days. The reason for this situation is that keeping a dog in the city is too troublesome now. Not only do you need to walk the dog on a leash every day, but you also need to go through all sorts of permits and licenses. On the other hand, you can just buy a cat and keep it as a pet. Of course, the main reason is that cats are cute. Following the sound of the cat's meow, Jiangnan quickly ran towards the source of the sound and gradually arrived at the large porcelain jar. 2 or 3 meters away, Jiangnan saw 2 little tabby cats. They lay on the edge of the large porcelain jar, gazing longingly at the golden koi in the water. One of them even stretched out its claws, ready to grab into the water. The cat wants to eat golden koi fish. Luckily, the island lord arrived in time, otherwise the golden koi would already be a dish. To be honest, this golden koi is really fat, I even want to eat it. By the way, what kind of cats are these? Tabby cats? They look like they have tabby markings. Tabby cats aren't that small. These 2 don't even look as big as my palm. They look so frail. Can't it be a tabby kitten? This little cat has big ambitions. It actually dares to eat a fish that's more than 10 times its own size. This is nothing. Cats aren't afraid of any fish. I even saw a cat online that dared to bite a crocodile. Don't ask why it's so brave, just know that crocodiles are fish too. This isn't a tabby cat. Jiangnan observed them carefully for a few seconds, then said with a serious expression, "They are embroidered cats, the smallest cats in the world, even smaller than teacup cats. The smallest babies are not even as big as a leaf, and even when they grow up, they are only about 24 centimeters long, a little bigger than our palm. At first glance, they look a bit like kittens that have just escaped. Plus, the meows of embroidered cats are naturally very soft and sweet, making them even easier to mistake for kittens. But in reality, they are all adults. If they could talk, they would definitely say, 'Oh well, what are you looking at? I'm an adult now, not a little kid anymore.'" With their small size and unique colorful markings, the embroidered cat is both cute and majestic. In addition to their good looks, their inherent features are also very impressive. In terms of eyesight, smudged cats are 6 times better than humans, and nothing can escape their eyes. In terms of smell, their noses can distinguish a billion kinds of odors, which is far superior to that of humans. In terms of hearing, it is beyond ordinary people. It can even hear the sound of a mosquito flapping its wings and can even determine the location of an enemy based on their breathing. Because they live in the wild, they have an exceptional ability to survive. Climbing trees and swimming are no problem for them. Besides catching birds and fish and hunting lizards, they sometimes even attack poultry. In short, they have a cute face but do some dangerous things. Jiangnan spoke softly, hiding herself in a corner, afraid of disturbing the two spotted cats. So this is what a spotted cat is. I've learned something new today. Wah, it can even swim. I should let my unfilial son see it. It's just a bath, and it's like it's been half killed. It's running around, jumping and barking all over the place. They're so cute, aren't they? I want to have one. Me too. It has to be said that the smudged cats are really cute. In just a few seconds, they captivated a large number of cat lovers in the live stream with their good looks. Some girls couldn't contain their excitement and sent all sorts of cute emojis. Sorry, you really can't keep this kind of thing. Jiangnan laughed and said, don't let their small size and cute appearance fool you, they can be quite fierce. Among the world's 10 most ferocious cat breeds, the embroidered spotted cat ranks 10th. Their natural temperament is unruly, fierce, and irritable. They have no desire to be confined indoors. The vast and free nature is what they yearn for. If they are forced to be captured and kept as pet cats, they would rather not eat or drink, and even frantically ram their cages. Furthermore, because forests in various countries have been overlogged, the embroidered cat is already an endangered animal and is protected. Individuals are prohibited from keeping it as a pet in various countries. I really love this adorable little guy, and yet it's forbidden to keep him. If you love it, give it freedom. Spotted cat, am I cute? Am I awesome? Do you want me? Sorry, you're not worthy. As expected, another beast destined to spend his life in jail. I don't care, island owner, get on that yellow bike. Who doesn't love an adorable, perpetually small cat? Some viewers in the live stream were already starting to get frustrated. Just then, an accident occurred. Puff. Just as one of the spotted cats was about to reach out its paw to touch the golden koi in the water, the golden koi opened its mouth and spat out a stream of water, which hit the spotted cat squarely. Caught off guard, and because it was so small, it fell into the water tank on the spot. Meow meow meow. Although the embroidered cat can swim, it is still at a loss if it suddenly falls into the water and immediately starts meowing hysterically. Its forepaws thrashed and thrashed in the water, struggling to climb out, but the surface of the large porcelain jar was too smooth. No matter how hard it tried, it was to no avail. The other spotted cat saw its companion fall into the water and started meowing anxiously. Jiangnan reacted swiftly, rushing forward in 2 steps and snatching the spotted cat from the water, placing it on the ground. After landing, the spotted cat shook off the water droplets from its body, still shaken. Another one jumped down from the large porcelain jar to help, gently licking the food with its tongue. After this, the 2 spotted cats raised their heads and stared longingly at Jiangnan, trying their best to express their gratitude. Jiangnan squatted down and stretched out his hand. They even came closer and placed their heads in Jiangnan's hand, making whimpering sounds. It's like she's being coquettish. Ding! Congratulations, host, for rescuing the embroidered cat from drowning. Special reward, limit technique. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the wingsuit. Extreme techniques. Learning this technique allows the host to master various extreme sports, including free climbing, wingsuit flying, whitewater kayaking, base jumping, mountain biking, deep sea surfing, and life or death combat. This includes all kinds of sports in the world that transcend human limits. Note, this ultimate technique is currently only at the beginner level. The host can only learn wingsuit flying. Wingsuit, the best known wingsuit in the world, equipped with a parachute, helmet, alarm, altimeter, camera, parachute pack, etc., totaling about 700,000 yuan, and the whole set weighs about 11.4 kilograms. Note, currently, there are only about 600 wingsuit flyers in the world. The mortality rate of wingsuit flying among all flight activities is about 30%, and the number of deaths continues to rise. It is widely regarded as the most dangerous extreme sport in the world. Please be extremely cautious. Limit technique? Wingsuit flying? Jiangnan frowned slightly. This system is making me jump around in front of the king of hell. However, the Great Barrier Reef is sparsely populated and has many mountains, making it suitable for wingsuit flying. If wingsuit flying could be broadcast live, the program would be absolutely amazing. After all, no one in China has ever done this before. Wow! This is making my heart flutter with girlish feelings. Didn't the island owner just say that embroidered cats are fierce? They're clearly very cute, aren't they? This is so cute, I want to take a sniff of it. It's no exaggeration to say that I could eat 3 of these adorable kittens in one bite. Wang Dilu, someone's imitating my mouth? So cute and kawaii, I really want to raise one. I want to see the punishment. The 2 spotted cats' every move had already melted the hearts of all the viewers in the live stream. If special effects existed in real life, then pink hearts would definitely be flashing around them right now. This big fish is very fierce. Don't mess with them easily in the future. Be good, okay. Jiangnan stroked the embroidered cat's head and gently comforted it. Suddenly, an idea struck him: he should discipline the golden koi. It was bad enough that they spat on me while I was fishing, but now they're bullying such a cute little kitten. Is there no justice? Is there no law? This matter must be addressed. Thinking of this, Jiangnan took the fishing net and scooped out the golden koi, then placed it in the air above the swimming pool not far away. And in the swimming pool was a great white shark. Any fish must behave itself when facing a great white shark. Although this great white shark is small and is still recovering from its injuries, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse, and it's more than capable of dealing with a golden koi. The little shark sensed the approach and, a few seconds later, began swimming beneath the golden koi. It seemed ready to leap up at any moment, open its blood-red maw, and swallow the golden koi whole. Island owner, your takeout has arrived. Please open the door to pick it up. Little shark, I don't remember ordering any takeout? Island owner, this is a free gift from me, so you must finish it all and not waste a single drop. Hey upstairs, why does your tone sound like you're making a sexual innuendo? Hello, I'm a police officer. Please come with me. Why the hell do I always get caught in these prostitution raids? The golden koi must be feeling like a million alpacas are stampeding through its mind right now. It's not just alpacas that gallop by, they'll also hurl insults at the island owner's ancestors for 18 generations. This move is really ruthless, it could scare you to death. Why doesn't the island owner just throw the golden koi into the water? Wouldn't that be more convenient? How can you put a freshwater fish and a sea fish together? Are you stupid? Island owner, be careful, some fish lovers might suddenly appear and criticize you. It has to be said that Jiangnan really knows how to do live streaming. The viewers in the live stream are getting more and more excited. Whoosh! Suddenly, the little shark leaped out of the pool, its mouth wide open, and lunged at the golden koi. Jiangnan held the fishing net in his hand, showing no intention of moving it. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the little shark's mouth got closer and closer to the golden koi. Half a meter. 30 centimeters. 20 centimeters. 10 centimeters. The golden koi finally felt fear and struggled desperately in the fishing net, trying to escape. The next second, the little shark closed its mouth and fell into the water. The moment it closed its mouth, it brushed past the golden koi, the two being less than a centimeter apart. Was the little shark not jumping high enough? No. It's all about human relationships and social interactions. After taking the Qi Ling Dan, the little shark not only recovered from its injuries quickly, but also became exceptionally intelligent and perceptive. It seemed to know that Jiangnan wanted to scare the golden koi carp with its presence, so it did not bite on purpose, but instead pretended to bite. After being startled, the golden koi immediately quieted down. To be precise, they haven't recovered yet. It's like escaping from the jaws of a tiger. You'll feel lucky, but your mind will be completely blank at first. About 10 seconds later, Jiangnan prepared to put the golden koi back into the large porcelain jar. This stuff cannot be dehydrated for too long, otherwise it can be life-threatening. However, a shocking scene unfolded. The golden koi was struggling to move its body. It appears to have no pattern, but upon closer inspection, one can discover that it has a frequency. Its frequency is consistent with that of the small sharks in the swimming pool below. When the little shark swims to the left, it sways to the left. When the little shark moves to the right, it swings to the right. When the little shark stops, it remains motionless. At first glance, it looks exactly like a copy and paste. Just as there was the story of the man from Handan who tried to imitate the way a shark walks in ancient times, today's koi carp try to imitate the way a shark walks. What is the koi doing? The koi fish didn't dry up. Do you even need to drive on this lousy road? Why is it imitating a shark? Could it have been frightened by a shark earlier and is still traumatized? The live stream room was full of curious kids. It seems I need to give everyone a little popular science explanation. Jiangnan began to explain. As we all know, fish eyes are basically protruding outwards. Because of this, their field of vision is very wide, so they can see things in a range of 60 to 180 degrees on the horizontal plane with just one eye, and even 150 degrees on the vertical plane. You can see behind you without turning your head, and you can see below without looking down. The total human field of vision is only between 120 and 130 degrees. Although the horizontal field of vision of a single eye can reach 160 degrees, the vertical field of vision is only 80 degrees. Therefore, within the range of human vision, it is no match for fish. That sounds impressive, but it's not. You see, a fish's two eyes are located on the sides of its head, which is why their vision is limited. The top of their heads is their biggest blind spot. As long as you hide at a good angle, they won't notice you at all. And the blind spot of human vision is behind you. As long as you keep hiding behind someone, no one can find you. I remember a movie about invisibility, not the kind of invisibility in science fiction, but the kind that uses blind spots in human vision to become invisible. In the end, he hid in a man's house and used the blind spots to have an affair with the woman. I've gone a bit off topic. One last thing, the world that fish see is like a 2D picture, lacking a sense of depth and distance. In addition, almost all fish are naturally nearsighted, yet their vision extends to more than 12 meters. The reason why golden koi fish now imitate the movements of sharks is to stay in the shark's blind spot, so as to prevent the shark from seeing them and attacking again. Jiangnan talked at length, and he really did seem quite knowledgeable. Awesome! These days even fish know how to use vision control. Little shark, why do I always feel like there's something unclean following me, but I can't find it? Little shark, I must have caught a cold, that's why I keep feeling a chill down my spine. It turns out that as long as the vision card is good, you can achieve absolute invisibility. The most dangerous place is the safest place. I finally understand the meaning of this sentence. A married woman? Island Master, if that's what you mean, then I'll have to go see that movie. The spirit of the Wei and Jin dynasties still lingers. Upstairs, are you CAO? Empty room. I don't tell just anyone this. 108 good people. I thought of a song, when the ghost blade is unleashed, alas, you just can't see it. There's no way around it, I'm just that powerful, ha 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 ha, you can't catch me, la 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 la, ha ha ha, you've been defeated by me, come at me all at once, I'm not afraid at all. After listening to Jiangnan's explanation of science, the viewers in the live stream started making fun of him, each one more witty than the last. At that moment, Jiangnan noticed that the two spotted cats were raising their front paws and bowing to him, as if they were begging him, looking pitiful. You want me to release the golden koi? Jiangnan asked in confusion, it bullied you just now, and you even pleaded for it. Don't you have masochistic tendencies? Holy crap! Island Master, you know so much. Attention all departments, the island owner has started the bus himself. The doors are welded shut, and no one is getting off. I just remembered a conversation I had with my boyfriend. I asked him if he would have violent tendencies in the future, and he just said that he could learn them if I wanted to. The island lord is an adult after all, it's normal for him to know a lot. I have no other requests, Island Lord, please let me speak to you privately, otherwise I will report you. Same here, may I speak to you privately? Jiangnan glanced at the comments, then at the embroidered cat with a face full of grievance, picked up the fishing net, and finally placed the golden koi into the large porcelain jar. If we don't put it in water soon, it might really be heading to meet the king of hell. After finishing up here, Jiangnan saw that it was almost time, so he quickly returned to his room and turned off the stove that was simmering the soup. Upon opening the pot lid, a fragrant aroma immediately filled my nose and traveled down to my stomach. Jiangnan couldn't help but lick her lips, quickly filled the bowl for herself, and began to savor it. With one bite, the sea cucumber is soft and chewy with its own gelatinous texture, paired with the tender and juicy eel, creating an aroma that is both fresh and sweet. With another gentle chew, countless carp roe bursts in your mouth one after another, along with the smooth and creamy eel blood. Layer upon layer, it conquers the taste buds of Jiangnan, making it an absolute delicacy. No wonder it's the legendary dragon meat, it's delicious. Jiangnan, still wanting more, grabbed a spoon and wolfed down the food, not even caring that it was scalding hot. Whether a food is delicious or not doesn't require fancy words to describe it, you only need to look at the words and actions of the person tasting it. If he's busy eating and doesn't want to talk to you, it must be delicious. At this moment, Jiangnan's behavior perfectly illustrated just how delicious dragon meat was. If we really had to describe how delicious it was, Jiangnan felt that at this moment we should use the dazzling special effects that appeared after tasting food in the movie The God of Cookery and the animated series Cooking Master Boy and Master Chef Fu Gui. He was so engrossed in the activity that several fish roes stuck to his face without him noticing. Before long, even the little seal 404 came running over, drawn by the aroma, rubbing its head against Jiangnan's trouser leg and making soft whimpering noises. In Jiangnan, it was made more often, and then poured into its small basin. While Jiangnan was being poured, little sea dog 404 couldn't wait to stick out its tongue to lick and drink it, just like Jiangnan had been, not caring that it was scalding hot. What a terrible thing! Why should I watch the island owner eat at night? Takeout. Takeout is a must. If we can't afford the dragon meat cooked by the island lord, can't we at least afford way long spicy strips? I ordered a roast chicken. Chickens are, after all, descendants of Tyrannosaurus rex, so it's like eating dragon meat. What the person upstairs said makes sense. I'm going to get a chicken leg too. The viewers in the live stream were already complaining as they watched Jiangnan eat heartily, and since they couldn't get any themselves, they could only vent their frustration on the chicken. That evening, delivery drivers in major cities were completely bewildered to find that all the orders in their hands were related to chicken. They initially thought this was the haters deliberately trying to smear Brother Kun. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully developed 5 dragon meat. Experience points plus 100. Jiangnan thoroughly enjoyed the dragon meat and even received an experience point reward. I clearly made a water celery dish, so why didn't I gain any experience points? Jiangnan was puzzled. After studying for a long time, he finally realized that he would only gain experience points if he made some unique or influential dishes. If he only made ordinary home-cooked dishes that most people could make, he would naturally not gain experience points. After dinner, he brewed himself a pot of tea and prepared to lie on the rocking chair on the second-floor balcony to enjoy the beautiful view. When I got to the second-floor balcony, I found that the canary couple and the bird Jian were not there. It's normal that the canary couple are busy gathering hay and twigs to build their nest. The reason why Bird Strong wasn't there was because it needed to find food. Incubating eggs is physically demanding. To maintain a suitable temperature for the eggs, the mother bird eats very little for up to 2 months, relying entirely on her stored fat reserves to sustain her energy needs and ensuring she fills her stomach. For the past few days, the bird Jian has stayed in its nest, like an old monk in deep meditation, rarely moving. It only occasionally eats a little food sent from Jiangnan, but this food is far from enough to satisfy its hungry stomach. Now it has finally decided to fly out to find food for itself. The fact that the bird dared to leave 3 baby eggs at home shows that it has complete trust in Jiangnan. If it were in the wild, it would not go out even if it was starving. Taking advantage of the bird's absence, Jiangnan took out the bird's nest box that the system had rewarded him with. "My 3 little darlings, I have prepared a new home for you." Jiangnan spoke gently as she placed 3 azure bird eggs into the nest box. Before putting them in, he shone a flashlight on the bird eggs. As the light shines through, you can clearly see that the baby bird's body is gradually taking shape. If all goes well, it will hatch in the next few days. I can't wait for the birth of Fufu, Lulu, and Xiao Xiao. Island Master, you absolutely have to do a live stream when they hatch. That's right, I've never seen a baby bird hatch before in all my life. If the island owner puts an egg in there, what will Bird Strong's reaction be when it comes back? Magpie, which grandson is imitating my style of doing things? Island owner, may I virtually raise one of the birds? What does cloud-based parenting mean? Actually, it's just spending money to buy one of the birds, making you a semi-owner of the bird. However, the island owner takes care of the bird, and you only need to check on it through the screen every day. The bird's daily expenses are also paid by the person who paid for it. I heard that when a live streamer from Inner Mongolia was doing a live stream, someone took a liking to the lamb she was raising and virtually raised one, spending several hundred yuan. Jiangnan looked at the scrolling comments and said, "Let's forget about virtual raising. After all, the 3 little birds, Fufu, Lulu, and Xiao Xiao, aren't mine. I have no right to virtually raise these resilient birds." There was another reason that Jiangnan didn't say. There were too many viewers in the live stream. If cloud farming were really started, some people would want this today and others would want that tomorrow, which would completely throw everything into chaos. After all, there are just too many animals in the Great Barrier Reef, some of which are rare and protected species. Who knows if it's illegal to keep rare and protected animals online? If you don't understand something, then never do it, because one day you might find yourself wearing a pair of silver bracelets on your hands. Not long ago, there was a female streamer who didn't even know what kind of shark it was and ate it on livestream, which eventually caught the attention of the police. Suddenly, Jiangnan thought of something and continued, "If everyone really likes these little animals, starting tomorrow, I will register a Douyin account and film every single one of them, creating a separate compilation." In this way, those who like Gangza the kangaroo can watch Gangza practice boxing in the compilation every day. Those who admire the resilient family of 4 birds can also follow the entire process of the 3 baby eggs hatching. Those who like Green Turtle Dallin can also see how Dallin leads and commands the turtle troop every day. In short, I will film each animal every day, and I will film at least one video for each animal individually, so that everyone can experience the feeling of virtual parenting. Not only that, but viewers who are too busy to watch the live stream can also watch it there. In order not to disappoint his fans, Jiangnan finally came up with this idea. This virtual nurturing method is simpler and doesn't require fans to spend money recklessly. It just means Jiangnan will be busier every day, filming more videos. I think the island owner's idea is feasible. Hurry, I can't wait. It's settled then, Island Master, you must take what you've said seriously and do it. I hope to see Bird Strong on Douyin tonight. I want to see the White Wolf King, Jiayu, he's practically my dream wolf. It's just a wolf, what's so great about it? Actually, I'm a wolf too, I'm a pervert, lady upstairs, how about me? With Jiangnan's encouragement, the atmosphere in the live stream became increasingly intense. As they spoke, the tea was ready, and Jiangnan, who had been busy all day, could finally sit in a rocking chair, drink tea, and relax. One bite, and you'll experience its rich, smooth flavor. Chew slowly, and the fragrance lingers on your teeth and cheeks. Looking out, a full moon hangs high in the sky, level with the sea. The white moon is like a veil of mist, hazy and ethereal, as elegant as a pair of bright eyes just beginning to wear makeup. Enjoying some good tea. Enjoy this beautiful scenery. This is the life I've always longed for. Instead of toiling away every day for mortgage payments, car loans, and dowries, losing their dreams, bending over, losing their light in their eyes, and losing their smiles, What's most infuriating is that experts know you'll never be able to pay off your mortgage in your lifetime, so they've introduced descendant loans, trying to make your descendants work and be enslaved by them. Feeling a sense of wonder, Jiangnan took out his notebook again and began to describe the beautiful scenery before him, saying, "Why don't we all use what we've learned to describe the scenery before us? Simple. The bright moon rises over the sea, and we share this moment though we are far apart. The bright moon rises over the sea, I bow my head and think of my hometown. If I want to see 1,000 miles further, every drop of sweat is hard-earned. Hello, you four-legged creature. The moon is before my eyes, but the person in my heart is far away. The moon is within sight, but the person is hard to see." Just those 12 words, and your so-called poet, Chien, is awesome. I'm not cultured, so I'll recite an original poem. From afar, the moon looks big, up close, the moon looks even bigger. The moon is indeed big, truly a big moon. Emperor Qianlong, you're imitating me, drag him out and behead him. I'm not very cultured, so I can only say 2 words, beautiful. The live stream room was indeed full of talented people. Jiangnan was drawing while watching the bullet comments, and was amused several times, almost breaking down in laughter. Island Master, my girlfriend and I have known each other since junior high school and went to the same high school. Later, I failed to get into university, but she did, so I came to her city to work and earn money to support her university education. Now she has graduated from university and suddenly messaged me saying she wants to break up. What should I do? Crying. Suddenly, a comment like this flashed through Zhang Nan's eyes. He decisively clicked to pause the comment and read it carefully again. "Chen Shimei, I know this place well. The first person to reach the shore must first slay their beloved. Break up with her. Break up with her right now. This kind of woman is trash, she's a dog. The sooner you break up with her, the sooner you're free. Dog, please don't insult me with this trash, okay?" The ancients were right, righteous people often come from humble backgrounds, while ungrateful people are often scholars. I remember a while ago there was a girl who wanted to take the civil service exam. Her boyfriend was also supporting her studies, but they ended up breaking up. A few years ago, there was a woman who got seriously ill. Her husband bought a house and a car and spent hundreds of thousands of yuan to cure her. But after she recovered, she despised her husband for being poor and decisively divorced him. In the end, her husband went insane. Bro, I suggest you expose your chat history. Once it gets public, no company will dare to hire her, let alone find a new boyfriend. Before Jiangnan could reply to the poor netizen, the viewers in the livestream had already started offering suggestions. After thinking about it seriously, he said, "Brother, you can just reply to her, break up if you want to. You guys are the ones making a fuss. By the way, let me offer you a classic quote from Mr. Feng Gong, losing one crooked tree can gain you a whole forest. Although she went to university, she has just entered the workforce. She has no idea how dangerous the world is and will definitely suffer in the future. On the other hand, you have been in the workforce for many years and must have accumulated a lot of experience. As long as you work hard for 2 years, you will get a house and a car and you can definitely find someone better than her." As soon as Jiangnan finished speaking, the livestream chat exploded with comments. "Holy crap! The island owner's move is too much. I'd call it the pinnacle of breakup techniques. Once you say that, your girlfriend will definitely think that you've had several girlfriends, and she's just one of the fish in your pond. No, she's not even a fish, she's just a small shrimp. Even if you break up, you'll still make her feel bad. Just 2 words, control. The island owner is right. Nowadays, when you enter society, the experience you accumulate is more important. The bosses in our class are all the bad students who sit at the back and don't pay attention in class. They enter society early and end up working for them even after college graduates graduate." Jiangnan's words enlightened the audience member. At the same time, Jiangnan finished painting, and the system's voice came to his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing a painting of a bright moon over the sea. Experience points plus 30. Only 30 experience points. Mean. However, my goal is to draw on every page of the notebook, so that I can accumulate a lot over time. Jiangnan put away his notebook and thought about what had just happened, and then he thought of Zhang Daxian. Many years ago, during a live stream, Zhang Daxian, a popular streamer of the game Honor of Kings, received a private message. The message reads something like, "I'm under so much pressure lately, I feel like I can't go on living like this." Upon receiving this private message, Zhang Daxian was no longer in the mood for live streaming. He immediately ended the broadcast, even abandoning the game he was playing halfway through, and promptly called the police. It was his quick reaction that saved a life. The show was only rebroadcast after confirming with the police that the viewer had been successfully rescued and was unharmed. Although what I just experienced can't compare to the incident where Zhang Daxian saved a life, I still managed to enlighten a viewer and did a good deed. This kind of good deed should be done more often. Thinking of this, Jiangnan said, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, just don't be as outrageous as before." He regretted saying it as soon as he finished speaking. He saw someone asking why men have to wait until they are 22 to get married, while they can join the army at 18. Someone else asked, if I get caught on my way to turn myself in, does that still count as turning myself in? Some even asked if they could guarantee they wouldn't be sentenced if they assassinated the Prime Minister of Japan. It's over. Things are going to continue in the same way as before, heading in an increasingly outrageous direction. Sure enough, when Jiangnan pressed agree, an even more outrageous problem arose. Island Master, I have a question. If I develop a controlled nuclear fusion device on my own, can I upgrade my education to a bachelor's degree? The viewers in the live stream laughed one after another after hearing this question. What are you saying, my dear Dean? I really can't figure this out. This isn't a problem, this is utter nonsense. It's better to be safe than sorry. What if what this kid says is true? Like before, who would have thought that an art student failing the college entrance exam on the other side of the ocean could start a world war? Let me put it this way, forget about getting a bachelor's degree, even if you just want to sleep with a top-tier female celebrity, I'll arrange it for you. Really? If you say that, I'm going to be serious. My dear wife Dilruba, for you, I will definitely develop controlled nuclear fusion. Wait for my good news. Island Lord, please speak. I want to hear your answer. Jiang Nan's face darkened. He picked up his teacup, took several sips of tea, and said irritably, as long as you can develop a controlled nuclear fusion device, let alone getting a bachelor's degree, even if you want to ascend to immortality, the country will find a way to help you activate the spiritual energy revival and aid your cultivation. The island owner is really good at creating drama. Ascension to immortality, is that even possible? Ha 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 ha. If the spiritual energy revival is truly initiated, and everyone can cultivate immortality, then when you just begin refining your chi, there will definitely be people who have already reached the golden core stage, and there might even be nascent soul stage old dogs. If we can develop a controlled nuclear fusion device, we might not be far from the era of mecha cultivation. Mecha is the romance of men, just like in Swallowed Star. I'm sorry, technology is truly no match for cultivation. Technology is made based on rules, while cultivators can create the rules. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and said, everyone, please stop fooling around. Now, let's begin the second question. After another pause, Jiang Nan's vision went completely black. Good heavens, how could you ask such a bizarre question? Island Master, I have a question that has always been on my mind. If a venomous snake is bitten by another venomous snake, will it die from the poison? I actually know the answer to that question. Jiang Nan blurted out confidently, different venomous snakes have different venoms, some are blood type and some are neurotoxic. If a venomous snake is bitten by another snake of the same species, it is very likely that it will not die and will become immune. However, if it is bitten by a venom that is different from its own, the snake will very likely die from the poison and may not become immune. In short, the chances of dying from a bite from one of your own kind are low, but the chances are different for other snakes. Although snakes are cold, the chances of them being poisoned by their own kind are extremely low. In fact, this question can be said to be invalid, because venomous snakes rarely invade the territory of their own kind, which is much better than humans. It's that simple? This problem is not valid. I get it. It's the same logic as saving your mom and wife if they both fall into the water at the same time. It's completely unfounded. How could it be such a coincidence that they both fell into the water at the same time? And how could it be such a coincidence that I was on the shore with no one else around? It's just nonsense. You're never too old to learn. I must memorize this knowledge point. You never know when I might be able to use it in an exam. These days, humans are really inferior to snakes. Even snakes know not to invade the territory of their own kind, but a bunch of bastards dared to trample and invade our country many years ago. You Japanese guy who's living a good life, I suspect you're subtly criticizing me. That's the essence, so what? This works well, we must support it. Perhaps because the audience is quite knowledgeable about animals, they started asking more and more questions about various animals. Some people ask, my pet cat was castrated, but before that, it had successfully mated with a female cat, and the female cat had successfully given birth to kittens. Should the kittens call my cat dad or mom? Another question was, if a person with rabies bites a dog, does the dog need to be vaccinated against rabies? Jiangnan clicked pause again, and this time the problem finally became a little normal. Island Master, why can't I catch the mice in my house? No matter what I use, mouse traps, mouse sticks, or rat poison, I can't catch them. Most importantly, when I checked the security camera footage during the day, I discovered that the rats were actually avoiding mousetraps and sticky traps. Even if there was food on them, they simply wouldn't go up to them. As soon as Jiangnan finished watching, the viewers in the live stream started discussing it again. Mouse, you think you can stick to me? You're dreaming. I've seen it all. It's the first of the 12 zodiac animals, how could it not be smart? I've also encountered this situation, and it was even more outrageous. The rats not only didn't eat the food I put with rat poison, but they also appeared in my pot the next day. I saw a video on Douyin where the food was on the table covered with plates, but at night a mouse knocked over the plates and stole the food. Owning a proper cat will wipe out the mice in no time. Excuse me, are there any legitimate cats around right now? That makes sense. My cat just sleeps all day, and it even snores louder than my husband. Jiangnan looked at the scrolling comments and laughed. Any animal that has been in contact with humans for a long time will more or less absorb some spiritual energy, such as pigs, horses, cattle, sheep, dogs, and of course rats, otherwise it would not be one of the 5 immortals. Mice are incredibly intelligent. The intelligence of an adult mouse is equivalent to that of an 8-year-old child. Not only that, they also possess a variety of skills, such as contortionism, tightrope walking, swimming, and the ability to use their brains. Furthermore, they have a powerful intelligence network. According to scientists' observations and research, rats mostly steal food in the middle of the night when people are asleep, sneaking in through small cracks to eat. They only eat a small amount each time, and then eat more next time after they are safe. Such resourceful animals are second to none. No other animal dares to claim the top spot. If a new type of rat poison is placed in a city, the news can spread to all the rat populations within hours. After people started using rat poison, rats were initially unable to cope, but now they know to seek out foods rich in vitamin E, as this substance helps detoxify. Rats also have a special ability: they can pass on their aversion to new things to their offspring. Because of this, rats are born very cautious. When they first eat something new, they will never eat a lethal amount. Moreover, if they sense something is wrong, they will prevent other rats from approaching, thus protecting the entire rat colony. Scientists also conducted an experiment where they hung food in the air with a rope. Mice, lacking a foothold, couldn't steal it, yet they still managed to do so. Observation revealed that the mice would first run up to the wall, then choose an angle and leap down, landing on the food in midair. They would almost always succeed after 3 tries. If it weren't for the scientists' observations, one might think the mice had studied mathematics. In summary, catching mice is simple. When you're setting out rat poison, rat bait, or rat traps, never shout things like, "This time we're sure to catch them," because the mice might be hiding in some corner of your house listening. The island owner is right. I remember when I was a child, my grandma would secretly put out rat poison without saying a word. That's right, you absolutely mustn't speak, that's the only way. It's true. I used to hang cured meat at home and I asked my grandfather what to do if rats chewed through the rope. The next day, the rope was chewed through by rats. No wonder the ancients always talked about rat spirits, rat spirits. I recommend everyone watch the classic old movie The Mousetrap. That's the real mouse spirit. Jiangnan watched the scrolling comments while preparing to continue agreeing to answer the new question. Just then, a dark figure jumped down from a tree not far away. It's only the size of a palm, yet incredibly fast, lightweight, and agile. If Jiangnan hadn't drunk the spiritual water and reacted differently than ordinary people, it would have been impossible to notice. Speak of the devil, and he appears, he truly deserves to be called the fastest runner in history. After expressing his heartfelt sentiments, Jiangnan turned the camera downwards and said, "The quiz segment is temporarily over. Everyone, look over there." Viewers in the live stream followed the camera's view and saw a small black shadow dart into the yard. After carefully looking around and confirming there was no danger, it jumped onto the wooden table in the yard. On the wooden table were some dried fruit and fresh fruit. These were deliberately placed by Jiangnan. You can take them whenever you want to eat them, and any small animals around that are hungry can also come and have a taste. Today, these foods have finally welcomed their first animal. The little black figure seemed to be starving. It grabbed a dried fruit with its 2 tiny paws and stuffed it into its mouth, and then, 2, 3, it just won't stop. It seems to be a bottomless pit, impossible to fill. In no time, the little animal's cheeks were stuffed full. At first glance, it looks just like that dog that went viral online for stealing honey. Meow. Just as the little black shadow was happily stuffing food into its mouth, a meow suddenly rang out. 2 spotted cats appeared on either side of the little black figure without the little black figure noticing them. They walked silently. Upon hearing the cat's meow, the little black figure didn't hesitate and prepared to run away, but it was too late. 2 spotted cats pounced on the little black figure one after the other, using all their strength to prevent it from escaping. They were so small that they weren't even as big as the little black shadow combined, yet they were still doing their best. So brave. I'm instantly a fan of the embroidered spot cat. The embroidered cat is so small, but it still works so hard. It's really touching. They're fighting so hard, they must be thanking the island owner for saving their lives. That being said, they're catching squirrels. Squirrel, please, you've caught the wrong mouse. Is anyone going to care? Gangzit, I heard you manage everything that has the character for rat in its name? Squirrel, is there really no one speaking up for me? Squirrel, I won't say a word until my lawyer arrives. I'm afraid I'll have to wash up today. That's right, that little black shadow is a squirrel. Perhaps the two spotted cats were truly repaying Jiangnin's life-saving grace, and at the same time, they also thought that the squirrel was stealing Jiangnin's things, so they roared out to repay the kindness they had shown. But this scene just looks ridiculous no matter how you look at it. Fearing the spotted cat might kill the squirrel, Jiangnin quickly stood up and shouted, "Let it go. Small animals are allowed to eat the food here for free, so what it did isn't stealing. Don't let the small size of the embroidered cat fool you, two of them combined are smaller than a squirrel. But this creature is a real beast, and a squirrel simply can't handle it." Soon, it was subdued by the two spotted cats and pinned to the ground. Its eyes seemed to be glistening with tears, making it look pitiful. Seemingly having heard Jiangnin's words, or perhaps because the embroidered cats were truly exhausted from fighting, they actually slowly let go. Seeing this, the little squirrel didn't care about anything else and ran away, rushing towards the big tree not far away. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Because it was running so fast and its mouth was stuffed with too much dried fruit kept falling down as it ran. It didn't have time to pick it up and didn't dare to, and it almost tripped over the falling dried fruit several times. This scene immediately drew bursts of laughter from the viewers in the live stream. "I'm dying of laughter. No, I'm on my period today, so I can't laugh, but I just can't help it. We're professionally trained, unless we can't help it. I'm sorry, little squirrel. Although you're pitiful, I really want to laugh. Thank you, island owner, and thank you, little squirrel, for providing me with such a comedy before I went to sleep." Jiangnin watched the little squirrel disappear into the distance, waving and calling out, "Don't be afraid, you can come back next time you're hungry." He then exclaimed, "I never expected to encounter the Demon King squirrel here." To give you a brief overview, the devil squirrel can be categorized by fur color into black devil, red devil, and tricolor devil. They have exceptionally long fur on their ears and tails, which helps them adapt to life in trees. They also use their long, hook-like claws and tails to hang upside down from tree branches. Their body length is about 20 centimeters, with their long, thick tails accounting for more than 2/3 of their body length. Actually, the devil squirrel is one of the more peculiar squirrels because the fur on its two ears is so long and stands up high. If you didn't know better, you'd think it had been struck by lightning. That squirrel was entirely black, so it must be the Black Demon King. After Jiangnin finished his introduction, the live stream chat was filled with sighs of disappointment. "The Dark Lord? Island Master, are you sure you're not mistaken? The name sounds pretty imposing, but who would have thought it was just being rubbed against the ground by two cats the size of two palms? Dark Lord, here are 2 pine nuts for you. Take back what you said. Don't I have any dignity? Wait, everyone, look at those 2 spotted cats, what are they doing?" Under the watchful eyes of all the spectators, the 2 spotted cats once again approached the large porcelain jar. The next second, they all raised their 2 front paws in unison, their eyes slightly narrowed, as if they were praying. It's like a person putting their hands together in prayer. At that moment, the moon overhead moved directly above the 2 spotted cats, adding a touch of mystery to the scene. The full moon hangs high in the sky, and the cat prays for good fortune, perhaps for the koi fish. You should know that cats eat fish. It's a bit eerie, a bit scary, but mostly it's magical. Holy crap! Are those 2 kittens here to pray for good fortune? By the way, don't cats eat fish? Could it be because this koi is special? That makes sense. I also have a dragon and phoenix koi at home, but it's not as smart as the island owners. Oh no! My values are ruined. Excuse me, does the island owner have any other decent animals here? Why say so much? Hurry up and pray for blessings. No matter who it is, their first reaction upon seeing this scene would be shock, followed by superstitious prayers. Although superstition is generally considered undesirable, there are some things in Chinese culture that cannot be explained by science after thousands of years of tradition. One by one, the viewers in the live stream began to offer their blessings, hands clasped together. Extremely sincere. It's as sincere as offering tribute to the Confucius statue in school before an exam. If they weren't short on time, they would have loved to send their offerings via their phones. I hope I'll wake up one morning and win the lottery. I hope my parents are healthy. I don't have any grand ambitions, just 2 words, make money. I hope I can find a partner this year, my parents are pressuring me too much. I don't want to find a partner. I want to curse my ex. I hope she never gets the seasoning packet when she eats instant noodles, her toilet gets clogged, her cans never have pull tabs, her milk tea never has a straw, her watermelons are always full of seeds, people always cut in line, and she never gets on the bus. I hope my curse comes true. My wish is simple. I hope Zhang Han, who plays the role of Gentleman of the East 8th District, can stay greasy forever. Holy crap. You upstairs, that's so mean. While you were praying, I secretly took a screenshot and used it as my screensaver. Hee hee, I'm so clever. That's too narrow-minded. Your vision is too limited. I hope that one day in the future, China can unify the world and create only one country on Earth. Could it be that the golden koi fish rewarded by the system can bring good luck, which is why it attracted the embroidered cat to come and pray for blessings? As Jiangnan watched the scrolling comments, he suddenly remembered that at the beginning, the two spotted cats had also raised their two front paws as if begging, but they were accidentally hit by the saliva of the golden koi and fell into the large porcelain jar. Spitting? Etc. The golden koi fish even spat at itself. Is it because the golden koi fish spat on you that you have good luck? Jiangnan narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the two spotted cats, observing them carefully, not letting go of the slightest clue. Soon, he noticed that the spotted cat that had been spit on by the golden koi seemed to have grown larger. Recalling the battle with the black squirrel, it seemed to be even more ferocious, swift, and agile than the other one. Animals that have been sprayed with saliva by golden koi will become stronger and more majestic. But why don't I feel anything at all? Does it only work on animals? As for humans, these higher animals, they wouldn't react even if they were sprayed with saliva. To verify his idea, Jiangnan hurriedly said, "Brothers, it's getting late. I'm going to have a date with the Duke of Zhou in my dreams. See you tomorrow." The live stream ended as soon as he finished speaking. "No, I haven't seen enough yet. Island Lord, don't leave. Let's fight until dawn. Don't go, Island Lord, don't go. How can I live without you? Excuse me, everyone, my husband, who is also the island owner, is sleeping with me while doing some lovemaking." No matter how much the viewers in the live stream tried to persuade him to stay, Jiangnan ignored them. He had already strode downstairs, picked up another spotted cat, and brought it to the large porcelain jar. He whispered, "Come on, spray some saliva on this little kitten too." However, quiet. The water was completely still. There wasn't even the slightest ripple or wave. Jiangnan scared the golden koi with a small shark, which probably angered it. It's hiding at the bottom of the large porcelain tank and won't show its face. Jiangnan refused to give up, so she found some fish food and threw it on the water's surface in an attempt to lure it out. It was still no use. She's got quite a temper. Oh well, I'll just have to try again another time. Jiangnan pursed his lips helplessly, then turned and left. Although he failed to make the golden koi spit again, he still felt that any small animal that had been sprayed with this guy's saliva would definitely become stronger. Similar to a lower spec version of Qi Ling Dan. At the very least, Ling Dan can develop the brains and intelligence of animals, making them smarter and more human-like. Like the bird of paradise, which has a very low chance of being able to speak, this bird learned to speak overnight after taking the Qi-enhancing pill. Jiangnan didn't rest immediately. Instead, she took out her phone and started filming short videos of the animals. After photographing Gangza the kangaroo, I photographed 404 the little seal. After photographing Jianqiang the bird, I photographed Dalan the green sea turtle. I didn't miss any of the animals that I had a connection with. As for the white wolf king Jiao and the black monkey king Baiko Shuang, since they live in the forest, it was impossible to get there in time to film them late at night, so we had to give up. After filming the video, Jiangnan immediately registered a Douyin, TikTok, account with a simple and straightforward name, Jiangnan the Island Guardian. Then, I uploaded the videos I had just filmed one by one. Having finished all that, Jiangnan yawned, lay down on the bed, and finally prepared to fall into a deep sleep. However, you should still check the data panel before going to sleep. Host name, Jiangnan. Identity, owner of a Great Barrier Reef Island. Skills, intermediate beast taming, 2530/10,000, basic archery, 210/1000, basic painting, 130/1000, basic food god technique, 100/1000, basic limit technique, 0/1000. Items, lightweight gloves, lucky ring, special medicinal wine, the winning people over with virtue bow, water repelling pill, dancing grass, ordinary fishing rod, diving suit, wingsuit. Animals, green sea turtle Gangza, wolverine Gangza, little sea seal 404, bird of paradise Jianqiang, baby great white shark, black monkey king Baiko Shuang, white wolf king Jiao, golden koi. This time, the data looks much better. Because he tamed the white wolf king Jiao and the black monkey king Baiko Shuang, his experience in beast taming increased by 1,000. It seems that the king who tames herd animals can gain experience points very quickly. However, Jiangnan discovered that the system did not include the king cobra and the two embroidered cats. Perhaps it's because they haven't yet recognized themselves as masters. Jiangnan thought to himself. After reviewing the data, Jiangnan will have an in-depth conversation with Zhou Gong's daughter. Suddenly, my phone rang. Someone sent me a private message on the HUYA platform. Jiangnan clicked on it and found that it was actually Ming Mengchan. Ming Mengchan, big brother, why are you ignoring me? Don't you like me? After saying that, a photo was also sent. The photo shows Ming Mengchan, but she's as revealing as she wants to be. The private parts were covered only by two thin pieces of cloth. You can vaguely see something. What's going on? Didn't this woman call on her fans to cause trouble in the live stream today? Why are you sending these tempting photos now? Damn it, it's the middle of the night, and I'm a grown man full of vigor. How can anyone resist this? Puzzled, Jiangnan scrolled up and discovered that Ming Meng Jian had sent several messages in between, mostly apologizing to him and wanting to make peace and become good friends. The message was sent after all the big spenders and fans in her livestream had arrived. That's a really fast change of attitude. Is it because I completely outshone her in terms of popularity and traffic today that I've switched from criticizing to praising her? It seems that this situation actually exists in reality. When people see a girl with a good figure wearing a mask, they often complain if she doesn't take off her mask, she's automatically considered as a Yuhua, a character from a Chinese folktale known for her unattractive appearance. But when the other person takes off their mask and is very pretty, people will change their tune. Hey beautiful, let's get married, can I be your little lapdog? And so on. Now that I'm so popular, I believe I'll be even more popular in the future and earn even more money. Ming Meng Jian, who used to dislike me, will naturally change her attitude. Just like when Principal Wang was studying abroad, he was rejected and broken up with by a girl because he didn't have much money each month. But after returning to China and inheriting the family business, his net worth increased several times over, and countless internet celebrities and beauties immediately took the initiative to pursue and fawn over him. That's the allure of money. Now, she not only possesses the looks to threaten Eddie Peng, but also the allure of money. After much thought, Jiangnan came up with 5 words: no lust. Meng Meng quickly replied, "Good brother, you're finally talking to me. Listen to me, I didn't mean to go against you, it was Hao Ren who made me do it, I'm innocent." After saying that, she also sent a pitiful emoji. This is the solution Ming Meng Jian came up with after her anger, to push all the blame onto Hao Ren, and then use her charm to seduce Zhang Nan, become Zhang Nan's good friend, and ride on Zhang Nan's popularity. Couples are like birds in the same forest, when disaster strikes, they fly away separately. Besides, Ming Meng Jiang and Haoran aren't even husband and wife, they've only had one in-depth conversation. Jiangnan remained expressionless and simply replied with 3 words, so. Ming Meng Jian gradually revealed her thoughts. Big brother, can we add each other on WeChat? I want to have a good chat with you. Then, without hesitation, he sent his WeChat ID. Jiangnan decisively refused. Forget about adding me on WeChat, just tell me what you need to say directly. Ming Meng Jian continued to fawn over him. Good brother, to be honest, you've always been my dream lover. Can I be your girlfriend? If you feel this is too abrupt, we can get to know each other slowly, or maybe we can create a romantic pairing first. This would only benefit us, not harm us. A realistic woman. Hao Ren had given her benefits, so she joined forces with Hao Ren to deal with Jiangnan. Now that Jiangnan is popular, people want to embrace it. This type of woman is materialistic, and at the same time, she is easy to obtain. As long as you have enough money, you can easily win her over. After reading Ming Meng Jian's reply, Jiangnan couldn't help but laugh. He typed with both hands, "Why should I be paired with you as a couple?" Ming Meng Jian is very confident in her figure and replied, "Don't you want something to happen between us, brother? As long as you're willing to create a CP with me, I'm yours. You can do whatever you want with me, and I'll listen to you completely." Jiangnan had just finished reading this when Ming Meng Jian sent another message. To be precise, it's a huge collection of pictures. The pictures are all of Ming Meng Chan herself, some wearing maid outfits, some wearing yoga pants, some holding small whips, in short, as sexy, as alluring, and as revealing as possible. In the dead of night, when everyone is lonely and isolated, a woman sends these photos. No one could resist the temptation. Jiangnan is a normal man, but he has no interest in Ming Meng Jian, so he simply put his phone aside and ignored it. But Ming Meng Chan still wouldn't give up and kept sending messages. "Good brother, why are you ignoring me? Did you go to take a shower? Can people take a look at your ABS? Good brother, are you satisfied with the photos I just took? I have even more exciting ones. If we create a CP, couple pairing, I can video chat with you alone tonight and show them to you. You can even boss me around. Why are you not saying anything, dear brother? Are you not satisfied with me? If you don't like something about me, I can change it. I can even get breast and buttock augmentation or plastic surgery for you. Can't I lower my expectations a little? I don't want to be your CP partner. Just let me do 2 or 3 live streams with you every day, and I'll give it to you. Is that okay?" This is the female anchor that countless viewers love on a daily basis. On the surface, she seems unapproachable, and those who don't know her might think she's a cold goddess. In reality, she's just a simp who's willing to become a real dog to achieve her goals. Meng Meng kept sending messages, and even lowered her requirements in the end. Zhang Nan realized that if he didn't find a way to deal with this Ming Meng Chan, he wouldn't be able to get a good night's rest. He picked up his phone and replied with 4 words again, "Sorry." After typing those 4 words, Jiangnan immediately sent a picture. The picture doesn't depict the Jiangnan region, but rather a gnarled pine tree. The pine tree is old and bare, without any branches or leaves. Upon seeing the picture of the pine tree, Ming Meng Jian was completely dumbfounded. "Pine? What does this mean? Ming Mengchan really couldn't understand, so she asked, what does pine tree mean? Jiangnin's final reply was just one sentence. The literal meaning. Think about it carefully. Literal meaning? What are the literal meanings of the word pine tree? Loose? Ming Mengjian kept muttering those two words, and in the next instant, she finally understood. Is Jiangnin subtly implying that he chickened out? How can a woman relax? This is something that anyone who knows it will understand. Since becoming a streamer, Ming Mengjian has been trying to earn more money by hooking up with various big shots, high-spending male fans, almost every day, and she's had some kind of physical encounter with them. Naturally, things have gotten out of hand. It's loose. She was still thinking of using her body to create a CP with Zhang Nan and make more money by riding on Zhang Nan's popularity, but who would have thought that she was fundamentally unworthy of him? Realizing what had happened, Ming Mengchan went completely berserk, furiously tearing at her hair and screaming hysterically like a demon, Jiangnan, you just wait. Just you wait. I'll never forgive you. A photo of a pine tree worked its magic. Meng Meng stopped messaging Jiangnan and even blocked him, allowing Jiangnan to finally get a good night's sleep. I slept without any dreams. Perhaps because she was too tired yesterday, or perhaps because she went to bed too late, Jiangnan woke up late today. I woke up at 9 o'clock, having missed the 8 o'clock broadcast. Jiangnan didn't care about anything else. The first thing he did after getting out of bed was to start broadcasting. Because he had just woken up and hadn't washed or brushed his teeth, Jiangnan looked disheveled, which allowed the viewers in the live stream to see Jiangnan's most authentic appearance. Good morning, Island Master, congratulations on your marriage. Wow. His looks are so stunning, I love him even more now, he truly deserves to be my husband. Thank you, Island Master. I was originally planning to go to the nunnery, but I happened to see your video, so I'm back now. Hello, Island Lord, please come and see my heart, it's all filled with you. Sisters, I personally think that jokes should be kept within limits. If the island owner were your younger brother or older brother, or your boyfriend, and someone kept calling you husband, how would you feel? Especially since he is my husband. I hope my friends will be more respectful. After all, our child is at home crying for her father to come home and hug her. Hey lady upstairs, are you still half asleep? I just need to go to the bathroom, let me wake her up with the urine stain. Let me do it, I've been feeling a bit feverish these past few days. Let me do it. I'm not using urine, but it all comes from the same place. Just to be honest, I'm a man. Holy crap, do I have to drive on this lousy road again? Jiangnan never expected that his disheveled appearance would cause such a big reaction. Perhaps it's because there really aren't many handsome men in the entertainment industry these days, which is why audiences can't contain their excitement when they see an ordinary passerby. Looking back, there were countless handsome men like Gu Tianl, Zhang Huojian, Yan Yuquan, Huo Jianhua, and Hu Jie, each with their own unique characteristics. It was truly a battle of the gods. Looking at the entertainment industry now, apart from a few exceptions, it's basically all ugly men, or greasy men and effeminate men. The key is that their professional skills are not strong, and their acting skills are even worse. It's a typical chaotic mess. In the past, good looks were not something to brag about. These days, a female celebrity can immediately trend on social media if she appears on a variety show without makeup. The huge gap in aesthetic preferences has led viewers to prefer watching the handsome Jiangnan in the live stream rather than watching the TV series. In Jiangnan, washing up is quick, you just rinse your face with water and brush your teeth, and there's no need to apply any other skincare products. Thank you, thank you. The bird, Jianqian, landed on Jiangnan's shoulder at some point, looked at Jiangnan warmly, and even gently nuzzled Jiangnan's cheek with its little head. It was a token of gratitude for the bird's nest box donated by Jiangnan. Are you comfortable living in your new home? Jiangnan asked while wiping his face. Comfortable. Bird Strong nodded emphatically. After seeing that Jiangnan had finished washing up, he continued, come with me. To thank you, I'll show you something good. Nice one? What good things could a bird of paradise possibly have? Although he was thinking this, Jiangnan still said, lead the way. Soon, led by Bird Strong, Jiangnan passed through villas and finally arrived at the basketball court in the recreational facilities. This is an outdoor basketball court, built very professionally, with a synthetic surface. Not only is it environmentally friendly and pollution-free, but it is also easy to clean and convenient for daily maintenance. Several beverage boxes were also placed around the basketball court. If tourists get tired while playing, they can drink water to replenish their energy anytime, anywhere. In addition, a tall bleacher stand was set up next to the basketball court. Sitting on it, you can see the basketball court clearly and look into the distance to see the sunset that is just falling from this angle. Whether you're watching a basketball game or enjoying the sunset, this is the best spot. However, the back of the stands was empty, which seemed a bit out of place with the luxurious basketball court. Jiangnan glanced at it and decided to paint some portraits of basketball stars on the back wall. Not only does it fit the theme of the basketball court, but the murals can also attract more tourists. Jiangnan was planning a mural here when suddenly, a pheasant came into view. This pheasant has snow-white, shiny feathers all over its body, even its claws are white. Its facial skin and the wattles on both sides are bright red. 2 tufts of white feathers extend backward from the sides of its ear feathers, making it look even more spirited. Its eyes are sharp and piercing, which is intimidating. It walks with a swaying gait, looking down on everyone. This reminded Jiangnan of a line from Uncle Benchen and teacher Song Dannen's classic skit planning, a rooster that lays eggs, the fighting rooster among roosters. Oh yeah. The pheasant didn't notice Jiangnan and walked unhurriedly toward the corner where the basketballs were placed. Then, he rammed the basketball with his body, forcefully rolling it across the basketball court. Finally, he played with the chicken all by himself. Sometimes it would kick the basketball repeatedly with its 2 paws, making the basketball roll quickly. Sometimes it flaps its wings and jumps onto the basketball. Although it was impossible for it to shoot a basketball with its strength, it still had a lot of fun. It must come to the basketball court often to play basketball and be very familiar with everything here. The first rays of morning sunlight shone down on it, making it look absolutely beautiful. Pretty. Jiangnan found a spot to sit down and carefully admired this pheasant with a dream. Bang! As soon as I sat down, I heard a sound. Perhaps because he used too much force, the basketball hit the iron net on the side. The pheasant quickly flew up again and used his body to push the basketball hard. With the help of the rebound and his own strength, it just happened to go into the basket. Holy crap! Jiangnan was practically blurted out. The viewers in the live stream were completely stunned by what they saw. Especially for basketball fans, their lips twitched violently. A chicken can play basketball? I actually won. If I can't score when I play basketball with my buddies, wouldn't I be worse than a chicken? Brother Hunglei, come quick. I have chicken here. If you don't understand, just ask. What's the meaning behind this? In the show Go Fighting, the production team put a chicken in Lei's room. When Lei said something to Sun Hunglei, one thought it was about an animal, and the other thought it was about a profession. Dongfang Xiang, could this be the legendary dragon soaring without regret whirlwind dunk? Yuan Dang, come join our Thunderfire Wolves team. You should know that even NBA players are not worthy of coming here. A chicken, a basketball. Combining these two, I think I'm thinking of something? This chicken has clearly been practicing for 2.5 years. Good job. Here's a reward for you, a middle parting and overalls. Hey, what are you doing? Hey, the live stream is full of you guys. Let me tell you, you're just jealous. Do you have my brother's stunning looks? My brother wins awards left and right, and he's so talented. Don't be a sour grapes. Upstairs, if I hadn't seen your profile picture, I almost would have believed it. Winning awards is really tough. A song that's entirely in English won a Chinese music award. It's hilarious. Can you please stop talking? I beg you, please let her go. It's been so long. Her. This damn detail. I almost started yelling at my allies. The knife is already in there, be careful next time. I knew the live stream was full of friendly forces. Our national basketball team needs this chicken. No, the football team needs it more. That makes sense. With such accuracy, this chicken could definitely lead the football team to the World Cup. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Our national football team's motto is to never give up until we're ranked last in the world. Even with Messi's help, the result will be the same. The Chinese national football team isn't playing football, they're playing sea cucumbers. At this moment, the chat room is incredibly lively. Jiangnan glanced at the public chat and laughed. This isn't just any ordinary pheasant, it's a white-feathered pheasant. White-feathered pheasant? What the heck? Could the island owner have made this up on the spot? If the feathers are white, it's called a white-feathered pheasant. If the feathers are black, it's called a black-feathered pheasant. If its feathers are striped, it's called the overalls pheasant. No matter what kind of chicken it is, this chicken is truly beautiful. I can't help but want to dedicate a song to it. Brothers, what song should you sing? This really isn't something I made up on the spot. Jiangnan said earnestly, pheasants are mostly reddish copper or dark green, and white pheasants are very rare. In ancient times, they were called white pheasants. Ancient superstitions regarded white pheasants as auspicious omens. During the reign of King Cheng of Zhou, Yueshang presented white pheasants. When a king's virtue spreads to all corners of the world, white pheasants appear. White-feathered pheasants are found all over the world, and they are edible because their meat is firm, white, smooth, has a unique flavor, and tastes good, making them very popular. In addition, white-feathered pheasants also have the effects of relieving asthma and replenishing qi, stopping phlegm and removing blood stasis, and clearing the lungs and relieving cough. However, wild white-feathered pheasants are very rare. The white-feathered pheasants seen around the world today are all domesticated and bred from wild chickens over the past 60 years. After Jiangnan finished speaking, the white-feathered pheasant stopped playing basketball. It didn't fly away immediately, but rolled the basketball and kept it in the corner. High-quality chicken. Jiangnin's accurate assessment can be summed up in 3 words. After watching the white-feathered pheasants fly away, Jiang Nan went to the basketball court and placed some food in a corner, hoping to attract more white-feathered pheasants. Imagine a flock of white-feathered pheasants vying to play basketball. What a spectacular sight that would be. Who knows, Jiangnan might even host a JBA. Jiangnan was in a great mood and full of positive energy after encountering such an interesting thing first thing this morning. When I got home, as soon as I entered the door, I saw the little seal 404 chewing on things again. Jiangnan's face darkened, and he said, "You have so much energy. No, I have to teach you to swim today to burn off your energy and prevent you from damaging the furniture. As a seal, you must learn to conquer the stars and the sea." Jiangnan prepared a large wooden basin and brought along the water-repelling pills awarded by the system. He then carried the little sea dog and headed towards the sea. Upon arriving at the seaside, Jiangnan witnessed a spectacular scene. Almost all the sea turtles had gathered on the beach, dug a hole for themselves to build a nest, and then began to lay their eggs. Everywhere I went, all I could see were white turtle eggs. Turtle eggs are white and look like ping-pong balls, one after another, covered with a thin layer of mucus that forms a protective layer. This layer plays an important role in preventing moisture evaporation and ensuring the normal development of the embryo. Sea turtles use all their strength to complete the birthing process of a mother. After laying an egg, it will breathe heavily for a long time. After all, the process of childbirth is extremely arduous. After laying eggs, the sea turtle uses its hind legs to push sand into the burrow, covering the eggs with a layer about 10 centimeters thick. Finally, it crawled out of the burrow, smoothed the sand on top with its forelimbs, and then camouflaged the surrounding area with sand, afraid that its baby eggs might be accidentally harmed. Some sea turtles are just beginning to build their nests. They use their 2 raft-like front legs to dig sand pits, making sand fly up and rustling sounds. After a long while, they use their hind legs to dig a hole with an opening of 20 centimeters and a depth of 50 centimeters. This was the first time Jiangnan had ever seen sea turtles laying eggs in such a close-up manner, so he couldn't help but observe them carefully. I would occasionally touch the sea turtle with my hand. He would occasionally pick up a turtle egg and examine it closely. Because Jiangnan had helped them catch barnacles, they trusted him a lot, and they weren't afraid even when Jiangnan approached and touched the eggs. So many eggs. How many baby turtles will hatch from these? I can't believe how lively the Great Barrier Reef will become after these baby turtles hatch. Spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. I used to watch Animal World on TV, but it was never this clear or this close. I observed that the mother sea turtle seems to have laid more than 100 eggs. It's really terrifying. The viewers in the live stream were also honored to witness the turtles laying eggs together. Jiangnan said, "Here's some information: a sea turtle can lay more than 140 eggs. Almost all sea turtles do not raise their young. Once they have laid their eggs, they will return to the sea and leave. The baby eggs will incubate with the help of the sun's heat. At a temperature of 28 to 34 degrees Celsius, it takes about 40 to 70 days for them to hatch. Newly hatched turtles are black, with only their shells and the edges of their limbs covered in white. After emerging from the sand, they rush to the sea to live, wander around, forage for food, and grow and develop along the way. About 7 or 8 years later, when they reach sexual maturity, they return to their homeland to reproduce and lay eggs. Sea turtles are truly remarkable. They rely entirely on their superhuman memory to accurately find their way back to their familiar places in the vast ocean, following seasonal, purposeful, and fixed routes. There is still no satisfactory explanation for this special ability. But don't be fooled by the number of babies a sea turtle can produce. As I've mentioned before, the survival rate is extremely low, and that's the survival rate of the hatchlings. Even when they are in the egg stage, they are not very safe. Many birds rely on sea turtle eggs for survival. Some of them can be washed away by sudden surges in the waves. Some fishermen even go to the beach to dig up sea turtle eggs to eat during the sea turtle breeding season. As they were talking, Jiangnan saw some sea turtles heading towards the sea after laying their eggs. Before swimming into the sea, some sea turtles will turn their heads to look at Jiangnan, as if to say, "Please take good care of our babies, thank you." Some glanced at the burrow where they laid their eggs. Perhaps this is the last time they will see it. Because the ocean is too dangerous, sea turtles are the lowest of the low in the sea, and almost all marine animals eat them, etc. Jiangnan suddenly thought of green turtle Dallin. Will it return to the sea? With that in mind, Jiangnan quickly began searching among the turtles. He found out in less than 5 minutes, because green turtle brother was just too conspicuous. It acts like a leader, moving back and forth among the turtles to patrol and prevent other birds from landing and stealing their eggs during the laying season. After these sea turtles lay their eggs, will you leave with them? Jiangnan approached green turtle Dallin, squatted down, and reached out to stroke its head. The green sea turtle understood Jiangnan's words and gently shook its head. Call. Jiangnan breathed a long sigh of relief and felt at ease. The green sea turtle, Dallin, was the first animal he rescued after arriving here, so he would be somewhat reluctant to leave it. In fact, green turtle Dallin never intended to leave. It planned to stay here, search for injured or barnacle-infested creatures in the nearby waters, and lead them to seek help from Jiangnan. We must cherish such a kind-hearted, two-legged beast. Next, Jiangnan will teach the little sea lion 404 how to swim. It didn't work before, but this time we must make it learn. When Jiangnan arrived at the seaside, he filled a large wooden basin with seawater, not too full, otherwise it wouldn't be able to float on the sea. Immediately afterwards, he placed the little seal 404 in the sea, pointed to the large wooden tub, and whispered, "Here, you can lean on the edge." Perhaps the little seal 404 understood, or perhaps it was feeling uncomfortable in the sea, because it immediately raised its two chubby forefins and placed them on the edge of the large wooden basin. In this way, as long as it holds onto the wooden tub, it will not drown in the sea. You can also bury your head in the seawater in the large wooden tub to get used to and learn how to breathe and hold your breath in the sea. The little seal 404 spends all its time eating and sleeping, and is incredibly energetic. Although it looks a bit bigger than other seals of the same age, it is still a baby. Looking at the seawater in the large wooden basin, the baby immediately became full of curiosity. First, it looked it over, then curiously buried its head inside. Glug glug, glug glug. Jiangnan, watching from the side, was on tenterhooks, worried that the little seal might choke on the 404. Who would have thought it would actually be blowing bubbles in the water? After blowing out two large mouthfuls of bubbles, the little seal 404 finally raised its head, looking at the water with a bewildered expression, its little head filled with great confusion. Seeing this, Jiangnan felt very gratified. He knew that although seals are born with the ability to swim in the wild, without their mothers teaching them, they would never dare to go into the water and would only stay on land. Although little sea dog 404 has been to the beach a few times, he is still quite unfamiliar with the ocean. Even though it was unfamiliar, it had just demonstrated a sense of control over the water. Choking on water? Absolutely not. Not only does it not exist, it also blows bubbles. That's talent, it's innate, there's nothing you can do about it, you can't envy it at all. Just like human babies, who are born with the ability to swim, it is for this reason that some scientists have pointed out that humans evolved from fish. With a smile on her face, Jiangnan picked up the little sea lion 404 and placed it in a large wooden basin this time. Wah! Wah! Before the little guy was even fully inside the wooden tub, he panicked and struggled violently, flailing his tail fin and screaming hysterically as if to say, "No! No! I don't want to!" It thought it was about to fall into the sea, so it panicked and became anxious. No means yes. Jiangnan quickly held the little sea lion 404 in one hand, gently stroking it and soothingly saying, "We're in a wooden tub, not in the ocean. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Let's play in the water in the tub, okay? Wah-ah-ah-ah." Seemingly understanding Jiangnan's words, or perhaps the comforting words had an effect, the little sea dog 404, who was panicked just a second ago, has now calmed down, but it kept staring intently at the large wooden basin, as if afraid that Jiangnan would throw it into the sea. Jiangnan wasn't in a hurry, he patiently and slowly lowered the small seal, 404, down. The fins and tail are the first parts to touch the water. The moment it touched the water, its fleshy fins and tails instinctively twitched. Haha, it works. Jiangnan smiled and continued to lower the little sea dog 404. Soon, the entire body of the little seal 404 landed in the large wooden tub. Perhaps because of its unease or fear, it hurriedly used its two front flippers to lie on the edge of the wooden basin. What Jiangnan taught me just now came in handy. They learn very quickly, just like some of the exceptionally bright children in kindergarten. Because it was lying down, the little seal 404's body gradually floated to the surface of the water. Excellent. Really excellent. This is something you were born with, I don't need to teach you. Jiangnan kept praising the little sea dog 404, and was exceptionally gentle. Whether it's a human or an animal, when learning anything, praise is far more effective than dislike, insults, and punishment. Before they knew it, the viewers watching the live stream were reminded of their own student days. The island owner is just like my English teacher in junior high school. She was also very gentle and patient in teaching us, so our class always got much higher grades than other classes. And after each exam, she would let us watch a movie in class. You're so lucky. My junior high teacher used to swear all the time and punish students in all sorts of ways, so I really hated him. I did well in all the other subjects, but I always did poorly on tests because of his teaching. My childhood dream was to draw. I even saved up money to buy paintbrushes and would draw whenever I had free time. But one day my parents found out and tore them up, saying that drawing had no future and that I should learn from other children and study hard. If they had given me more encouragement back then, maybe I would be a pretty good painter now. I've had a similar experience. When I was a child, I was tall and loved playing basketball, but my parents insisted that I study hard. There's nothing we can do. Many parents of our generation value academics, or rather, grades. They don't consider anything else at all. They focus too much on academics and grades, neglecting exercise, interests, and physical and mental health. That's why the PE teacher is always sick. Wait, have you noticed that the island owner hasn't let go yet? That's right, why doesn't the island owner let go? This wooden tub is so big, the little guy can swim around by himself. Let go? Aren't you afraid fourth brother will choke to death? Can a seal choke? People need to breathe too, okay? Some viewers understood it, so Jiangnan didn't need to explain. The reason he still gently supports the baby seal's head with his hand is indeed because he is worried that it will choke. After all, they are mammals and need to breathe with lungs. Putting your respiratory tract into water carelessly will definitely cause problems. In the wild, after the mother seal calls her babies to go into the water for the first time, she will usually support them with her body and float them for a while to let them get used to and learn before finally letting them swim and explore in the ocean. Come on, let's learn how to hold our breath. I'm going to let go now. As Jiangnan spoke, she slowly loosened her grip. Without any support, the little seal 404 began to tentatively dip its head into the water. In the blink of an eye, the water had submerged the mouth of the little seal 404. Soon after, it went over the nose. Glug glug, glug glug, hiss, it's still not working. It keeps blowing bubbles and can't hold its breath at all. Jiangnan's face was full of sorrow. Although he could teach his fourth brother some things, he wasn't a real seal mother and couldn't teach him to hold his breath step by step. Just then, glug glug, humph. Upon hearing this sound, Jiangnan quickly reached out and lifted the little sea dog 404's head. Chirp, chirp. As soon as its head broke the surface of the water, the little seal 404 rhythmically emitted this sound. If you look closely, you'll notice that its nose is opening and closing, and its small body is trembling. Ouch! I choked. Jiangnan looked apologetic and felt sorry for the little seal 404, and then gently stroked it again. Luckily, I reacted in time, otherwise it wouldn't have been just a simple tremor. Whoosh! Little seal 404 seemed to be in a bad mood. Perhaps it wasn't feeling well, as it kept paddling its two front flippers in the water, creating quite a splash. After venting a little, I felt much better. Finally, the sound of choking on water stopped, and the little body that had been trembling recovered. Its two forepaws became even quieter, constantly paddling in the water to keep itself floating on the surface. Let's try again. Jiangnan discovered that although the little seal 404 had choked on it, it didn't seem to reject it as much as before, and was prepared to try a few more times. The learning process is all about trying. You'll learn it if you try it a lot. Little sea dog 404 nodded gently, surprisingly agreeing. Here we come. Fourth brother, get ready. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiangnan slowly let go again, releasing the little sea dog 404's head. Just like before, my chin, mouth, and nose were gradually submerged by water. Glug glug. Just like before, little seal 404 blew two more bubbles. Just as Jiangnan was about to lift it up again, a look of surprise appeared on his face, and he decisively let go. Without Jiangnan's large hand supporting it, little sea dog 404's body completely entered the water. Little seal 404 stayed quietly in the water, motionless, looking completely bewildered. Its first time in the water was filled with curiosity, excitement, and doubt. After being stunned for about a minute, the little seal 404 shook its tail fin and finally started moving in the water. Sure enough, after swallowing water a few times, you'll learn to hold your breath. Jiangnan's heartfelt exclamation. He remembered what his parents said when he was learning to ride a bicycle as a child: fall a few times, and you'll naturally get the hang of it. You've already learned it? That's so fast. Faster than my boyfriend. Hey upstairs, please stop speeding. Your car wheels are practically hitting my face. You might have misunderstood. I meant that he learned to swim faster than my boyfriend. He has been learning for half a month and he can only swim underwater. And every time he gets full in the water, he has to be carried out. Fourth brother is so clever. He's already started spinning in circles in the water. Look closely, everyone. This little guy even lifts its head to breathe after it goes into the water. The viewers in the live stream didn't blink. The same is true in Jiangnan. In my line of sight, the little seal 404 kept circling around the edge of the large wooden basin. As it was spinning, it suddenly raised its little head. Humph! He snorted through his nostrils, then buried his head again. They're taking a breath. Then, it completely submerged in the water and continued to spin and play. You're so smart. You learned it in less than half an hour, much faster than I expected. Jiangnan was genuinely happy to see the little sea lion 404 learning to swim. He had been worried that without the guidance of the mother seal, and relying solely on his own skills, little seal 404 would only be able to live on land for the rest of his life. As for its fins, they may have degenerated. In hindsight, my worries were completely unnecessary. They're naturally good at swimming, all I need to do is provide simple guidance. Just like Marshal Tianpeng, who was mistakenly reincarnated as a pig, he was still mighty in the water. Whoosh! Whoa! Little Seal 404 swam in the water for a while, then suddenly leaped out of the water, rested its pectoral fins on the edge of the large wooden basin, opened its little pink mouth, and excitedly barked at Jiangnan, as if it were being affectionate. It was clear that it was really happy. At first glance, it looks like a little ball of flesh bouncing up. It looks more like a glutinous rice ball. Now you know how fun it is to go into the water. Thinking back to the Little Seal 404 that I encountered half an hour ago, trembling in the water, it was like two completely different dogs compared to now. Wild seal pups typically stay on land for about a month to allow their lanugo to fall off before going into the water with their mothers. The one I picked up and raised was able to go into the water after about 10 days, which is simply a miracle. Jiangnan originally didn't want the Little Sea Dog 404 to stay in the water for too long. After all, it was its first time in the water, and she was afraid that something might happen. But seeing the little guy happily playing again, he simply let it be. Once you learn something, you can't help but want to keep doing it. When you first learn to ride a bicycle, isn't your goal to just ride around and enjoy the ride? There's also driving a real car and driving a dirty car. Ding! Congratulations to the host for teaching Little Sea Seal 404 how to swim. You are hereby rewarded with one Sea Eagle Summoning Card. Eagle Summoning Card, a one-time use item that disappears immediately upon use. The host can use this card to summon any known species of eagle on Earth, and can choose any male or female, age and plumage color. Note, the eagle summoned by the summoning card will trust the host 100%, and any items rewarded by the system will have no effect after it consumes them, such as the Spirit Awakening Pill. After a quick look, Jiangnan did not intend to summon it immediately. Today he planned to go swimming in the sea, but summoning the eagle had no effect. When we go wingsuit flying someday, we should summon eagles soaring through the sky together, one person and one eagle. That would be the best live stream experience. You stay here and play, I'll go for a walk around the neighborhood. After giving the Little Sea Dog 404 a few words of advice, Jiangnan walked away into the distance, preparing to find a suitable place to go into the water. After finding a good spot, Jiangnan began to take off her clothes. There's really nothing to take off, just take off your short-sleeved shirt and keep your shorts on. If I take off my lower body too, I won't be able to do a live stream. I like such a generous anchor, unlike those female anchors who are always hiding their true selves and have no class at all. The island owner is magnanimous, both in terms of scale and demeanor. Just wondering, what's big? Of course it's the pecs. Look at those huge pecs, they're comparable to the actor who plays Captain America. I'm so envious. With a broad back, a wasp waist, and mantis legs, the island lord's physique would definitely qualify him as a member of the Imperial Guard in ancient times. Wah! Island master, it's so lonely on the island, do you need me to come and keep you company? Get out! This is my husband. If anyone should be keeping me company, it's me. How about we both keep him company? I'll take care of the island owner during the day, and you can take care of him at night, or we can arrange it by the week. With the island owner's physique, he can definitely handle it. You guys keep arguing, I've already started admiring the screen. I secretly recorded the screen and watched it at night. Why watch it at night? It's even better at night, sis. The female viewers in the livestream had already gone crazy. Although some had seen Jiangnan's figure before, they still couldn't contain their excitement. Jiangnan was already used to it. He quietly stuffed the water-repelling pill into his mouth, swallowed it in one gulp, and finally crawled towards the sea. The place he chose had too many rocks. If he jumped down directly, he might be knocked back by the waves if he wasn't careful. Even if you don't die from the slaps, you won't feel any better physically. Therefore, Jiangnan chose to climb down. Although the posture was a bit awkward, at least it was safe. Soon, Jiangnan found a large pit where the waves would recede and leave behind seawater. He stood in the pit, pressed against the rock wall, and waited quietly. In the blink of an eye, a wave crashed in. Jiangnan was tense all over, pressed tightly against the rock wall. Boom! The waves crashed against the rocks with a deafening roar. Jiangnan's body was already abnormal, and he did not feel any discomfort. Before enduring the pressure, he took a breath through his nose, pushed up his abdomen, and held on. A few seconds later, the wave had already covered the Jiangnan cliff face. At this moment, the underwater world can already be seen in Jiangnan's eyes. As the waves receded, he merged into the sea and disappeared into the puddle he had just been in. This method of entering the water is quite risky, because most people simply cannot withstand the impact of the waves. But once you can withstand it, you can then go into the sea with the waves. With the help of the waves, you will feel more relaxed and comfortable, and you can even go to the sea further away. The drone followed the entire journey, recording everything that happened in Jiangnan. This is the first time I've ever seen someone go into the water like this. The island owner is really something. If it were me, I think that wave would have killed me. Be confident, and let go of your feelings. Deep sea free diving, the island owner is awesome. No ropes, no protection, no teammates, it's insane. To be honest, I've dreamed of falling into the depths of the ocean like this. Jiangnan had no time to read the comments. Using the push of the waves, he reached the sea and then adjusted his body posture to prepare to dive. With legs together, kicking the water, they quickly swam downstream along the mountainside below the island. Without ropes, Jiangnan could only rely on his own strength. Gradually, my vision began to darken, and I also felt the negative buoyancy of my own body. Jiangnan remained calm and unhurried, shaking her legs as she flipped herself over, head up and feet down, and began to free fall. This saves more effort. At this moment, he also looked up and glanced at the drone that was following him 2 or 3 meters above. Meanwhile, based on measurements taken from the surrounding mountains, the current depth is approximately 11 meters. Jiangnan did not stop, but continued down the mountainside. Bang! 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 As the temperature continued to drop, Jiangnan could no longer hear any sound. All she could hear was her own heartbeat. Viewers in the live stream enjoyed an immersive deep-sea adventure with Jiangnan. The key is still the first-person perspective. The immersion was so strong that even though I was breathing continuously, I still felt like I couldn't breathe properly. I've always felt that of all things land, sea, and air, the sea is the most terrifying. I felt very relaxed and relieved, as if I had let go of all my burdens and become incredibly light. I woke up this morning and suddenly experienced what it felt like to be drowned in a pig cage. Hey upstairs, I looked at all the comments, and you're the only one who's really something. Has no one noticed that the island owner has been submerged for a long time? How much air is he holding in his lungs? He can really hold his breath. If I were to kiss the island owner, I'd be kissed to the point of suffocation. I want to experience that feeling of being kissed until I can't breathe, and then have them choke me at the end. As the tourists discussed it, Jiangnan finally stopped. From where we are now, we can see many fish swimming back and forth. Some of them were chasing and playing, some were eating plankton, and some even curiously came closer. Looking down, you can see corals of various colors, which is quite dreamy. Before I could even properly appreciate Jiangnan, I suddenly felt a wave of discomfort coming from inside my ears. The deep breath I took before going into the sea came in handy. Jiangnan immediately squeezed his abdomen and took a breath into his mouth. Then, actively control the muscles near the ear canal to pull them apart, allowing air from the mouth to enter and completing the ear pressure equalization. One of the core techniques in free diving is the BTV, body volume equalization, method. Some people are born with it, while others learn it later in life. Jiangnan belongs to the former. During a dive, divers may experience difficulty equalizing ear pressure. If they persist in descending, they will suffer varying degrees of crush injuries. This is basic common sense and the most common problem. At this point, a comfortable descent will be achieved by continuously and regularly equalizing ear pressure. Currently, the maximum diving depth of BTV is 40 meters. This is mainly because there are no suitable dive sites in China for deep dives, so it has only reached 40 meters. Although it is only 40 meters, it is very stable. Soon, a sense of comfort washed over her, and Jiangnan continued to admire the scenery around her. He remained completely still throughout the appreciation process, because he thoroughly enjoys this feeling of silence and merging with nature. My body felt weightless, and my blood flowed like a warm current from my head to my nerve endings, making me feel completely relaxed. Being carefree, embraced and enveloped by the blue sea, I even felt like I was cultivating immortality in a fantasy novel. After enjoying the moment for a while, Jiangnan refocused and continued free fall. This time, he went to a depth of about 30 meters on the seabed. Before I could even regain my balance, a school of tigerfish swam past me in a flurry. Although this fish is ugly in appearance, with many tiger-like stripes on its body, its flesh is tender, white, low in fat, delicious, boneless, and nutritious, making it a favorite among many anglers. In addition, a group of pomfret was also seen in Jiangnan. This type of fish is also a common dish, and it is best cooked by steaming. Prices will surge, especially before the Spring Festival. Suddenly, a bright light appeared before Jiangnan's eyes. How could there be light in the deep sea? Unless it is anglerfish. Sure enough, under Jiangnan's watchful gaze, an anglerfish slowly appeared. What kind of fish is this? She's so ugly. She gave me quite a fright. I recognize it. It's an anglerfish. I've seen it in the game Ark Survival Evolved. This is the legendary lanternfish. It really does glow in the sea. It's a pity that the island lord can't speak right now, otherwise we would definitely ask him to give us a proper explanation. The anglerfish didn't swim away, instead, it stayed beside Jiangnan and stared intently at her. Jiangnan was puzzled, but unfortunately he couldn't speak, so he could only spread his hands in a questioning gesture. He cannot speak, and neither can the anglerfish. The man and the fish stared at each other intently into the deep sea. Just as Jiangnan was about to leave, the anglerfish suddenly turned around and left. It didn't swim far, but after swimming a distance, it turned its head and looked at Jiangnan. is this a way for me to catch up? Jiangnan thought to himself. Anyway, it gets darker the further down you go, and a fish is taking the initiative to clear a path for you, and it even has its own light, so why not take advantage of it? Jiangnan nodded and followed the angler fish as it continued to dive. Holy crap, the island lord is going down even further. I feel like I can't breathe anymore. Is there any lady who can give me CPR? Send me a photo. If you're more handsome than the island owner, I might consider it. Damn it. I might as well die then. Who the hell can beat the island lord in terms of looks? Damn it. As someone with thalassophobia, watching this is just asking for trouble. Speaking of which, island owner, is your body really able to handle diving that deep? I don't know if you guys noticed, but the island owner was pressing his lower abdomen just now. He's doing BTV. What's BTV? I don't know. Is it a TV station? I've only ever heard of TVB. This is a bit complicated to explain, but all you need to know is that the island owner is a professional. If Marvel is planning to make a movie about the new hero namer, I suggest they go straight for the island owner. His physique, his looks, and his professionalism in the sea are a perfect fit. He's at least 100 or 1,000 times better than Shang-Chi. The drone followed Jiangnan at a distance. According to the drone's display, viewers can see that the current underwater depth has reached 28.33 meters. This is only the depth reached by the drone. Jiangnan will dive much deeper than the drone, likely exceeding 30 meters. Led by the angler fish, Jiangnan arrived at a reef. The reef is covered with corals and various algae, which are brightly colored and look quite beautiful. Upon seeing someone approaching, a grouper quickly hid among them. Upon seeing the grouper, the anglerfish charged at it like mad. Soon, the two fish were chasing and fighting among the corals. To be precise, it was a one-sided crushing defeat. Because this grouper was very large, almost twice the size of an anglerfish, after swimming for a while, the grouper turned around and began to beat the anglerfish with all its might. 1 second, the anglerfish was aggressive. The next second, the anglerfish fled in a panic. Before long, the anglerfish swam back to the Jiangnan region. The grouper, seemingly unwilling to provoke Jiangnan, hid among the corals once more. The anglerfish had no intention of giving up. It swam to the south of the Yangtze River, looked at the south, and then looked at the grouper. Although they cannot speak, their meaning is self-evident. Jiangnan naturally understood what the anglerfish meant, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips, along with a bubble floating out. Although the bubbles are small, the audience can see them. Jiangnan smiled. They didn't understand why Jiangnan was laughing. Was it because it was amused by watching two fish fighting? Unable to speak, Jiangnan nodded to the anglerfish and swam directly towards the coral. He didn't attack immediately, but hovered quietly nearby, gently swinging his legs to maintain the stability of his upper body. Finally, it lunged at the grouper. The grouper was terrified and hid once again in the deepest part of the coral. Jiangnan was determined to catch the grouper, but he hadn't brought any tools. Then, his eyes lit up and he noticed a piece of gravel. The material of this gravel is the same as that of the reef, so it must have fallen from the reef. Jiangnan picked up the rock, first feeling its weight in his hand, then judging the distance, raising his head to aim and smash it. Bang! The grouper reacted quickly and skillfully dodged the attack. The rock landed right on the reef, shattering with a loud crash and sending up clouds of dust that were clearly visible in the water. Although it escaped unscathed, the grouper hiding in the coral knew it could no longer hide, so it swam out and quickly swam away into the distance. The anglerfish followed closely behind. Now that the grouper knows that the human in Jiangnan is helping the anglerfish, it has lost all its previous arrogance and dares not continue fighting. It swings its tail and moves faster and faster. Whoosh! Suddenly, Jiangnan appeared in front of it. The grouper was moving too fast to react and crashed solidly into Jiangnan. Jiangnan reacted quickly and decisively grabbed the grouper with both hands. The grouper, which had just been caught, struggled incessantly and even tried to tear Jiangnan's skin with its fins, but as Jiangnan continued to exert its strength, it soon became still. Grouper acquired. Dinner is ready. Actually, the reason why Jiangnan catches grouper is not for dinner, but to help the anglerfish. Although they talked to it, based on observing its reaction, Jiangnan guessed that this coral should belong to the anglerfish. Later, the grouper arrived, not only driving away the anglerfish but also taking over the place. The anglerfish was furious and found its own way to get out of it. Ding! Congratulations, host, for helping the anglerfish defend its home. You are hereby rewarded with Lazy Spray. Lazy Sheep Spray *1 Lazy Sheep Spray comes from the well-known Chinese animated series Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. In order to catch the sheep, Big Big Wolf secretly extracted the lazy element from lazy sheep and transformed it into lazy perfume. With just a light spray, the grass in the area will fall asleep. After a system upgrade, it was transformed into the Lazy Spray. Lazy Spray only requires a light spray to put any animal into a hibernation state, including large animals such as whales and elephants. This spray not only soothes animals' emotions and adjusts their condition, but also makes them feel much more energetic after a nap. Note, this spray is essential for people with insomnia, irritable animals, etc. There is only one bottle available at the moment, so please use it with caution. Really? After seeing the system's rewards, Jiangnan became even more certain that this grouper was a bully who had forcibly taken over the anglerfish's home. After dealing with the grouper, the anglerfish became unusually excited, swimming around the coral. This scene reminded Jiangnan of a news story from a while ago, in which a Taoist priest returned from his travels to find that his Taoist temple had been turned into a Buddhist temple. He was so angry that he started cursing loudly in front of the gate, constantly spouting the quintessence of Chinese culture. Sometimes, a fish is happier than a human being. If he could regain control of the guild, I believe he would be even more excited than the current anglerfish, but unfortunately, Taoism, as the indigenous religion of China, has been suppressed to the point of having no place to stand by Buddhism, which is managed by monks who are fat, drive Mercedes-Benz cars, and have wives and children. To paraphrase a classic line from Uncle Benchen's movie Kung Fu, how tragic. While Zhang Nan was still in a daze, the anglerfish swam up to him again. This time, the anglerfish had a small shrimp in its mouth. This is? Jiangnan frowned slightly. The anglerfish continued swimming forward and came to the mouth of Jiangnan, constantly rubbing its body against Jiangnan's mouth. Haha, what a grateful anglerfish. Island master. Eat quickly, don't disappoint the child. You must eat this in front of the child. Island owner, you're really getting away with this. I rescued a stray cat in the neighborhood before, and as a result, there have been dead rats on my windowsill for several days in a row. Saving a cat isn't scary, what's scary is saving a dog, because a dog might bring you poop. The viewers in the live stream were in stitches. Jiangnan, however, was completely speechless. The anglerfish brought the dried shrimp out of kindness. I can eat dried shrimp myself, but I can't right now. If I open my mouth, I might be killed by Xiaoxianmi before I even get a chance to speak. Just as Jiangnan was struggling with this, the anglerfish suddenly turned and ran away. It was incredibly fast, even more ferocious than when it fought the grouper earlier, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What's going on? Jiangnan was filled with doubt. Meanwhile, viewers in the livestream were still joking around. By the way, how long has the Island Lord been submerged underwater? It's been about 10 minutes, hasn't it? A master. This is a master. Although I don't know how to dive, I know how to hold my breath. Island Master, we have a couples kissing contest here. As the name suggests, it's about couples kissing for the longest time. The first place winner gets a prize. I heard it's a big refrigerator. I don't mind if we participate in this contest. If we participate, the big refrigerator will definitely be ours. This scheme is really blatantly malicious. Please note, it's the Island Lord who's awesome at holding his breath, not you. Ado, I'm familiar with this approach. Back then, Uncle Zilong and I went in and out 7 times, killing everything in sight. I was in charge of killing, and Uncle Zilong was in charge of killing everything in sight. Wait, something's wrong. Look behind the Island Lord. Holy crap. Holy crap. Island Lord, run. Quick, quick, quick. At this moment, a colossal object appeared in the shot, so large that it couldn't even fit on the screen. Jiangnan also felt a chill run down his back and slowly turned around to check. The moment I turned around, my whole body went numb. It felt as if an electric current was shooting up from the solace of my feet to my brain and through my entire body. Buzz! At that moment, Jiangnan's brain froze. Before me was a colossal creature with a dark blue upper body and a snow-white lower body. Although Jiangnan couldn't find the other person's eyes immediately, he was 100% certain that the other person was staring intently at him. Because of this angle, it's facing you directly. The dorsal fin alone is over a meter tall, and the pectoral fins on both sides are no shorter than the dorsal fin. I felt so insignificant in their eyes, like a human looking at a puppy, or even smaller. If the other party wants to eat you, they only need to take a small sip. Jiangnan dared not move, because he had only seen such a behemoth in movies, and there was even a movie about it called Jaws. He had previously rescued a great white shark, but it was just a baby shark that he could hold in his arms. But this one is different. It's a genuine adult great white shark. It is bloodthirsty, it is brutal, it eats flesh, it is one of the cold-blooded overlords of the ocean. The great white shark didn't immediately open its huge mouth and devour Jiangnan. Instead, it circled around her. It observes Jiangnan, but more like it mocks Jiangnan. Jiangnan is getting anxious. If he keeps wandering around like this, even if the great white shark doesn't eat him, he'll suffocate to death. Because the time for the water-repelling pill is almost up. Jiangnan gritted his teeth, determined to persevere, his eyes scanning his surroundings, trying to find a small space to hide in. Meanwhile, Jiangnan also got a complete look at the great white shark. It is over 5 meters long and its weight is impossible to estimate by sight. Among great white sharks, it is considered the strongest. It's worth noting that the longest an average shark can grow is only about 4.6 to 4.7 meters. Call. After circling around a few times, the great white shark finally swam towards Jiangnan. It slowly opened its mouth, revealing rows of white teeth, making it look even more ferocious. That mouth has more than 3,000 teeth. If Jiangnan were swallowed whole, he could live a little longer. But if he were torn apart, he would be turned into minced meat on the spot. Between 50 and 70 people are attacked by sharks each year, and that's only what's on record. The probability of surviving by sheer luck is 50-50. Even if they manage to escape to the shore and survive by chance, if they were bitten, they are unlikely to be completely unharmed. They dared not linger in Jiangnan and used all their strength to go upstream. Behind him, the great white shark was closing in, but he couldn't see the shark itself. All he could see was a mouth several times larger than Jiangnan's. The person is running away in front, and the mouth is chasing behind. This scene is so exciting and intense that it could even be used as a movie poster. Jiangnan didn't swim very far. In the blink of an eye, she was caught up by a great white shark. It's over. Jiangnan was ready to close her eyes when she suddenly felt something gently bump into her body. Upon opening my eyes, I was immediately struck by the enormous mouth of a great white shark. At that moment, he was only about 10 centimeters away from the great white shark's mouth, as close as could be. But the great white shark didn't take the opportunity to swallow Jiangnan whole. Instead, they stood there dumbfounded in front of Jiangnan. Jiangnan, not eat yourself? Was it already full and just deliberately playing tricks on itself? In nature, many animals enjoy playing with their prey to relieve boredom after they have eaten their fill. Just as Jiangnan was wondering, the great white shark gently nudged him with its mouth. Could you please not be so gentle? Is this still the ferocious, man-eating great white shark we remember? However, since you're not going to eat me, then let's say goodbye. Jiangnan kicked her legs hard and swam upwards. At this point, he no longer cared whether there was a shore above him or whether there were waves. As for the great white shark below him, he paid no attention to it either. He just wanted to swim up as quickly as possible. If we don't go up soon, we're really going to suffocate. With sharks threatening him from the front and suffocation warnings from behind, Jiangnan had no choice but to exert all his strength. Whoosh! Puff! Whoosh! Whoosh! Jiangnan finally leaped out of the water, breathing heavily without regard for its image. The next second, it locked onto the beach and continued swimming with all its might. It took him almost a minute to swim a distance of just over 10 meters. Because I was really too tired. As soon as he got ashore, Jiangnan lay down on the beach. Even when waves crashed against him from time to time, he didn't care or pay any attention to them. Compared to having taken a trip to the underworld, the ocean waves are nothing. Cool! Jiangnan screamed hysterically. The feeling of surviving such a disaster is so exhilarating. My heart is still pounding wildly, and I feel like it's about to jump out of my throat. About 5 minutes later, Jiangnan slowly stood up, gazing at the sea in front of him. In order not to worry the viewers in the live broadcast room, he changed the subject and said, "Do you all remember the anglerfish I met in the sea just now?" One viewer is absolutely right, there really are anglerfish in the game arc, Survival Evolved. This is a survival sandbox action-adventure game. Players wake up to find themselves on a mysterious island, naked and starving. They must hunt, gather items, craft weapons, investigate technology, and build houses to withstand the scorching days, freezing nights, and unpredictable weather, as well as various dangers and potential enemies in the wild. In the game, players will encounter all sorts of dinosaurs, including pterosaurs, velociraptors, therizinosaurs, brachiosaurus, pachyrhinosaurus, and brontosaurus, as well as various exotic animals such as saber-toothed tigers, mammoths, griffins, giant ground sloths, and pterosaurs. Some of these animals will attack the player, while others are quieter. Of course, all of them can be tamed. Once tamed, these dinosaurs will help you with all sorts of things. For example, pterosaurs could ride long distances, and mammoths could spray water to irrigate your plants. Basically, every dinosaur had its own unique abilities. With the help of these dinosaurs, players can progress from the primitive age to the Stone Age, then to the Electrical Age, and even higher eras. In the game, the anglerfish's role is to collect pearls. In real life, however, anglerfish have high medicinal value. Their liver extracts have a 30% inhibition rate against certain cancers. Taurine and aminoethylamine can be extracted from fish bile, which are used clinically for anti-inflammatory, heat-clearing, and detoxifying purposes. In folk medicine, monkfish bones are often dried, ground into powder, and mixed with sesame oil to treat boils and carbuncles. In some European countries, insulin is extracted from its pancreas to prevent and treat diabetes. Holy crap! Are anglerfish really that awesome? Learn as long as you live. Live as long as you grow old. I learned something new in the island owner's live stream today. If the island owner hadn't explained it to me, I really wouldn't have known that anglerfish have so many uses. Island owner is awesome, the title on Baidu Bake isn't for nothing. I suggest changing the island lord's title to Encyclopedia of Beasts. Ha ha ha, upstairs, you're a real talent. You've made me want to play our nights now. I'm not saying anything more, I'll download it right after the stream ends. By the way, can it be played on a mobile phone? You can play it on both mobile and PC. And here's a little secret, the first thing new players should do is find a velociraptor and deliberately provoke it. That will give you an experience bonus. Doge. If I hadn't played it for hundreds of hours, I would have actually believed it. Why do you say that? I'm a newbie, I really don't understand. Don't listen to that guy's nonsense. Velociraptors in the game are killers for newbies. If you encounter one, you'll be bitten to death 100% of the time. The viewers in the live stream listened intently, much more attentively than they had when they were in school. Some have even started downloading on their computers without waiting. On that day, sales of Ark Survival Evolved skyrocketed, attracting a large influx of new players. Although this game has been out for many years and has a certain fan base, thanks to Jiangnin's promotion today, it has managed to climb onto the Steam sales chart. Jiangnin found a rock to sit on, pulled up the live stream content from earlier, and continued. There are 25 species of anglerfish in 4 genera worldwide, with a production of 94,200 tons in 1987. Among them, anglerfish has the highest production, at 56,500 tons. Although there are many species, only 3 are currently found in China: the yellow anglerfish, the black anglerfish, and the cryptid anglerfish. The black anglerfish I just encountered is a black anglerfish. As you can see, this black anglerfish has a flat body, a large, broad, and flat head, a relatively short torso, and a wide and large mouth. It is precisely because it is so ugly that it is called the ugly fish. Because its sound resembles an old man's cough, it is also known as the old man fish. In biology, the small lantern on their heads is called a lure. The small lantern is formed by the anglerfish's first dorsal fin gradually extending upwards. The front part resembles a fishing rod, while the end expands to form bait. The reason why the lanterns glow is because they contain glandular cells that secrete luciferin. Under the catalysis of luciferase, the luciferin reacts with oxygen to undergo slow chemical oxidation, which naturally produces light. Anglerfish look plump and clumsy, and seem like they don't like to move around much, but they are excellent fishermen. The reason is that its first dorsal fin spine is turned into a long fishing rod, and at the end of this fishing rod there is a fleshy tassel. When it glows, it can attract some sea creatures. Some sea creatures are very sensitive to light sources. Once they find it, they will swim over without hesitation like moths to a flame. Therefore, it is just right to serve as bait. In addition, anglerfish often bury their bodies in the mud or corals of the deep sea, while their fishing rod is constantly swaying in the water to lure small fish swimming around them. When the greedy little fish are attracted, the cunning anglerfish opens its big mouth and swallows them whole with the current. Its mouth is so big that even Yao Chen and Wang Delu would have to admit defeat in front of it. In addition, its stomach can expand, so it can easily swallow fish as big as itself. This is why some deep-sea anglerfish even have small sharks in their stomachs. What the heck? Did I hear that right? Eating shark? Anglerfish are so small, how come they eat sharks? Shark Island owner, don't say it out loud. Don't I have any dignity? Unbelievable. Terrifying. I just gasped in shock. But why did that anglerfish turn and run away when it saw the great white shark? Nonsense. A great white shark is hundreds of times bigger than it. It can only eat small sharks. If it encounters a large one, it'll be eaten right away. Jiangnin's last sentence was so impactful, like a bucket of cold water poured into a hot oil pan, that it caused an uproar in the live stream. After all, in people's minds, sharks are the top predators in the ocean, and 99% of marine life are their prey. There are very few creatures that can do anything to sharks. Unexpectedly, the small anglerfish is one of them. Jiangnin remained calm and continued, "Let me share another little-known fact with you. The anglerfish is a famous son-in-law in the animal kingdom. Larger anglerfish are all female. Because the males are so small, many times smaller than the females, sometimes even hundreds of times smaller, they mostly live on the female anglerfish and obtain their nutrition from them. Some female anglerfish can even harbor more than a dozen male anglerfish. Long ago, some experts thought there were no male anglerfish in the world, and even thought that anglerfish, like loaches, were hermaphroditic. It wasn't until after repeated observations that they finally discovered them under the belly of female anglerfish. This phenomenon occurs because anglerfish are born unequal. Female anglerfish develop rapidly after birth, growing from a little girl to a young lady, then to an aunt, and finally to a middle-aged woman within just a few days. Male anglerfish lie flat and stop developing, remaining the same size they are at birth as they grow up. This results in male anglerfish being 60 times smaller, or even smaller, than female anglerfish. Most importantly, male anglerfish cannot grow a fishing rod, also known as a small lantern, so they cannot attract plankton in the sea and cannot hunt, thus having no food. But even though they don't grow very big, they still need to eat, otherwise they'll starve to death. So they set their sights on female anglerfish. At this point, Jiangnan suddenly stopped, frowning as he looked at the distant sea. He sensed something was wrong. Why did the island owner stop? How can we stop at such a crucial moment? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Island master, don't stop. Yes, yes, we want more. Just like my husband, he always stops at the crucial moment every night. What else can you do besides get me covered in your saliva? Say that to your husband next time, and it'll definitely get him going all out. Wait, what do you mean by giving it your all? What do you mean by sprint? I haven't gotten on the bus yet, wait for me. The viewers in the live stream were so engrossed that they couldn't stop listening. They clearly wanted to continue listening to the story, but their urging completely changed their meaning. Jiangnan didn't keep them in suspense. He looked away and continued, well, basically every son-in-law has his own special skills, including those who live off rich women. Male anglerfish are no exception. They are very small, but they are really good at chasing girls. Just like how you often see some non-mainstream teenagers riding motorcycles, who don't look like much and can't even pull out 100 yuan from their pockets, but they are surrounded by girls, and even have one on each arm. Although male anglerfish do not have small lanterns, they have highly developed vision and sense of smell, and can quickly detect the light emitted by the small lanterns of female anglerfish in the deep sea. Even without the small lantern, they can track the pheromones released by female anglerfish. Once they find them, they immediately rush over and start shamelessly clinging to their legs. Initially, the male anglerfish bites the female's skin, and then begins to develop steadily. During development, the male anglerfish's brain, which is the small light-emitting lantern, gradually degenerates because it is no longer needed, and its body begins to shrink rapidly, eventually leaving only its advanced reproductive system. With its advanced reproductive system, even if a male anglerfish wants to leave, the female will not agree. In conclusion, the title of son-in-law in the animal kingdom is truly well-deserved. After hearing the story of the anglerfish, I realized a truth: a man must have a special skill. That's right. As long as you have a special skill, whether you're a rich woman or a young lady, you'll be inseparable from her. Shaw, that makes me want to become a live-in son-in-law. Maybe it's because I've been reading too many novels about live-in sons-in-law lately. I've read all of these, including Crooked-Mouthed Dragon King, God of War Descends the Mountain, The Return of the Azura, Divine Dr. Daddy, and 9 marriage certificates, including The Son-in-Law, the ancestor of all son-in-law novels. The God of War returned to find his 5-year-old daughter living in a doghouse. Enraged, he gave an order, and 100,000 Chinese soldiers rushed to the scene. 100,000 soldiers rushed in, their voices booming like thunder, their momentum like a rainbow. What brings you, God of War? The God of War was furious. I've only been gone a few days, and you've already let her live in a doghouse. Couldn't you at least give her some dog food? Ha ha ha, upstairs, your comment is killing me. Do you know how painful it is to hold back laughter at work? Anyone who wants to become a live-in son-in-law should think carefully. Reality is different from novels. In novels you can show off, but in reality you'll only get slapped in the face. That makes sense. I have a brother who became a live-in son-in-law. Not only did he have to change his household registration, but his child's surname also had to follow the mother's. Although in this era, whose surname the child takes isn't that important, his social status will really plummet. Since I have a special skill, I might as well not become a live-in son-in-law and go find a rich woman. This requires even more caution. If you can't find one, the rich woman will slap you and make you drink medicine. 5 continents, who's calling me? Viewers in the live stream kept expressing their opinions. These days, there seems to be endless topics to discuss when it comes to sons-in-law. On the one hand, novels about sons-in-law are so popular that thousands of new ones are published every month, and many of them have been adapted into catchy short videos. More importantly, the pressure in society today is too great. Boys basically have to buy a house and a car and pay a high dowry in order to get married. Therefore, many boys are willing to marry into a wealthy family. Although I may lose my status, at least I will be free from pressure. Over here, the audience is having a lively discussion. On the other side, Jiangnan walked slowly towards the sea. At this moment, waves were still crashing against the sea from time to time, but they seemed to be even more violent than before. It seemed as if something was about to burst forth from the sea. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in sight. Great white shark. It's attacking again. Jiangnan instinctively took a thud back, but it was too late. Wow. La la. The great white shark suddenly opened its mouth and spat out all the seawater inside. Although Jiangnan reacted quickly, he was no match for the huge waves and was immediately knocked to the ground. Grandma Lee's. Even with Jiangnan's good temper, she couldn't hold back at this moment. Lying on the ground, rubbing his shoulders and cursing, he noticed a grouper in front of him as soon as he started cursing. It was the very same one that I and the anglerfish had just killed. When Jiangnan escaped from the jaws of a shark, she had already dropped the grouper in the chaos. Unexpectedly, the great white shark picked it up and swallowed it. Even more unexpectedly, the great white shark returned the grouper. What the hell is going on? Jiangnan was very puzzled and subconsciously walked towards the sea. At the same time, he noticed that fish were leaping out of the sea. They rushed in, one after another, each more eager than the last, and there were all sorts of fish. It's clear they're terrified of great white sharks. Even the little sea lion 404, who was playing on the beach, was so frightened that it ran ashore and hid behind a rock, whimpering. A few days ago, when rescuing the baby shark, a similar situation occurred at the beach. At that time, Jiangnan initially thought it was the appearance of the baby shark that caused all the fish to panic. It now seems that the great white shark must have been hiding in the sea at that time. It's impossible for a small shark to cause such a huge disturbance. Did you all notice that the island owner was about to jump into the sea? You don't need to tell me that. Anyone who isn't blind can see it. Island master, calm down. Impulsiveness is the devil. Your decision to go into the sea now is simply like delivering goods to your door. What? The island owner has gone into business? I have to support him. Also, I hope the island owner can introduce me to someone. I've already promoted myself to bald. Great white shark, your takeout is here? Welcome, welcome. You must be joking. Quickly persuade the island lord, this is courting death. I don't quite understand why the island owner would want to go back down after finally escaping to the shore. The viewers in the live stream went wild. Although they couldn't be there in person, they had just observed the great white shark up close underwater. Its enormous size and rows of sharp teeth were no joke. Some people even had the image of a great white shark suddenly appearing behind Jiangnan replaying in their minds. Even just looking at the screen, I was scared half to death, let alone the island owner who had almost been pressed against the great white shark. Now that you've escaped and successfully reached shore, why would you want to go back down? The viewers in the live stream were confused and even more anxious. Jiangnan didn't look at the comments, but stared intently at the churning waves, or more accurately, observed the dorsal fins protruding from the sea surface. Beneath the dorsal fin lies a great white shark. After the grouper was returned, it didn't leave but stayed in the same spot, circling around and around. It seems to be waiting for myself. But why? Jiangnan couldn't figure out the reason, so he could only keep comforting himself. Although it was a great white shark, it hadn't hurt him at all, and sharks generally don't attack humans unless provoked. As long as you don't anger it or make it lose its temper, you're generally safe. Most importantly, I am not bleeding and therefore cannot provoke the shark. Boom! A wave swept in from afar, splashing Jiangnan's face. Jiangnan quickly regained his senses, took a deep breath, and decided to go back into the sea. However, without the water-repelling pill this time, he dared not enter the deep sea, much less dive into the ocean floor. Although the system also rewarded me with a diving suit, it was too troublesome to put on and took up a lot of time. Thump! Jiangnan jumped into the sea without the slightest hesitation. Without stopping, he kicked forward with all his might. Because waves keep crashing in, if you don't control the force and angle well, you'll be swept back onto the beach before the next wave arrives. Jiangnan swam while keeping an eye on the great white shark's location. It spotted itself the instant it entered the water. At this very moment, it was shaking its enormous body and rushing rapidly toward him. Really? The reason it lingered and chased after the creature all the way to the shore was to find itself. Jiangnan didn't think much of it. He just felt his body being pushed back and forth by the waves. He quickly turned around and went straight below the surf layer, kicking his legs and diving down rapidly. If you float on the surface of the sea for a long time, you will soon feel sore all over from being hit by the waves, and in severe cases, you may even get injured. However, Jiangnan did not dive into the sea to a depth of tens of meters as before, but stopped at a depth of 5 or 6 meters. The seawater here is relatively calm, and Jiangnan can control her body very well. At the same time, it is relatively close to the sea surface, so if Jiangnan can't hold her breath, she can swim up to breathe at any time. As Jiangnan dived down, the great white shark had already approached him. However, they did not rush up to attack Jiangnan. Instead, they followed him and slowly swam downstream. Although the Jiangnan swimmer is fast, it is far too slow for the great white shark, like an ant in the eyes of a human. Therefore, it only slightly moves its tail fin and does not speed up. If the tail fin moves even slightly larger, the resulting waves are unbearable for Jiangnan. In addition, the great white shark seemed to like Jiangnan very much. After seeing Jiangnan stop, it took the initiative to swim under Jiangnan and use its body to support Jiangnan's body. This would make things much easier for Jiangnan in the sea. At first glance, it looks like Jiangnan is riding on the back of a great white shark. This scene was captured by a drone that was closely following behind. Every single viewer in the live stream was completely dumbfounded. Holy crap! Unfortunately, I'm too uncultured to say anything more than holy crap. I also want to say something, but I can't find a word more exciting than holy crap right now. In all my years, I've seen people interact with cats and dogs, and I've even seen people interact with tigers and lions at the zoo, but this is the first time I've ever seen someone interact with a wild great white shark, and to top it off, they were riding on its back. I'm speechless, just 2 words, awesome. This scene is so exciting, it makes my heart pound. Holy crap! Awesome. These two words are national treasures, and now they are the only two words that can be used to describe the island owner. Holy crap. Awesome. Bring it on. For a short time, the viewers in the live stream were all spamming the words holy crap, awesome. The chat was scrolling very quickly, but surprisingly harmonious. Looking at Jiangnan again, he wasn't particularly happy despite his unspoken pretense. Instead, he seemed uneasy, because he simply couldn't figure out what the great white shark was trying to do. Could it be that he's just playing around with himself? But doesn't it feel more like it's afraid of running away? About 10 seconds later, the great white shark left Jiangnan's body and, as before, circled around him again. This move further proves that it is worried that Jiangnan will run away, etc. Is it because it needs something from me? Jiangnan suddenly came to his senses and began to stare intently at every part of the great white shark's body. Jiangnan observed the great white shark's body with great interest, trying to find wounds on it. However, Jiangnan has been disappointed. The great white shark's body was clean, plump, and without a single ailment. Since there's nothing wrong with it, why look for yourself? Jiangnan was puzzled and speechless about this. Jiangnan helplessly shrugged. On the other side, the great white shark was still circling Jiangnan, and even faster than before. What's wrong with you? Say something. How am I supposed to know if you don't tell me? Oh, by the way, you can't speak. Then show me with your actions, okay? Jiangnan was also in a panic. After a moment of internal struggle, he stared intently at Jiangnan again. Whether it sensed Jiangnan's anxiety or understood his meaning, the great white shark, after slightly shaking its fins and tail, turned and charged towards Jiangnan. Just like Jiangnan, it opened its mouth wide, revealing 2 rows of sharp white teeth, and stopped in front of Jiangnan, remaining motionless. Jiangnan's face darkened. Why is it the same as before? What the hell does this mean? Jiangnan had no choice but to watch the great white shark's gaping mouth up close. Seeing this, the great white shark became somewhat anxious and, just like before, gently nudged Jiangnan's body with its chin. Jiangnan, could you be more specific? Do you want me to brush your teeth? Is there something stuck between your teeth that you need me to pick out for you? Eng. The great white shark cried out twice in alarm. The eng with a slur. It sounds a bit like a puppy's whimper. It's also somewhat like a continuous series of ee-woo ee-woo ee-woo. The great white shark was getting anxious, it was trying to express something, and even seemed to want to speak. Jiangnan still didn't understand, and looked even more confused. I am human. I don't understand shark language. At this moment, he desperately needed an animal translator. We've already developed translators for dogs and cats, so could we create translators for even more animals? The great white shark was still calling out anxiously, etc. Jiangnan's pupils dilated. Although most sharks are not social animals and prefer to be solitary creatures like tigers, the kings of the jungle, they will still make certain sounds to attract their companions and seek their help if something really happens. If the great white sharks continue to make that noise, will all the sharks near the Great Barrier Reef be attracted to it? Shut the hell up. Jiangnan is also getting anxious. If all your companions are attracted soon, I'll be in trouble. You might not do anything to me, but your companions might. If I were to encounter 1 or 2 more hungry great white sharks, wouldn't they devour me alive? Jiangnan swam frantically toward the surface, partly out of fear of attracting more sharks, and partly because he simply couldn't hold back any longer. Without hesitation, the great white shark followed closely once again. It seems that he has become Jiangnan's shadow. Once on the surface of the sea, Jiangnan gasped for breath, while the great white shark remained beside him, its mouth still agape. Jiangnan was both annoyed and amused, and could only keep waving his hands, hoping that the great white shark could understand his body language. Then, a few seconds passed, and this time it was the great white shark's turn to be dumbfounded. It stopped barking and just stared blankly at the dancing Jiangnan in front of it. What are this man and shark doing? Interspecies communication? Ha 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 ha. I was really nervous at first, but seeing this scene, I just couldn't take it. They were talking to each other, and both of them were completely baffled. It was hilarious. More than 10 seconds passed, and Jiangnan was still earnestly and persistently expressing himself. But the great white shark couldn't understand it, so it decided to do it itself. Its next move left Jiangnan and the viewers in the live stream completely dumbfounded. To be precise, it should be described as shocking. The great white shark aimed at Jiangnan's right hand, moved its large head slightly, and finally opened its mouth wide and bit down. In that instant, Jiangnan stopped all movement, his whole body completely frozen. I dare not move an inch. It's like being hit by the sunflower acupuncture technique. He forgot how to think, or even knew how to think at all. Jiangnan had already let his guard down around this infamous great white shark, but who would have thought it would bite his arm? Holy crap! Call the police! Call the police! Call the police right now! How do we call the police? The island owner is overseas. What's the use of calling the police? By the time the police see it, the island owner will have already been eaten, and the great white shark will have already escaped. Even if they can catch the great white shark, are they going to lock him up in jail? Wah-ah-ah. The island lord's hand is gone. This scene was so shocking that some timid girls in the live stream were terrified and cried, while others covered their eyes, too scared to continue watching, because they all knew what would happen next. If they've already eaten the arm, the next step will definitely be to eat the whole body. Of course, there was another reason they cried: they would no longer need Jiangnin's hands. After all, a man's hands are very useful to a woman. My hand was eaten like that. It's gone? This guy didn't eat me at first. Was it really just toying with me, his prey? Etc. Something's not right. The blood in Jiangnin's brain and body began to warm up again. 1 second his face was filled with anger and panic, the next second it returned to normal, because he felt no pain in his arm. With wide eyes, following his arm, he saw that although the great white shark in front of him had its mouth wide open, it did not bite down, but instead put his hand in its mouth. That's right. It's meant to be held in the mouth. The feel is just like, on the tongue of a great white shark. So soft. Slippery. It's hot. Putting these adjectives together, someone unfamiliar with the context might think, because his wrist was on the great white shark's teeth, and it kept its mouth wide open, plus the buoyancy of the water, he could only feel the sharpness of its teeth, so he was not injured at all. Jiangnin was stunned again. The big guy opened his mouth and put his hand inside. Then it just stopped moving again. What's it trying to do? Is it just about letting me touch its tongue? Jiangnin seemed a little lost in thought, and even gently pinched it. It feels great, bouncy and smooth, like touching jelly. Ang! Ang! The great white shark roared again. Jiangnin, stop immediately. It got upset when I pinched its tongue? Or is there another reason? Seeing the great white shark's anxious look, Jiangnin decisively chose the latter. Its objective was not achieved. Jiangnin widened his eyes and began to observe the great white shark's mouth up close. Jiangnin looked left and right, and concluded, no problem. The teeth are white, sharp, and undamaged. Ang! The great white shark realized that Jiang Nan had not found the problem and became anxious again. It swung violently, and this time it actually flung Jiang Nan's right hand out of its mouth. Jiangnin felt a pang of regret. Although great white sharks look fierce, their tongues actually feel really nice to the touch. After shaking off Jiang Nan's right hand, the great white shark opened its mouth wide again, brought it close to Jiang Nan, and once again put Jiang Nan's right hand in its mouth. Here we go again. Is this never going to end? Jiangnin stared in disbelief, his expression turning serious. Since the great white shark is so persistent, it means there must be something wrong with its mouth. Thinking of this, Jiangnin even leaned forward, almost shoving his head into the great white shark's mouth, so he could see the situation inside more clearly. At the same time, his right hand reached deep into the great white shark's mouth. This scene terrified the viewers in the live stream, because in their line of sight, Jiangnin had already placed half of his body inside the great white shark's mouth. And it was proactive. Great white shark, today's takeout is amazing. It actually crawled into my mouth on its own. I love it. Island Master, you must be careful. If you accidentally slip in, you'll be meeting the king of hell. Report the island owner for giving people away. Damn. This scene is too terrifying, I can't bear to look. Island Lord, don't be so suicidal. I'll just let you have your fun. Awesome? Is it the kind of awesomeness I'm imagining? Drooling. Everyone was worried for Jiangnin, but as it turned out, Jiangnin's choice was correct. Seemingly aware that Jiangnin was helping him, the great white shark remained motionless, even using, with a slight sway of its pectoral fins, it suspends its massive body steadily. It saw that the great white shark really wanted to ask for my help. As for what kind of help? The answer lies in the hands of Jiangnin, who keep exploring. As it continued to slide down, Jiangnin's right hand reached the complex closure of the great white shark's esophagus. It was slippery here, mixed with seawater, but he still managed to stick his finger in. At this point, Jiang Nan's upper body was completely inside the great white shark's mouth. If he wanted to continue touching forward, he would have to put his entire body inside. Without the slightest hesitation, they continued forward. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Damn it! The island owner has gone mad. If you need anything, burn some paper money. I can't bear to look. I can't bear to look. At this moment, no matter how shocking the words, they all seem so pale. Jiangnin is gambling. I bet all animals on Earth have a spirit, even fierce beasts like lions and tigers. Of course, animals such as flies and mosquitoes are excluded. After moving forward about 15 centimeters, Jiangnin finally found the answer she was looking for. He touched something smooth and hard. It looks like a stone. It looks more like a glass product. Even in the water, even inside the esophagus of a great white shark, Jiangnin could still feel it because the texture was so familiar, so very familiar. He wanted to touch it again, but It's not long enough. His legs were already inside the great white shark's mouth. If he continued forward, his entire body would be inside. If they were to actually get in, it would be an enormous challenge for Jiangnan. Because once the great white shark closes its mouth, it can only go to the underworld to play cards with Yama's daughter. Even if the great white shark doesn't close its mouth, the space will become smaller and darker the further inside you go. Most importantly, although the great white shark has white teeth, it has a foul-smelling throat and bladder because it eats meat all year round. Jiangnan simply cannot breathe normally and can only hold his breath. But he didn't hesitate, he pushed off with both feet and crawled straight in. This time he finally touched it and could confirm with 100% certainty that it was a glass product. This is a human creation and should not exist in the ocean. The glass object is now stuck deep in the neckbone of the great white shark's esophagus. Actually, this is still relatively good. If it continues to eat without restraint, the glass items will be pushed into its stomach. Glassware cannot be digested in the stomach. If this continues, the great white shark will definitely develop stomach problems and may even be tortured to death. Luckily, it was clever and went to Jiangnan, otherwise it would have surely died. However, just as Jiangnan was about to reach out to take out the glass item, he suddenly felt his heart racing and his chest aching, unable to hold it in any longer. Without hesitation, Jiangnan escaped from the mouth as quickly as possible. Ang! As soon as Jiangnan emerged, he heard the great white shark make another urgent sound. He could actually detect a trace of emotion in that voice. It's painful. It's urgent. I have a request. No. To be precise, it was pleading. Don't worry, we've found the problem. Let me rest for a bit, then I'll go in and help you. Jiangnan reached out and touched the great white shark's forehead, comforting it. Then it lay directly on the great white shark's body, plopped down, and began to breathe heavily. For Jiangnan, it felt like he was just jumping back and forth in front of the king of hell. Although it only lasted 2 minutes, the pressure was immense, and my physical strength was greatly depleted. I was so exhausted that cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Why is the island lord out here? Did you discover something? The island owner looks like he's about to collapse from exhaustion. What did I just hear? The island lord still wants to go in? This is just courting death. Great white shark, if it's the island owner, it wouldn't matter if we went in again. Holy crap, you can even speed on this crappy road? But I love it. Jiangnan rested on the back of the great white shark for 2 minutes. To allow Jiangnan to rest better, the great white shark remained motionless throughout. Call! After taking a deep breath, Jiangnan jumped into the water again. Having already been inside once, he was confident he could help the great white shark solve the problem this time. The great white shark, already impatient, let out another buzz, this time with a joyful tone. Jiangnin's lips involuntarily twitched into a smile. This big guy is actually quite cute, he seems to know everything. He couldn't help but think of the little shark he had rescued before. It seemed that the two sharks had similar personalities. Could it be that they had some kind of close relationship? Jiangnan didn't think too much about it. He gently patted the great white shark's forehead, signaling it to open its mouth. The great white shark is indeed intelligent. Understanding the situation, it obediently opened its mouth, revealing rows of sharp, large white teeth once again. Jiangnan, familiar with the area, slipped inside once again. He is much more relaxed now than before, but he is still nervous. He was worried that when removing the glass items, he might accidentally touch some parts of the great white shark, thereby stimulating it and causing it to go berserk. You should know that the esophagus is very delicate. In the eyes of all the viewers in the live broadcast room, Jiangnan was like a Superman. First, he successfully reached into the mouth of the great white shark with one hand, then its head, then its chest, and then its buttocks and thighs. At first glance, it looks a bit like a feeding machine that automatically feeds food into your mouth. Just now, while Jiangnan was resting on the great white shark, he wasn't just resting, he was also thinking about how to remove the glass object from his esophagus. After much thought, he had no other choice but to forcibly pull it out. Otherwise, there really is no solution. This is a very risky thing to do. He remembered that someone had once reached into the esophagus of a marine animal with their bare hands and removed a foreign object. This person was none other than Kishan, the world's largest giant. He is 2.36 meters tall and has an arm span of 1.06 meters. In 2006, Hai and Lulu, two dolphins at Royal Polar Ocean World, swallowed unidentified foreign objects. Experts from the People's Hospital rushed to the scene to remove the objects, but due to the special structure of the dolphin stomachs, the first treatment failed, and they eventually had to seek help from Shishan. After instrument testing, the foreign object was found to be a little over a meter in the dolphin's stomach, and Shishan's arm was just long enough. The foreign object that had been troubling Hai and Lele for days was finally found. Because it was corroded, it resembled a red rubbery material similar to a footpad, but its exact shape was unclear. The entire treatment process was thrilling. Hai the dolphin was first pulled out of the water and laid on a long table. Its teeth were tied with a towel, and more than 10 trainers were responsible for securing it. Next, after professional disinfection and lubrication, Shun's arm was directly inserted into the dolphin's mouth to grab the foreign object and pull it out. Compared to Zishun, Jiangnan is now facing a much more complex situation. He had no lubricant to help him, nor the assistance of a dozen or so animal trainers, and the object of his help was not a cute dolphin, but a ferocious great white shark. Fortunately, the great white shark remained still, which eased Jiangnan's anxiety considerably. Soon, Jiangnan's vision went black. As he entered, he completely blocked the great white shark's mouth. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan, a child's calf was caught in a great white shark's tooth, causing it excruciating pain. It's important to know that great white sharks don't have a fixed row of teeth, but rather about 4 or 5 rows. Like an irregular guillotine, you can easily get stuck if you're not careful. Although the great white shark didn't bite down, the sharp teeth pressing against the body still caused pain. But at this point, Jiangnan was no longer able to manage or adjust, because he has now caught that glass object. The moment he grabbed it, Jiangnan really wanted to swear. Based on his sense of touch and by visualizing its appearance in his mind, Jiangnan could be 100% certain that it was a beer bottle. The bottle opening rests against the fleshy wall of the great white shark's esophagus. One end of the bottle was stuck in the neck bone next to the great white shark's esophagus. He just couldn't understand it. Beer bottles could be sold as scrap or even used for self-defense. Why would anyone just throw them into the ocean? Fortunately, after exploring Jiangnan, it was discovered that the beer bottle was not broken. Otherwise, the situation would be even more complicated. For any living creature, accidentally ingesting a broken beer bottle is fatal. Jiangnan wasn't in a hurry. He felt it all over again to make sure it was a 600 ml beer bottle and that the two ends weren't very tightly locked. Perhaps because the great white shark had already sensed its presence and knew it couldn't handle it, it simply left it stuck there. Although this would affect its eating and cause pain in its esophagus, it was something it had no choice but to do. Fortunately, it found Jiangnan. Why do we say it's lucky? Although it won't affect eating if it stays stuck like this, the repeated squeezing will eventually cause it to rupture. The day it breaks open will be the day the great white shark dies. Jiangnan calmed himself down and first used his hand to support the beer bottle against the esophageal wall. This would allow the elastic esophagus to expand a little more and give the bottle some room to move around in the esophagus. Most importantly, this way you don't have to worry about the end that's stuck in the bone. To be honest, Jiangnan really didn't dare to move the end that was stuck in the bone, because marine life skeletons are actually very fragile. This is why they get stranded and die. Without the buoyancy of water, their weight crushed their bones and ruptured their internal organs, leading to death. Therefore, if you can keep the bone end still, then do so. Because Jiangnan was very careful, the beer bottle was slowly removed from the esophagus in no time. From the perspective of the viewers in the live stream, they could not see anything inside the mouth. All they could see was the motionless great white shark. Looking at the time again, 2 minutes had already passed. The audience held their breath, clasped their hands together, and silently prayed for Jiangnan. Some viewers were so excited that they hurriedly called their relatives and friends to watch together. After all, it's rare, if not unprecedented, for someone to enter the mouth of a great white shark alone to retrieve something. He is the only one of his kind. To obtain it is to be a hero. If we can't take it out, it will live on forever in our hearts. Under the watchful eyes of an ever-growing audience, Jiangnan finally moved slightly. At that moment, all the spectators breathed a long sigh of relief. However, they stared wide-eyed, wanting to see what was inside the great white shark's mouth. As Jiangnan's body slowly withdrew, his arm was finally pulled out as well. The audience also saw what was in his hand. The same Jiangnan region is also clearly visible. It's a bit different from what he expected. This is not a beer bottle, but a clean white glass bottle. The bottle opening was plugged with a cork. Through the transparent bottle, you can see a rolled-up piece of paper inside. Message in a bottle. Many people now write down their wishes, put them in a bottle, and eventually throw them into the sea. It looks romantic, but it's just plain stupid. For the sake of his own romance, he caused suffering to all the marine life in the ocean. After all, glass products simply cannot be digested. Grass. Jiangnan, with his kind and gentle manner, uttered a phrase from the national essence. He gripped the message in a bottle tightly in his right hand, nearly crushing it. After retrieving the message in the bottle, the great white shark felt an unprecedented sense of comfort and began to circle Jiangnan wildly in celebration. It's clear that the great white shark is really happy, with a sense of exhilaration like it has survived a near-death experience. But this scene is just terrifying no matter how you look at it. Because in the audience's view, the dorsal fin of the great white shark was constantly circling around Jiangnan. In movies and TV shows, whenever a shark's dorsal fin appears, it almost always means that the shark is about to go on a killing spree. At the same time, viewers also noticed that Jiangnan's face was pale, clearly indicating that he was exhausted. Jiangnan is now exhausted, while the great white shark is full of energy. If the great white shark repays kindness with enmity, Jiangnan will no longer be able to escape as before. It was a message in a bottle. Which idiot threw the message in a bottle into the sea? Wouldn't it be better to play virtual games online? Maybe you could even meet a girl. I finally understand what happened. It turns out the message in a bottle got stuck in its throat, and the great white shark was in so much pain that it took the initiative to ask the island owner for help. That's right, that's exactly it. The island owner must have discovered the problem earlier than us, which is why he went straight into the belly of the great white shark. I was so shallow. I even mocked the island lord for his ineffective communication with the great white shark. What a slap in the face. I never imagined that I would actually witness a great white shark successfully seeking help from humans in the ocean. The saying, all things have a spirit, is truly true. That's the wonder of nature. But I admire the island owner's courage and wisdom even more. If it were me, I would probably have wet my pants from fright. Be more confident, get rid of the fear. The viewers in the live stream were very excited to see Jiangnan successfully remove the message in a bottle from the great white shark's throat. The great white shark, however, was even more excited. Unbeknownst to many, it has already circled around Jiangnan many times. Sometimes it leaps up and breaks out of the water. Sometimes it sinks to the bottom of the sea, sometimes it drifts at the foot of Jiangnan. Very nice. Watching the happy great white shark, Jiangnan also felt an indescribable joy. Some people are happy all day if they help injured stray cats and dogs, even if it's just by giving them a sausage. Jiangnan was helping one of the most ferocious animals in the ocean, and this joy could be magnified dozens or even hundreds of times. A smile slowly appeared on Jiangnan's lips. Before he could even savor this joy, Jiangnan suddenly felt his body growing heavier and heavier. This is a sign of physical weakness. Having been inside the mouth of a great white shark twice in a row, its energy and stamina had long been exhausted. Not good. I must get ashore quickly. Jiangnan waved to the great white shark beside him, then quickly kicked his legs and swam toward the shore. Perhaps because it was too happy and wanted to get close to Jiangnan, or perhaps because it noticed that Jiangnan was not feeling well, the great white shark actually swam up to Jiangnan and then suddenly swam upwards. This sudden action startled Jiangnan and left him completely bewildered. While Jiangnan was still in a daze, the great white shark blocked his constantly swaying foot from below. Hey, what are you doing? At this moment, Jiangnan's feet were swinging in the water. When the great white shark came up, he should have been standing in the water, but he lost his balance and sat directly on the great white shark's head. As soon as Jiangnan settled down, the great white shark beneath him began rapidly wagging its tail fin. Accelerate! In an instant, a series of jolts came from behind. Because of the high speed, waves would splash onto Jiangnan's face from time to time. From a distance, it looks like they are riding jet skis. This wasn't Jiangnan's first time riding a great white shark. He had experienced it once before in the sea, but it was nowhere near as exhilarating as this. This inevitably reminded him of the movie Fast and Furious. So many movies have been made, each one worse than the last, all just about driving. But my own movies are different. The first person to ride a shark, unprecedented and unparalleled. That feels good. Faster. Jiangnan opened her arms wide, enjoying the sea breeze blowing against her face. The great white shark seemed to understand, and kept accelerating, even plunging into the sea, carrying Jiangnan along with it. Finally, it broke through the sea surface at an extremely high speed and flew into the air. Thump! Splash! 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 At that moment, Jiangnan recalled a line from a song, "I want to fly higher." He didn't know exactly how tall he was, but the great white shark's fins and tails were already out of the water. Based on insurance estimates, it's at least 6 or 7 meters. Moreover, due to inertia, the great white shark's body remained suspended in midair for only a few seconds before crashing down. Jiangnan, riding on the back of the great white shark, also experienced the entire freefall process. 1 second you're soaring, the next you're plummeting, like a roller coaster, sending Jiangnan's adrenaline soaring and making all fatigue a thing of the past. Boom! A man and a shark landed in the water like cannonballs, causing waves to splash everywhere, creating a spectacular scene. Puff! Jiangnan emerged from the water, spat out a mouthful of water, and then lay down on the head of the great white shark beside him again. He hadn't had enough fun yet, and neither had the great white shark. And so, the great white shark carried Jiangnan once again, galloping across the sea. Ding! Congratulations, host, for retrieving the message in a bottle from the great white shark's esophagus, eliminating the threat to the great white shark's life, and saving the great white shark. Special reward, intimacy points plus 100. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Ice Silkworm Sun Hat. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Black Jade Ointment. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Tricolor Flower Seed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Golden Fertilizer. Congratulations, host, you have obtained fresh meat. Congratulations, host, you have obtained fresh fruit. Ice Silkworm Sun Hat. The host lives by the sea year-round, where the sun is strong. Wearing this hat can greatly reduce ultraviolet radiation and keep the body cool at all times. Note, the host can freely choose the style and color of the hat. Once selected, it cannot be changed. Black Jade Ointment *5. A miraculous external injury ointment. It can be used for both broken bones and cuts. Note, this product can be used by both animals and humans. 7 colored flower seeds *10. A magical species that can produce 7 colored petals, with great ornamental value. Note, 100% survival rate. 10 bags of Jin Kala fertilizer. Plants irrigated with this fertilizer, whether flowers, grasses or trees, will grow very fast, and the fruits will be several times larger than usual. If the plants rewarded by the system are watered, they will also gain unique effects. Note, even plants that are about to die can survive after being watered with this fertilizer, and they will definitely not die in the future. Fresh meat *100. Jin. The host can use this to feed carnivores. As long as the host feeds them meat, the intimacy value will increase by 100%. Not only that, it will also greatly increase the animal's physical immunity and aggression. Note, do not use this on humans. Absolutely not. Fresh fruit *100. Jin. This fresh fruit has the same effect as fresh meat, except that it is fed to herbivores. The system's voice kept exploding in my mind. Jiangnan was stunned on the spot. This is the first time the system has been so generous. Looking at the dazzling array of prizes, Jiangnan became increasingly happy. At the same time, I was filled with curiosity. What would happen if we fed humans fresh meat and fruit? That's just how people are, they can't help but want to try things that have been repeatedly warned against. Jiangnan was very satisfied with the system's rewards and enjoyed the game even more. The man and the shark were like old friends who hadn't seen each other for years, laughing, playing, and having a great time in the sea. This is the most beautiful relationship between humans and nature, and between humans and animals. The viewers in the live stream were completely mesmerized. After all, in people's minds, sharks are man-eaters, and they find humans cute and even more delicious. This is the first time that sharks have been seen as cute by humans. It's so beautiful. It's absolutely breathtaking. Even though we're on screen, my heart is pounding. It feels like I'm riding on a great white shark. Isn't the playful interaction between species more exciting than those sci-fi blockbusters? Shanghai Fortress upstairs. I suspect you're subtly criticizing me, and I have evidence. If the island owner wants to keep this great white shark, how big of an aquarium would he need? Great white sharks belong to the ocean, and the island owner would certainly not raise them privately. At most, he would allow them to settle in the Great Barrier Reef. I don't know why, even though I have thalassophobia, seeing the island owner playing with the great white shark suddenly felt amazing, and I even started to yearn for it. We can only dream about it. As an ordinary person, we have no chance to come into contact with a great white shark, let alone have such a good relationship with one. That makes sense. After all, not everyone can squeeze into the mouth of a great white shark. This is more sci-fi than any science fiction movie. If this were made into a movie, it would surely gross over 10 billion. One movie could make him a 10 billion box office god. Then, looking at Jiangnan, after venting his frustrations with the great white shark in the ocean for a while, he gently waved his hand, indicating that he was leaving. He was exhausted and just wanted to get a good night's sleep. If I stay in the water any longer, I'll definitely collapse from exhaustion. Bye-bye. We'll meet again someday. Jiangnan shouted and turned to swim back with the waves. He held the message in the bottle tightly in his hand the whole time. This thing is romantic to humans, but once thrown into the ocean, it's just trash. Puffed. At this moment, although he was only 20 meters away from the shore, Jiangnan could only swim freely with the waves to avoid being hit by the waves against the cliff. While this might make things a little easier, it's still quite painful to have the waves crashing over you. When we were still a few meters from the shore, suddenly, crash. Hey, what's going on? What are you trying to do now? Jiangnan was struggling to swim back when her body suddenly sank. Looking down, I saw that the huge great white shark had emerged from underwater and lifted me up once again. In just 2 seconds, I was out of the water. Because the great white shark was so fast, Jiangnan was lying on its back, waving his arms and kicking his legs, maintaining a swimming posture. Jiangnan dared not be careless and reacted quickly, grabbing the great white shark's dorsal fin to prevent himself from falling. What exactly do you want? Don't scare me. Jiangnan panicked and shouted loudly. At the same time, he kept stroking the great white shark's head, trying to soothe its emotions. However, it had no effect whatsoever. The great white shark, carrying Jiangnan, turned around and swam back across the sea. It's even faster than before. Jiangnan wanted to jump, but if he jumped now, he would definitely not be able to get back to shore. He glanced back and realized that he was already dozens of meters away from the shore. He didn't have enough strength to swim back, and he might even be lifted up by a great white shark. At that moment, he almost cried. Let me go home. I want to go home. They've broken through. The The defenses have been breached. Jiangnan is just short of shouting Grey Wolf's classic line, "I will definitely come back." To avoid falling into the sea, Jiangnan could only cling tightly to the great white shark's dorsal fin. Apart from this, there were no protective measures available, which was quite exhausting for the already weary Jiangnan region. Moreover, because the great white shark was moving so fast, water was constantly splashing up and hitting Jiangnan's face. Ugh! Cough, cough, cough. Cough! He choked on water. Damn it! I spent almost an hour in the water today and didn't choke on any water. Who would have thought that once they were out of the water, they would choke on it? Take me back. Snap. Smack. Smack. Jiangnan finally couldn't resist and kept slapping the great white shark's body, trying to get its attention. Fearing to anger him, he did not exert much force. Result. Puff. The great white shark ignored everything and accelerated again, causing Jiangnan to choke on water once more. Jiangnan. At that moment, tens of millions of alpacas galloped through Jiangnan's mind. Great white shark? Killer shark? No. Jiangnan thinks it's a complete idiot. He knew it meant him no harm, but if you want to play with me, you have to let me rest for a while. What is this now? Kidnapping? I'm tired. Destroy them all. Jiangnan shook his head helplessly and decided to stop resisting. Instead, he obediently lay on the back of the great white shark and chose to rest. Since we can't resist, let's enjoy it. I just wonder if the little sea dog 404, who's still staying by the sea, is worried about me not going back for so long. However, with Green Turtle Dallin looking after them, there shouldn't be any problems. What I should be most worried about now is where this big shark is going to take me. As the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way, and even a shark in the sea has its own way of doing things. Since it's impossible to jump off halfway, it will conserve its energy and hope that the great white shark can take it to a wonderful place. The drone followed closely, chasing after them relentlessly. The viewers in the live stream were stunned when they saw Jiangnan being forcibly taken away by the great white shark, and then they panicked. What should we do in this situation? Should we call the police? Even if you could call the police, what would you say? Would you say that a great white shark kidnapped a human? Hey, I think I've seen a similar line in the movie The Mermaid. Police officer, excuse me, I suddenly remembered something funny. Please continue. We are professionally trained, unless we can't help it. I've lived for decades, and this is the first time I've ever encountered something like this. It's truly an eye-opener. I've seen people ride donkeys, horses, and even pigs, but who would have thought that sharks could be ridden, and so willingly at that? Everyone, look closely at the island owner's expression. He's clearly given up, indicating he doesn't care what happens. Haha, I just wonder where the great white shark wants to take the island owner. Will it just send him back to his country? I don't know how much time passed, maybe a few minutes, maybe a dozen minutes, but the great white shark finally slowed down. Jiangnan slowly opened her eyes. Yes, he's asleep. Jiangnan was so tired that she couldn't help but close her eyes. Although it was a bit bumpy to be on the back of the great white shark, the up and down motion was actually quite comfortable and even had a hypnotic effect. It's like lying on a tricycle, the road is bumpy, but you drift off to sleep without even realizing it. Every now and then, waves would splash onto Jiangnan, but he no longer cared. Honey, you're awake. I almost couldn't resist licking the screen when I saw my husband sleeping for the first time. The island owner is really carefree. He actually fell asleep on the back of a great white shark. Isn't he afraid of rolling over and falling into the sea? What's there to be afraid of? Even if you fall into the sea, a great white shark will lift you up again. I observed that while the island owner was sleeping, the number of viewers in the live stream increased by over 100,000. Isn't that infuriating? Shocking. A streamer earns millions a month by live streaming himself sleeping. Live streaming yourself sleeping? Earning millions a month? Is this even legitimate? Don't you do any exercise before bed? Hey upstairs, what city are you from? Points deducted. The viewers in the live stream were racing wildly. Jiangnan paid no attention to anything else, lying on the back of the great white shark, gazing into the distance. There's a small island 100 meters ahead. That one also belongs to the Great Barrier Reef. However, the place I've always been in is the main island of the Great Barrier Reef, and there are many scattered small islands around the main island. Unfortunately, Jiangnan had been sleeping the whole time and didn't have time to figure out the location, so he couldn't tell which island it was for the time being. As they drew closer, Jiangnan suddenly exclaimed 3 words, heart-shaped island. This big shark actually brought itself to a heart-shaped island? But why? Is it simply a way of repaying oneself, allowing oneself to appreciate the scenery? Heart-shaped island? What does that mean? Is it a small island shaped like a heart? Island Lord, please tell us. Jiangnan calmly explained, the Great Barrier Reef also has another name, the Great Wall of the Sea. It has this name because there are many, many small islands nearby, and you can basically see the shape of each one from mid-air. Among them, the central island is the most famous. because when viewed from the sky, the shape of the entire island is like a heart. There aren't many houses built on heart-shaped island yet, just a few small cabins to be precise. However, a ring road has been built around heart-shaped island, where you can camp, pitch tents, have barbecues, and ride bicycles around the ring road. It sounds very romantic. In addition, each island in the Great Barrier Reef has its own unique characteristics. Some islands have been developed into small villages, some into leisure areas, and some have maintained their original ecology. Of course, each island also has many different precious plants and animals. The underwater scenery of each island in the Great Barrier Reef is also different, making it a tropical aquarium. There are more than 1,200 kinds of rare marine life, including sea turtles and butterfly fish, which are species that are rarely seen elsewhere. No matter how different the islands are in terms of features and animals, one thing is exactly the same. If you have the chance to look down on the Great Barrier Reef from the sky, the only conclusion you can draw is that the water is crystal clear. With the large number of fish, it's just like the scene described in ancient Chinese poetry, where there are hundreds of fish in the pool. Oh, by the way, there's an island in the Great Barrier Reef with particularly good waters for snorkeling called Coral Island. The color of the water there changes with the weather and the corals. You just need to rent a set of equipment to enter the wonderful underwater environment. Wandering among the coral reefs, watching fish of all colors swim around you, and seeing giant sea turtles and corals of all shapes and sizes, it's a wonderful and unforgettable experience. To support the development of diving programs on that island, in addition to building many shops on the island where you can rent various diving equipment, there are also many diving classes that offer short-term training. Tourists who have come from afar can quickly learn the skills of underwater travel under the guidance of these locals. Even if you are a complete landlubber and can't swim at all, you can quickly learn underwater swimming skills, and there will even be an instructor who will follow you the whole time when you go into the water. Besides Heart Island and Coral Island, there is also a rainforest island. The rainforest on the island has existed for more than 40,000 years. I heard that there are still some primitive people on the island. After being exposed to modern civilization, they have both learned modern civilization and preserved their primitive culture. Upon entering the rainforest island, the natives will give tourists a warm welcome and hold a bonfire party. At the party, they will perform various primitive musical instruments and music, as well as all kinds of dances, and there will be plenty of delicious food, such as barbecue. Jiangnan introduced the 3 islands of the Great Barrier Reef in one go, and this is just a drop in the ocean compared to the Great Barrier Reef. For Jiangnan, these unique islands are the content of his live streams. Unlike other live streamers, he doesn't have to worry about running out of content and rack his brains for it. He might try singing and dancing for a show one day, challenge others to a competition the next, go for a walk outdoors the day after, or just keep doing product promotions if all else fails. Just hearing the island owners say it makes me want to go. Please open it to tourism soon, I'm itching to go. I think you're just insatiable with lust for the island lord's body. Nonsense. I'm going to the Great Barrier Reef to see the island owner, and while I'm at it, enjoy the scenery. Hopefully, something will happen between me and the island owner. Island owner, don't come any closer. Just as the viewers in the live stream were racing again, the great white shark finally stopped. It stopped a dozen meters away from the heart-shaped island. The great white shark is too large to move forward, otherwise it would easily run aground or even be in mortal danger. Thank you for bringing me here. I'll go up to the island and have a look around. You wait for me here. Jiangnan patted the great white shark's head, turned around, jumped into the sea, and swam towards the heart-shaped island. The great white shark seemed to understand, and actually stopped in place, obediently waiting for Jiangnan. It even nodded slightly in a humane way. As he drew closer to Jiangnan, the heart-shaped island became increasingly clear in his vision. After just one glance at the general structure and mountains of the heart-shaped island, Jiangnan came to a conclusion: this place is perfect for wingsuit flying. Holy crap! Jiangnan struggled to climb ashore, but before he could even stand up properly, he burst out with profanity. 2 gray lizards were standing right there on the beach. That's right, standing. To be precise, they embraced each other. They stood up by supporting themselves on their 2 hind legs, and then hugged each other with their 2 legs. It even stuck out its long, thin tongue. What a lovely French kiss. As expected of a heart-shaped island, it exudes a romantic atmosphere everywhere. As soon as I got ashore, I was fed a lot of dog food by 2 lizards. Originally, they just kissed, hugged, lifted each other up, and stuck to each other, but who would have thought? The next second, one of the slightly larger lizards actually mounted the other one. Although they noticed the newly arrived Jiangnan region, they chose to completely ignore it. Holy crap! Holy crap! Is this something a miner like me should be watching? I'm reporting the island owner for broadcasting lizard videos live. Island owner, please don't switch the camera. I admit I love watching this. This is the first time I've ever watched a lizard movie, so I'm quite excited. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Haven't you seen the video of the Indian boy band with the lizard? Bro, upstairs, are you my real brother? Can you give me some resources? Me too. Indian lizard, we're both lizards, so why is there such a big difference between us? Nonsense. In India, you have to cover your backside even when there's a mosquito. Lizard 1, brother, I've had too much to drink and can't stand up. Help me. Lizard 2, me too. Lizard 1, you helped me up, but why did you knock me down? Hey upstairs, you actually know anything about Gangmei novels? What are you waiting for, island owner? Hurry up and take a wedding photo of them, a romantic seaside scene. Platinum wedding photography, shoot wherever you want. Holy crap, they can advertise like this. Diana, will you always stay with me and watch the sea? I promise you, I'll quench your thirst, but I am Suri. Actually, my name is Fred. Damn it, the relationship between these 3 sentences is too complicated, even more confusing than empresses in the palace. Let go first, or this isn't over today. Why should I let go first, and you let go first? Wife, it's been so long. Come here, give me a hug. After that, let's play in the wild for a bit. Don't ask why, I just can't wait. The live stream room is full of talented people, even just the lizards that are exercising can conjure up all sorts of interesting stories. Jongnan smiled and said, Brother Godzilla, you two continue, I won't disturb you. After saying that, he waved his hand and walked towards the heart-shaped island. He doesn't plan to go any deeper today because he's too tired and didn't bring any tools. He just plans to take a casual stroll around the heart-shaped island and give the viewers in the live stream a brief overview. Get a good night's sleep tonight, and come back to explore and try wingsuit flying tomorrow. Wait, what did the island lord just say? Godzilla. Aren't they lizards? How can they be Godzilla? It looks so ugly, it doesn't look as imposing, powerful and handsome as Godzilla in the movies at all. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The world without Godzilla is like the world without Ultraman. Pa. Ultraman exists in this world. I've only ever seen the actor who played Tiga in Japan. Although I have never met the actress who played Ultraman Tiga, I have seen other films featuring female Ultraman. There was an actress in Ultraman Tiga who went into the adult film industry, and I'm sorry, I've also had the misfortune of seeing her. Wow. You're the real expert. Please share. Drooling. Brother, no, Dad, can I watch too? Embarrassed expression. The live stream was speeding up, seemingly heading straight for the kindergarten, when Jongnan quickly interrupted the viewers and continued, those 2 lizards were Godzilla. I'm really not lying, you have to believe me. This sentence is somewhat similar to Liu Bei's classic line in the anime, Kao Shui Senguo, you have to believe me. As long as Liu Bei says this, everyone will choose to believe him. But now nobody believes in Jiangnan. Island Master, please stop arguing. How could Godzilla possibly exist in the world? If there's Godzilla, then there's also King Kong, right? Island Lord, please don't joke around. Quickly tell us what happened. Look at my big, beautiful eyes, they're full of thirst for knowledge. Looking at the scrolling comments, almost all of which express skepticism, Jongnan smiled helplessly and said, since everyone says there is no Godzilla in this world, then I have to ask you a question. How do you know there is no Godzilla in this world? Have you ever seen it? If you haven't seen it, why are you saying this? Like dragons, have you ever seen one? But why is the dragon one of the 12 zodiac animals? And why do many people who have never seen one still believe in it? Also, I remember Professor Luo Xiang once asked a question, did the Qin dynasty exist in this world? What makes you think it exists? Have you ever been there? You say Sima Qian wrote the records of the Grand Historian, and that you can see it in the records of the Grand Historian? Does that mean Sima Qian didn't lie to you? Or was he himself deceived? At this point, someone will surely say that there are artifacts unearthed from the Qin dynasty. But is it possible that those artifacts are also fake? From the moment you were born, everyone around you is telling you that the Qin dynasty existed, which led you to subconsciously believe it? For example, if you're absolutely certain you're your father's son, have you had a DNA test done? Even if you've done it and are 100% sure, are you absolutely certain that your father is your grandfather's biological son? And is your grandfather his father's biological son? And so on and so forth. Holy crap. I'm totally stunned. What's going on? Why do I suddenly see so many twinkling little stars in front of my eyes? I don't know why, but suddenly it makes a lot of sense. Island Master, you're finished. How dare you comment on Professor Luo Xiang? You'll be in court next week. Let me make this clear first, I was just passing by the live stream room. I didn't hear anything, and I didn't see anything. Jiangnan's quote from Professor Luo Xiang left the viewers in the live stream completely bewildered and even frightened. A deep-seated fear of Professor Luo Xiang. In the legal profession, there are 2 figures who are universally respected, Zhang Wei and Luo Xiang. With Zhang Wei involved, the 2 million yuan in compensation could be commuted to a 10-year prison sentence. With Professor Luo Xiang around, you might get sent there just by glancing at him. Are you scared? Anyway, no one has been able to determine who is the strongest between these two yet. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and continued, what we just encountered really was Godzilla. It's the prototype for the movie Godzilla, and its name is marine iguana. Marine iguanas are the only lizards in the world that can adapt to marine life. They are born to live and forage in the sea, and usually live on rocky beaches by the sea, but occasionally they will enter the forests on the island. Don't let their ugly and fierce appearance fool you, they're actually herbivores. They drink seawater and eat seaweed. In short, I may be ugly, but I'm gentle. Marine iguanas are mainly distributed in the Galapagos Islands and have never appeared on the Great Barrier Reef before. These two must have braved the waves to find a better habitat. If you magnify a marine iguana 100 times, or even a few hundred times, a few thousand times, or even tens of thousands of times, this guy would really be the domineering, arrogant Godzilla from the movies. As they were talking, Jiangnan had already switched the camera back to the two marine iguanas. In order not to disturb them, we didn't get too close. Upon closer inspection, it does actually look a bit like Godzilla. Mini Godzilla. I have a bold idea. If we put it in the age of dinosaurs, when all the animals were huge, would it turn into a giant Godzilla? That's quite possible. They might even be able to breathe atomic energy. I'm ugly but I'm gentle. This sentence reminds me of Mr. Su Jinjiang. Although Mr. Su has a rather rugged appearance and always plays villains in movies, he is very gentle in real life and also knows how to paint. He is an artist. Anyway, I really admire many of the characters in Teacher Su's movies, especially his moves. I still study them to this day, but unfortunately I haven't learned them. Me too. Perhaps influenced by the unique romantic atmosphere of Heart-Shaped Island, the speed of the live stream has become uncontrollable. Jiangnan coughed lightly, forcibly bringing the viewers back to the live stream, and explained, because of the unique underwater life of marine iguanas, zoologists believe that they evolved from terrestrial iguanas. This statement goes against the logic of human evolution. Humans moved from the sea to the land, while marine iguanas moved from the land to the sea. Zoologists believe that during the long process of evolution, marine iguanas have undergone a series of changes in their bodies. The most obvious change is their tails, which are much thicker than those of lizards on land. Almost every marine iguana's tail is nearly twice the length of its torso, which allows it to swim freely in the sea and control its direction. At the same time, their long tails provide enough power for swimming, allowing them to sink to deeper areas and quickly climb ashore to avoid danger. In addition, their claws are sharper than those of land lizards, and they are also hooked, which makes it easier for them to climb rocks on the beach, prevents them from being swept away by waves, and allows them to hold on to the rocks on the seabed more firmly, making it easier for them to find food. Currently, there are 7 subspecies of marine iguanas, and the most obvious difference between the various species is their size. The largest can reach 1.6 meters or even 2 meters, while the smallest is only 0.7 meters, so you can imagine how big the difference is. These two in front of me are about 1.45 meters tall, belonging to the largest type. The largest marine iguanas are found on Fernandina and Isabella Islands. The one in front of us is 1.6 meters long, clearly from there. Besides size, marine iguanas also vary in color. Some are dark black, some are gray, and some are even yellow, green, or red. But they are mostly dark gray, and some will change color during courtship, turning from gray to black, and red spots will appear on their bodies. Jiangnan was speaking with great enthusiasm when suddenly, hiss, 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 hiss. A marine iguana not far away cried out, let's go, hurry up and go. Jiangnan turned and left, not wanting to stay for even a second longer. 2 marine iguanas, a male and a female, were exercising when suddenly one of them made a sound. What could that sound be? Island Master, why are you walking so fast? We haven't had enough of the lizard movies yet. Holy crap. I actually heard a sound in the lizard video for the first time. It seems quite alluring. Island Master, is the machine lagging? This Japanese athlete, please calm down. The viewers in the live stream couldn't contain their excitement. They all wished they could reach through the screen to observe up close. Jiangnan's face darkened. He regretted switching the camera angle earlier. Without looking back, he simply walked away. However, before I had gone 2 meters, I suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind me. It wasn't the sound of human footsteps, but the sound of a lizard crawling. In the blink of an eye, the smaller marine iguana appeared in front of Jiangnan, blocking his path. Hey, what are you doing? Jiangnan wanted to cry but had no tears. Grandma Li, I don't want to watch you young couple having sex. Are you going to force me to watch? Wow. The marine iguana opened its mouth, grabbed Jiangnan's shorts, and pulled him back. Don't do that. I'm a decent person, I don't like watching lizard movies. Don't you dislike it when others comment on you while you're exercising? Don't worry. You can continue. I promise I won't bother you again. Jiangnan continued talking incessantly. But the marine iguana ignored him and kept biting his shorts, its strength increasing. If Jiangnan persisted, his shorts might even be torn. Jiangnan is currently only wearing shorts. If they were torn and exposed, his live stream would have been shut down immediately. Okay, I'll go with you, I'll go see it, alright. Jiangnan had no choice but to compromise. And so, the marine iguana pulled me around, preparing to return to the beach. But in the instant he turned around, he saw another marine iguana lying on the beach, convulsing uncontrollably. What happened to the marine iguana? Did you smoke? No wonder he yelled earlier, he was having a seizure. Upstairs, you're obviously single. The reason you screamed just now was because you used too much force, and because you used too much force, you convulsed. That's right. I sometimes get cramps when I exercise at night. I only stop when I'm suddenly startled. The live stream room was full of seasoned veterans, each with a real nightlife. Jiangnan strode up to the marine iguana, looked it over, and found that it was exactly as the viewers in the live stream had described, except that it had just twitched from exerting too much force. You all had your fun just now, but now you want me to clean up the mess. Jiangnan rolled his eyes in annoyance, breathed warm air into his hands, rubbed them gently to keep his palms warm, and then began to massage the marine iguana's entire body. In this situation, the only way to alleviate the symptoms is through massage. Jiangnan's technique was very professional, and with his excellent strength, the marine iguana stopped convulsing in no time. Alright, you guys keep making the little lizards, I should go now. Jiangnan stood up, waved, and prepared to leave. Sudden, achoo, achoo. As soon as he finished speaking, the two marine iguanas in front of him suddenly raised their heads high and sneezed like humans. The next second, two white objects suddenly shot out from their heads, hitting Jiangnan squarely in the face. One on the left and one on the right, both completely covered in paste. At first glance, it looked like someone had smeared something on their face. What happened? No sportsmanship. They actually launched a sneak attack. Could this white powder be poison? In my mind, lizards, like snakes, are often poisonous. Isn't this a classic case of repaying kindness with enmity? The island lord saved them, but they want to kill him. The viewers in the live stream were filled with worry. Jiangnan grinned, seemingly unconcerned, and said, "Don't be nervous, everyone. This isn't poison, it's just salt. It's harmless." White salt? Really? Marine iguanas can actually spray out white salt? By the way, can I use it for stir-frying and cooking? Sure. Jiangnan nodded and continued, because marine iguanas often stay in the sea, they have two fleshy glands between their noses and eyes. Whether you drink water or eat food in the sea, salt is involved, and the two fleshy glands can store salt very well. When the flesh glands are full, the marine iguana will give a powerful sneeze, shooting the salt into the air. Some of the salt will fall to the ground, while some of the salt will fall on their own heads. When the salt solution dries and solidifies into a shell, it becomes a small white cap. Occasionally, when they encounter someone they like, they'll spray salt on them as a kind gift. They just sprayed me with salt, clearly to thank me. As he spoke, Jiangnan zoomed in on the camera, allowing viewers in the live stream to see the marine iguana's head more clearly. There really was a white, tumor-like thing there. Everyone was so busy watching the lizard video that they didn't notice this little detail. Wow, that's impressive. He actually put a hat on himself. I'm truly impressed. Hey upstairs, you better explain yourself. They're wearing a white hat, not a green one. Luckily, the salt isn't green, otherwise the marine iguana would be famous throughout the animal kingdom. I know someone who likes to cheat on himself. I don't know what's wrong with him. He said he always pretends to be a stranger and chats with his wife. Holy crap. Is this game really this insane? Even I, a hardcore gamer, find it insane. I have a bold idea. If I raise more marine iguanas and let them spray salt every day, would I not need to spend money to buy them? You're a real business genius. Why don't we just get tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of marine iguanas, scale up the business, and create something truly amazing? What you're doing is called smuggling salt in ancient times, and it's punishable by beheading. If they encounter danger, will marine iguanas spray salt to scare away or frighten away enemies? That's a good question. Jiangnan has excellent eyesight and immediately spotted a valuable comment. He patiently said, "Actually, I don't know the answer to your question either, because there hasn't been such a case yet. Secondly, I think it's completely unnecessary, because marine iguanas are not unusually monstrous and don't need to rely on spraying salt to scare away enemies. On the contrary, they can regulate their own heart rate. When they dive into the sea, they slow their heart rate. When you rise to the surface of the water, your heart rate will increase. When they sense the approach of a shark or other dangerous animal, they can even immediately stop their hearts and play dead on the spot, thus escaping death. After all, many predators don't eat carcasses unless they are starving. This is not something I made up, but a fact." Scientists once conducted an interesting experiment where they attached a miniature remote-controlled detector to a marine iguana and then released it into the sea to live freely. When scientists send it a danger signal from a distance, it immediately stops its heartbeat, and the stoppage can last for as long as 45 minutes. Playing dead? You can do that. Wah-ah. I wish I had that skill too, so I wouldn't be afraid of bears when exploring in the wild. The golden body skill in honor of kings, isn't that just me? Actually, this really has nothing to do with honor of kings. I remember when Tencent was very popular, there were many mini games on QQ Space, such as Farm, Ranch, Restaurant and so on. One of them was called Q Pet Big Fight, which had a skill called Playing Dead. When you only had one drop of health left, you could trigger Playing Dead and then turn the tables. Sometimes Playing Dead could be triggered many times, and you just couldn't die. Now that you mention it, I suddenly remembered that there are many influences involved, such as Wei Xiaobao, Chu Chuji, the Sweeper Monk, Little Dragon Girl, Ling Yichong, and so on. I even deposited money into it. I suddenly feel so nostalgic. I'll go check it out later. I wonder if it's still running. Dead memories suddenly attacked me. Jiangnan scrolled through the comments and continued to answer, everyone should never have the idea or behavior of raising marine iguanas, let alone think about making a big business out of the salt they spray, because since the 1960s, with environmental destruction and human intervention, the habitat of marine iguanas has been severely affected. Some marine iguanas have been forced to leave their habitat, the Galapagos Islands, and wander the ocean in order to survive. According to statistics from the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, there are only about 50,000 marine iguanas around the world, or even fewer. In 2013, marine iguanas were already listed as a Class 2 protected animal. As expected, another wrecked bum destined for prison. The stranger someone looks, the faster they get sentenced. Secretly raising just one is enough to get you sentenced for life. That guy who wants to raise tens of thousands of them will probably have his entire family executed. Don't put it so harshly, it was clearly a reward of a chocolate bean. What are chocolate beans? Bullets, of course. Finally, let me share a little bit of knowledge with you. Marine iguanas can not only regulate their own heartbeat, but they also have a very unique ability, which is the bone shrinking skill from martial arts novels. Jiang Nan looked serious, not at all like he was joking. When we were young, we all watched martial arts novels or TV shows and we were sure that we liked a certain character. The reason we liked them was not only because of their unique charm, but also because of the martial arts they learned. The dazzling array of martial arts techniques, such as Flying Immortal from Beyond the Heavens, Lingbo Steps, Great Shift of Heaven and Earth, Star Shift, Toad Skill, and Bone Shrinking Skill, are both captivating and alluring. Some people wish they could enter the book, learn all sorts of unparalleled martial arts, become the overlord of the martial arts world, and ideally possess all the peerless beauties of the martial arts world. Of course, all of this is just the wild imagination of Jin Yong, Gu Long, Liang Yisheng, Wen Ruyan and Huang Yi, but returning to reality, among the many martial arts, the bone shrinking skill really exists. Although not as exaggerated as in martial arts novels, it is still possible to shrink the size through misalignment. The most famous example is Wang Baohe, who is over 70 years old. He curled up into a ball, looking like a 7 or 8-year-old child, but once he rolled over and got off the ground, his entire skeleton immediately stretched out, and he instantly became tall and imposing. Besides Wang Baohe in China, there is also a master of bone shrinking skills abroad. However, he did not learn to tighten his waist, open bones, dislocate bones, and set bones from a young age. He was born with these skills. This man is called Moses Lanham, also known as the Flipper Man or Mr. Rubber Band. With his superhuman flexibility, he can effortlessly turn his feet behind him and walk backwards with his head forward and feet backwards. At the age of 14, he was in a physical education class and practicing rope climbing with his classmates when he accidentally fell from a height of nearly 18 feet because he did not hold on to the rope properly. He fell heavily to the ground, his feet flipping backwards, much to the alarm of his classmates and teachers. Moses recalled, "Everyone thought I must have broken my leg, but I stood up immediately and was perfectly fine." When he was in high school, Moses often turned his feet behind him and walked backwards. After entering university, he came up with a new trick. Not only did he rotate his feet behind his body, but he also turned his clothes inside out to coordinate with the rotation of his feet. In this way, it was as if Moses' entire body had turned around, with only his head facing forward, making him look extremely eerie. After medical experts examined Moses' feet, they discovered that his leg joints were naturally endowed with additional tissues and cartilage not found in most people, making his hips, knees, and ankles exceptionally flexible. Jiangnan said too much in one breath and stopped to catch his breath. The island owner even knows this? No wonder it's Baidu Encyclopedia. From now on, we won't need Baidu Encyclopedia to go anywhere, just having the island owner with us will be enough. As expected. Abroad they rely on mutations, domestic they rely on martial arts. By the way, can I learn bone shrinking kung fu from Mr. Wang? Jiangnan quickly interrupted him, saying, bone shrinking skills need to be practiced from a young age because children's bones are more flexible. Now that life is better, parents don't want their children to suffer, so bone shrinking skills are facing the risk of being lost. Secondly, even if you want to start elementary school, the police won't agree. This thing is too overpowered. The police will definitely make you report it, and if anything happens, you'll be the first one they come to. Getting back to the main point, scientists have discovered that during periods of cold or high temperatures, some strong marine iguanas will shrink their bones because most of them cannot find food. If you make your body smaller, you'll need to expend less energy. Once food is plentiful, they will begin to regrow and regain their former glory. Under normal circumstances, they can shorten their bodies by about 6 centimeters, and some can shorten them by more. To date, scientists still don't know whether the marine iguana's bone shrinking is true bone shrinking or a form of rejuvenation, let alone how they shrink their bones. However, they believe that if they can figure it out, they will definitely be able to invent drugs that help treat osteoporosis in humans, which would be a major medical breakthrough. It's true that bones can shrink? Unbelievable. Animals on Earth are amazing. No wonder Godzilla in the movies is so powerful. Its prototype was really awesome. I've been amazed. I've been truly amazed today. Just wondering, which eye was opened? The upper one or the lower one? I actually hope it's about reversing aging. If technology advances in the future and we can extract genes from marine iguanas, humans might be able to reverse aging and live for decades or even centuries longer. Why live so long? To pay off a mortgage? That would be too exhausting. It's better to leave this world sooner. Don't worry. Even if they could develop a drug that could reverse aging, ordinary people like us wouldn't need it. They would only use it on themselves to live longer and then exploit our descendants. Holy crap. That's the truth. Didn't they just mock us for being small-town lyricists a while back? John Nan did not expect that his words would cause such a big reaction in the live broadcast room. Perhaps it's because people have been suppressed for far too long. As the anchor, he couldn't say much, so he changed the subject, said goodbye to the 2 marine iguanas, and continued towards the heart-shaped island. After walking for a while, Jiangnan stood on a hillside and unexpectedly discovered a beautiful view. He originally wanted to stand higher so that the viewers in the live stream could have a more direct view of the entire heart-shaped island, but who would have thought? There was an unexpected bonus. Nestled in a mountain valley surrounded by mountains, a pink lake appears serenely, the color of flower petals, looking incredibly fresh and romantic. Most importantly, this lake is also heart-shaped. Sunlight spills onto the pink heart-shaped lake, creating shimmering spots that resemble precious pink diamonds. Various kinds of flowers are planted in the mountains and forests along the way and on both sides of the road. At this time, all these flowers are in full bloom, vying for beauty and creating a magnificent scene. Birds and butterflies occasionally fly by, adding to the enjoyment. The heart-shaped island also features a pink heart-shaped lake, making it an incredibly romantic place. To enhance the romantic atmosphere, wooden or earthen houses were built in the mountains and forests of Jiangnan. These houses are very neat and orderly, and they blend in perfectly without looking out of place. Most importantly, the workers carefully planted flowers on the roof and around the house, making it blend perfectly with the surrounding environment. At first glance, it looks a bit like the houses where the hobbits live. Taking wedding photos here would be an absolute blessing. Jiangnan launched a drone high into the air to capture a panoramic view of the heart-shaped island and the pink heart-shaped lake. A heart-shaped island with a heart-shaped lake inside, it's incredible. It looks like a sparkling eye, so beautiful. I'm not saying anything more, I'll definitely go here when I have the money. By the way, are there any other pink lakes in the world? Viewers watching the live stream were constantly amazed. Jiangnan explained, there are many pink lakes around the world, some large and some small, and some have even become a means for local residents to make a living. Actually, the pink lake is just a natural phenomenon. The reason for this phenomenon is the various carotenoids produced by seaweed. Once the salinity of the lake water exceeds that of seawater, under high temperature and sufficient sunlight, the seaweed in the lake begins to accumulate red beta-carotene, making the lake turn pink. Under normal circumstances, the environment around the pink lake is very good, and many migratory birds and various plants and animals like to inhabit it. As they were talking, Jiangnan arrived in front of a wooden house. Gently push open the door and enter the room, where you can see some everyday tools, such as tables, chairs, benches, and a wooden bed. There are windows on the side and a skylight overhead, so you can see the scenery outside very clearly, and you can even see the stars at night. If you stay here and it happens to be a drizzly rainy day, and you're in your room with a fire burning, lying on a wooden chair drinking hot coffee or tea, enjoying the rainy scenery outside the window, it's simply one of life's greatest pleasures. When the rain stops, you can open the door and see the pink heart-shaped lake in the valley. Under the sunlight, the surface of the 5-colored sea shimmered with iridescent light, making the pink color even more vibrant. I'm not going to say anything more. I'll come here for wingsuit flying tomorrow, and I'll also prepare some extra living supplies so I can stay here for a few more days. Jiangnan couldn't wait to live here and made a decisive decision. After staying on the heart-shaped island for about 20 minutes, Jiangnan left. The great white shark waited on the shore until Jiangnan climbed onto its back, then obediently carried Jiangnan back to the main island of the Great Barrier Reef. On the way back, the system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for helping to massage the twitching marine iguana. Intimacy level plus 40. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Moby Garden tent. Moby Garden tent * won the best and most luxurious tent in the world, known as the King of Tents. It has been ranked number 1 in the world's top 10 tents for many years, while the second place is Pathfinder, the licensed manufacturer of the Kyoto Olympic Games. Through systematic improvements, this tent has become more intelligent and user-friendly. It is not very heavy, and it is easier to store and set up, so even beginners can set it up quickly. In addition, this tent uses high-quality DAC aluminum alloy poles and lightweight Kurlan fabric with high tear resistance. These materials not only make the tent lightweight, but also ensure the tent's comfort and weather resistance. In addition, this tent can cope with various environments and harsh weather. It can handle all 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn and winter, desert areas and snow-capped mountains, and it is very sturdy. Even in the frigid conditions of Mount Everest, it can effectively keep you warm. Moreover, this tent is equipped with a large 190 centimeters long vestibule, which means you will have a large living room. So no matter how strong the wind or rain is outside, you can comfortably cook, rest, and chat in the living room. In addition, the tent is surrounded by mosquito nets, has good ventilation, has 2 doors for support, and is particularly effective in protecting against sun, wind, and moisture. It also has a skylight so you can stargaze at night. Although there was only one reward this time, it was really generous. Jiangnan felt genuinely gratified after reading the introduction. Nowadays, the phrase 5 sons passing the imperial examination is considered one of the many milestones in life. These 5 sons are a car, children, gold, a wife, and a house. Buying a house is a major life decision. Owning your own house is not only a milestone in life, but it also means that the interior design can be decided according to your own preferences, making it a place to fully express your personal style and taste. This is why many people dedicate their life savings to buying a house. Some people think differently. Instead of buying a house, they buy a tent or a motorhome to travel the world freely and unrestrained, without the pressure of a mortgage. For these people, the tent is their home, so they must choose it carefully. The world's top 10 tent brands are Moby Garden, Explorer, Campbell, The North Face, TN, Columbia, Ozark, Lux, Snowwolf, Kalos, and Acum. These brands are produced domestically and internationally, but each has its own advantages. Some are lightweight, some are suitable for couples, and some are suitable for extreme weather. This list changes almost every year, but no matter how it changes, Moby Garden always manages to stay firmly in first place with its affordable prices and high-end quality. I'll be coming back to Heart Island tomorrow anyway, so the tent the system reward will come in handy. Although there are some tents on the main island, the system rewards are clearly better, so why not take advantage of them? Although there are wooden houses on the heart-shaped island, Jiangnan does not plan to live there. He intends to set up a tent next to the heart-shaped island so that he can be closer to it. As soon as Jiangnan returned to the main island, he saw the little sea dog 404 dragging its chubby body and crashing into him. Upon seeing Jiangnan, it seemed very happy and excited, snuggling into Jiangnan's arms and whimpering incessantly, quite affectionate. "You've got some conscience, buddy, waiting for me by the sea. I'll treat you to a nice meal tonight." Jiangnan patted the little sea dog 404 on the head, then waved goodbye to the great white shark, and even gestured for the great white shark to give him a ride again tomorrow. Although she was very tired today, Jiangnan did not lie down immediately after returning home. Instead, she planted dancing grass and 7 colored flower seeds in the yard and took a video of each of the small animals. Seeing Jiangnan arrive and busy in the yard, Gangza the kangaroo came to help again. It had previously grown flowers, fruits, and vegetables on its own, and with practice comes skill, making it even easier for it now. It didn't need Jiangnan's help at all. The kangaroo did all the work itself. After finishing, he even used a hose to water the plants. He's like a little adult. With Gangza's help, Jiangnan had more time to film the video. Seeing Gangza's husband succeed, Jiangnan felt a sense of relief and exclaimed, "Now you can do housework and farm work," which reminds me of the little monkey that went viral overseas. What little monkey? Please tell me more, island owner. Gangza is good at both housework and farm work. If only she were a beautiful woman. I don't care if Gangza is a beauty or even a human being. Please upload Gangza's link. I'm so lazy, and I need Gangza right now. Plus, Gangza is into boxing, which gives me a lot of peace of mind. While editing the video, Jiangnan explained, there was a blogger abroad who rescued a little monkey. It stayed and learned to pick vegetables, mop the floor, wash clothes, and even cook from its owner. It seems you can find videos of it on Douyin. As they were talking, Jiangnan opened Douyin, TikTok, and immediately swore, "Holy shit, 2,900,000. I only registered on Douyin a day ago, and I've already gained nearly 3 million followers, and the number is still skyrocketing. This speed is comparable to that of an Olympic champion, and I'm heading straight for the level of Andy Lau." Jiangnan remembers that Yang Qian, the first person to win 2 gold medals at the Tokyo Olympics, gained 2 million followers. Looking at the comments and likes, each video has tens of thousands of comments and millions of likes. This is absolutely the most authentic data, without any falsehoods, and there was no deliberate spending of money to buy followers and traffic. Island Master, don't be surprised, your goal is to have tens of millions of fans. That's right. Surpass Brother Yang, I believe in you. So, do you dare to surpass it? I really wouldn't dare. Didn't Brother Yang say in his recent livestream that the reason he hasn't been posting many videos lately is because he's worried about going too far, which wouldn't be good? Island Master, could you please get a verified account? There are so many fake accounts of yours on Douyin now, and I've mistaken them for yours several times. Hahaha, this reminds me of the celebrity Zhang Kai. When he first joined Douyin, he was too lazy to spend money to get a verified account, and as a result, he was ridiculed by netizens as a fake. This incident even became a trending topic. Jiangnan thought about it and agreed that it made sense. In order to make it easier for fans to find and follow him, he decisively spent money to get a verified account. Otherwise, if a fan gets scammed by a fake account, it will damage their own reputation. After setting up the V-code, Jiangnan uploaded the videos he had just filmed one by one. Actually, these videos don't need any special editing because each animal is very charming, and after this period of live streaming, they have all gained their own fans. The main problem is that Jiangnan doesn't know how to edit videos, he just needs to blur out the parts of Gangxi and other animals that are occasionally exposed. Although Jiangnan knew that not blurring his face would become a source of online attention, there was no need for it, he didn't lack attention at all. As soon as the video was posted, my phone started ringing. Anyone who didn't know better would think the phone was about to explode. Jiangnan promptly turned off the notification sound and started browsing the comments. Besides comments from fans and passersby, Jiangnan also saw comments from some big bloggers on Douyin. The most eye-catching one is Lu Yong, who is clean and hygienic. Why would this man target me? He's an agent who dares to drink Ganges water and eat Indian food, so could he possibly want to invite me? Forget it, I'd rather fly a wingsuit than drink Ganges water. Wingsuit flying doesn't necessarily kill you, but drinking Ganges water will make you feel nauseous for the rest of your life. However, out of politeness, Jiangnan still replied to Lu Yong and other big streamers on Douyin with a few emojis. After finishing his reply, Jiangnan glanced at the comments and noticed a very interesting question. Island Master, I'm really troubled lately. My mother wants me to take out my salary to buy a house for my younger brother. If I don't take out my salary, she'll say I'm unfilial, but if I do take it out, I'll have a hard time making ends meet. What should I do? The question immediately sparked a huge response in the live stream, with viewers sharing their opinions. Isn't this the epitome of a brother-supporting demon? We can't produce this, absolutely not. Why should I spend my money to buy you a house? Isn't that just banditry? I can pay you, but after you pay, you must immediately sever your mother-daughter relationship, otherwise your brother might try to take advantage of you when he gets married. Jiangnan remained calm and composed, saying without changing her expression, this matter is actually very simple, miss. Let me explain it to you slowly. Tell your mother, I'll give you whatever you want. If you have 50,000, I'll give you 50,000. If you have 100,000, I'll give you 100,000. If all else fails, cut off your kidneys and sell them for money. That way, you'll intimidate your mother. If your mother says it's no problem or tells you not to make a fuss and to give her some money first. Next, you just say this, 2 words, no money. But if I get married before my brother, I'll have the dowry money. Then I can use the dowry money to buy a house for my brother. Wouldn't that be perfect? However, a problem arises, can I just marry any man? Of course not. What if I find someone who has no money? Not only will I not be able to get the bride price, but I might also end up in trouble. So this leads to the question, how do I find a really rich boyfriend? Of course, it all comes down to my personal charm. But where does charm come from? Of course, it comes from cosmetics and all sorts of nice clothes and bags. After all, clothes make the man, and if you're disheveled and dressed in cheap clothes, no rich kid would look at you. So what do? How do you get good cosmetics and nice clothes? Of course, it's money. Only by looking glamorous on the outside can I have a chance to attract a rich second generation, but my salary is simply not enough to buy those good cosmetics and designer clothes. Why don't you help me out, Mom? Miss, after you finish saying all this, your mother will definitely be confused. Not only will she not ask you for money, she might even give you some. Jiangnan had a confident expression that said, trust me, it's true. The viewers in the live stream began to worship him. Holy crap! The Island Lord just easily solved the problem of the brother-supporting demon? That sounds pretty reasonable. I'm even tempted to buy the girl clothes and cosmetics. Island Master, you're wasting your mouth if you don't become a lecturer in a pyramid scheme. There's a man whose last name is Kobe, you understand? Applause. Island Master, your ICU experience almost burned out the young lady's mother's CPU. Brother Mom, you promised my sister would pay for my house, so why did you give her all my savings for my funeral? The island owner is really amazing. If you have any problems, just ask the island owner, you can't go wrong. Island Master, I have a question. Recently, my teacher asked us to write an essay, but I'm having trouble. How can I describe heavy rain without actually writing about rain? When the Jiangnan section of Beidou Encyclopedia went live, viewers in the live stream immediately started commenting enthusiastically, each one more active than the last. It's like when you're facing Wang Duyu, you have to say, Mr. Wang, I have a dream. But facing Jiangnan, the island lord, I have a question. This question was too simple. Jiangnan didn't even need to say anything, viewers in the live stream had already provided answers, and each one was more brilliant than the last. Stop! Stop fighting! Please stop! Chu Yugzun! Come out here! An elevated highway. A Maybach. Yipping. I need money. Late at night, fever, mom, those who know, know. The sound of a pipa plays outside the curtain, like pearls of all sizes falling onto a jade plate. Beneath the hazy city, the ground is covered with fragments of reflections. The white lotus was smashed to pieces, the dripping of the eaves was always noisy, and the lake surface became difficult to calm down. I'm used to hearing the comings and goings of people while taking a taxi. The silver needles of late autumn are pricking my bones, but I still find it very quiet, probably because there is no noisy human voice. Hiding under the eaves on the street corner, some people wait for an umbrella to come, and some people wait for the wind to come. The sound hit the ground in the bluestone road, but someone was holding an umbrella, so not a single note of the Jiangnan melody touched him. Some viewers in the live stream were quite eloquent, while others were simply there to have fun. Jiangnan closed his eyes slightly, and when he opened them again, he asked, Boss, how much is this umbrella? 200. So expensive? After looking up at the sky, he took out 200. Sorry, it's 500 now. Ha ha ha, the island lord is truly a genius, I'm dying of laughter. What a convenient way to raise prices on the spot. I was strongly opposed to the island owner's withdrawal from the literary world back then. Hello, is this the Industry and Commerce Bureau? Island Master, I have a question. When Zhu Yuanzhang became emperor and went to a temple, did he ask the abbot if he needed to kneel before him? What should the abbot say to save the lives of everyone in the temple? Preferably within 10 words. Another problem has emerged, and it's getting more and more outrageous. Viewers in the live stream love these silly questions, as they make it easier to liven up the atmosphere. Abbot, what are you saying? Upstairs, you're truly an ordinary, yet incredibly stingy, genius. Abbot, what's wrong? Can't pigs' trotters bend? Abbot, kneel down immediately, you brat Kongba. Abbot, if you can foresee the future, why not worship? Black myth Wukong, who's stealing my lines? Take this from me, old son. Abbot, didn't you kneel quite smoothly when you were begging for food back then? You guys have really figured out how to play 9 clans elimination game. 9 clans, listen to me, thank you. The abbot would definitely say, no need, it's cold after praying to Buddha. Dead old jokes suddenly attacked me. I actually tried to find the real answer in the comments, seriously. What is the answer? I really want to know. You don't worship the Buddha of this life as the Buddha of the past life. Haven't you ever watched TV dramas? Just as the viewers in the live stream were enthusiastically speaking, Jiangnan calmly said, there's a song called The Lone Warrior. The abbot must have borrowed from the lyrics, saying something like, I love you so much I won't kneel down. Holy crap. This works. Island Master, you're too mischievous. Zhu Yuanzhang, did you ever face despair while loving me? The abbot and Zhu Yuanzhang clasped hands tightly and sang together, loving you is so much like me. Damn it, is this some kind of Indian movie? Island Master, I have a question. I also have a question to ask. The atmosphere in the live stream room became increasingly lively. Zhang Nan hurriedly said, everyone, take a break. We can continue later if there are any problems. I need to go cook now. I must get some rest early today so that I can be in better spirits and condition for wingsuit flying tomorrow. After saying that, Jiangnan had already gone into the kitchen. Because I was too tired today, I wasn't in the mood to research new dishes, so I simply made 2 dishes. One dish is cold, the other is hot. The cold dish is chilled chives salad, and the hot dish is stir-fried pork kidneys. These 2 dishes are relatively simple to make, and there's no need to learn how to make them. Jiangnan didn't give any special explanations either. After cooking the rice, she sat quietly on the sofa in the living room and waited. Meanwhile, the live stream room became increasingly lively. The island owner's dishes today may be simple, but they're really substantial. These are all highly nutritious. By the way, is the island lord feeling weak? It's all my fault for being too horny every night, which made my husband weak. Hey upstairs, get out, get out, get out. If we added grilled oysters, chestnut stewed chicken, pickled goji berries, stewed pig's feet, and black bean porridge, it would be absolutely amazing. To be honest, I've eaten all of the things mentioned upstairs, and we ate them together. I ate them last month, and they're still here now. Holy crap, is there really no one you know online anymore? Actually, I ate with them too, and after we ate, we even went swimming in the sea. At that time, the Dragon King thought it was Sun Wukong who would come. I've eaten there too, when I was crossing the subway. I've eaten it too. I'm a little weaker than you. I just accidentally rolled over in my sleep at night. Does it really work that well? No way, I have to get my husband to eat it, cough cough. No, I mean, I have a best friend who wants her husband to eat it. What a brilliant example of creating something out of nothing. The viewers in the live stream all turned into comedians, even more so than the legendary Fei Yucheng. This isn't driving anymore, it's racing. No, high-speed car chase. This is true speed and passion. That concludes today's live stream. After dinner, I'm going to dream about my dream girl. Please come early tomorrow. Jiangnan used his usual tactics to quickly end the broadcast. If we let the viewers in the live stream keep talking like this, the moderators will definitely take notice. My WeChat rang as soon as the broadcast ended. Jiangnan glanced at it and couldn't help but sigh. Well, the super moderator really came. The person who arrived was none other than Yuning. Yuning, Island Master, hello. After so many days of calm, have you decided to sign a contract with us? Jiangnan didn't reply because the rice was cooked, and he hurriedly ladled out a bowl. At this moment, Yuning, who had been waiting for Jiangnan's reply for a long time, sent another message. Island Master, I have set off for the Great Barrier Reef. You must treat me well. Yuning? Visiting the Great Barrier Reef? What's going on? Jiangnan frowned, completely losing his appetite. He quickly dialed Yuning's video call and immediately asked, why did you come to the Great Barrier Reef? Upon seeing Jiangnan, Yuning became very excited, her eyes sparkling. She exclaimed, I came to the Great Barrier Reef, of course, to discuss a contract with you. It seems that signing a contract doesn't require the super admin to come in person, right? Jiangnan asked doubtfully. Yuning said in a serious tone, Island Master, your situation is rather special. We had some unpleasantness between us before, and going there in person is also to show our sincerity. After saying that, Yuning lowered her voice and said, actually, I also want to go out for a walk. I'm really going to die from staying in the office every day. I really want to experience the beauty of nature. As she spoke, Yuning opened her arms, stretched, and showed off her curvaceous figure. Jiangnan was still puzzled and asked, but I'm abroad. Did Huya agree to let you go abroad? Certainly. Yuning nodded vigorously, then suddenly remembered something and added, speaking of which, I should thank you. Thank me? Why? Because you failed to sign a contract with Ren, he has now been transferred and resigned, and the position of director has been assigned to me. However, there is a condition for me to hold this position, which is to successfully sign you. As for the specific details of the signing, we can discuss them in detail when I arrive at the Great Barrier Reef. Jiangnan was about to refuse, but seeing Yuning's sincerity and enthusiasm, he nodded and said, welcome. He wanted to refuse because the journey was too bumpy, and things would be even worse if they encountered a storm. But then I thought, it would be nice to have someone come to the island to keep me company for a few days. The key point is that she's a stunning beauty. It also allows viewers in the live stream to learn about the Great Barrier Reef from other people's perspectives, otherwise some might question whether they are just boasting. Most importantly, although the Great Barrier Reef is only open during the tourist season, it's still acceptable for a few people to visit occasionally. After chatting with Yuning for a while, Jiangnan hung up the video call and started eating. After eating and drinking to your heart's content, go to bed and dream of finding the Duke of Zhou's daughter. Meanwhile, in Beijing, a middle-aged man in a hunky, red flag car was hurrying to a courtyard house near the city gate. The courtyard house is very old, to be precise, every single item inside is a priceless antique. Look at the photos posted on the wall. If you look closely, you'll find that these are all photos of marine life. There are dolphins, sharks, and whales. In the photo, besides the marine life, there is a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He is very handsome and looks a bit like the young Zhu Shimao. He also has a smile on his face. However, as you look at the photos further in, the middle-aged man appears to grow older and older. His once jet-black hair turns white and is missing a patch, and his face is covered with more and more wrinkles. He's lost his handsome looks but gained a kind and gentle appearance. But the smile that was on his face at the beginning was gone. After getting out of the hunky car, the middle-aged man knocked on the door with practiced ease, went straight to one of the rooms, knocked gently, and called out, Dad, are you busy? Soon, an old man's voice came from inside the house. If I'm not busy, are you? I told you to take over the family business, but you insisted on going into business instead. Dad, can we not talk about this? The middle-aged man had heard this kind of talk too many times and was already familiar with it, so he decisively interrupted him. I'm currently busy researching marine life. In recent years, global warming has caused the Arctic and Antarctic to melt, making the living environment of many marine animals increasingly harsh. We must find a solution. The old man sneered, I simply don't have time to entertain a big chairman like you. Dad, may I come in? Let's talk outside. The old man's voice was aged, but it carried a hint of melancholy and annoyance. Clearly, the fact that the middle-aged man had not inherited his business was a major worry for him. At the same time, you can feel how much he cares about the marine environment and animals. The middle-aged man pushed open the door, took out his phone, and pulled out a video. He said, Dad, look at this video. A young man pulled a wishing bottle out of a great white shark's esophagus and became good friends with the shark. The great white shark even let him ride on its back. Zhang Xiangdong was browsing videos at the company today when he came across one and immediately thought of his father, so he rushed over. I'm busy studying marine animals, why would I watch videos? Etc. Xiaodong, what did you just say? Riding a great white shark? Someone can actually ride a great white shark? The old man, Zhang Fuxian, suddenly stood up. A glint of light flashed in the old man's eyes, along with a hint of disbelief. If this is true, it would be a major milestone in human history for the study of marine animals. Since 2000, the marine ecosystem has been extensively damaged, and more marine animals have been harmed. In the eyes of these marine animals, humans are simply demons, so few marine animals actively seek help from humans. Not to mention the ferocious and bloodthirsty great white shark. And don't even mention becoming good friends with a great white shark, or riding on its back. This is simply a dream. Xiaodong, although you lost your mother when you were young and I raised you by myself, as your father, I raised you very well. I told you from a young age that you must not lie. Are you sure someone is riding on a great white shark? This is a big deal. Zhang Fuxian's voice was serious. It's true. Of course it's true. It's gone viral online recently. See for yourself. Zhang Xiangdong pushed open the door and quickly handed the video to his father. He knew his father's personality. His father had spent his whole life studying marine life, practically treating it as his own life. It's fair to say that aside from eating, drinking, relieving myself, and attending university classes, I'm constantly concerned about the ocean. Zhang Fuxian held his phone, and after watching the entire video, his eyes were filled with tears. Miracle! This is truly a miracle. I never imagined there were such talented people in this world. Whew! Zhang Fuxian took a breath and said excitedly, I have studied marine animals for so many years, and I have never seen a great white shark so friendly to people. I remember having the privilege of swimming with dolphins when I was young. They were quite friendly with me then, but none of them have been as affectionate as this great white shark towards this boy. I never expected that I would meet such a talented person at my age. Heaven has been kind to me. The old man became more and more excited as he spoke, his voice trembling, but his eyes were burning and his gaze was very firm. Fearing his father might fall, Zhang Xiangdong caught him and continued, This young man is very popular online recently. He not only has a good relationship with great white sharks, but also raises a small seal and has even saved a baby shark. Really? Zhang Fuxian's face was filled with disbelief. Of course. Zhang Xiangdong nodded and began to scroll through the video for his father. He has already liked several videos related to Jiangnan, and with a simple swipe, he can see others. Although Zhang Fuxian had prepared himself mentally, he still felt short of breath and his heart was racing after seeing these videos. The expression on his face changed from doubt to shock, then to forced acceptance, and finally to appreciation and relief. Dad, should I contact this young man? Zhang Xiangdong noticed his father's fondness for the island owner and tentatively asked. My father dedicated almost his entire life to marine animals. If he could find a like-minded person to study with in the last few years of his life, it would be a blessing in his life. No. Zhang Fuxian shook his head repeatedly, then said, It's best if we don't bother such an extraordinary person, otherwise it will definitely backfire. When the right opportunity arises, we can contact him and, with his consent, use his videos to promote research on China's marine ecology. I believe there are more surprises in this child. We can learn more about marine life and gain a more intuitive understanding of the true nature of the ocean through him. In addition, this child can raise awareness of protecting the marine environment, which is much more meaningful than the so-called environmental protection girl abroad who only talks the talk. Zhang Fuxian became more and more excited as he spoke. His voice trembled. Afterwards, Zhang Xiangdong stayed behind and talked a lot with his father, mostly about Jiangnan. Fortunately, Zhang Xiangdong had done a lot of research before coming and learned about Jiangnan through various channels, otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to answer the question. For example, Jiangnan once went to the hospital for a physical examination. When he came to the Ent department, the doctor wrote a big handsome on the examination form. Zhang Xiangdong had all learned of these things. Zhang Xiangdong was very happy today because he rarely went home after graduation. He would usually be kicked out after less than half an hour whenever he came back. mainly because he had nothing to talk about with his father, and his father had always been resentful of him. But today, I spent a full 2 hours at my dad's place. And dad even cooked a meal for me himself. This is all because of Jiangnan. At this moment, he silently expressed his gratitude. Good brother, if we have the chance to meet in the future, I will definitely pour you a cup of tea to express my thanks. How would Jiangnan feel if he knew that the famous Zhang Keshan of Kyoto had become his sworn brother and was even personally serving him tea? Before leaving home, Zhang Fuxian repeatedly instructed, don't disturb Jiangnan. If she encounters any problem she can't solve, please provide help without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiangdong staggered and almost fell. Good heavens, are these words spoken by the legendary upright and incorruptible Dean Zhang? From a young age, my father repeatedly told me not to reveal my identity to anyone, and that even if I was bullied at school, I had to find a way to solve the problem myself. That's why I have everything I have today, all through my own hard work step by step. My father didn't rely on his connections to provide me with anything. In my memory, my father would never use his position to provide any help or convenience to relatives and friends. Today, after watching just a few videos of Jiangnan, I am already willing to offer help without reservation. Zhang Fuxian was genuinely envious. Jiangnan got up very early today, because he had a strange dream. In the dream, while he was kissing, hugging and lifting up Zhou Gong's daughter, he kept sneezing, and he kept sneezing one sneeze at a time. First, think, second, scold, third, catch a cold. I wonder who it is that's been thinking about me in the middle of the night. Good morning, honey. When will wingsuit flying start? I can't wait. My husband goes wingsuit flying, what are you so eager for? Of course, I can't wait to do business. My family runs a wreath shop. You know, the mortality rate for wingsuit flying is very high. Island master, you're almost certainly going to die today. Shut your jinx. My husband will definitely live to be 100 years old, and I want to grow old with the island owner. Shut up too, this is clearly my husband. Every morning, it's time for the female viewers in the live stream to compete for their husbands. Jiangnan was already used to it and said with a smile, everyone, don't rush, I need to prepare first. As they were talking, Jiangnan had already headed to the shops on the island to choose the equipment for his trip. From the shop, Jiangnan took out essential adventure gear such as a backpack, sleeping mat, climbing rope, rock pitons, ascender, descender, carabiners of various sizes, and harness. In addition, there are cooking utensils, stoves, multifunctional kettles, compasses, binoculars, notebooks, and other household items. Of course, an outdoor water purifier is also essential. Finally, Jiangnan also took a lot of seasonings needed for cooking. After everything was settled, Jiangnan went to visit the animals at home. The birds' 3 baby eggs, Fufu, Lulu, and Xiao Xiao, still haven't hatched. However, the canary couple had already built their nest and laid an egg, so they should be able to lay a few more. Kangaroo Gangsa doesn't need any care at all. Now it's like a little adult, able to take care of itself. When it's time to eat, it knows to go to the refrigerator to find carrots. When it's time to sleep, it even knows to turn on the TV and lie on the sofa to watch TV and fall asleep. In addition, it can also help Jiangnan take care of the baby seal 404. All of this is because of the Kailing pill. And the little sea lion 404 has also learned to swim, which makes Jiangnan feel more at ease with it. Even if it goes to the beach alone, Jiangnan will not worry. After all, the beach is Green Turtle Dallon's territory, and even if something really happens to little seal 404, it won't just leave it unattended. In addition, Jiangnan also brewed a large bucket of tea and placed it at the door of his house. If the White Wolf King, Jiayu, wants to bring her pack to drink again, she can do so anytime, anywhere. Not only that, Jiangnan also put some of the fresh fruit that the system rewarded her with back on the wooden table in the courtyard. If the Black Monkey King's 100 Herbs Frost suddenly visits, you can take some. Although they can be seen in the next couple of days, Jiangnan believes they will come again. Finally, Jiangnan went to the edge of the pool to check on the baby shark. The little shark has now fully recovered and is full of energy. When it saw Jiangnan approaching, it even took the initiative to approach, showing unusual excitement and swimming around Jiangnan constantly. Jiangnan took a piece of fresh meat, a reward from the system, and threw it into the pool to feed the animals. Wow! The baby shark had already opened its mouth wide and swallowed it whole. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have fed the little shark a piece of fresh meat. Intimacy level plus 20. Really? Feeding your pet the food rewarded by the system will guarantee a 100% increase in intimacy points. After eating the fresh meat, the little shark swam up to Jiangnan and gently rubbed its head against Jiangnan's right hand, indicating that Jiangnan should touch it. This is clearly a case of being coquettish. Jiangnan didn't know why, but he felt that the little shark was being unusually affectionate towards him today. Besides the fresh meat he had fed it as a reward from the system, there must be other reasons. After petting the little shark for a while, Jiangnan packed all his gear and set off. Before setting off, Jiangnan came to the large porcelain jar in the corner. This wingsuit flight was indeed dangerous. Jiangnan had only ever done high-altitude diving before, and had never done wingsuit flying. Therefore, he had to pray well before setting off. Jiangnan wasn't superstitious, she just wanted good luck. Just like in the entertainment industry, before a film crew starts shooting, no matter how much the investment is, they have to worship a pig's head, choose an auspicious day, and hold a ceremony to mark the start of filming. Jiangnan held a piece of leftover breadcrumbs from breakfast and threw it into a large porcelain jar. Whoosh! Sensing the presence of food, the golden koi swam to the surface, opened its mouth, and swallowed the breadcrumbs in one gulp. May my wingsuit flight go smoothly and safely. Jiangnan clasped her hands together and prayed devoutly. However, the next second, right after the words were spoken, a hilarious scene unfolded. The golden koi seemed to understand, and opened its mouth again, spitting out the breadcrumbs. Holy crap! Jiangnan was dumbfounded and immediately cursed. Inside the live stream, the audience was already laughing hysterically. Golden koi, you think you can make a wish with just a piece of bread? Are you trying to fob me off? Bah! Golden koi, make a wish at the wishing well and find a turtle. Golden koi, with just this little bit of bread, it's hard for me to do anything for you. Give me more money. Golden koi, look at this, after eating a little bread from his family, it starts ordering the fish around. Upstairs, are you Lin Dayu? You sound just like Lin Dayu. Ha ha ha, this is a fish with principles. It will never take on a task it can't do. These days, even fish know not to eat bread containing additives. These are all high-tech and high-end products. You're trying to harm me, not make a wish. Oh no, I made a wish upon this golden koi fish to find a partner this year, but I don't know if it will come true. Don't worry, I'm an expert in fortune telling. You just need 5 more years. Do you mean I'll have a boyfriend in 5 years? No. 5 years from now, you'll get used to being single, and then you'll grow old alone. Fuck you, you son of a bitch. Looking at Jiangnan again, he was already anxious, frowning as he asked, are you going to eat or not? The golden koi understood again. Bang! He shook his head vigorously, causing water to splash everywhere. Holy crap! This is way too rebellious. Jiangnan was on the verge of tears, but then suddenly remembered something, turned around and went back to the kitchen, used a cleaver to cut a piece of fresh meat that the system had rewarded her with, and chopped it into mincemeat. A few seconds later, it returned to the large porcelain jar. He tossed the minced meat into the water with his backhand, his face full of anticipation, and said, "You'll eat it now, won't you?" This time, the golden koi not only stopped eating, but also burrowed to the bottom of the water. Oh dear, my temper. Jiangnan was furious and went back to the kitchen. When he returned, he was no longer carrying an iron pot. I just had 2 slices of bread for breakfast, and I'm still not full, so how about I fry some fish? With a harmless smile, Jiangnan pretended to grab a fish and put it into the pot. Whoosh! The golden koi carp emerged from the water once again. It is faster and more powerful than before. Then, he opened his mouth wide and began to gulp down the minced meat. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have fed the golden koi fish fresh meat. Reward, intimacy points plus 10. Hearing the system notification, Jiangnan finally smiled happily, staring at the golden koi and saying, I still prefer your unruly attitude from just now. Wang Duyu, you're using all my lines. Island owner, whoever decides what to do gets to keep this. Good heavens, you guys are performing a skit from behind. The segment with the island owner and the golden koi was good. I declare that I will not watch the Spring Festival Gala this year if they are not on it. The Spring Festival Gala these days is unwatchable, it's all just about making dumplings. Jiangnan looked at the scrolling comments and was amused. He said, when you mention the Spring Festival Gala, everyone will definitely think of Uncle Benchen. When you mention Uncle Benchen, I think of a joke. Some people have said that if Uncle Benchen were to appear on the Spring Festival Gala in the next few years, his previous work selling crutches would definitely not pass the censorship unless it is changed to this. At the crucial moment, teacher Gao Xiaoman suddenly became righteous and said in a high-spirited tone, old man, we are just honest farmers. How can we deceive others after only a few days of good life? Do we still have a conscience? This turn may be crooked, but our hearts cannot be crooked. Immediately afterwards, after a 2-second silence, the audience erupted in applause. Then, lyrical music began to play. Uncle Benchen suddenly realized something and said in a trembling voice, my dear wife, you're right. You know, my leg problem has healed these past 2 years, but my heart is still sick. I've decided that I won't use this cane to fool people anymore. I'll take advantage of the Spring Festival to give it to people who really need it. Teacher Fan Wei then grabbed Uncle Benchen's hand and said, brother, I don't need to say anything more. I understand everything. You're a good person. I'll take this cane. It just so happens that I have an elderly mother at home who needs a cane. After some pushing and shoving, the 3 of them walked hand in hand to the center of the stage, where Fan Wei began to say, Big brother. Uncle Benchen answered with one word, sigh. Teacher Fan Wei calls out, sister-in-law. Teacher Gao Xiaoman also answered with one word, sigh. Then, Mr. Fan Wei said, "We've become friends through a bit of a misunderstanding. Today is New Year's Eve, how about we go to my house to make dumplings together?" Finally, the three stepped forward and said in unison, "We wish everyone a happy new year." Oh my god, this is hilarious. The imagery is so vivid, I'm so embarrassed I could dig a courtyard house out of my toes. This joke is absolutely hilarious, and it's so damn true. Island Master, I have nothing more to say, you are the chief director of the Spring Festival Gala tonight. Li Yunlong, you're a real talent, you bastard. Island Lord, don't make me laugh. I've started my period and almost had a massive hemorrhage. Wouldn't that be perfect for making blood tofu? Upstairs, you're even more talented than the island owner. Amidst cheers and laughter, Jiangnan finally set off. However, after much deliberation, he went to the pool, picked up the little shark, and prepared to take it with him. Jiangnan took the little shark away simply to let it return to the sea. It is, after all, a wild animal, and the ocean is its home. If it is kept in captivity, it will lose its wildness and may even become depressed. Besides, it has now fully recovered and is even stronger than before. What is the island lord doing? Are you worried that the baby shark will go hungry in the pool if you leave for a few days, so you decided to take it with you? I feel like I've released a wild animal. The viewers in the live stream started speculating. That's right. It's releasing animals back into the wild. Jiangnan nodded and explained, large marine creatures like sharks and whales are not suitable for captivity. Even if they are not used for performances, it is not acceptable to simply put them in an aquarium, feed them well, and provide them for people to enjoy. Over time, they will lose their wildness and will not be able to learn many skills that can only be learned in the ocean. Eventually, they will become depressed, and they might even attack humans if they are in a bad mood. I'm sure everyone has seen a lot of news about animals in aquariums harming their trainers. Some trainers have been dragged into the water and bitten to death, some have been injured, and some female trainers have even been sexually assaulted by dolphins. Almost every year, there are news reports like this in various countries. The reason is that these marine animals have been kept in captivity for too long and have become depressed. Anyone who has been kept in captivity for too long will feel bad, let alone animals that live in the wild year-round. Moreover, many of these animals are survivors captured after their families were cruelly killed by humans. Is it really possible to capture them, keep them in captivity, and try to make them grateful to and like humans? Jiangnan shook his head as he spoke, his voice filled with regret. Soon, they arrived at the seaside, where a great white shark was already waiting for Jiangnan in the waters near the shore. Upon seeing the baby shark in Jiangnan's arms, the great white shark became visibly excited, leaping repeatedly from the water. Upon seeing the great white shark, the little shark became active, even tumbling directly from Jiangnan's arms into the sea and swimming towards the great white shark at an extremely fast speed. Before long, the great white shark and the little shark gathered together. Having not seen each other for a long time, they even nuzzled each other to greet each other. Really? They are a mother and child. Jiangnan stood on the shore, watching the reunited mother and baby sharks, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Now everything makes sense. When the baby shark first found itself, all the fish in the sea went wild. But a baby shark could never cause such a commotion unless it was its mother, a great white shark. And it was sent by my mother. Because he did not harm the little shark and even saved it, the great white shark did not harm him after he dived into the sea. Instead, it approached him and asked for his help. When I fed the baby shark this morning, it was incredibly excited, probably because it smelled the great white shark scent on me. In Jiangnan's memory, a great white shark can have nearly 10 babies in one litter, but with the deterioration of the environment, the survival rate has become very low, and many times the entire group will perish. It's quite remarkable that this great white shark was able to raise a baby shark. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping the mother and cub of the great white shark reunite. Intimacy value plus 200. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained this saddle. Saddle asterisk 1. This saddle can be designed according to the host's preferences. It can hold water and food, be used for hauling cargo, or even serve as a cloak to protect against wind and rain. It mainly varies depending on the animal. For example, if the animal is a deer, the saddle can be designed as a sled. For example, if the animal is an elephant, the saddle can be designed as a huge cloak. For example, if the animal is a tiger or lion, the saddle should be designed to be lightweight. As long as the host is willing, this saddle can be designed in all sorts of shapes and can be fitted onto all sorts of animals, including not only common animals like pigs, horses, cattle, sheep, and donkeys, but also marine animals such as great white sharks and killer whales. Any animal that is fitted with this saddle, regardless of its species, will receive a certain level of defensive protection, similar to human armor. If surrounded by ferocious beasts, the saddle can protect the animal from fatal injuries. Aside from the first time, animals wearing saddles will obey their host's commands 100%. If a saddled animal is nearby, the host only needs to give a whistle, and it will come running immediately, no matter what it is doing. Note, there is currently only one saddle available, which can only be worn by one animal. Therefore, please consider this carefully. This is amazing. After reading the introduction to the saddle, Jiangnin's smile became even brighter. Gazing at the great white shark in the distance, I thought about it seriously for half a minute, and finally decided not to put a saddle on it. Because the great white shark is so big, if he suddenly took out a huge saddle several meters long, the viewers in the live stream would be shocked and might even become suspicious. Let's wait until we find a suitable animal. After spending some time with the child, the great white shark set off with Jiangnin in its arms. As before, Jiangnin lay on the back of the great white shark. Although it was a bit bumpy, at least it went smoothly. Most importantly, it's exciting. Upon returning to Heart-Shaped Island, Jiangnan waves goodbye to the mother and baby great white shark. The great white shark mother and her cub have always lived on the Great Barrier Reef, and during this period they will stop near Heart Island, so Jiangnan has no need to worry about not being able to return. As soon as they got ashore, Jiangnan spotted the marine iguana couple again. Today, instead of hugging, kissing, or lifting each other up, and without any exercise, they rushed over as soon as they saw Jiangnan. Upon reaching Jiangnan, they each grabbed Jiangnin's trouser legs and pulled him toward the island, appearing extremely anxious. What happened? Jiangnan frowned slightly. However, the marine iguana couple couldn't speak at all and could only keep pulling Jiangnan forward. I can walk by myself, you don't need to keep pulling me, just lead the way, Jiangnan said softly. The marine iguana didn't hesitate either, loosening Jiangnan's trouser leg and starting to run wildly ahead. Despite their preference for living in the sea, they are actually quite fast on land, looking just like a remote-controlled car at first glance. Led by the marine iguana couple, Jiangnan ventured into the dense forest of the heart-shaped island. The deeper you go, the more difficult the path becomes. Even the surrounding trees became denser, crisscrossing, messy and disorderly. Yo! After walking for about 10 minutes, Jiangnan suddenly heard animal cries. What animal is making that sound? Is some animal injured, so the marine iguana came to the island owner for help? It sounds like a wild boar's call, but it doesn't quite sound like it. The animal sounds piqued the curiosity of the viewers in the live stream, who began to speculate. Jiangnan quickened his pace and ran towards the source of the sound. A few minutes later, a magnificent stag came into view. It is over 2 meters long and nearly 2 meters tall at the shoulder, not even counting its head and antlers. Its body is jet black, except for its antlers, which have a slight white tint and appear to shine brightly. Besides its enormous antlers, what's most striking is its muscular body, with bulging muscles that resemble coiled ropes. It is so powerful that it is almost excessive. In terms of muscles alone, it is definitely comparable to kangaroo gangzei. From a distance, it looks like a small rhinoceros. My goodness, it's so big, Jiangnan gasped. Given its massive size, he had every reason to believe that if he approached rashly, the other party could easily kick him and cause him to bleed internally. Unfortunately, the big guy had a burlap sack over his head, and his antlers were stuck in a tree branch, so he couldn't move at all and could only howl helplessly. According to Jiangnan's deduction, the burlap sack must have floated onto its head, and when it tried to get it down, it went to the big tree to rub against it, but the antlers were too big and got stuck. A classic case of misfortunes never coming singly. The saying "you'll see a deer deep in the forest" is completely untrue. How stupid of you to get stuck in a tree branch. Lu Han, come quick and meet your brother. What kind of deer is this? How can it grow so big? Mountain deer. This kind of deer is very expensive, about 180,000. There's a song that goes like that, the mountain deer here costs 180,000. Of course, you can also pay in installments, because there's another line at the end, the mountain deer here can be paid off in 9 years. Jang Helun, you're better at adapting songs than I am, come work at Dion Club tomorrow. I know, this is a pure deer person. No way, there are black cats here too. How about, we start a group? Viewers in the live stream joked that it was fortunate that emojis couldn't be used in the live stream, otherwise they would have started an emoji battle. Jiangnan quickly interrupted them, explaining, this is called a moose. In our country, it was known as the immortal among deer. Zhang Zia's mount and the bull demon king's water-avoiding golden-eyed beast were all based on it. Abroad, it is known as the forest spirit, while in northeast my country it is called Andahan or Kandahan, which means the forest god in Manchu belief. It is named moose because its size is very similar to that of a camel. The moose is the largest deer in the world. This one in front of us is not even the largest. To date, the heaviest moose in the world can weigh up to 1 ton, which is comparable to that of a rhinoceros. If you could see it with your own eyes, it would definitely leave a deep impression on you, and might even leave you with a little trauma. Because of the moose's large size, standing in front of it makes one feel as if they have returned to the Jurassic world. A single moose footprint can be as big as a wash basin, and adult moose can easily exceed 2 meters in height. With their massive bodies, they stand before you like giant off-road vehicles. Jiangnan wasn't very close to the moose at that moment, so the viewers in the live stream couldn't make a comparison. However, Jiangnan quickly found the moose footprints and hurriedly switched the camera to let the viewers in the live broadcast room admire them. Holy crap! These footprints are huge, they're as big as wash basins. The island lord was right. Such a big deer, it looks like it has a bad temper. Would the island owner dare to approach it? There's a Chinese idiom called seeing is believing. The moment the footprints were seen, the viewers in the live stream were convinced. Jiangnan continued, I really don't dare to get close easily, because moose are not as docile as ordinary deer, they can attack humans. If you look closely at its antlers, they resemble two large, forked lotus leaves. If you were to be hit by its massive body along with those antlers, you would likely lose your life. If you encounter a moose in the wild, it's best to stand far away and shiver. In some North American countries, accidents involving cars being struck by moose are common. The scene is often equivalent to a heavy truck crashing into a small car. The front of the vehicle is completely crushed, and if someone were inside, they would likely be as good as a cookie. Furthermore, in countries where moose are rampant, such as certain areas abroad, there are warning signs about moose everywhere, and some people even train hunting dogs to deal with these moose, which shows how terrifying a species the moose is. Nowadays, moose are listed as an endangered species and are protected accordingly. People keep hunting dogs only as a way to drive away moose, and they do not dare to kill them casually. After Jiangnan finished speaking, the marine iguana couple finally arrived. One of them even looked up at Jiangnan, its face full of confusion, as if asking, why haven't you gone to save the moose yet? Jiangnan looked helpless, took a deep breath, and carefully walked towards the moose. To be precise, it's about moving. They were extremely careful with every step, afraid of startling the moose and being knocked to the ground. Do not be afraid. Don't be nervous. I'm here to help you, I won't hurt you. As they drew closer, Jiangnan spoke softly, her voice gentle, as if trying to comfort the moose. Whether it worked or it actually understood, the moose that had been struggling gradually quieted down. Jiangnan seized the opportunity, approached the moose, and swiftly removed the sack. Without the sack covering it, the moose regained its sight and gazed tenderly at the nearby Jiangnan region. Don't rush, I still need to remove the branches. Jiangnan gently patted the moose's head, then took out a machete from his backpack and began chopping down trees. We set up the tents for the night and needed to start a campfire, which required a lot of firewood. At this point, it can be considered as killing two birds with one stone. About 5 minutes later, Jiangnan had cut off all the branches and tied them into a bundle for easy carrying. The moose was finally rescued. All right, you're free. Jiangnan plopped down on the ground and took a deep breath. The journey here has been arduous, and the stress of rescuing the moose has taken a toll on our energy. We need to rest for a while before continuing. Yo. Suddenly, a moose came over and gently nuzzled Jiangnan with its head. When Jiangnan turned to look at it, it actually turned its head to look at its own back. What do you mean? You mean you want me to ride on you? Jiangnan asked in confusion. Although I was inexplicably excited, I remained calm and checked again and again. After all, no one has ever ridden the world's largest deer. Yo. The moose called out again, this time nuzzling Jiangnan's rump with its head, signaling him to hurry up and come on. Since you're so enthusiastic, then I won't stand on ceremony. Jiangnan rolled his eyes and said, I happen to have a saddle with me, so I'll give it to you. As he spoke, Jiangnan opened his backpack and began rummaging through it. The backpack he was carrying was huge, over a meter long, making it a behemoth among backpacks. Taking out the saddle from it wouldn't arouse suspicion from the viewers in the live stream. However, some viewers were still shocked. The island owner even brought a saddle with him when he went out. It seems he had planned to tame an animal here to ride around. There are so many kinds of animals here. If it were me, I would also bring them with me. After all, you can ride animals. Speaking of which, the island owner's backpack is really big. He's been carrying it for so long. If it were me, I would have collapsed from exhaustion by now. This is practically Doraemon's magic pocket. Amid the murmurs, Jiangnan had already taken out the saddle. While retrieving the saddle, Jiangnan had already mentally instructed the system to design a suitable saddle for the moose and place it in his backpack. Everything makes perfect sense. As soon as it was taken out, Jiangnan examined it carefully. The entire saddle kit includes the saddle, saddleboards, saddle, ropes, etc., somewhat like a horse's saddle kit, but with several additional pouches containing tools. Not only that, the seat cushion is also fluffy to prevent buttock pain from long journeys. In summary, the saddle is well designed, performs well, and is appropriately decorated. Under its influence, the force is balanced, making it easy for the rider and driver to operate, and maximizing the harmony between human and animal power. Great, it's yours now. Jiangnan stood up and put the saddle on the moose. The moose did not resist and allowed Jiangnan to trap it. After everything was settled, Jiangnan placed the firewood he had just chopped at the very back of the moose's back and then sat down himself. We're heading towards the heart-shaped lake. Do you know where it is? Jiangnan, looking radiant, asked. The camel couldn't speak, it just lowered its head and walked forward. It showed through its actions that it knew. The marine iguana couple did not follow, they had already quietly left after the moose was rescued. They prefer the sea and beaches to land. As Jiangnan rode his moose and admired the beautiful scenery around him, he had a strange feeling that he was in the world of Red Dead Redemption 2. If I were to change into a Western cowboy outfit and carry a revolver, it would feel even more authentic. Ding! Congratulations, host, for rescuing the trapped moose and putting a saddle on it. The moose is very happy and likes your gift. You are rewarded with plus 200 intimacy points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained Xing'ai Quan. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the wood carving technique. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the massage skill. Xing'ai Quan. Although the host has mastered the Wulang Bagua staff, he still knows nothing about boxing. Therefore, Xing'ai Quan is hereby awarded. Xing'ai Quan, also known as Xing'ai Quan, is one of the traditional Chinese martial arts. When it was first created, it was called Xingyi Liar Quan, which means the mind and intention are in harmony, intention and qi are in harmony, qi and strength are in harmony, shoulders and hips are in harmony, elbows and knees are in harmony, and hands and feet are in harmony. The most widely circulated form is called the 12 forms, which is composed of the movement characteristics of 12 animals. It is not only an exquisite offensive and defensive technique, but also a good way to train the body. These 12 animals include dragon, tiger, monkey, horse, chicken, swallow, hawk, snake, eagle, bear, tuna, and shepherd. Because the host is in frequent contact with animals, he can use the essence of Xing'ai Quan he has learned to create Xing'ai Quan for other animals. Note, the Xing'ai Quan reward from the system is not yet available online, the host can create their own unlimited versions. Wood carving technique, like painting and cooking techniques, learning this technique allows the host to immediately master the world's most exquisite wood carving skills, even if they have never been exposed to it before. For each wood carving completed, experience points are awarded based on its influence and value. Experience points can be used to level up. Note, this is currently the beginner level of wood carving. Please keep practicing. Massage skills, click to learn, and the host will possess professional massage skills and be proficient in the techniques of massaging animals. Unlike wood carving, painting, and food magic, the skill cannot be upgraded and will disappear immediately after you click to learn it. Note, it can give massages. Whether human or animal, those who have been massaged by the host will become unusually energetic in a short period of time, and their various functions will become much younger. Even an old man in his 50s or 60s can become vigorous and energetic. This reward is an absolute steal. The Xing'ai Quan, wood carving, and massage techniques were all incredibly impressive, and Jiangnan was thrilled. He promptly clicked to learn them. After studying, Jiangnan began to examine the moose beneath him. I was too nervous and busy saving it before, so I didn't have the mood to examine it properly. Now that I'm so close, I have to take a good look at it. You're 4 years old. Jiangnan suddenly blurted out this sentence. The viewers in the live stream were puzzled. What? 4 years old? Could it be a moose? How did the island owner figure that out? No way. The island lord can even tell the age of animals. What kind of eyes does he have? Oh no, oh no. If this is the case, won't the island lord be able to see through any girl's attempt to hide her age from him? Jiangnan pointed to the large antlers of the moose in front of him, smiled, and said, here's a little known fact, the number of antler branches on a moose's antlers is related to its age. New antlers will grow when the moose is 6 to 8 months old. The newly grown antlers are single branches and are called cone antlers. In the 3rd year, it splits into 2 branches and a corner disc appears at the base. In the 4th year, it splits into 3 branches, and in the 5th year, it splits into 4 or 5 branches. After the 6th year, it no longer follows a pattern, but begins to grow longer, thicker and more voluminous. In addition, antlers are also a symbol of wealth and power for male moose. The larger and more beautiful the antlers, the more likely the male moose will be favored by female moose and submit to other moose. After Jiangnan finished speaking, the viewers in the live broadcast room finally breathed a sigh of relief. I see. I'll go to the wild and study the deer there from now on. I thought the island owner's eyes could tell his age at a glance, that would be too abnormal. By the way, what else does the island lord know? Tell us quickly. With a smile on his face, Jiangnan suddenly asked, does everyone know Deadpool, the superhero from the Marvel Universe? Before the audience could answer, Jiangnan continued, besides his superb verbal skills, swordsmanship, and marksmanship, and his ability to break through the 4th barrier and talk to the audience, Deadpool's greatest feature is his healing ability. His healing ability is even more abnormal than Wolverine's. And moose are also known as Deadpool in nature. People often see scenes like this in movies and TV dramas. The emperor goes hunting and can kill a deer with a single arrow. But this is not true in reality. Jiangnan shook his head in denial and earnestly explained, even if a deer is shot in the head with an arrow, it can still move freely. Even the seemingly gentle and petite sika deer can move around on the ground on the third day after a fracture, run again in 10 days, and recover completely in 20 days. Not only that, their wounds heal 10 times faster than humans. Under normal circumstances, small wounds are just a tickle to them. So when we were kids watching Animal World, we saw that some deer were chased and injured by wild animals, but they remained calm and could escape with ease. This is all normal. The reason why deer are called the Deadpool of the animal kingdom is because they have a special and amazing ability. Like Deadpool, they can regenerate organs. According to scientific research, deer can be harvested for antlers twice a year. Generally, it only takes them about 50 days to grow a pair of new antlers, with an average growth rate of about 1.5 centimeters per day. And moose are even more amazing. Their antlers can grow up to 2.5 centimeters per day, making them the fastest growing and largest regenerating organs in the world. To date, biologists have not fully figured out why deer, as mammals, can regenerate organs and tissues every year, which is truly astonishing. Here's a little-known fact: deer antler does indeed have great medicinal value. Ancient physicians believed that the essence of a deer lies entirely in its antlers, and the antlers are the tender shoots of the antlers. Since the essence is complete and has not been released, the antlers have the strongest effect of tonifying yang and nourishing blood, and have the miraculous effects of generating essence and nourishing blood, and tonifying marrow and strengthening bones. When deer antlers calcify into deer antlers, they lose their medicinal value. Once the antlers have fully calcified to a certain point, they will fall off naturally, and then a new pair of antlers will grow back the following year, which are new velvet antlers. Besides its super self-healing ability and regenerative organs, deer blood is also a rare delicacy. From ancient times to the present, deer blood has been sought after by many people. Li Shichen's Compendium of Materia Medica has recorded in detail the effects of deer blood in nourishing essence and blood, replenishing yin deficiency, and detoxifying smallpox and drug poisoning. Modern medical and biological studies have shown that deer species possess superblood, primarily manifested in deer species, including the largest moose. Their jumping, running, and sudden acceleration and stopping abilities are extremely powerful. This is not only related to their well-developed muscles, but most importantly, it is due to the function of their superblood. This is because deer blood contains a large amount of immunoglobulins, which is more than 3 times that of the human body, and its antioxidant molecules are 10 times that of the human body. As a result, deer are basically not afraid of bacterial and viral attacks. That's why some deer will eat carrion when they're hungry, and they don't have to worry about getting infected by bacteria or viruses, just like they're fine. When Jiangnan finished speaking, the viewers in the live broadcast room were completely dumbfounded. More than 40 seconds passed before people started typing. Holy crap! Awesome! Super blood, self-healing ability, organ regeneration, these are practically superheroes of the animal kingdom. I have nothing more to say. I just hope that I will be bitten by a deer in my lifetime, and from then on I will change my name to Deer Warrior. Spider-Man, excuse me, is your uncle dead too? No wonder so many ancient emperors loved to eat venison and went hunting every few days. Now I understand. So, the island lord has struck gold. He's found such a huge moose. He can bleed it whenever he wants. Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, Xia Wujing, and Little White Dragon. Otherwise, why do you think we'd protect Tang Santang on his journey to the west? We'd be by his side every day, and if he ever bumped into something and lost a piece of flesh, we could secretly eat it and become immortal. It would be much easier than those monsters who went to all the trouble to capture Tang Santang. Wu Chang'an, you understand, journey to the west. He's a treasure trove from head to toe, truly a walking Tang Santang. No wonder he's become a protected species. No, moose are protected animals in China, but not in some American countries, where they are hunted regularly. Jiangnan quickly corrected him, saying with a serious expression, because the distribution and number of moose vary in different regions, the regulatory mechanisms of the local natural ecosystem also differ significantly. Take our carp for example. In North America, they grow to an abnormally large size, which seriously damages the local ecological environment, but on our dining table, they are often in short supply. You know, moose are so big that they naturally become big eaters. They are basically foraging all day long, and they can eat a lot and are not picky eaters. It is understood that their diet consists of more than 70 kinds of foods, including grass, leaves, tender branches, and various aquatic plants, etc. They eat about 20 kilograms of plants every day, and about 50% of their daily diet consists of aquatic plants. Research shows that any land can only support a limited number of plants and animals. For example, in the past, there were too many sparrows in China, and the police had to catch them. But now, catching sparrows can result in fines or even imprisonment. The same principle applies to moose. In China, the moose are too rare and naturally become protected animals. However, in some North American countries, moose are so large and agile that almost no animals dare to attack them. Lacking natural predators, their numbers have increased rapidly. As the moose population increases, the demand for food also increases, leading to a reduction in a lot of vegetation and aquatic plants, which seriously affects the local environment and ecosystem. Therefore, they regularly organize moose hunts to control the population. As the moose population increases, they will run and jump on the roads without restraint, often colliding with vehicles on the road, causing traffic accidents and threatening people's safety. The fact that they are road killers, eat too much, and affect the ecosystem has already sealed the fate of moose, making it inevitable to control their numbers. Besides these 2 points, the main reason is that people are worried about the appearance of zombie deer. Jiangnan raised his voice, startling all the viewers in the live stream. Zombie deer. Is it like the kind in Chinese movies where the characters are covered in blood and gore, and they attack and tear humans apart? My goodness, do they exist in real life too? No way, no way, this is the first time I've ever felt like a Resident Evil crisis is really happening right next to me. I'm so scared. Jiangnan gazed into the distance, confirming that the moose was indeed heading towards the heart-shaped lake, before continuing. Although deer have super blood and extremely strong immunity, they can still be susceptible to viruses they cannot resist. This virus is called a vesiculovirus. To be precise, it is neither a bacterium nor a virus, but a mutated protein. After being infected with the virus, one will experience symptoms such as brain atrophy, frantic dancing, and excessive drooling, resembling a zombie, hence it is also known as the zombie virus. The epigastric virus is very dangerous. According to scientific research, the possibility of this epigastric virus spreading to other animals and humans cannot be ruled out. In 2018, 22 states in the United States were affected by zombie deer. Actually, solving the zombie deer problem is very simple. It can be done by addressing the source. Deer will scavenge and even cannibalize each other. The main reason is that the carcasses of moose with infectious diseases are not cleaned up in time. Other moose eat them, which naturally leads to a large-scale infection. If people discover and dispose of the moose carcass in time, they can nip the zombie deer in the bud. After finishing his speech, Jiangnan felt the topic was a bit heavy, so he quickly changed the subject, saying, "Why don't we all give this moose a name? This time I have no restrictions. Since we're talking about zombie deer, why not just call it zombie? At least it sounds pretty badass. Let's call it deer toad. Anyway, a deer has already appeared. Aren't all deer called silly roe deer? Call her Princess Yao Yao. This is a male stag, how can it be called Princess Yao Yao? If Zhang Fei can call her Princess Fi Fei, and the Bull Demon King can call her Princess Niuniu, what else is unacceptable? I think we could name him Lu Yishizhen, it sounds very prestigious." While viewers in the live stream were offering suggestions, Zhang Nan was also deep in thought. He slowly spoke up, "Lu Fei. I hope it becomes the moose of the Forest King. What do you think?" Jiangnan reached out and gently touched the moose's head, tentatively asking a question. Yo. The moose understood and let out a long howl towards the sky. With a new name, the moose became exceptionally excited and ran even faster. Just like Sun Wukong, who received a new name from Bodhi Patriarch back then. Led by Lu Fei the moose, Jiangnan arrived at the heart-shaped lake in less than 20 minutes. As soon as they got close, Jiangnan saw 2 thick cherry blossom trees. They grow not far from the shore, with lush branches and leaves, and cherry blossoms bloom in clusters, looking more like ice cream cones that are about to melt. Yesterday, Jiangnan was quite far away, and since the area was mostly pink, I didn't notice these 2 cherry blossom trees. Perfect timing to set up camp under the cherry blossom trees. Jiangnan remained calm and jumped off the moose to start setting up the tent. The tent rewarded by the system was indeed easy to set up, and Jiangnan quickly finished it. Next, we'll start a fire and cook. Once we've eaten and drunk our fill, we can go wingsuit flying. As the saying goes, those who live near mountains live off the mountains, and those who live near water live off the water. There's a heart-shaped lake right in front of us, so we have to go fishing. Jiangnan took out a fishing rod and bait from his backpack, stepped out of the tent, and walked towards the heart-shaped lake. After arriving at the shore, Jiangnan found a suitable spot, spread out his fishing rod, attached the fishing line, and began to prepare. Seeing that Jiangnan was about to start fishing again, the viewers in the live stream were filled with emotion. Fishing is a sport that is very easy to become addicted to. It is especially popular among married adults. Jiangnan's live streaming room is no exception. People who enjoy the outdoors are naturally those who enjoy outdoor life, so there will be many anglers among them. There were already quite a few in the live streams before, but as it became popular, more and more anglers gathered there. Seeing that fishing was about to start again in Jiangnan, they finally got excited. This place is great, there are definitely big fish here. I'm more interested in seeing how the fish caught in the pink lake differ from those in other places. A fish is a fish, what's the difference? You don't understand, do you? A Western chef I know once said that the fish from different countries and regions eat different microorganisms, so the taste is also different. Watching the island owner fish makes me a little itchy to try it myself, but unfortunately it's raining outside. You're obviously a novice. Real anglers aren't afraid of wind or rain, even if it's raining knives, nothing can stop them from fishing. That's right. My wife wouldn't let me go fishing, and she even said she'd divorce me if I went again. The next day, I promptly got the divorce certificate. It's so great to be free from my wife's control when I go fishing. Anglers shared their experiences. The other viewers in the live stream were completely dumbfounded. Is it really possible for someone to get a divorce just to go fishing? In fact, men are still boys until they die. Even when they are 70 or 80 years old, they still have hobbies that they love and are crazy about. Some people like to collect various games, some like to collect figurines, some like anime, and some like winter swimming. Anglers are definitely one of the most enthusiastic groups among them. Some people neglect their wives at home in order to go fishing. Of course, every man has one thing in common: fair-skinned, beautiful women with long legs. Only when it's hung on the wall will it behave. This place has already formed an independent ecosystem, so there is no need to dig a nest. There will definitely be fish that take the bait. Jiangnan silently cheered himself on and skillfully cast his line. The scenery, captured on the live stream, was as beautiful as a landscape painting. Living in Jiangnan is like living inside a painting. The moose lay down beside it, mouth open, munching on grass while idly gazing at the lake in front of it, in a relaxed and comfortable posture. The scenery here was beautiful from a distance yesterday, but I didn't expect it to be even more wonderful up close. I wish I could live here. Even if I didn't fish, just enjoying the scenery every day would be wonderful. This is life. We're just surviving, and we're living in a daze. Another day of envying the island owner. To be honest, I'm even starting to envy Lu Fei. Island master, could I ask you a favor? I can't stand seeing Lu Fei enjoying himself like this. Please find him a job as soon as possible. Lu Fei, just because I got wet in the rain, does that mean I have to break someone else's umbrella? Fishing equipment in Jiangnan is still rudimentary, consisting of nothing special fishing rods awarded by the system. Generally speaking, anglers have very complete equipment. They might go a long time without catching a single fish, even going a whole month without a catch, but their fishing preparations must be professional. Fishing rods, lines, floats, and bait must be in place, and other supporting equipment such as fishing boxes, fishing chairs, and fish baskets must also be arranged. They might even buy several sets. For them, fishing is a pleasure, and since it's a pleasure, they don't care about the money. Sometimes you can see a group of anglers by the river or reservoir. They carry buckets, sit on fishing chairs, and wear sun hats, looking very professional. But when you look into their buckets, they are empty. It can't be said to be completely empty, at least there's still water. Since there was no professional equipment in Jiangnan, they could only rely on technology. Cast the fishing rod and wait quietly. 5 minutes passed quickly, and Jiangnan's fishing rod remained as steady as ever. Seeing this, the viewers in the live stream started making fun of it. What's going on? I remember the island owner was a very good fisherman. Could it be that he's not used to the water and soil? It's true that they're not used to the local environment. The fish here don't like the island's inhabitants. Island master, if it's not feasible, then let's not fish. Island lord, let's eat some wild fruit instead of putting up with this humiliation. How about we try our luck again today? If the island owner can't catch anything, how about we dance in maid outfits and black stockings? I think it's worth a gamble. Me too. Just as netizens were preparing to make another bet with Jiangnan, the fishing rod suddenly started to shake. The teasing comments suddenly stopped. All the spectators stared intently at the fishing rod. Jiangnan smiled slightly and skillfully manipulated the fishing rod. Whoosh! The fishing line separated from the water with a soft sound. Immediately afterward, a large black fish was lifted up by the fishing rod and floated to the surface. I'm sorry to disappoint you all, I can't dance for you in women's clothing again, it's such a pity. As Jiangnan walked the fish, he said with feigned regret. The audience wasn't listening at all, they were still staring at the fishing rod, trying to figure out what kind of fish it was. Some couldn't wait to put their faces close to the computer screen. The island owner is really lucky. It's a mandarin fish. How can you catch mandarin fish with such a broken fishing rod? Is there any justice in this world? Is there no law? Thank goodness I didn't follow the crowd and make a bet. I'm speechless, the island lord is awesome. In the live stream, some knowledgeable anglers were amazed, some were envious, and some were even green with envy. Mandarin fish, also known as perch, is a predatory fish. They are ferocious and feed on fish and other aquatic animals, and even eat tadpoles and small frogs. Most importantly, they generally hide at the bottom of the water during the day and only come out to forage at night. Generally speaking, it's difficult to catch them during the day. The chances of catching anything with such an old fishing rod are extremely slim. Jiangnan not only caught mandarin fish, but judging from the weight, it weighed a full 7 pounds. For anglers, not catching fish is not terrible. What is terrible is that others can catch fish while they themselves can't catch any. This is worse than killing them. It's exactly the same feeling you have when you see your best friend suddenly get a beautiful girlfriend. Even my back molars can crush it. Conversely, the greatest joy of fishing lies in the envious glances from those around you when you take the bait. If they catch a big fish, they'd rather pass by their own home 3 times without going in, and wander around the neighborhood a few times instead. As long as the fish hasn't gone bad, you can carry it around and wander around. No matter what anyone asks, whether it's for directions or just a greeting, the first thing he always says is, "That's right. This fish weighs about 10 pounds. This place is indeed a geomantically auspicious location. I'm not saying anything more, I'm definitely going to this place, not for anything else, just for fishing." Not everyone is so lucky when fishing in the heart-shaped lake. This mandarin fish should cost more than 200 yuan at the market price. Not only that, mandarin fish is now 32 yuan per catty, so 7 catties would cost a little over 200 yuan. Moreover, this is a completely wild one, so the price could be even higher. Amidst the audience's discussion, Jiangnan dragged the mandarin fish ashore. This fish is very big, so we can only slowly haul it up. If we try to lift it up directly, we risk breaking the fishing rod. Jiangnan removed the mandarin fish from the hook and placed it in a small bucket. The mandarin fish swung its tail and circled around in the bucket, but knowing it couldn't escape, it quickly calmed down. There was a shallow puddle next to the lake in Jiangnan. He originally planned to put the mandarin fish in it, but then he thought that the mandarin fish was too cunning and agile. If he gave it a little water, it could slide back into the lake from the mud puddle. To be on the safe side, a bucket is the most reliable option. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have caught a mandarin fish. Experience points plus 40. The system's reward arrived quickly, and the viewers in the live stream were still discussing it. One uninformed viewer couldn't help but ask, just wondering, mandarin fish are really hard to catch, why are you all so excited? Jiangnan smiled and explained, under normal circumstances, mandarin fish can only be caught using lure fishing. Even if those so-called fishing masters on Douyin came and used my fishing rod, they still wouldn't be able to catch any. The so-called lure fishing method is a biomimetic bait fishing method, also known as artificial bait fishing, which is a method of imitating small creatures to trigger attacks from large fish. Lure fishing originated in Europe and America. Legend has it that a long time ago in Europe, a fisherman accidentally dropped his spoon into a lake while eating. Many trout came and ate the spoon. Later, the fisherman began to try to catch trout with the spoon and began to think about why the fish were interested in the spoon, thus inventing lure fishing. Lure fishing, also known as water golf, is an elegant sport that optimizes the natural environment with the premise of environmental protection. During the entire fishing process, the angler is doing a full-body workout, which is very different from traditional fishing methods. This is just a general overview of lure fishing. Explaining the specific techniques would be extremely complicated and would take a whole day and night. If you're interested, you can search for it online. After Jiangnan finished speaking, he took a deep breath and continued, I was indeed lucky, but I can guarantee that my next cast will also be a mandarin fish, and it will be about the same size as this one. Island Master, look up. There's a cow flying in the sky. The island lord didn't drink any alcohol, so how could he be drunk? The island owner actually wants to catch a whole grouper? Is that a joke? The anglers expressed their disbelief. Jiangnan replied with a smile, this is not just idle talk. If you want to catch fish, you must understand some of their habits. For example, mandarin fish, they always appear in pairs. If you can catch one, it means there's another one here. As long as I fish in roughly the same spot, there is a high chance of catching another mandarin fish. As Jiangnan spoke, he cast his fishing hook out. He would shake the fishing rod from time to time, because mandarin fish are predatory fish and will not pay any attention to inanimate objects. In less than a minute, the fishing line began to shake violently. Clearly, another fish has taken the bait. They're here. Jiangnan smiled broadly and began to lift his fishing rod again. Then, a large blackfish emerged from the water. Holy crap! It really is a mandarin fish. The island lord is too amazing. It's such a waste not to have your fortune told. Island master, I want to learn how to fish. No way. I'm so itching to go fishing, I don't care if it's raining or not, I have to go. On the water's surface, mandarin fish swam back and forth. Jiangnan skillfully played the fish, then slowly reeled in the line, finally catching the fish and placing it in a bucket. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have caught another mandarin fish, completing the double catch achievement. Experience points doubled, plus 80. 2 large mandarin fish more than Jiangnan could eat in one meal, but enough for several, so he prepared to pack up his line. He didn't plan to catch many fish, since the tent was pitched close by and he could catch them whenever he wanted. Just as Jiangnan was tidying up his fishing rod, he noticed something was amiss and frowned as he looked towards the opposite bank of the lake. Then, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Moose Luffy also noticed the situation on the other side of the river, hurriedly stood up, and looked up to call out. Jiangnan quickly pounced on him and covered the mouth of the moose. Luffy quiet. Let's watch the show, Jiangnan whispered in the ear of the moose deer. The strange behavior of the man and the moose immediately attracted the attention of the viewers in the live stream. Everyone became curious. What did the island lord see? Don't be stingy, let us see too. Island lord, are you also going to treat us as outsiders? Jiangnan didn't keep the viewers in the live stream waiting long, and controlled the drone to film the other side of the river. The viewers in the live stream seized the opportunity and stared wide-eyed. Finally, everyone saw the little guy that Jiangnan had seen. To be precise, they were a bunch of little guys. On the opposite bank of the river, in a lake 2 or 3 meters from the shore, there is a large piece of wood floating in the water, and on the wood are 7 or 8 adorable little otters. They huddled their heads together, as if discussing something. Every now and then, otters would emerge from the grass, swim into the river, climb onto the logs, and join the meeting. Wow, it's a baby otter. I saw these little guys at the zoo, they were so cute. I didn't expect wild ones to be so adorable too. I saw otters at the zoo that could play with toys and hide seashells. They were really smart. What are they doing gathered together? This is the first time I've ever seen such a bizarre sight. Island owner, could you translate this for me? No one can resist cute little animals, especially those with a bit of intelligence. The viewers in the live stream were extremely excited. Some hurriedly called their girlfriends to ask them to watch Jiangnan's live stream. Jiangnan quickly ran back to the tent, took out his camera, and snapped a few photos of the little otters at the gathering. Otter gatherings are rare and must be preserved. Who knows, maybe one day when I have the leisure and inclination, I can take out the photos and paint them. Then, he began to explain things to the viewers in the live stream, saying, "That's right, these little guys are otters. Otters are muscelids, and muscelids are often very good-looking and quite intelligent, so they look much cuter. Mussels can be broadly divided into small weasels, arboreal martens, strong badgers, and aquatic otters. Weasel is a type of weasel, while mink is more common in northeast China, such as white mink. Many years ago, it was fashionable for people to wear mink coats. Badgers are more formidable, with the honey badger and wolverine being typical examples. Everyone should be familiar with honey badgers. They roam the African savanna and even lions will get slapped if they block their way. Wolverines are equally ferocious, even lynxes would give them a wide berth. The Wolverine in the movie X-Men is based on the Wolverine. In addition to these, there are also hog badgers, Eurasian badgers, badger bears, and so on. Otter refers to both water otters and sea otters. Sea otters don't like to fight. They don't get along with their muscled brothers and sisters. They prefer eating and sleeping to fighting. The first thing they do when they wake up every day is to find sea urchins to eat in the ocean. After eating, they go back to sleep, just like a lazy person. These little otters are right here in front of us. They also like to lie in the water and sleep, and they love to rub their hands together. Most importantly, they are whimpering creatures, so they are very popular in the zoo. Here's a little known fact: if an otter likes someone, it will act cute and affectionate towards that person. You can keep an eye out for it when you go to the zoo. Finally, Jiangnan added, the abundance of otters here proves that there are many fish in the heart-shaped lake in front of us. Otters won't do anything without a reason. They especially love to eat fish, but they will only show themselves if there are a lot of fish in a lake. Otherwise, they are too lazy to bother with it. The knowledge about muscelids was very interesting, and the viewers in the live stream listened attentively. Looks like I need to get an otter. I'll need it for fishing later. I want to see the punishment. This thing is a nationally protected animal. If you dare to keep it as a pet today, the police will arrest you tomorrow. So weasels are also muscelids. No wonder they are so smart and are called Huangdaxian, weasel immortal. Weasels are so annoying. They often sneak into the village to steal our chickens. The villagers hate weasels. If it weren't for some of the older folks being superstitious, they probably would have killed several of them by now. It's the same here. Weasels not only eat chickens, but they also kill many, many more. Jiangnan hurriedly said, weasels are very intelligent, so they are very vengeful and may even target a specific person for revenge. Generally speaking, weasels will not provoke humans on their own initiative. In fact, if humans are kind to them, they will repay the kindness in their own way. As for whether they will actually bless the benefactor, that's unknown. Anyway, I've heard many elderly people say they've experienced it. The reason why weasels sneak into villages to steal chickens and even deliberately kill many is either because someone in the village has harmed the weasel's family, or because human expansion has encroached on their territory and reduced their living space, or because they really can't find food in the wild and are deliberately retaliating. Finally, I'd like to add that people shouldn't think all weasels are bad. We should know that weasels eat a lot of rats and field mice every year, thus protecting people's crops in a way. Upon hearing Jiangnan's explanation, the viewers in the live stream finally understood. Some even nodded thoughtfully in front of the screen. Your words have changed my outlook on life. I see. So weasels are actually good after all. No wonder people used to be so superstitious about the weasel god. I remember now, the reason why the chickens of that family in our village were killed by weasels was because they leveled a piece of land to build a chicken farm. Weasels often appeared in that land, so it must have been their home. According to the island owner, aren't these cute little otters also very vengeful? The viewers in the live stream listened attentively and shared their thoughts. Jiangnan calmly asked, I want to ask everyone a question, who is the dominant player in the freshwater sector? Freshwater territory? That must be turtles. I once got bitten by a turtle, and it hurt for a week. I almost had a piece of my flesh bitten off. Could it be a hippopotamus? No, it's a crocodile. Holy crap, now you know what I mean. Crocodile, it has to be a crocodile. The viewers in the live stream quickly reached a consensus. Jiangnan smiled and shook his head, saying, crocodiles have sharp teeth, a bite force that ranks among the best in the animal kingdom, and tough hides, so many people do mistakenly believe they are the overlords of freshwater. Actually, that's not the case. When it encounters an otter, the title of king of freshwater rivers has to be changed. Don't be fooled by the cute appearance of otters. In reality, they are the true rulers of the freshwater world and rightfully occupy the top of the freshwater food chain. After hearing what Jiangnan said, the viewers in the livestream actually felt that it was a bit outrageous. No way, otters are so cute, how could they possibly beat crocodiles? Island owner, don't try to fool us. We're educated too. Impossible. I don't believe that a cute little otter would dare to mess with a crocodile. Jiangnan didn't stop and continued, in the Amazon River basin, there lives a giant otter that can reach 1.5 meters in length and weigh up to 30 kilograms. They have a strong sense of territory. When their territory is invaded or they are starving, they will expand their territory at all costs and invade the territory of other animals. Even when facing a 5.5 meter long crocodile, the leader of the otters was not afraid at all and went straight for it. They are too smart, they will actively seek out opportunities. First, an adult otter went to provoke the crocodile and attract its attention. Several adult otters then hid nearby, avoiding the crocodile's sight. Once the crocodile is inside the encirclement, the lurking otters will pounce from all sides, opening their mouths wide to fiercely attack one of the crocodile's most vulnerable parts, its tail. Some would even climb onto the crocodiles and launch a group attack. Don't even mention crocodiles, even humans would get beaten up if they encountered otters. There was a man named Spencer who was taking a leisurely stroll with his friends one morning when he unexpectedly spotted a group of otters passing by on a secluded path. Spencer patiently made way for the animals, but suddenly several screams came from the otters, and he was then targeted. The otters rushed over like madmen and surrounded Spencer. Spencer was then subjected to a fierce attack, with bites to his ankles, legs, and buttocks. He only had time to cover his head with his hands, he had no way to escape. If it weren't for the help of the friends who followed, it could have been dangerous. Thanks to their friends' help, the otter's attack was disrupted, and the two were finally able to escape. According to staff, the otter pack may have had cubs trampled, and in the chaos and darkness, they mistook Spencer for the culprit. In short, this guy was incredibly unlucky. Besides Spencer, a 77-year-old woman also had a similar experience. Sue Spector was kayaking with her husband when suddenly an otter jumped onto their boat. At first, Spector was pleasantly surprised because the otter was beautiful. Unexpectedly, the beautiful otter then jumped on her and launched a frenzied attack. This was a completely unexpected disaster for Spect, as the incident resulted in severe injuries to her nose and ears. Later investigation revealed that their kayak had capsized the otter's pups, which were learning to swim. Over the years, many people have been attacked by otters. One victim had nearly 200 stitches, but none of them were fatal. It's easy to see that otters know how to avoid vital points, deliberately causing their enemies pain every single second. My goodness, my worldview has been challenged time and time again today. Who would have thought that such an adorable little otter would be a militant? I suddenly remembered the rabbit in Pets Together, which looks cute but is actually the leader of the animals. Island Master, what are these otters doing gathered together like this? They're not planning to beat you up, are they? At this moment, the viewers in the live stream couldn't help but ask again. Jiangnan glanced at the growing number of otters gathering on the opposite bank of the river, pondered for a moment, and then said unhurriedly, judging from their anxious appearance, they're really preparing for a fight. Upon hearing Jiangnan's words, the viewers in the live stream were completely bewildered. Good heavens! This is for real. But who will they fight? Really? Who are they fighting? Aren't these guys the overlords of the freshwater world? No one can beat them in this heart-shaped lake, so who else can they fight? Could he really be the island owner? Island Master, get out of here. Otherwise you'll be in big trouble. This is the first time I've ever seen such adorable creatures fighting in a group. It's like watching women fight, it's so interesting. Jiangnan glanced at the comments and said, When the number of two otter families increases, the two groups will inevitably clash and fight for territory in order to feed their brothers, because they know that there is delicious food in the waters of each other's territories. Sometimes they both want the same territory, so they fight every day. Currently, they appear to be the latter. The heart-shaped lake has abundant water resources, and they all want to claim it for themselves. Also, don't be afraid. When they fight each other, they are very careful. Fighting won't kill the otters. At most, one side will drive the other away and occupy a river or a body of water. The defeated side will withdraw from this area, recuperate, strengthen their tribe, and fight again another day. As Jiangnan spoke, he continued to observe the otters. Before long, 15 or 16 otters had gathered on the opposite bank. Looking to the south, the dense forest was shaking violently. Before long, another group of otters emerged from among them. Compared to the otters on the other side of the river, their fur is darker all over. When they reached the shore, they didn't rush into the water, but instead stared intently at the group of otters in the lake. The otters in the water were not to be outdone, each one exuded a powerful aura, their adorable faces filled with determination and coldness. For a moment, it felt like an ancient battle between two armies. It's starting! It's starting! The viewers in the live stream were incredibly excited. Some even prepared drinks, popcorn, and various snacks in advance, intending to eat while watching. Jiangnan thought for a moment and said, "Why don't we give these two groups of otters names? That way they'll be easier to tell apart. One is called Suzuran High School, and the other is called Hausen Academy. Tamao Saraizawa and Genji Takiya. So here's the question, who's the better fighter between the two of us? One is called the Northern Hungmen, and the other is called the Southern Hungmen. The leader of the Northern Hungmen is Xia Wendong, and the leader of the Southern Hungmen is Xiang Wenchen. Holy crap! This is the book by the villain. This was the first book I ever read, it's full of memories. I am not a hero, but I am unparalleled in my vision, I am a villain, and I am infinitely arrogant. How about one is called Blood Eagle Society, with Seng Ying as the leader, and the other is called Delongmen, with Xiao Lilong as the leader? I've seen this one, it's called H-Dao Evil Emperor. In that case, the Huaxing Society and H-Dao Special Forces and the Tianmen and H-Dao students must come out. And there's Campus Madness, which I watched when I was a kid. I think it would be better to call it Hung Hing, with the leader called Chan Honam, the other group of guys with generally darker hair called Tung Sing, and the leader called Crow. The viewers in the live stream brainstormed ideas. Jiangnan immediately spotted the last comment and said, "Let's use Hung Hing's Chan Honam and Tung Sing's Crow. There's no way around it, the Young and Dangerous film series is just too outstanding and famous. Although the novel clubs and characters mentioned by the audience are also excellent, they are still a level below Young and Dangerous. After all, this thing is the original." Even today, when people see Ekin Cheng, Jordan Chan, Jerry Lam, Michael Tsett, and others, they still habitually refer to them by their names from the Young and Dangerous movies. The viewers in the live stream were eager for a good show. Haha, these are the cutest crows in Chan Honam ever. I once saw someone on Douyin use cute girls' songs to edit a video of crows. I seriously doubt what mental state he was in when he edited it. I bet 100 tiger grains that Hung Hing will win, not for any other reason than that my idol when I was a kid was Brother Hanan. I also bet on Hung Hing to win, because I like chicken, especially his classic line, "My name is Chicken, the chicken of Chicken X." Crow. It has to be Crow. I bet Tung Sing wins. Island Master, let's start a prediction contest. That's right, the otters are fighting, which makes it more interesting for us. The comments scrolled rapidly, clearly showing the audience's excitement. Jiangnan catered to their needs by quickly launching a guessing game, allowing every viewer to participate. In just 30 seconds, over 100,000 people participated in the exciting event. Unexpectedly, Crow of Tung Sing completely overwhelmed Chan Honam of Hung Hing, winning by a full third of the votes. Perhaps it's because the audience saw that the otters, led by Dong Xing, were just as strong as the crows in the movie. The guessing game continues. The otters couldn't wait to start the battle. Led by the East Star Crow, all the little otters jumped into the water and swam at great speed, leaving white trails on the surface of the water, creating a spectacular scene. Not to be outdone, Hung Hing followed suit as Chan Honam jumped into the water first, with the other little otters following suit. The commotion was so great that it splashed up water everywhere. Clearly, they could no longer contain their restless hearts and burning passion. This time, it's really happening. The audience also got excited. It felt like I could be a part of it, and my heart was pounding. This is way more exciting than Boruto. Jiangnan and the moose flew on the opposite bank, witnessing this grand occasion even more directly. A minute later, the otters of Hung Hing and Tung Sing gathered together. Water splashed everywhere. The otters were wrestling and fighting fiercely in the river. "If you bite me, I'll slap your face with my paw. If you bump into me with your body, I'll wag my tail at you." 2 against 1 on one side, 5 against 3 on the other side. The scene was extremely chaotic. Scenes of one-on-one fights and group brawls are everywhere. Some ran ashore to fight, while others continued their melee in the water. The fight between Chan Ho Nam and Crow was particularly exciting. They fought their way from the water to the shore. First, the crow rode on Chen Hanan's back, and then Chen Hanan grabbed the crow by the neck with a fierce expression that said, "You'd better die." This is the real, massive melee. The audience felt like they couldn't see enough of it. Oh no, I can't tell them apart anymore. Can someone please tell me which ones are from Hung Hing and which ones are from Tung Sing? I also feel like they all look the same. Grandma Li, I can't even see them clearly, so how do they distinguish each other? Won't there be situations where people mistake one otter for another, leading to friendly fire? While netizens were still discussing it, the outcome had already been revealed. The otters fought as they moved toward the shore. Any otters that felt they couldn't win or were defeated would quickly run ashore and hide in the grass nearby. That way, they won't be targeted anymore and won't get beaten up again. Some otters remained in the water, and upon seeing their opponents come ashore, they surveyed the battlefield and turned to help their brothers. In the beginning, many people were fighting alone, but later it became a group fight. With the help of his brothers, even Chan Ho Nam and Crow were no match for him. Before long, the group of otters were all driven ashore, gathered in the grass, and finally slunk away. Another group of otters floated on the water, watching the fleeing otters with expressionless faces. Perhaps worried that they might turn around and attack again, one or two of them quickly climbed ashore and onto the water, warily watching the direction in which the other side had fled. The outcome is decided. However, the audience had no idea which group of otters had won. These guys look exactly alike, it's too hard to tell them apart. Originally, the otters in Dong Sing had generally darker fur, but after fighting in the water, all of their fur was wet and messy, making them difficult to distinguish. Hung Hing won. Although Crow was a bit stronger than Chan Ho Nam, the otters were all about melee combat. The two sides were evenly matched, but Hung Hing's otters were generally very fierce, so Tung Sing lost. Currently, there are other rivers on the island, so these little guys from Dong Sing should go back to their original waters. Having failed to seize territory, we have no choice but to relinquish the heart-shaped lake, which is teeming with food. Jiangnan promptly offered an explanation. The viewers in the live stream then understood. Hung Hing actually won. Chan Ho Nam, sorry, but what can I do? I'm the main character. Haha, this fight is so chaotic, it's impossible to tell who's who. I have a feeling that Crow will definitely lead the brothers of Dong Sing back to fight. My heart is still pounding, and I feel like I haven't had enough. Me too. Island Master, next time Hung Hing and Tung Sing fight, you absolutely have to let us see it again. Next time. For sure. Jiangnan nodded. Just as he was reading the comments, one of Hung Hing's otters suddenly swam over, stood at his feet, tilted its head, and curiously looked him over. Moose Luffy lowered his head, looking at the little guy at his feet, his little head filled with big questions. How can such a little guy fight so fiercely? Jiangnan noticed the little otter and crouched down. He wasn't worried that the otter would take the opportunity to bite him. One reason is that they have absolute confidence in their own reactions. Secondly, although otters are fierce and like to fight, they will never attack you unless you provoke them. As for the third one, after a fierce battle, the otters were exhausted and naturally wouldn't easily fight against humans who were hundreds of times larger than themselves. Whoosh! Taking advantage of the opportunity, the otter jumped onto Jiangnan's lap, then climbed up to his shoulder, staring at him even closer. Otters are very curious, and this little guy seems to be curious about me. Jiangnan turned her head slightly and smiled as she looked at the otter. The otter looked at Jiangnan with its innocent, big eyes. At this moment, Chan Ho Nam of Hung Hing began to call upon all his brothers. The otter perched on Jiangnan's shoulder heard its companion's call and leaped to the ground. It didn't leave immediately but kept glancing back at Jiangnan. Jiangnan seemed to remember something, so he casually took a mandarin fish from the bucket next to him and tossed it to the otter, saying, "This is your territory from now on, and this fish is my protection money for you. From now on, when I fish here, don't you dare bother me." Upon seeing the mandarin fish, the little otter's eyes lit up. It opened its mouth, grabbed the fish, and then dragged it into the water, swimming towards its companions. When the otters saw the mandarin fish that the little otter had brought back, the otters in Hung Hing were extremely excited and immediately began their feast on the other side of the river. Having just fought a fierce battle, they continued to replenish their energy. While sharing the mandarin fish, they would occasionally look up at Jiangnan, seemingly quite satisfied with the food Jiangnan had brought them. After finishing their mandarin fish, the otters, led by their leader Chen Hunan, disappeared into the bushes and began to get busy. The island owner's move is really clever. He trades one fish for the chance to catch more fish here in the future. Just like during Chinese New Year, I always like to exchange 5 yuan for my son's 100 yuan, and I would lie to him and say that 5 was 1 yuan. By the way, what are the otters busy with? Why do I see them going in and out, and some of them even have sticks in their mouths? Build a home. Jiangnan explained, although otters like to play in the water, they are burrowing animals. They like to build their homes near water where they frequently appear, and their homes usually have 2 entrances. One burrow is underwater, and the other is on the ground for air circulation, and the otters live in these passageways. Jiang Nan thought for a moment and continued, what one of the brothers said earlier is right. Dong Xin will definitely come back to fight, and they may even come back several times over. The battle between Hung Hing and Tung Xing will last at least 2 or 3 months, or even longer. We pay special attention to them, follow their every battle, and try not to miss a single one. The viewers in the live stream were stunned. Really? Are otters really this vengeful towards their own people? This is just like the Young and Dangerous movies, with all the grudges and feuds going on for ages. Jiang Nan smiled and said, let me tell you a story about an otter, which is even more intense and longer than the battle we just fought. It's practically an otter version of the 20 years of the H family. In Singapore, many animals that depend on water for survival have disappeared for nearly 30 years due to factors such as water pollution and habitat loss. Among them are otters. After the water quality was improved, otters and other animals have reappeared. In 1998, a family of otters came to Singapore from Malaysia and settled in the south. At that time, the people of Singapore had already developed an awareness of animal protection, so they took extra care of these little otters. Although there were occasional attacks on humans by otters, which even made the news, people at the time had never seen otters before. In addition, otters were so cute that people liked them more than they hated them. With people's protection and the improvement of the environment and water resources, the number of otters in Singapore has gradually increased, and more than a dozen families have gradually developed. And these families experienced a series of love, hate and grudges, much like the great chaos of the Qi, Shu, Han, Yan, Zhao, Wei and Qin dynasties. Among the more than 10 otter families, the Bishan family, located in Bishan Park, is the most famous. Since 1998, they have been fighting almost all the time. They traveled south along the river, defeating all the other otter families along the way and winning them over completely. Some were driven away, while others were incorporated into the army. In this way, he amassed a large territory and became the boss of all the otters in Singapore. In 2013, a new pair of otters settled near the Marina Bay Hotel in Singapore and had 5 cubs. At this time, their weakness and lack of strength have not yet attracted the attention of the Bishan family. After all, the Bishan family never imagined that a few newly arrived otters would develop into the Binhai family, which would later become their irreconcilable enemy. Just like the Seoul Emperor, he never imagined that a good-for-nothing who was rejected by his fiancée would become his greatest rival. In just 2 years, the Binhai family has grown rapidly. In 15 years, these two families are officially fighting each other for the first time. The Bishan group left its headquarters and invaded Marina Bay. The two sides fought fiercely in the water. I heard that many local Singapore residents witnessed this melee. Ultimately, the coastal team failed because they had only been there for a short time and their team was not large enough. After the failure, we retreated to the vicinity of the seawater desalination plant, which was 900 meters away. Because they have lost their territory, they can only wander around, and their quality of life has been greatly reduced. Jiangnan paused briefly, catching his breath as he looked at the otters busily building their homes on the opposite bank of the river. But the viewers in the live stream were already engrossed and couldn't wait any longer. And then what? Island Master, please continue. Island Master, please, hurry up, I want more. Island Master, don't stop. Jiangnan hadn't expected the viewers in the live stream to be so enthusiastic, so he had to continue. The situation of the Binhai group after their defeat is terrible. Since they don't have much territory, they often run across the road and enter the shops on both sides of the road. In addition, they also have to teach the cubs to swim in rivers where people frequently come and go, which attracts dozens of people to watch almost every day, greatly affecting the quality of the cubs' learning. The Binhai group otters, who didn't want to educate their children in public, repeatedly tried to move back to their hometown, but the Bishan group would suppress them as soon as they showed any signs of doing so. Because the desalination plant was really unsuitable for survival, after the cubs grew a little older, the leader of the Marina Bay group decided to sneak back to his hometown. To avoid further conflict with the Bishan group, they even changed their address. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction, and the general public even thought that the Binhai group would prosper as a result, but unfortunately, misfortune struck. In 2017, the father of the Marina Bay otter family, the otter father, unfortunately passed away. He was the one who initially brought his wife to the Marina Bay Hotel. The cause of death was suspected to be rat poisoning. With Otter Papa gone, the Marina Bay family was left leaderless, leaving only an orphan and a widow to depend on each other, a truly tragic situation. Otters are not only the rulers of freshwater habitats, but also thugs. Would they give up this hard-won opportunity to implement otter humanitarianism against the Marina Bay family and choose to ignore it? The answer is, of course, no. On the contrary, the day after the tragic news of the father of the Marina Bay family broke out, the two families began their second family war. On June 11, 2017, under the orders of the leader of the Bishan group, the first batch of strong Bishan otters arrived at the territory of the Binhai group early in the morning. They searched for the orphans and widows of the Binhai group in the water, on the streets, and in the bushes without restraint, just like the Japanese invaders entering a village. Just when they were about to succeed, the onlookers couldn't stand it anymore. They stood on the shore shouting and making noise at the otters of the Bishan group. Some even took out sticks to drive them away. In short, they attacked the otters using every method that would not harm them, trying to force the Bishan group back and protect the mother and cub of the Binhai group. The viewers in the live stream were excited and typed in the chat, "Good heavens! Humans have actually intervened?" I'm reminded of the Bad Boys Alliance on the African continent. The 5 brothers were invincible on the grasslands, and no one could defeat them. But because of human intervention, each one of them ended up in a miserable state. And then what happened? What was the outcome? Was there human intervention that led to the Bishan team's defeat and the Binhai team's resounding victory? No, no, no. Jiangnan shook his head and said, "The Binhai group knows they are no match for them, so they took the opportunity to hide in the shadows and chose to avoid battle. The Bishan group was threatened and intimidated by onlookers for nearly 2 hours, and ultimately left disappointed. Human involvement meant that the second war between the two families never actually took place, resulting in the first ever draw for the Bishan family. This is an utter disgrace to the Bishan family. To allow humanity to calm down, and for the decisive victory in the next war, the Bishan family suppressed their loneliness, stopped harassing the Binhai group, and patiently waited for the opportunity for revenge. The Third World War was postponed until a year later. In May of that year, the Bishan family also experienced the pain of losing their father. The once powerful Bishan father passed away. It was much luckier than the coastal otter father. It died of natural causes and passed away peacefully, with its family still by its side before it left this world. The Otter Charity even reported on this on Facebook. Later, the otter father's body was transported to a wildlife conservation group for placement. In May of the same year, the Bishan family and the Marina Bay family finally went to war again. Because of the war, both leaders have died. As of more than a year of development, the number of sea otters has also increased. Currently, the two families have roughly the same number of otters and their fighting strength is comparable. Therefore, this war is called the Battle of Fairness by otter scholars. Everyone, who do you think will win this battle, and who will lose? The Binhai team. It has to be the Binhai team. According to the formula of all movies and TV dramas, aren't the protagonists always the ones who get bullied and suppressed, but in the end they miraculously turn the tide of the battle? Shu Han, then how did I perish? Island Master, stop hiding things and tell us everything you know. Everyone hates being interrupted while listening to a story. It's like when a friend tells you early in the morning that they have something to tell you, but then doesn't say anything all day, leaving you constantly thinking about it and feeling distracted. Jiangnan smiled and said, "The new leader of the Binhai group is the son of the former leader. He has been fighting alongside his father for many years and has more combat experience. He also knows how to command. In fact, he doesn't know why he even knows about the Battle of Trafalgar and how to use a triangular formation to break through the opponent's attack and defense." At that time, the two families clashed in the water. The coastal group lined up to face the enemy, while the Bishan group used a arrow triangular formation to break through the defense and defeat the enemy one by one when they tried to counterattack. After a fierce battle, the Bishan group gained the upper hand, while the Binhai group split into 3 groups and fled the battlefield. This great battle attracted more onlookers, but they didn't get involved. Some even drew strategic analysis diagrams of the two sides, just like how humans sent troops to fight in ancient times. The third battle between the two otter families was quite intense, a veritable mafia showdown in the animal kingdom. After this battle, Bishan group became the first family of otters in Singapore. In the following years, although they continued to fight one after another, none of the battles were as fierce as before, and the Bishan group often won. As for the Binhai group, although they always lose, they are still the second best family and are not afraid of other otter families at all. The most classic battle was when the Marina Bay family discovered the Zucker family during an outing. Without saying a word, they rushed up to fight, but the Zucker family didn't dare to fight and ran away. It's easy to imagine how domineering the Binhai group is. They are practically second only to one clan and above all others. Although the two families often fought, they also had a lot of love and hate, which was more complicated than when Zhang Fei married Xia Yuan's niece in the Three Kingdoms period. In short, it's a mess. Love, hate, and grudges. I smell gossip. I never imagined that one day I would want to eat the melons of otters. Island Lord, please tell me quickly. I love hearing these sweet nothings. Viewers in the live stream actively participated in the discussion. Seeing how excited they were, Jiangnan finally understood why Empresses in the Palace was so popular among girls. Jiangnan didn't hide anything and said, the first generation of the Binhai Bay family's offspring disappeared without a trace before the First Mountain and Sea War, and no matter how many times they searched, they could not find him. Just when people thought it might have been doomed to fail, it was discovered during the Second World War. It turns out that it had its eye on the youngest daughter of the Bishan family leader, so it went to the Bishan family to work as free labor, planning to abduct the youngest daughter and start its own family after she came of age. The Crown Prince of Marina Bay, whose parents started from scratch and grew up in the war, infiltrated a rival family after experiencing family misfortune. He developed feelings for Chu Ta's daughter while spending time together. On one side was his own family, and on the other was the little sister he had his eye on. Whether it's denying your father, abandoning your name, or swearing to be my lover, I'm no longer the Bishan otter. This plot is practically an otter version of Romeo and Juliet, also known as the Prince of Marina Bay. Ha ha ha, he's fallen in love with his enemy's daughter. This story is so exciting. I thought only Aunt Kayang Yao could write it, but I didn't expect it to actually exist in real life. There are still differences. Aunt Kayang Yao writes about people, but this is an otter. Don't even mention Aunt Kayang Yao, the lines in her dramas are so morally reprehensible. Back then, you only lost a leg, but Zai Ling lost her love. I'm not the only man in the world who has fallen for two women, am I? Can't you turn your personal love into a greater love? You clearly know what's on my mind. You know I love Shuwan, so why won't you grant me my wish? Why won't you help me find happiness? All this time, your love has been so selfish? Stop arguing about who the child's father is. I'm here to join this family, not to break it up. Originally, the audience was just listening to Jiangnan talk about the love and hatred of the otter family, but unexpectedly, they ended up criticizing the lines of Aunt Kayang Yao's TV series. There's no way around it, this generation of kids watched mostly Kayang Yao dramas when they were young. I was too young to understand back then, and now when I think about it, my head hurts. After telling the story, Jiangnan picked up the bucket and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, before they knew it, 7 or 8 baby otters suddenly gathered in front of them. They gathered together, led by the little otter from before. Because of its slightly smaller size, it would sneak off to slack off halfway through its work. Just like when I was a child, I would always try to find ways to be lazy when I went to work in the fields with my parents. Or they might say they had a stomachache and needed to use the restroom, then came to rest. Or they might simply slack off, deliberately working in a cool, shady spot. At this moment, the group of baby otters stood in front of Jiangnan, rubbing their little hands and whimpering. Keep a close eye on Jiangnan. He would occasionally glance at the water bucket beside Jiangnan. The viewers in the live stream were so captivated by the interesting scene that they stopped discussing the bizarre lines from Kayang Yao dramas. Wow, the little otter is here again, and it's still being affectionate. Haha, it seems they've accepted the island owner. That mandarin fish was totally worth it. Our Hung Hing's little otters will never submit to humans. Oh my god, this mandarin fish is so delicious. Humans, can we have another one? Wow, the little otter is so cute, I want to pet it. In the live broadcast, the Hung Hing's group of otters surrounded Jiangnan, seemingly becoming his underlings. They stand on their 2 hind legs, clasp their hands together, and whimper like humans in prayer. Now they are praying towards Jiangnan. As long as there are fish, they are our gods. The moose, Luffy, lowered its head and glanced at the cute little otters, seemingly surprised that such fierce little creatures could now whine and act cute. So, the moose lay down on the ground and tried to make a whimpering sound with its nasal tone, just like the little otter. It's just a pity that its sound is rather rough. But it was from here that Luffy the moose learned to act cute and charming. Seeing the group of baby otters, Jiangnan, who had originally planned to pack up and leave, had no choice but to continue fishing. He couldn't help it, he simply couldn't resist the innocent, big eyes of the little otters. Cast. Fishing. Jiangnan didn't find it boring at all. Isn't that what makes fishing so enjoyable? Especially since there was a group of little otters cheering him on nearby. Otters are very intelligent. After watching the fishing in Jiangnan for a while, they learned that as soon as the fishing line moved, it meant that a fish had taken the bait. So they waited quietly and obediently until the fishing line moved. As soon as a fish takes the bait, the otters instantly stand up, looking expectantly at the fishing rod. Oh my god, it's so cute. It feels just like my dog. Whenever I sneak a snack behind its back, even if I just open the packaging a little bit, it will rush over immediately, no matter how quiet it is. That's right, that's exactly how my border collie is. Dude, you're really something, daring to raise a border collie. Aren't you afraid that one day the border collie will look down on your intelligence and kick you out of the house? Even when my cat is sleeping, it will jump up the moment it hears the automatic food dispenser dropping cat food. As expected, animals are all the same, they become exceptionally alert when faced with a situation. The viewers in the live stream were right, for all living things in nature, eating is the most important thing. Jiangnan caught some fish and, while listening to the system's notification sound, cast them back to the fish. The little ones immediately started eating happily. The way they eat fish is quite interesting. First, they bite off a large piece of raw fish, then stand up, open their mouths wide, and chew vigorously, looking very appetizing. After catching 3 or 4 fish in a row, Jiangnan ran out of bait and finally put away his fishing rod. After the little otters finished eating the fish, they looked up at the south of the Yangtze River. I'm out of bait. I'll fish again tomorrow. Besides, you've eaten quite a lot. Remember to take this last one to your other companions. Jiangnan made a gentle joke to the otters. I casually tossed the last grass carp I caught to them. The otters didn't seem to believe it. They stood up straight, stretched their necks, and looked towards Jiangnan. Only after seeing that the fishing rods had indeed been reeled in did they lick their lips with lingering satisfaction. Then, several otters slowly swam back into the river, seemingly having eaten and drunk their fill and preparing to go to sleep. Each otter basically walked away looking back every 3 steps. It seemed to be telling Jiangnan, you absolutely must come fishing again tomorrow. We're still waiting to eat. The only one who left was the little otter I met at the beginning. It ran all the way to the foot of Jiangnan and refused to leave. Let's go, let's come again tomorrow. Jiangnan called out softly and reached out to touch it. The baby otter's fur was wet, but its good looks made it still adorable. To be honest, Jiangnan really wants to raise such an affectionate little otter. But he knew that only by living with their pack could the little otter grow up healthy and strong. Most importantly, raising otters is not permitted in China. In neighboring Japan, where people live comfortably, keeping pet otters is legal. Oh woo! The little otter opened its mouth wide, carrying the grass carp in its mouth, and left reluctantly. Jiangnan picked up the mandarin fish she had prepared for herself and began cleaning it by the river. Then, carrying the cleaned fish, he walked towards the tent. Zaya Fi, let's go home. Jiangnan called out to the moose, Lu Fi, and added, after you've eaten and drunk your fill, you'll have to carry me up the mountain. Upon arriving at the tent, Jiangnan first took out a few fruits from his backpack and tossed them in front of the moose, Lu Fi. These are fresh fruits awarded by the system, eating them will increase your intimacy level. Then, he found some dry branches, dug a small pit in an open space away from the trees, lit a fire, and then grilled the fish over the fire. In Jiangnan, people eat grilled fish, while moose eat fresh fruit. Each enjoys their own food, living a leisurely life. After filling his stomach, Jiangnan rode his moose, Lu Fi, and set off again. This time, the goal is the summit. Island Master, look, there's a baby kangaroo. Along the way, Jiangnan enjoyed the scenery. I don't know how long I walked, but I passed through a valley that was as green as jade. Deep in the valley, there is a clear stream. The stream meanders like a jade ribbon. Amidst the flowers and plants, a few brightly colored birds occasionally appear. It is the most distinctive cockatoo in Australia. Australia is the home of cockatoos, and flocks of wild cockatoos can be seen everywhere. Here, you can see all kinds of wild cockatoos, although they are not as big as the macaws of South America. However, their most distinctive feature is the huge feathered crown on their heads. They are quite intelligent and optimistic by nature, kind of people, love to sing loudly, and also like to sway from side to side while dancing. Some of these cockatoos are babbling, some are eating wild fruit on the branches, some are drinking water by the stream, and some are quite mischievous, splashing water and creating a series of crystal clear water droplets. At the end of the stream, where the orange sunlight shines, a mother kangaroo, about 60 centimeters long, is playing with her 2 joeys. The 2 little ones are very playful and curious about everything they see. A butterfly is chasing after something. A bird is gazing at a branch, seemingly curious as to why birds can speak human language. Only the mother kangaroo remained calm, lying on the lawn, leisurely basking in the sunlight, and even lazily rolled over. This doesn't look like a kangaroo at all. It's very different from Gangze. Didn't the island owners say that there are many kinds of kangaroos? Is this one of another kinds? At first glance, it looks more like a rat. Wait a minute. I think I've seen this kind of animal online before. Its smile is so healing. The scenery here is so beautiful, I have to take a screenshot. The scene is so beautiful and heartwarming, it has melted my girlish heart. It's so cute and fluffy, I really want to touch it and hug it. You guys hold the baby kangaroo, I'll hold the island lord. Get out of my way. The island belongs to me. Why don't we all hug each other, so the island lord can have one on each arm? Cough cough. Seeing that the chat in the live stream was about to start making suggestive remarks again, Jiangnan quickly coughed lightly to interrupt. Are girls these days really this crazy? They're forcing themselves to become the new generation of time management masters. I must be completely innocent and have no scandals. Stay calm. That's a kangaroo, or more precisely, a quokka. Jiangnan explained, they are among the smallest kangaroos, with an average height of only 60 centimeters. They do look like mice, but because their smiles are so healing and their chubby faces are so cute, they are known as the happiest animals in the world. The quokka is similar in appearance to other marsupials, such as wallabies and kangaroos, but its fur is denser and coarser, consisting of short, brownish-gray hairs, with lighter colored fur on its back. In addition, they have lighter lower limbs, which allows them to move through dense grass at great speeds and to jump, hence they are also known as bush masters. Normally, quokkas only give birth to 1 baby at a time, but this quokka mother gave birth to 2. She seems to be in good health, she must have a big butt. As soon as Jiang Nan finished speaking, the female viewers in the live stream couldn't wait to start making suggestive remarks again. Big butt means you'll have sons. Island Master, I'm willing to have sons for you. Let's have two. I also have a big butt. I've trained at the gym. Island Owner, please consider me. I practice yoga, so I have a better figure. Island Owner, please choose me. I studied dance, so my posture is more comprehensive. I know you'll definitely choose me, right, Island Master? Sisters, calm down. This is the comments section, not the dumping zone. Aren't you really afraid of running into acquaintances? Luckily, I don't know anyone here. Island Owner, pick me. If you didn't know better, you'd think you'd stumbled upon an ancient brothel in Jiangnan, surrounded by beautiful women of all shapes and sizes. Jiangnan chose to ignore it and continued to explain, look at those parrots, they are all cockatoos. It's all white, it's a white-crested cockatoo. The one with blue eyes is a blue-eyed cockatoo. The bird with a yellow crest on its head is called a cockatoo. That one, which is only 30 centimeters long and has a distinct pink patch on its lores, is called Goffin's cockatoo. It is one of the smallest white cockatoos. The one with a thick, bushy beak is called a duckhoop cockatoo. Jiangnan named 5 different kinds of parrots in one breath. The key point hasn't been fully explained yet. I didn't even notice there was a valley here yesterday, let alone that there were so many kinds of parrots in the valley. Generally speaking, parrots prefer to roost and nest in forests near water sources, especially eucalyptus forests. There are streams in the valleys, and there are also many eucalyptus trees, which meet the living conditions of parrots. I think there must be many other kinds of parrots here. I'll come back to see them when I have the chance. Let's name it Parrot Valley for now. So many parrots. This is a paradise for parrot lovers. I only have one cockatiel, and I'd like to get some other ones, but unfortunately there are too few species allowed in China. I don't know why, but seeing so many parrots suddenly reminded me of a classic movie called Rio. I've seen it. In the second movie, the protagonist takes his wife and children to his wife's hometown, which happens to be a valley where all sorts of parrots are hidden. The island owner must develop a good relationship with these parrots if he has the chance. If Disney ever wants to film a live-action Rio, they must cast and film here. By the way, is Disney's live-action version still watchable? Now, just thinking about the live-action versions of The Little Mermaid, Pinocchio, and Snow White makes me want to vomit. Please don't make a live-action version, otherwise it would be terrible if they added a black parrot. Don't worry. Rio is basically full of all kinds of animals, just like The Lion King. If they really make a live-action version, it will be very interesting. The viewers in the live stream were having a lively discussion. It's obvious they're all scared off by Disney's recent baffling actions. Imagine this, Snow White's stepmother is played by Gal Gadot, the actress who played Wonder Woman. How could the magic mirror say that Snow White is prettier than her? The mountaintop. Jiangnan had already put on his wingsuit and stood on the edge of the steep cliff, looking down into the unfathomable abyss, feeling the cold wind whistling past his ears, his heart pounding wildly. Although Jiangnan felt that the chances of him having an accident were very small after learning the wingsuit flying rewarded by the system, he still felt nervous looking at the cliffs, deep canyons, and layers of clouds. At that moment, he also realized that wingsuit flying is not just a sport, but a perilous challenge that involves constantly teetering on the brink of death. Turning my head, I saw that the moose was more than 3 meters away. It was terrified. All 4 of the deer's legs were trembling. Finally, unable to resist, he lay down on the ground. In the live stream, because Jiangnan had already flown the drone around the cliff, making the height and danger clearer to the viewers, the chat exploded. Island Master. You're playing with your life, do you know that? Honey, please don't do this. Let's go back the way we came, okay? I don't want to see anymore. In the past, there was a chance of survival when encountering a great white shark, but this time, even the slightest mistake means certain death. Island Master. Calm down. You need to calm down. Think about your family and friends, and how many delicious foods there are in this world. This is terrifying. I can't bear to look. I just checked, and as of 2012, fewer than 600 people worldwide dared to attempt this risky activity. I also saw it. In Lauterbrunnen, Switzerland, 28 people have already lost their lives because of this sport. Jiangnan remained calm, smiled slightly, and said, the so-called wingsuit flying is actually based on the principle of bat flight, which aims to generate buoyancy through the airbags in the flight suit to reduce the speed of vertical descent. When flying in the air, the glide ratio can reach 3:1, which means that for every meter of descent, you can fly forward more than 3 meters. The flyer can use this buoyancy to control the direction and altitude in the air. In other words, as long as the direction and altitude are controlled, it is difficult for accidents to occur. And you can control your direction in mid-air, just like a bird. Isn't that a really cool and exciting thing? Tell me, who hasn't dreamed of flying? After saying that, Jiangnan immediately changed the subject, saying, I just saw someone mention God, and I suddenly remembered a joke about God that I read in a novel. The protagonist is still practicing his unicorn arm even at the age of 24, and occasionally even engages in ambidextrous fighting. In order to experience what it's like to have a girlfriend, he decides to buy a doll. That night, halfway through, my girlfriend suddenly exploded. After the protagonist was blown up, he met God and asked, Oh dear God, is this the most tragic way to die in the world? God replied, No, my child, the last girl I saw was playing video games late at night, and her boyfriend got electrocuted. That was a real tragedy, a real disaster. Puff. Ha ha ha, the Island Lord can actually drive now. I'm terrified, Island Lord, don't make me laugh. Everyone in the live stream knew that Jiangnan was trying to calm them down and prevent them from being too scared or upset. It's worth noting that Jiangnan rarely drives on his own initiative, and he often interrupts audience members when they do. But now, in an effort to calm the audience down, he actually drove himself. This behavior is so heartwarming. Although it was just a very small gesture, in that instant, Jiangnan was elevated in the hearts of the viewers in the live broadcast room. If special effects could be added to the live stream, then Jiangnan would definitely be surrounded by a halo of holy light at this moment. Then, Jiangnan slowly walked to the side of the moose Luffy, patted its head, and said, Now you go down the mountain by yourself, and I will fly down from the mountain. Let's have a race to see who gets down the mountain first. Moose Luffy seemed to think that Jiangnan was courting death, and surprisingly shook his head in a human-like manner. It even opened its mouth and bit Jiangnan's sleeve, trying to pull Jiangnan down the mountain with it. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Jiangnan looked serious and solemnly made his promise. Seeing Jiangnan's resolute expression, Luffy the moose hesitated for a moment before getting up and running down the mountain. It ran very fast, trying to get down the mountain as soon as possible. This way, we can see Jiangnan again more quickly. Animals have spirits, and they all have their own little thoughts. After seeing off the moose Luffy, Jiangnan arrived at the edge of the cliff. 3, 2, 1. The final countdown has begun in Jiangnan. As the countdown began, viewers in the live stream held their breath. Some even covered their eyes with their hands, leaving only a tiny gap, wanting to look but not daring to. Whoosh! As the last sound faded, Jiangnan leaped into the air. It's flown away. The Island Lord has flown away. Hey upstairs, why do I get the feeling you're making a suggestive joke? This line seems to appear frequently in Japanese adult films. Stop speeding now, keep your eyes on the Island Lord. Hope the island owner lands safely. Praying emoji. Blessings to the Island Lord. Bless. 2.5 seconds had passed amidst the discussions among viewers in the live stream. Jiangnan had already deployed his wingsuit. Although it was his first flight, he managed the timing perfectly. As an extreme sport, wingsuit flying is extremely demanding, with strict time regulations for deploying the wingsuit and parachute to ensure safety. If you start too early, you won't be able to get down to a certain altitude or increase the speed, which will have a significant impact. Opening later allows for sufficient speed, but the altitude is too low, drastically increasing the risk. The closer you are to the ground, the more dangerous it is to delay deploying your parachute by even 1 second. The drone followed closely behind Jiangnan, capturing the best vantage point. It's practically like a first-person perspective of flying wingsuits alongside Jiangnan. This scene was undoubtedly the most exciting and entertaining. Holy crap! This is so exciting, I feel like jumping off the 18th floor of this office building. I'm not greedy, I can just jump off the chair. I'm not greedy, I'll jump off the wardrobe. Then I'll jump off the roof. Hello upstairs, are you Zhao Ci's father, who died such a tragic death? Don't underestimate this simple thing, and don't think that you can fly just by buying a wingsuit. You need to have an extremely high level of understanding of airflow. What the person upstairs said makes sense. Just looking at it makes my legs weak. Who can argue with that? It's a nightmare, especially for people with a fear of heights. To be honest, I'm currently lying on a chair with my legs and arms off the ground, and there's an electric fan in front of me, turned on to the highest speed. I'm experiencing the joy of soaring with the island owner. This principle seems to be similar to that of a land-based device. Wang Duyu, enough said, I'm investing in this project, and it has to be mass-produced. The viewers in the live stream were buzzing with discussion. They were all immersed in the exhilaration and passion of soaring through the sky. Suddenly, a rather discordant comment appeared on the public chat. Everyone, look, what's that below the Island Lord? This comment attracted many viewers, who stared wide-eyed at the screen. A tiny black dot. It's too far away, I can't see very clearly. It looks like a bird? Wait, that's not a bird, it's an eagle. That's a sea eagle. It's over. The island owner is doomed. I have a feeling it's coming for the island owner. Won't it suddenly attack the island owner? Island master, fly fast. Hurry! The viewers in the live stream were getting anxious. They were terrified that something unexpected might happen in Jiangnan. It's important to understand that humans are very vulnerable in areas where they are not good at something, such as the sky and the seabed. Even if all contingency plans are made in advance, accidents can still happen if there are unforeseen circumstances. Just like now, even if the eagle doesn't catch Jiangnan, if it suddenly rams into Jiangnan's body, or even just tears it with its claws, Jiangnan's life will be in danger. Just as the audience watched the eagle getting closer and closer, their hearts pounding in their throats, a smile appeared on Jiangnan's lips. He's the one who found the eagle. In the instant he jumped off the cliff, he used the eagle's summoning card that the system had rewarded him with. The system allows Jiangnan to customize the eagle's species, age, gender, plumage color, body length, weight, and so on. After careful consideration, Jiangnan chose this particular eagle. The eagle soon arrived beside Jiangnan, spread its wings, and accompanied Jiangnan as they flew in the sky. Wingsuit flying. Soar with the eagle. This is absolutely amazing. The viewers in the live stream gradually realized that the eagle would not harm Jiangnan, but would silently accompany her, and they breathed a sigh of relief. This is so exciting. We even have eagles accompanying us. Report the island owner. He actually hired a companion while flying. Play with me? Ha 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 ha, you're a real genius, you upstairs. Am I the only one who noticed that this eagle is huge? It seems to be about the same size as the island owner. By the way, what kind of eagle is this? It looks like a stellar sea eagle, but it's much bigger. Could it be a monkey-eating eagle? Whoosh, whoosh. As the audience discussed the species of eagles, after a period of smooth flight, a vertical cliff appeared in front of the man and the eagle. Towering and majestic, it pierces the clouds. They are all at least 1,000 meters long. At first glance, it looks like a stone pillar connecting heaven and earth, or even more like a straight number 1. This is another unique sight on Heart-Shaped Island. Generally, when encountering wingsuit flying, people will try to avoid these mountain peaks and cliffs. Aside from the ruggedness around the mountain peaks, there are also small animals that occasionally appear on the peaks, which affect the airflow when they encounter the peaks. Even the top athletes, even under the best airflow conditions, wouldn't dare to take the risk. If you're not careful, you'll crash hard into the cliff face. The consequences are unbelievable. Jiangnan, however, was not afraid and flew head-on towards the vertical cliff. That's terrifying. The island lord is really fierce, he actually dared to go up there. The island owner did all this so that we could have a more exciting and thrilling experience. I'm so touched I could cry. I'm not going to say anything more. If the island lord lands safely, I must present myself as a gift to him, and then perform dances for him every day, wearing all sorts of sexy clothes, mini skirts, black stockings, white stockings, and even Spider-Man and yoga pants, as a reward for the island lord. Pa, that's not a reward for the island lord, you're clearly just deliberately tempting him to reward yourself. This is a brilliant plan. She really wants to have a loud bang. The viewers in the live stream were on the edge of their seats, watching the camera intently. Jiangnan's mental fortitude is top-notch, he even managed to fly around the vertical cliff. As we circled around, the entire environment darkened, as if the light had been swallowed up and mostly blocked by the cliffs. Jiangnan remained calm and flicked the button in his palm, instantly activating the night vision mode on his protective goggles. Back to the point of view. Keep going. Call. Whoosh. The gale swept through the wingsuits of the people of Jiangnan, making a whooshing, whistling sound. Even just peeking at the screen can give viewers a thrilling sense of urgency. Holy crap, did I almost bump into something just now? That was terrifying. The island owner has always handled the visual issues very well. No, I need to take a nitroglycerin pill, my heart can't take it. When the island owner turned just now, did he drift a little? Holy crap, that's awesome. I've seen cars drift around curves, but this is the first time I've ever seen a car drift like it's flying. These scenes are enough to send viewers adrenaline soaring and their hearts stopping. Jiangnan, however, acted as if nothing was wrong. He was not only wingsuit flying, but also observing the vertical cliff, its overall structure, and the small animals living on it. They seemed to be plotting something. After passing